Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Chapter. Look, it's that kid again. I heard he was making a scene on the street again. What a nuisance. I really don't understand why the Hokage still keeps this troublemaker around. They should have dealt with him already. After all, he is a FO. Sho. Have you forgotten what can and can't be said? TCH. Whatever. Just ignore him from now on. And we need to remind the kids not to play with him. He's too dangerous, who knows when he might suddenly. Dozens of mouths, spewing cold words in the heat of summer. Dozens of eyes filled with indifference, even resentment. The little blonde boy walking down the street lowered his head, at a loss for what to do. He looked like he wanted to explain, but couldn't find the words. In the end, he could only leave with a lonely silhouette. Natsuki stood quietly behind the crowd, silently watching little Naruto walk away. He then looked up at the Hokage rock. The stone faces of the four Hokage seemed to be silently watching over the village. As expected. I've really come to the world of Naruto. This is Konoha. Judging by Naruto's appearance, he's about 5 or 6, same as me. Looks like there's about 6 years until the main story begins. With that thought, Natsuki decisively turned and headed home. His house was in a relatively remote area of the village, far from the bustling streets. It took him quite a while to walk back. There weren't many people living in this area. It wasn't as lively as the marketplace, but the houses here had more space. Most families had their own little yard. Natsuki pushed open the wooden gate to his yard. His eyes swept across the vegetable patch. The greens were thriving in this season, fresh and vibrant, mouth-wateringly tender. In another corner of the yard, cured meat was hung out to dry on a rack, surrounded by fishing net to ward off birds and cats. Beneath the wall, slices of sweet potato were sun-drying, and 2 strings of orange peels hung above the window. It all felt surreal. Planting vegetables in the yard, making cured meat and dried sweet potatoes, even collecting orange peels, this is clearly something ingrained in my DNA. Maybe I was actually born here and just temporarily lost my memory. All of this was instinctive. And only yesterday, after extracting chakra, did my memories awaken. Natsuki remembered it clearly. He had recently passed the entrance exam for the Ninja Academy and had received his acceptance letter. So these past few days, he had been training hard. It wasn't until last night that he successfully extracted chakra for the first time, then immediately passed out. After that, it was like he had a dream, one full of memories from his previous life. To confirm his suspicions, he ran to the town center early this morning. The Hokage rock was unmistakable. He also found familiar places like Ichiraku Ramen, Barbecue Q, Yamanaka Flower Shop, and Mantenda Ninja Tool Store, all iconic locations from the anime. He even saw little Naruto just moments ago, which confirmed everything. Not only that, he now had a general grasp of the timeline. Looking at all the familiar things in his yard again, Natsuki figured he hadn't taken over someone else's body, these memories really were his own. And with that realization, he finally felt a bit more at ease. Still, that was just a psychological comfort. It wasn't the most important thing. What truly mattered was that he had arrived in this dangerous world. As we all know, the Naruto world is filled with danger and madness, one wrong move and the sky comes crashing down. People lose their humanity on a regular basis. When you're watching the anime, it's all passion and emotion, but actually living in it. He couldn't help but tremble. Thankfully, this world had a destined savior. So, the destruction of the world wasn't his problem. As long as he gave up the idea of being the savior, respected fate, and let the chosen one do their job, he could simply focus on living his life well. No need to overthink the rest. With that, Natsuki laid down the guiding principle for his survival. Then he hurried to close the gate and rushed back into the house to dig through his parents' belongings. There wasn't much, just a scroll of notes, 2 kunai, 10 shuriken, 1 ninja tool pouch, and 10,000 ryo in Fire Country currency. The scroll contained basic knowledge, how to extract chakra, the 3 basic jutsu, and some throwing techniques for kunai and shuriken. Nothing too valuable. There was no helping it, Natsuki's father had been an ordinary genin. Average skills. Good with tools and the 3 basic jutsu. He was lucky to survive the Ninetales incident, but later died on an escort mission. He didn't leave much behind. Word was the enemy had already been dealt with, so there wasn't even a revenge arc waiting. Back then, Natsuki had only been 3 years old. His mother had been a civilian. When she heard of her husband's death, she was heartbroken. She did her best to raise Natsuki until he was 5, then passed away herself. Classic orphan beginning. Gotta love the accuracy of the ice guy setup. But perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. In such a twisted and dangerous world, having fewer attachments might actually help one survive longer. If he ever became a missing nin someday, at least he wouldn't have to worry about family back home. Of course, humans are social creatures. Long-term loneliness isn't sustainable. So making some friends or even finding a partner might not be such a bad idea down the road. Natsuki glanced over the scroll again, then quickly set it aside. He'd read this thing so many times already that he could recite the 3 jutsu hand seals backwards in his sleep. What he needed now was more practice. He packed the scroll and the ninja tools back into the pouch. But when he picked up the 10,000 ryo, his face twitched. 1 ryo equals 10 yen. So 10,000 ryo equals 100.000 yen. 100,000, and then what? A simple bowl of Ichiraku ramen costs around 60 ryo. If he ate 3 meals a day, each being 1 bowl, he wouldn't even last 2 months. How's anyone supposed to survive like that? Oh, right, orphans get subsidies. Less than 2,000 ryo a month. Just enough to not starve. Sure, I won't starve, but a kid's growth depends on proper nutrition. No nutrition means poor physical development. Poor development means less chakra. Less chakra means no future. And while I don't expect to become some great hero, if I can't even reach Kaga level, then wasn't this whole transmigration a waste? Natsuki frowned and put the money away, already thinking about ways to earn more. He refused to suffer. And he definitely didn't want to live like Naruto, barely scraping by, not even able to eat well. Naruto at least had his Uzumaki physique and the 9 tails to power him up. But with nothing but instant noodles, ramen, and expired milk. No wonder he turned out short. Any other kid would have died from malnutrition. Just imagining a life of instant noodles and ramen made Natsuki shudder. For someone with a Chinese soul, that kind of life was a nightmare. But damn it, I'm only 6. How am I supposed to make money at 6, he cursed internally. Thank God I remembered how to plant vegetables and make preserved food before awakening my past life memories. Otherwise, I'd never be able to support myself. But now that I'll be attending the Ninja Academy soon, my training will only get harder. I'll need even more nutrients. The way I've been eating until now won't be enough. I really need to figure out a way to make some money. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 2, Chapter. While thinking things over, Natsuki pulled up some garlic sprouts and cut slices of cured meat to make himself a stir-fried garlic sprout and bacon dish. It tasted amazing. But even after finishing his meal and washing the dishes, Natsuki still hadn't come up with a good way to earn money. He could only toss the annoying thoughts aside for now. After all, he still had 10,000 ryo, enough not to starve for the time being. He could figure out the rest later. Right now, he was really fascinated by chakra and ninjutsu. After all, what kind of otaku could resist becoming a superpowered being? Without thinking much about it, Natsuki sat cross-legged and began extracting chakra. His technique was already incredibly smooth, and soon he could feel a faint stream of unique energy flowing through his body. But in the next moment, his mind blanked, and he suddenly vanished from the house. When he regained awareness, he found himself in a vast, white space. This space seemed endless. Natsuki had been tossed in as if abandoned by the world itself. But he didn't panic, because as soon as he arrived, a stream of information appeared in his mind. Infinite Gravity Training Room Manual. The user can enter and exit the training room at will through thought alone and can freely control the gravity and even the environment inside to assist in training. Note, don't set gravity too high in the beginning. If you get crushed to death, we're not responsible. A free bloodline enhancement serum is included. It will increase the user's special bloodline purity. The current Senju bloodline is at 5%, after use, it will rise above 50%. Note, enhancing the bloodline will reconstruct the body. It'll be painful, please endure it. A free gift of 100 Senzu beans. Originating from Dragon Ball, each bean can sustain a person for 10 days and instantly restore them to peak condition. Note, use them wisely. They do not work on soul damage. On the first of every month at 7 p.m., the training room will enter special laboratory mode. During this time, the user will have unlimited stamina and chakra and won't take any damage. Note, this state lasts for 10 hours. Please make the most of it. The manual was short and clear, but Natsuki still read it several times, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Finally, he burst into laughter. To be honest, he'd been worrying about his lack of talent, but he didn't expect his system to activate so soon. He guessed that successfully extracting chakra must have triggered the system, which in turn awakened his memories of his past life. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that now that he had a system, his future was guaranteed. Even if he couldn't kick 6 Paths Madara around or crush Princess Kaguya, reaching beyond Kage level was well within reach. Most importantly, 100 senzu beans equals 100 lives. No matter how many disasters come his way, he'd survive. And only by surviving could he laugh his way through the ninja world. What surprised Natsuki most was discovering that he had senju blood. Thinking it over carefully, it actually made perfect sense, and he had Hashirama to thank for it. Back then, Hashirama had promoted the idea of senju marrying into the village, spreading their bloodline among the population. Although the clan had now declined or disappeared entirely, it led to many geniuses being born in Konoha. So, ordinary villagers having senju blood wasn't surprising. Even if Natsuki only had 5%, it meant he wasn't some talentless nobody. But now, with the enhancement serum, that 5% would become over 50%. Chakra would go from a trickle to a torrent, definitely a genius-level starting point. This is how transmigrators should be. As for the special lab mode, it was obviously made for developing ninjutsu or experimenting. With unlimited chakra, unlimited stamina, and immunity to damage, there was no better environment for testing dangerous techniques. The only reasons ninjutsu are hard to develop are because they either require too much chakra or the process is too risky. But this room would remove all those limitations every first of the month. Natsuki could do whatever he wanted in there. If he couldn't come up with something powerful, he'd be ashamed. This system is perfect. But today isn't the first, the next one is in 2 days, which is also the start of school. The lab mode is limited time, so I need to seriously plan what to work on, otherwise it'll be wasted. For now, I'll just set a reasonable gravity level for regular training. I'm still young, and too intense a workout might break me. Even with senzu beans, they're life-saving items. I can't afford to waste them during regular training. With that, Natsuki made up his mind. He used his thoughts to summon a senzu bean and examined it, wondering if he could plant it someday. Maybe he'd give it a shot when he had time. Then he took out the bloodline enhancement serum, and without hesitation, injected it into his arm. As soon as the shot was done, his entire body felt like it was on fire. A moment later, intense pain surged through him, as if his bones, blood, and organs were being shattered and reconstructed. It was excruciating. But he clenched his teeth and endured. The manual had clearly said to please endure, which probably meant the longer you could endure, the better the results. He couldn't be sure, but he didn't dare risk it. If he passed out too quickly and the result was worse, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Unfortunately, he couldn't hold on. It was too painful. He ended up fainting in spectacular fashion. Who knew how much time passed before he finally woke up? His mind was still foggy when a message appeared in his head. Senju bloodline enhancement complete. Current purity, 80%. 80%, huh? Not bad. Maybe if I held out a bit longer, I could have reached 90. TCH, so lame. He grumbled at himself, but quickly cheered up. 80% was still amazing, way better than the measly 5% he had before. That kind of foundation surpassed most people in Konoha. With the training room to assist, reaching Kage level was practically guaranteed. And with enough effort, going beyond, maybe even to 6 Paths level, was within reach. If Guy could kick 6 Paths Madara into the dirt, then he could show up afterward and land the finishing blow. That'd be a perfect ending. And if Kaguya dared show up, he'd drag her down and make her eat the dirt. The more he thought about it, the more he smiled. His eyes sparkled. He tried extracting chakra again. The surge of energy flowing through his body shocked him, it was vastly more than before. As expected of the Senju bloodline, chakra for days. He didn't know how many cards he had now, but it had to be a lot. And he was only 6 years old. Chakra would continue to grow with age. By the time he graduated from the academy, who knew how much he'd have? It might even rival Naruto's. Shaking his head, Natsuki pushed those thoughts aside and began practicing the 3 basic jutsu. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 3, Chapter. Swish. 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 Natsuki formed hand seals with a serious expression. Bunshin no jutsu. Poof. Success. Henge no jutsu. Poof. Success. Kawarimi no jutsu. Poof. Success. Natsuki was momentarily stunned. It was his first time actually performing the 3 basic jutsu, and yet he succeeded on the very first try. It seemed that the enhancement of his Senju bloodline hadn't only increased his chakra reserves, but also elevated his innate talent. Who could compare to that? Still, Natsuki didn't get cocky. It's just the 3 basic jutsu. Every genius masters them instantly, right? Even that famous weasel, aka Itachi, from the Uchiha clan had mastered Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu on his first try. In comparison, this little feat of his didn't seem all that impressive. Now that I've learned the 3 basic jutsu, I technically meet the graduation requirements. But I still have to attend the Ninja Academy. After all, the academy didn't just teach chakra extraction and basic jutsu, it also offered a variety of essential knowledge. Like the history and geography of the ninja world, the development of Konoha village, math, physics, chemistry, biology, and most importantly, professional training, tracking skills, clue analysis, stealth, trap setting, rope escape, and more. These foundational skills were crucial. Without them, one had no business becoming a ninja. Oh, right, Naruto was a special case. A lovable idiot. But he was the protagonist, and a Jinchuriki, practically unkillable. Try swapping him out with a background character who couldn't even detect a basic trap, they'd be dead before they made it to graduation. Even Tsunade's little brother died to a trap, what chance would anyone else have? Natsuki didn't overestimate himself. He valued the academy's teachings. Even after completing all the material, there was always the library, so much to learn. Either way, early graduation wasn't an option. More importantly, Konoha was dangerous. Especially during this period, before the Uchiha clan massacre. It was the peak of Danzo and Root's shady influence. If you thought Danzo was too busy dealing with the Uchiha to notice others, you'd be gravely mistaken. Roots would release experiments never stopped. Danzo had a constant need for test subjects. If he ever found out a child with high Senju bloodline purity existed in the village, he'd definitely make a move. Not even the 3rd Hokage could stop him. So, if you wanted to stay alive, you had to lay low. Acting average. Easy. Who couldn't? All he had to do was hold out until graduation. By then, Root would have lost its purpose following the Uchiha massacre, and the 3rd Hokage would disband it. Danzo wouldn't dare act recklessly anymore. Only then would things be relatively safe. Natsuki shook his head, clearing away those chaotic thoughts, and focused fully on training the 3 basic jutsu. Learning them was one thing, but mastering them was another. And in real combat, mastery mattered most. Once he became proficient enough to use them without hand seals, he could truly catch enemies off guard. So more training would only benefit him. Can't go without seals just yet, but maybe I can start working on one-handed seals. And since the 1st of the month is coming up, the day of the special lab mode, I'll make that my first research project. First step, refine chakra control. After all, the point of hand seals was to direct chakra to flow and change along specific routes to activate a technique. So, the finer and more precise your control over chakra, the less chakra you'd need to use, and the fewer seals would be necessary. Just like Hashirama, clap your hands, and boom, jutsu happens. So how to improve chakra control? Isn't that an open book test? Tree climbing and water walking, of course. With a thought, Natsuki manifested a massive towering tree, hundreds of meters tall. In this gravity training room, the environment changed according to his will. Making a tree was child's play. Ah, too bad I can't create living things. Otherwise, I'd summon 10 Kamisato Ayakas right now. He cracked a joke, then focused chakra to his feet and began sprinting up the tree. Naturally, it didn't take long before he fell. Too much chakra was actually hard to control. Like holding a cup of water, easy. But trying to grasp an entire tank? Nearly impossible. Luckily, his talent had really improved. After a few more tries, he could casually stroll up and down the tree with his hands in his pockets, it felt amazing. He willed a whole forest into existence and dashed through the woods like a nimble little mountain dog. Looks like my talent really is top tier. Even better than Sasuke. I picked up tree climbing in no time. Next, water walking. With another thought, he conjured an endless ocean and leapt onto its surface. At first, he couldn't help but misstep into the water, soaking his shoes. But soon he got the hang of it, running, jumping, even flopping around on the water like a child playing. To spice it up, he made the water surge violently, increasing the challenge of maintaining his footing. He trained like this for who knows how long. Only when his stomach growled did he reluctantly leave the gravity room and return home to cook. Trained for 8 hours straight, and I'm not even tired. Despite the constant chakra consumption, I still have reserves left. Senju bloodline really is overpowered. But a new problem arose. His appetite had tripled. That 10,000 ryo might not last even a month. Natsuki stared at the empty dishes he polished off all by himself, eyes twitching. He wanted to ignore the money problem, but reality didn't care. If he didn't figure something out soon, he'd be starving. As evening approached, Natsuki hurried out to collect the cured meat and dried sweet potatoes from the yard. The shiny cuts of meat made him think, Japan's food culture didn't really have cured meat. Probably the same in the Naruto world. Maybe. I can sell the recipe. But who would I sell it to? And even if I did, it'd just be a one-time deal, not exactly sustainable. Feeling a bit discouraged again, Natsuki cleaned up and returned to the gravity training room. For now, he'd focus on researching one-handed seals. The 10,000 Ryo would last a few more days. Money could wait a bit longer. The next 2 days passed quickly. During that time, aside from going out to buy vegetables and meat, Natsuki practically lived in the gravity room. By the end of the 2 days, his hand seal speed had skyrocketed. He could now perform 4 seals per second at full speed. Not as fast as Itachi's legendary 6 seals per second, but still respectable. But the purpose of seal training wasn't just speed. It was to understand how chakra flowed during each technique, to master the internal changes, not just get flashy. On the first of the month, he'd attempt one-handed seals that replicated the same chakra flow. If successful, he could cast basic jutsu with one hand. But he wouldn't risk it now. Chakra was like internal energy, messing it up could cause serious internal injuries. Better to wait for special laboratory mode, safe, stable, and the perfect time to test risky techniques. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 4, Chapter. Today was the first day of Ninja Academy. After finishing breakfast, Natsuki headed out alone toward the academy. On the way, he passed by many parents walking their noisy kids to school, chattering non-stop, making quite the ruckus. Of course, there were also some orphans, walking alone just like him. Natsuki didn't pay much attention. Once he arrived, he went straight to the bulletin board, found his assigned class, and casually scanned through the names of his classmates. Oho, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino, Haruno Sakura, Inazuka Kiba, Abirame Shino. So I'm really in the same class as the future powerhouses, huh? That works. Time to build some connections. After all, Konoha's future leadership mostly comes from this bunch. It's best to form some early relationships. But of course, early friendships had to be approached carefully. Some people were okay to befriend now, others, better left alone. Take Uchiha Sasuke, for example. The Uchiha clan's relationship with the village was currently tense, and his older brother was unhinged. Getting too close to Sasuke might drag him into trouble. Then there's Naruto. He was a Jinchuriki, getting too friendly might draw attention from the third Hokage or Danzo. Not to mention, Naruto was a loud, hyperactive idiot. Befriending him might just make you dumber. And give you headaches. The rest. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino were fangirls. Hyuga Hinata was too shy. Inazuka Kiba's dog liked to pee on everything. All pass. That left Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and most importantly, Abirame Shino. Among them, Shino was the most reliable. In the original story, Shino was always consistent, intelligent, strong in recon, defense, offense, protection, you name it. He also valued friendship deeply. He was definitely someone you could trust to watch your back. And really, who wouldn't want a dependable friend like that? So Natsuki quietly picked a spot off to the side, scanning the crowd in search of Abirame Shino. But Shino's presence was so low, Natsuki couldn't find him even after searching for a while. Before he could locate him, the teachers began rounding up all the new students. Then, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appeared on a high platform, causing quite a stir. Hee, hello children. I am the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. I'm very happy to be here with you all today. You are the budding leaves of Konoha, the future of our village, blah blah blah. The old man's speech was full of passion, and his eyes sparkled like he believed every word he was saying. The students below all looked excited. Natsuki inwardly rolled his eyes, but outwardly he had to put on a bright, excited expression. After all, kids in Konoha worshipped the Hokage and the will of fire. Acting out of line here would make him stand out, in a bad way. Whether or not the will of fire was actually correct didn't matter. It was Konoha's political correctness. Everyone had to obey it. Or else. Expect a late-night visit from the Umbu for a little tea. Natsuki kept grinning so hard his face began to cramp, and the old man still wouldn't shut up. He was getting dangerously close to yawning in public. Seriously. All this just to say, where the leaves dance, the fire will burn. You needed a full-on TED Talk for that. Thankfully, the Hokage eventually wrapped up his speech. Natsuki quietly let out a sigh of relief and rubbed his stiff cheeks before following the crowd of new students to their classroom. Once there, he scanned the room and finally spotted Abirame Shino. You'd think someone in a huge cloak and dark sunglasses would be easy to notice, but the entire Abirame clan had bizarrely low presence. You could be standing right next to one and still not notice. Probably something to do with their clan's insect-based techniques. Anyway, it wasn't worth overthinking. Shino was known to care about that low presence, so the least Natsuki could do was acknowledge his existence. He walked over confidently with a friendly smile. Hey, is this seat taken? Mind if I sit here? No games. No pretense. Just sincerity. Even if he had ulterior motives, as long as he was genuine, Shino wouldn't dislike him. Shino blinked behind his sunglasses, then nodded promptly. No one sitting here. Go ahead. Cool. Guess we're desk buddies now. Natsuki sat down without hesitation, then pulled out a paper packet from his sleeve and offered it. I'm Natsuki. These are sweet potato slices I made myself. Want to try one? Food sharing, the most timeless friendship move. It didn't need to be anything fancy, homemade food was more heartfelt, and someone like Shino would appreciate that more than any grand gesture. Shino glanced at the snack, then at Natsuki, who casually took one and started chewing. Then he reached out, took a slice, and popped it into his mouth. The mild sweetness made his usually calm expression soften a bit. I'm Abirame Shino. Pleased to meet you. And there it was, they were friends. Natsuki was in a great mood. He munched another slice when he suddenly felt a heavy stare. He turned, only to jump at the sight of a pudgy face right behind him. It was a chubby kid with red spiral cheek marks, small eyes locked tightly onto the sweet potatoes. Who else but Akimichi Choji, the eater supreme? Behind him stood a spiky-haired boy with his hands behind his head, looking helplessly at his friend. Natsuki chuckled to himself. Bringing these snacks really was the right move. They attracted this duo too, perfect timing to expand the friend circle. He offered the sweet potatoes. Want some? Yes. I do. Choji wasted no time snatching one and stuffing it in his mouth. A look of bliss instantly spread across his face. The sweet potatoes weren't even anything special, but for a foodie, anything tasty was happiness. And after eating chips all the time, a change of flavor was delightful. Shikamaru, seeing his partner go for it, also took one. Well, I guess I'll have one too. Thanks. Natsuki took the chance to introduce himself. I'm Natsuki. This is my desk buddy, also my new friend, Shino. Oh, and since you've had some of my sweet potato, I guess we're all friends now. Shino gave a nod. I'm Abirame Shino. Nice to meet you. Nara Shikamaru. Akimichi Choji. The two boys also gave their names. No need for long introductions, names were enough for now. After handing out snacks all around, only one slice remained. Just as Natsuki was about to wrap it up, a pudgy hand shot out lightning fast, aiming for the last sweet potato. Natsuki grabbed the hand midair and grinned. Hey now, Choji, you can't just snatch the last piece. Choji narrowed his eyes. The last snack must go to me. That's my ninja way. Shikamaru sighed. Oh please, Choji. Yesterday you said, any food that reaches my mouth must be eaten, was your ninja way. Your way sure changes fast. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 5, Chapter. Choji's antics were amusing. But Natsuki had a good grasp of his character by now. This chubby guy was warm-hearted and kind. He had an almost sacred attachment to food, so long as you didn't call him a pig or try to steal his snacks, he'd be the easiest person to befriend. That said, the last piece of sweet potato still wasn't his. Natsuki pulled the paper packet back a little, smiling. Choji, this is the last one. You want it, but so do I. I bet Shikamaru and Shino wouldn't mind having it either. I can't just hand it over to you. So how about we do rock paper scissors? Winner gets to decide what to do with it. Sound fair? Shikamaru groaned. Such a drag. It's just a piece of sweet potato. But Choji's eyes lit up with determination. The last snack. I won't let anyone else have it. I accept. I'll join too, Shino added quietly. It seemed to be his first time engaging in something like this, but he quickly got the hang of it. For someone like him, playing a game with new friends was a valuable experience. The four of them huddled in a circle and got ready. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Haha. My scissors win. Natsuki grinned, holding up his hand in victory. Choji looked devastated, clearly not expecting to lose. As agreed, I get to decide the fate of this last piece. Natsuki pulled out a kunai and swiftly sliced the sweet potato into 4 pieces. There, now we all get some. Friends share, after all. Choji immediately brightened up, snatching his share and popping it into his mouth with glee. Shikamaru and Shino exchanged a glance and picked up their pieces as well. Childish as it may have seemed, the four of them had clearly grown closer through the interaction. Naturally, they started chatting. Choji was curious about the sweet potato, where Natsuki bought it, how it was made. When Natsuki said he made it himself and even shared the process, the simple conversation turned surprisingly lively. Just then, a stir broke out in the classroom. Uchiha Sasuke entered the room, his handsome little face and cool demeanor instantly causing a wave of squealing among the girls. Shikamaru scowled. Girls are such a drag. Natsuki met Shino's gaze and they both shrugged. Drag or not, they sure were loud. Only 6 years old, and already obsessed with pretty boys. Talk about early bloomers. Also, Sasuke really was full of himself. Probably learned that from his oh-so-glorious big brother. The very next second, a familiar loud voice echoed through the room. Uzumaki Naruto has arrived. From now on we're all classmates, let's get along, Databeo. The moment he shouted, the entire class turned toward him. Many of them recognized him instantly. And even those who didn't could guess from the whisker marks on his cheeks. Whispers broke out at once. Some weren't even whispers, words like demon fox, annoying, and disgusting were tossed around freely. Even though Naruto had gotten used to this kind of treatment, he couldn't keep smiling this time. The grin on his face was cracking. He had probably really looked forward to today, thinking he could finally make friends with kids his own age. But reality slapped him right back down. Was he really going to be alone again? Could he ever gain acceptance? Thankfully, Iruka arrived just in time and called everyone to take their seats. As he caught a glimpse of Naruto's lonely back, a flicker of complex emotion crossed Iruka's face. There was some resentment in there, understandable, since he had lost his family the night of the Nine-Tails attack, and Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But Iruka was a kind man. He knew it wasn't Naruto's fault, and that contradiction only deepened his inner conflict. Ahem. Class, I'll be your homeroom teacher from today onward. Iruka smiled warmly. Let's start with introductions. I'll go first to set an example. My name is Iruka. I like eating at Ichiraku Ramen, and I don't really dislike anything. My dream is to be a great teacher. Alright, who wants to go next? Naruto shot his hand up. Me. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I love Ichiraku Ramen, and I hate the waiting time before the noodles are ready. My dream is to become Hokage, Databeo. The class exploded. A demon fox wanting to become Hokage. What a joke. Inuzuka Kiba immediately barked, You. Become Hokage. The future Hokage is gonna be me, the great Inuzuka Kiba. You probably won't even graduate from the academy. Others chimed in with their own Hokage dreams, making the room even noisier. Iruka sighed, rubbing his temples. Alright. I know everyone has great dreams, but let's go in order. I'll call names. Uchiha Sasuke, you're up next. Shing. All eyes turned to Sasuke. The girls looked like their eyes had turned into hearts. Well, except for Hyuga Hinata. Her eyes were currently sneaking glances at a certain blonde troublemaker. Sasuke stood up, face full of cool arrogance. I'm Uchiha Sasuke. I like dango. I hate idiots. My dream is to become a great ninja like my nii-san. Wow. Sasuke-kun is so cool. I love you, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke-kun. Girls squealed and screamed. The boys rolled their eyes in disgust. Especially Naruto. He narrowed his eyes like a fox, glaring at Sasuke. TCH. What's the big deal? I'm totally handsome too. Why are they all fawning over that guy? He's not that great. So full of himself, but he'd go down with one punch, Databeo. Sasuke seemed to sense Naruto's death glare, glanced back, their eyes met, and both instantly turned away with a mutual umph. The fated bond between Indra and Azura had just been rekindled. Then came the rest of the introductions. I'm Yamanaka Ino. My family runs the Yamanaka flower shop. I love flowers of all kinds, and my dream is to become super popular. So troublesome. I'm Nara Shikamaru. I like sleeping. I hate trouble. Don't really have a dream. I'm a Kimichi Choji. I love eating. I hate wasting food. And I hate being called fat. My dream is to one day eat all I want without ever working. I am Hyuga Hinata. I. She stumbled shyly over her words, but it was adorable. I'm Haruno Sakura. I like. Glances at Sasuke, and my dream is. Another glance at Sasuke. Naruto's eyes lit up as he looked at Sakura. He remembered seeing her before. She wasn't like the others, she didn't look at him with hate. In that moment, Naruto fell hard. But watching the lovely Sakura keep glancing at Sasuke, Naruto felt like his lungs were about to explode. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 6, Chapter. Shino also gave his self-introduction. As expected, it was all about how he liked bugs. Naturally, both his appearance and his unusual interests made many classmates avoid him. Combined with his practically invisible presence, Shino was soon forgotten by most of the class. Natsuki noticed this and patted his deskmate's shoulder in a show of support. Then he stood up and said, "I'm Natsuki. I don't really have anything I particularly like, and I don't hate much either. As for my dream, haven't thought of one yet. That's it. A name, and not much else." Most of the class looked a bit speechless, but since Natsuki wasn't willing to share more, there wasn't anything they could do about it. Plus, he wasn't especially eye-catching, just a clean and neat face. Like Shino, he was quickly overlooked. That was fine with Natsuki. For now, he was focused on keeping a low profile. He just wanted to absorb knowledge, build a few useful friendships, and avoid trouble. After everyone introduced themselves, the teachers began handing out textbooks. As Natsuki had guessed, the curriculum included topics like the Will of Fire, the history of Konoha and the shinobi world, geography, math, physics, chemistry, biology, and of course, core ninja foundation classes. Of course, there were outdoor classes too, training in taijutsu, kunai and shuriken throwing, rope escape, trap setup, and mock battles. These were the most important, since the real purpose of the academy was to produce ninjas. And real ninjas lived and died by combat. Once the textbooks were handed out, class officially began. The first subject, reading. Yep. Reading and writing. This was a chaotic era, after all, and literacy was rare. Especially among 5- or 6-year-old kids. Many were orphans who barely knew any words at all. If you wanted to train a proper ninja, first you had to teach them how to read. Still, reading lessons wouldn't last long. The schedule was tight, and physical training couldn't be delayed. And with that, Natsuki's school life had officially begun. That afternoon, once classes ended, Natsuki said goodbye to Shino, Shikamaru, and Choji, then hurried home, made a quick dinner, and began waiting for 7 p.m. to arrive. It was the first of the month, time for the special laboratory mode to activate. As soon as the clock hit 7, Natsuki activated the training room with a thought and stepped inside. The room looked the same as always, but it felt different. There was this odd sensation, like strength was limitless, like he was invincible, though it could have just been his imagination. He quickly brought up the timer, 10 hours remaining. Without wasting a second, he began his first research task, one-handed hand seals. Using Henge no Jutsu as a test case, he tried to mimic the chakra flow from two-handed seals using only one hand. 10 minutes in, sweat was pouring down his face. One-handed seals were vastly different from two-handed ones. Not only was finger flexibility an issue, but monitoring the internal chakra control at the same time was mentally exhausting. Fortunately, the special laboratory mode seemed to boost his stamina and mental focus. He calmed himself and resumed the attempts. He had no fear of injury or chakra drain. This was his greatest advantage right now. An hour passed. Natsuki completed a string of seals with his right hand, and poof. He transformed into Shino. That's it. I did it. Natsuki stared at his reflection. As expected, special laboratory mode is amazing. No risk, no resource limits. With my above-average talent and solid chakra control from earlier, I learned one-handed seals in no time. Now I just need to train my left hand. Another hour passed. Natsuki scratched his head, realizing he'd underestimated himself. In just 2 hours total, he had mastered one-handed seals with both hands. It now felt as natural as breathing. Now what? I'm already good at this. No point grinding it more. But I still have 8 hours left. I really should have prepped more projects to research. Gotta make the most of this. After thinking it through, he made a decision. Train the Rasengan. He had transmigrated into the world of Naruto. Besides the 3 basic jutsu, what else could he train right now if not the Rasengan? Plus, the training method had been thoroughly shown in the anime. Each stage was clearly outlined. And with unlimited chakra and no risk of injury, this was the perfect time to attempt it. With a thought, a water balloon appeared in his hand. Time to begin the Rasengan steps. Step 1, gather chakra and form a spinning mass inside the water balloon, without bursting it. Step 2, increase power until the balloon bursts. Step 3, switch to a rubber ball and burst that. Simple steps. Far from easy. But Natsuki's understanding was excellent, and his current state gave him the perfect training conditions. His progress was rapid. And 5 minutes before the lab mode ended, Natsuki successfully formed a Rasengan in his palm. Boom. He pressed it against a thick tree trunk, blasting a clean hole through it. Haha. I did it. Finally made the most of these 10 hours. He was overjoyed. He played around with the Rasengan for a bit longer until the mode ended, and only then did he feel a wave of fatigue wash over him. It was already 5 a.m. Chickens were starting to crow outside. Natsuki yawned. Staying up all night was brutal for a 6-year-old. He hadn't felt it while he was training, but now that the excitement had faded, exhaustion slammed into him like a truck. He left the training room, made breakfast, ate quickly, and by the time the sun was fully up, it was time for school again. No chance for a nap, he had to head out. He was the first one to arrive at class, and immediately slumped onto his desk and fell asleep. Who knows how long had passed? Hey, Natsuki. Wake up. Class is about to start. Shino gently nudged him. I'm awake, Natsuki mumbled. Except, he didn't move. Suddenly, his instincts flared. He snapped up his hand, and snatched the incoming chalkboard eraser between 2 fingers. The whole class stared. Even Irika was momentarily stunned. Well. Pretty sharp there, sleepyhead, Irika said with a wry grin. Ah, well, see. I was training late last night. Thought I was still in training mode. Got a little too used to reacting, sensei. Should I go stand outside for a bit? Natsuki asked with a sheepish grin. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 7, Chapter. Fortunately, Irika was a good teacher. He could tell that Natsuki wasn't lying. So he simply warned, you're still young. Don't overdo your training, especially not at night. For now, stay focused in class and don't fall asleep again. Yes, sensei. Thank you, sensei. Natsuki thanked him sincerely, rubbing his face to wake himself up a bit more. After that, he listened carefully and even took detailed notes. Irika noticed this and, reassured, let it go. Once class ended, Natsuki let out a long yawn. Shino glanced over curiously. Did you really train that late into the night? Natsuki nodded mid-yawn. Yup. I got a little too excited and didn't stop. Before I knew it, the sun was almost up. Shino's curiosity only grew, but out of politeness, he didn't pry further. He didn't know what clan Natsuki came from, but if he was training all night without sleep, it had to be some kind of clan secret or special technique, not something polite to ask about. Natsuki, however, suddenly seemed to think of something. He turned to Shino and smiled. Hey, Shino, do you get a decent allowance? Shino was a bit puzzled but replied honestly, not a lot. Why? If you're short on money, I can lend you some. Natsuki shook his head. I'm not borrowing. I wouldn't be able to pay you back anyway. But how about this, after school today, come by my place. I've got something I want to show you. You might even be willing to spend money on it. If not, that's fine too. I mainly want to treat you to dinner, you are my first friend, after all. All right. Shino agreed without hesitation. He was curious, of course, but since Natsuki didn't want to say anything yet, he respected that. More importantly, being invited to a friend's home and offered a meal, especially by someone who considered him a first friend, made him genuinely happy. That was more than enough. Before long, morning classes ended. Natsuki headed to the Hokage Tower to collect his monthly orphan stipend, and ran into Naruto there, also picking up his money. As a gesture of goodwill, Natsuki gave him a small nod, a polite acknowledgement as classmates. Naruto's reaction was explosive. He beamed brightly and nodded back so enthusiastically he looked like a pecking chick. After being shunned for so long, a tiny gesture of kindness was like a miracle to Naruto, it made his whole day. As for Natsuki, even though Naruto was loud, impulsive, always shouting, and generally annoying, he was still just a pitiful kid. Right now wasn't the best time to befriend him, but there was no harm in being polite. The stipend was 1,800 ryo, just enough to afford a single bowl of Ichiraku ramen per day. Perfectly calibrated to make sure an orphan won't die of hunger. Natsuki pocketed the money and headed straight to Ichiraku. He'd heard about it so much, time to see what the fuss was about. Naruto, who had finished picking up his stipend and was in a great mood, decided to treat himself to Ichiraku ramen for lunch. He entered the shop only to see Natsuki already seated there. Hey, old man Tucci. One bowl of ramen please. Naruto plopped down right beside Natsuki and glanced over. Hey, what's your name again? Back at the Hokage building, you nodded at me, right, Databeo. Natsuki had just taken his first bite of ramen, 60 ryo a bowl. It tasted pretty decent. Not quite as amazing as Naruto always bragged, and it didn't exactly suit a Chinese palate, but for Konoha, this was probably the best you could get. After all, plenty of Jonin ate here, unless they were just coming to see I am. Yeah. Tochi's daughter I am really was quite the beauty. Hearing Naruto's question, Natsuki gave a polite nod. I'm Natsuki. That was just a friendly greeting between classmates. Naruto immediately grinned from ear to ear. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I'm gonna be the future Hokage, Databeo. You like Ichiraku ramen too? It's the best food ever, believe it. That's only because you've never had anything else. Grilled meat from Barbecue Q is way better. But Natsuki wouldn't dare say that out loud. Tochi was right there behind the counter. Say something bad about his ramen and you might get kicked out on the spot. Natsuki was already regretting giving Naruto a friendly nod. Just one little gesture, and the hyper kid latched on like glue. As expected, he was loud, nosy, and impossible to eat next to. Databeo, can you not for 1 second? Yeah, Ichiraku is the best, Natsuki replied half-heartedly. Right then, Tochi brought out Naruto's ramen, and his eyes crinkled into a smile. Who knows if those smiling eyes were hiding the Rinnegan underneath. Thankfully, Naruto finally shut up and started eating. He slurped down noodles like he hadn't eaten in days, and honestly, he probably hadn't. One bowl wasn't going to fill him up. Still, Natsuki wasn't about to play the good guy and offer to pay for more. They weren't that close. He was a broke orphan too. I'm heading out. Natsuki finished his meal, cleaned his bowl, and left the ramen shop without a backward glance. Naruto looked up at his retreating back, his appetite suddenly fading. Old man Tochi. I am Nechan, does Natsuki hate me too? Despite his usual cheer, Naruto was incredibly sensitive. He thought that nod earlier meant he'd made a friend. But Natsuki hadn't waited for him, hadn't said goodbye, maybe he was just another person who saw him as the demon fox. I am smiled gently. Of course not. If he hated you, he wouldn't have bothered to talk to you. He looked super tired, I think he just went home to catch up on sleep. Oh yeah. He was napping in class this morning. Said he stayed up all night training, so that's it. He's not mad at me, Databeo. With that comforting thought, Naruto's appetite returned full force, and he resumed devouring his ramen. Natsuki, meanwhile, had no idea what was going on in Naruto's head. He strolled back toward the academy, stopping by the ninja tools store Nintendo to pick up a sheet of chakra paper. After successfully forming the Rasengan last night, the next step was figuring out how to integrate his elemental chakra. First, he had to know what his chakra nature was. Back at the classroom, he infused chakra into the paper. In the next second, one part of the paper became damp, one part crumbled into dust, and another section crinkled up. Water, earth, and lightning, huh? Wonder what a water-based Rasengan would look like. Can I even merge earth or lightning into it? It was a frustrating puzzle. He knew there was no use guessing, he'd have to test it himself. But such experiments were dangerous, and he'd have to wait until the next special lab mode on the 1st of next month. In the original story, Naruto's Rasen Shuriken was incredibly risky, even harmed him when he first used it. Natsuki wasn't about to take that kind of gamble. Even with his stash of senzu beans, they weren't infinite. There were only 100, and every single one had to be saved for life or death moments. Note to self, prep more research projects next time. No more last-minute scrambling like last night. Still deep in thought, Natsuki returned to class and promptly flopped down on his desk for a nap. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 8, Chapter. That afternoon was their very first outdoor class. Irika had everyone start with a 3,000-meter run to test the kids' physical base. Naruto, burning with competitive spirit, charged ahead with all his might, determined to leave Sasuke in the dust. But Sasuke, taking his glorious big brother as his role model, was just as determined to be number one in the class, especially when it came to Naruto. He simply couldn't lose to him. As for Natsuki, he ran leisurely in the middle of the pack, pretending to be tired while secretly enjoying the drama unfold like a soap opera. By the time the 3,000 meters were done, Natsuki barely had a drop of sweat on him. Naruto, meanwhile, had collapsed like a dead dog on the ground, barely able to breathe, and he didn't even place that well. See? Having Uzumaki vitality and the Nine-Tails chakra doesn't mean much if you're malnourished every day. That body's way too frail. Naturally, first place went to Sasuke. The little pretty boy gave Naruto a smug glance, then stood coolly off to the side as the girls erupted into squeals and admiration. Naruto shot up in a rage. What's that Sasuke guy being so smug for, Databeo? Natsuki, meanwhile, noticed something interesting among the girls. They had already split into factions, one led by Yamanaka Ino, another by Haruno Sakura, and a few scattered cliques. While all of them were Sasuke fans, they clearly didn't get along with each other and looked ready to tear each other apart at any moment. Ino and Sakura used to be close friends, but now their friendship lay in ruins, shattered by their shared crush on Sasuke. They even started exchanging snide insults. It was quite the spectacle. And just as Naruto began trying to impress Sakura with a barrage of praise and goofy grins, Sakura rolled her eyes and stared only at Sasuke, clearly finding Naruto annoying. Oh, and over in the corner, a certain timid girl with white eyes was giving Naruto non-stop side eyes. Too bad Naruto didn't notice. These girls, such a drag, Shikamaru muttered, annoyed. Choji crunched his chips, entirely ignoring the chaos around him. Natsuki and Shino exchanged glances and shrugged. Not their business. If it got too noisy, they could just cover their ears. Next up, kunai throwing practice. The kids from ninja clans had obviously trained before. Their accuracy wasn't bad at all. Especially Sasuke, shuriken jutsu was a signature skill of the Uchiha clan. Every throw hit the bullseye, which earned him another round of shrieking fangirls. Not to be outdone, Naruto started yelling again and tried to show off. The result? None of his kunai hit the target, and one of them almost neutered Iruka, who promptly scolded him with a stormy face. Natsuki, meanwhile, ignored all the drama and followed Iruka's instructions step by step. He also drew on the throwing techniques recorded in his father's scroll. At first, he barely hit the target, but with consistent practice, his accuracy rose steadily. A few even landed in the bullseye. His improvement was so noticeable that Iruka gave him direct praise. Other students were envious, but what could they do? They wasted their time squabbling and posturing instead of focusing during class. Who else could they blame? After school, Natsuki took Shino shopping. They bought fresh meat and seasonings before heading to his house. This is my place. A bit out of the way, Natsuki said as he opened the gate. My parents passed away, so I live here alone. Grew some veggies out back for food. I'll go cook. Shino, could you help pick some vegetables? He really didn't treat Shino like a guest at all, which meant he wasn't treating him like an outsider. These plants look great, Shino said, complimenting the garden as he picked up a basket. He started plucking leaves as he added, the Aburame clan grows vegetables too, for feeding our bugs. But yours look much healthier. Can I take a few leaves to feed mine? Go ahead. Natsuki responded casually. He'd already put the rice on, marinated the meat, and even chopped off a piece of cured pork. Only then did he finally free up his hands. Shino had finished picking the vegetables. He fed a tender leaf to one of his bugs. They didn't speak, but the atmosphere was peaceful. Even with his sunglasses on, Natsuki could tell Shino was genuinely happy. Maybe it was because he'd finally made a friend. Maybe it was because it was his first time being invited to a friend's house. Natsuki didn't beat around the bush. Shino, I actually stayed up all night researching one-handed hand seals. That's why I was so tired. One-handed, hand seals. Shino was visibly shaken. Even behind his glasses, you could feel his surprise. Everyone knew how rare one-handed seals were. Even elite Jonin rarely used them. Kakashi himself was stunned when he saw Haku do it during the Land of Waves mission. Someone who could do one-handed seals was undoubtedly a genius. And Natsuki was only 6 years old. A genius among geniuses. Natsuki lifted his left hand and performed several seals. Poof. He transformed into Shino himself, with one hand. Shino couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. Natsuki, you're incredible. Natsuki smiled. I invited you over not just for dinner, but to teach you one-handed seals. Not for free, though. The thing is, my appetite's grown a lot. Between my savings and the orphan stipend, I won't be able to make ends meet soon. So I figured, maybe you, my friend, could help out. Want to learn? I do. Just tell me how much. Shino agreed without hesitation. Honestly, he would have been happy to lend Natsuki money. He was Natsuki's first friend, after all. Even if Natsuki never paid him back, he didn't mind. He could tell Natsuki's situation was tough and genuinely cared about him. But he also understood Natsuki's pride. Natsuki wouldn't take a handout. That's why he offered something valuable in exchange instead. And really, learning one-handed seals was an incredible opportunity. It was more than worth it. A win-win. Natsuki scratched his head. Just give me whatever you think is fair. Enough to get through the next 2 months. I have no idea what it should cost. Shino thought about it. I'll ask my dad tonight. He should know what a fair rate is. I'll make sure neither of us gets shortchanged. Sounds good. But you and your dad have to keep this secret. I don't want anyone else knowing. Don't worry. I understand. Shino genuinely did. He knew Konoha wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. especially after his friend Torian volunteered to take his place and join Danzo's route. That's when Shino realized how dark the village could be. Talented kids didn't stay free for long. They got noticed. Even as the heir to the Aburame clan, he couldn't fight it. If not for Torian stepping forward, he would have been the one taken. Let alone someone like Natsuki, an orphan with no backing. If word got out that he was a prodigy, Root would snatch him up before anyone could blink. Which is why Natsuki's talent had to stay hidden, no matter what. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 9, Chapter. In truth, Natsuki had no idea that Shino had been watching over him this whole time. During yesterday's outdoor training, Shino had already noticed Natsuki deliberately holding back. At first, he was puzzled, now, he finally understood. And in his heart, he completely supported it. His friend, Aburame Shino's friend, would not be taken away. All right, I'll teach you the core principles now, Natsuki said, but I still have to cook, so you'll be training on your own for a while. He then began explaining the basics of one-handed hand seals, what to focus on, what techniques helped. Shino listened intently, absorbing every word. Once the lesson was done, Natsuki asked about his tastes, then went into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Shino watched Natsuki's back for a moment, then returned to his practice with renewed motivation. He knew full well the value of one-handed seals, especially in a clutch situation. Just like in the original timeline, when Sasuke and Haku had a standoff, and Haku launched an attack mid-stalemate with a single-hand seal. Had Sasuke been any slower, he would have been seriously injured. Though the Aburame clan specialized in insect techniques, they still practiced standard ninjutsu like the 3 basic jutsu and shadow clone. One-handed seals had huge potential. Before long, Natsuki had finished cooking and called Shino to the table. The cuisine in the world of Naruto leaned toward traditional Japanese fare, with an emphasis on individual servings. Natsuki adapted to the local culture and split the dishes accordingly. Shino, likely encountering Chinese food for the first time, raised his brows in surprise. He picked up a piece of meat and popped it into his mouth, and his entire expression changed. Natsuki, your cooking is amazing. This is delicious. Haha, it's just basic home-cooked food. Glad you like it. Natsuki wasn't being modest, what he made really was standard fare. It's just that Japanese food culture was a bit lacking. For someone like Shino who'd never had a different style of food, of course it tasted amazing. After finishing dinner, Shino didn't linger. He stood up and got ready to leave. Want me to walk you home? It's already dark. No need. I'm safe. See you tomorrow, Shino replied and disappeared into the night. Natsuki looked around, didn't see any sign of him, then closed the door, cleaned up the dishes, and entered the gravity training room, time to work off that full stomach with some tree climbing and water walking. Meanwhile, Shino had just returned home, where his father, Aburame Shibi, was already waiting. Seeing his son return safely, Shibi exhaled a quiet breath of relief. Shino, why are you home so late today? I had dinner at a friend's house, Shino replied honestly. Shibi's sunglasses practically lit up. Oh. You've already made a friend. And even had dinner at their house. Not bad at all. Clearly, he was very pleased that his usually reserved son had managed to make a friend. Dad, actually, I have something to discuss with you. Shino then explained everything about Natsuki, from the dinner to the lesson and the context behind it, then waited quietly for his father's response. Shibi looked thoughtful. That friend of yours is a real genius. Not from a shinobi family, yet already developed one-handed seals on his own. That's incredible. And he seems like a good person, he'd rather sell the technique than take advantage of a friend. You're right to trust him. Here's what we'll do, offer him 100,000 Ryo as payment for teaching you. Shino was stunned. 100,000. Shibi ruffled his hair with a chuckle. A single B-rank mission earns between 80 to 200,000. This is perfectly fair. What, you want to offer him 1 million instead? If you're worried it's not enough, just help your friend more in the future. Shino nodded silently. Then his father stuffed a thick wad of cash into his hands, leaving him frozen in place. He had originally planned to use his own allowance. Shibi gave a warm smile. I'm glad you made a friend, Shino. It makes me happy as your father. Money's not an issue, don't worry about it. Thanks, Dad. The next day at noon, Shino brought Natsuki to a dango shop and treated him to lunch. He also handed him the envelope full of money. Natsuki let out an awkward laugh. You could have waited until after you mastered it. No rush. Shino quietly ate his dango. Doesn't matter. I'll learn it soon. Natsuki didn't refuse. He accepted the money and asked how Shino's training had gone. Not that he had to monitor Shino closely, this wasn't Naruto they were talking about. Shino was diligent and disciplined. If he had any problems, he would bring them up on his own. And with his level of talent, once he grasped the basics, learning wasn't hard. With 100,000 Ryo now in his hands, Natsuki no longer had to worry about starving. He could finally start planning his training more seriously. During the day, it would be class time. In his free hours, he'd review the school textbooks, especially the outdoor combat classes and practical subjects. In the mornings and evenings, he'd train in the gravity training room. For now, he'd set the gravity to 2x. He was still a kid, overdoing the weights could stunt his growth, and that would defeat the whole purpose. As for his training style, he followed the Kamisenin, turtle hermit, method, delivering milk, digging fields, mining, swimming, nothing too extreme, but comprehensive enough to work out his entire body. With proper meals and nutrients afterward, he would make solid progress during his student years. As he got older, he'd gradually increase the gravity and intensity. But that was for the future. He also kept Master Roshi's words in mind: train hard, eat well, sleep well, and study well. Eating and sleeping especially, absolutely critical for a child's development. Now that he had a stable food supply, Natsuki decided that aside from the first of each month, he would never train past midnight. Every night, he'd sleep on time. After all, he had to wake up early the next day to deliver milk. This morning, under 2x gravity in the training room, Natsuki was carrying a heavy basket of milk and climbing a steep mountain path. He had no idea how far he'd walked, his legs were shaking, and his whole body was drenched in sweat. He grit his teeth and pressed on. He had intentionally set the milk route to be long and hard, climbing, wading through streams, navigating all sorts of terrain. Chakra was forbidden, making it even harder. It was brutal. After what felt like forever, he finally delivered the milk to the target location. Then he grabbed a glass and chugged it down, only to immediately gag and roll his eyes. As expected, food produced inside the training room had no taste. If it had, he wouldn't have to worry about groceries. Not that he was complaining, this system of his was already incredible. Asking for more would just be greedy. He finished training, took a hot shower, had a hearty breakfast, then rushed off to school. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 10, Chapter. Shino had arrived early. When he saw Natsuki, the reflection on his sunglasses was practically gleaming. In a low voice, he said, "Natsuki, I've already mastered it." Natsuki wasn't surprised. "It's only been a few days, and you've already learned it. As expected, you've got real talent. It's because you taught me the trick." Shino replied humbly, "It helped me a lot. I feel like my chakra control has become more refined, and my strength has improved too." "Thank you, Natsuki." Natsuki waved him off. "No need to thank me. You paid for it. Besides, the stronger you are, the safer I feel. If we end up in the same team someday, I'll definitely trust you to watch my back. Of course, I'll train hard too, so you can trust me to guard yours." Yeah, sounds kinda romantic, but don't get the wrong idea. This is a promise between comrades to protect each other. It's touching and passionate, got it? Shino didn't say anything more, but nodded seriously. For a ninja, being able to entrust someone with their back meant being partners through life and death, the most trustworthy kind of friend. He, Abirame Shino, would not betray that trust. Today's lesson was chakra extraction and hand seals. Though many had already learned it, some students had never even been exposed to this before. Over the past few days, they had only just learned to read and picked up a bit of history. Chakra extraction and hand seals, though, were absolutely essential lessons. Irika stood seriously at the podium, afraid his students wouldn't understand. He truly worked hard to be a good teacher. But while the students who had already learned could afford to slack off a bit, those who hadn't mastered it were also goofing around, and that pushed Irika over the edge. He grabbed the chalkboard eraser and hurled it with precision, hitting a certain spiky blonde right on the head. Then came the roar, "Naruto. You think you can slack off just because you've learned hand seals? You dare say you want to be Hokage like this? Get up here and show me your seals." The blonde immediately wilted and trudged up to the front, dragging his feet through a slow, clumsy performance of the hand signs. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, pig, these are the 12 basic seals. They're not hard per se. The key is proficiency. Especially in battle, you can't afford to fumble the signs. One wrong move, and it could cost your life. But Naruto was a dunce. Worse yet, he didn't take learning seriously. Mistake after mistake, it was a mess. Natsuki watched Naruto's miserable attempts and couldn't help but cover his face. That kid had really been kind of dumb when he was younger. And despite constantly shouting about wanting to be Hokage, he never put in the work. It just came across as empty bragging. Without a teacher's guidance, it was no surprise he was always dead last. If Jiraiya hadn't taken him in later on, forget becoming Hokage, he'd probably be stuck as a genin forever and end up as a joke. Passion and hot-bloodedness are fine if you're the protagonist. If you're not, those lines are just empty talk. Always yelling, Hokage this, Hokage that, how about you actually study first? It's fine not to know things at the start. But listen in class. Ask the teacher for help after school. Iruka was fuming too. He roared, Naruto. Don't even think about going home after class. Come to my office, I'll give you one-on-one tutoring. You're not allowed to leave until you get it right. Naruto was dumbfounded. Huh? Iruka-sensei, you can't be serious. I was gonna ask Sakura to hang out after class. You. Ask a girl out. Dream on. But. No buts. Come to my office after class. Got it. Okay, geez. Naruto ultimately gave in. He probably knew Iruka was doing it for his sake. But still, he really liked Sakura. He genuinely wanted to hang out with her. But just as Naruto returned to his seat, Sakura's cold voice cut through the air, Naruto, don't flatter yourself. I'd never agree to go out with you. Smack. Naruto's heart shattered on the spot. Of course. Sakura had always had a thing for that aloof Sasuke guy. She'd never looked at Naruto kindly. No matter how many sweet words he spoke, no matter how hard he tried to win her over, he only got scolded or even beaten up. Still, he liked her. What could he do? Natsuki watched Naruto's dejected figure walk back and sighed. Like Hinata, he rolled his eyes. This guy. Always shouting about becoming Hokage, but he's constantly chasing girls. Is this how you achieve your dreams? And he's only 6 years old. Isn't this way too early to be chasing romance? Also, if you're going to chase someone, at least pick a better girl. Hinata is so sweet, and she only has eyes for you. How are you this blind? Seriously, I can't bear to watch. Thankfully, Natsuki only grumbled to himself. He wasn't going to get involved in the main character's drama. After class, Naruto was dragged away by Iruka. Natsuki, of course, was planning to bring Shino home, to see if he really had mastered one-handed seals. Also, to treat him to a meal and strengthen their bond. Since they were building friendships, he figured he might as well invite 2 more friends too. He turned to the 2 who were about to head home. Shikamaru, Choji, want to come over for dinner. The veggies in my garden are at the end of the season. Planning to cook them all and plant a new batch. Shino and I probably can't finish it all. Want to join? Hearing the word food, Choji agreed without hesitation. I'm in. Shikamaru scratched his head. How troublesome. Tell me where your house is first. I'll go home and grab some deer meat. There's been a surplus lately, too much to eat at home. You guys can help out. See. He grumbles about trouble, but he still agrees, and even brings meat. Who wouldn't like a friend like that? Shino chimed in, Natsuki, your garden doesn't have many vegetable varieties. I'll grab some from my house, let you all taste the fresh vegetables grown by the Aburame clan. Choji munched on chips and added casually, then I'll go grab some snacks. You guys. Natsuki rubbed his forehead. Do whatever you want. But you don't have to be so formal when coming over. We're friends. I just wanted to have a nice meal together. They just smiled. But there was no way they'd show up empty-handed. Natsuki let them be. After giving his address, they split up. He went straight to the market, bought some pork and pig's feet, grabbed some tomatoes and eggs, and even picked up 2 chickens. He didn't know that many home-style recipes, but since he was hosting friends today, he was giving it his all. He didn't know how to cook deer meat, so Shikamaru would have to handle that. When he got home, he immediately started cooking a big pot of rice. After all, Choji's appetite was huge. He had to prepare plenty. And the variety of dishes couldn't be too few either. Though his family wasn't wealthy, he refused to be stingy when hosting guests. Just as Natsuki was prepping the pig's feet, Shino showed up with 2 large baskets of vegetables. Natsuki looked at him, speechless. Shino, are you setting up a market stall or something? Shino responded matter-of-factly, we grow a lot of vegetables at home. Might as well bring more since we can't finish them. Oh, right. Let me show you my one-handed seals. Tell me if there's anything wrong. This guy knows how to change the subject now. Fortunately, Natsuki didn't press him. He watched as Shino performed the Henge no Jutsu, Kawarimi no Jutsu, and Bunshin no Jutsu using one-handed seals, and nodded in approval. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 11, Chapter. Shino, you've indeed mastered one-handed seals. Just keep practicing from now on. Oh, and make sure both your left and right hands are equally skilled. Also, try switching other jutsus to one-handed seals to get familiar with them. In battle, it'll definitely come in handy. Natsuki gave a few reminders while tossing the prepped pig's feet into a pot to stew, not forgetting to add tangerine peel, and having soybeans ready too. Actually, lotus root would have been even better, but that stuff's ridiculously expensive. Even if he bought some, it wouldn't be enough, especially with Choji coming. Better to go with soybeans instead. Seeing this, Shino promptly helped with washing vegetables. Not long after, Shikamaru showed up carrying a huge chunk of venison, along with a grill and spices. A real lifesaver. Choji didn't bring much in the way of snacks, but he did bring a big slab of beef. Salivating, he said, I told my parents I was eating at a friend's house, and they insisted I bring some beef. Hee, since Shikamaru brought the grill, let's roast it all together. What a pain. I'll do the grilling then. That was just Shikamaru being Shikamaru, always grumbling, but when it came to friends, never cutting corners. Natsuki quickly offered, leave me some of the beef. I'll make a few dishes with a different flavor. Naturally, neither Shikamaru nor Choji refused. It was Natsuki's treat, after all. Whatever he wanted to do, they were just the support crew, waiting to eat. At that moment, Natsuki was busying away alone in the kitchen, while Shino, Shikamaru, and Choji set up for grilling outside. Shikamaru casually asked, Shino, this isn't your first time visiting Natsuki's place, right? Shino nodded, with a hint of pride in his voice. Natsuki invited me over once before. His cooking is amazing. I was the first friend to taste it. It's really that good. Then I'm gonna eat my fill today. Choji's stomach was already growling, especially as waves of delicious smells wafted through the air, making him drool uncontrollably. Fortunately, Natsuki was efficient. In no time, he brought out dish after dish and even set out a few bottles of fruit juice. Looking at the table loaded with food, soybean stewed pig's feet, garlic shoots with cured pork, tomato scrambled eggs, spicy stir-fried chicken, spicy beef, white-cut chicken, stir-fried greens, pork veggie soup, grilled venison, grilled beef, and a massive pot of rice on the side. Shikamaru twitched at the corner of his mouth. Tea this much, can we finish it all? Choji swore solemnly, of course we can. And it all looks so good, I won't leave a single bite. Shino was also clearly tempted. The last time he'd eaten Natsuki's cooking, he couldn't forget the taste. Now the dishes were more plentiful and even more enticing in smell and appearance, surely the taste wouldn't disappoint. Natsuki scooped a bowl of rice for each of them, a big one for Choji, and even placed a whole bowl of rice beside him just in case. He also gave everyone an empty bowl and prepared communal chopsticks and spoons. After all, the custom in this world was to eat separately, and Natsuki followed suit. All right, don't be shy. Let's eat. As the host, Natsuki took the first bite, and the others followed eagerly. In no time, the table was silent, everyone too focused on eating, afraid to fall behind. What they thought was too much food vanished quickly, with even the pig's foot soup cleaned out by Choji. By the time the sky darkened, all four of them were slumped in their chairs, the table a complete mess. Burp, I'm stuffed. That was too good. I want more. Choji was clearly not done. Natsuki, your cooking's really something, Shikamaru praised sincerely. Shino didn't say a word, just nodded repeatedly like he wanted to give 10 thumbs up. Clearly satisfied. Natsuki was also pleased. Not just because he wanted to befriend these three, but because eating with friends was a lot better than sitting alone every day. Truly, humans aren't meant to be alone, friends are a must. Alright, don't just sit there all full. Let's get up and walk around, or your stomachs will hurt when you sleep. Natsuki urged them to get moving. They all took a stroll around the neighborhood and soon wandered onto the main street, where the smell of food from various stalls drifted toward them. Choji looked tempted again but was quickly held back by the others. As they passed Ichiraku Ramen, they saw Irika-sensei eating with Naruto. Naruto was all smiles, clearly delighted to have Irika eating with him. That pair, clearly not related by blood, would one day grow even closer than father and son. This was probably the beginning of that bond. Shikamaru looked at Naruto's back and casually asked, Natsuki, what do you think of Naruto? I use my eyes to look at him. Natsuki rolled his eyes. But he could more or less guess what Shikamaru was thinking. After all, Shikamaru came from a prestigious ninja clan and was smart enough to know a lot of things. He was probably feeling conflicted about Naruto. As of now, Shikamaru and Choji weren't friends with Naruto yet. They hadn't skipped class together or bonded. Maybe Shikamaru wasn't sure how to treat Naruto. As the heir of the Nara clan, closely tied to the Sarutobi family, the idea of befriending a Jinchuriki might be seen as controversial. He's just a hot-blooded idiot. That was Natsuki's verdict. To a kid, if you disregard the village's talk of the Nine Tails, Naruto was just that, an overly passionate, slightly dumb kid. Shikamaru didn't actually need to worry. As a child of a major clan under the Hokage's faction, if it were truly forbidden to befriend Naruto, his elders would have warned him already. Overthinking it was just falling into a trap of his own intellect. Hot-blooded idiot, huh? Shikamaru repeated the phrase, then chuckled. Yeah, that fits. Everyone says I'm smart, but Natsuki, you're not dumb either. Maybe even smarter than me. Natsuki waved it off. I don't believe in IQ scores. They say even the wisest make mistakes, and even fools can get it right once in a while. I just know I need to think things through. But you really are smart, Shikamaru. Sometimes, though, you don't need to overthink. What you need is to find the essence of things. Shikamaru's eyes widened in surprise, like he was seeing Natsuki for the first time. The essence of things. What's that? Natsuki grinned and pointed at Shikamaru. Hard to explain, but let me give you an example. You, Nara Shikamaru, on the surface, you're the heir to the Nara clan and known as a genius. But your essence is just a lazy fish with a bit of a brain. One that hates trouble, refuses to flip over, but ends up being forced to lie under the sun until it's dried out. Shikamaru slapped his forehead and laughed. That's a pretty accurate description. Maybe I really am just a dried-out lazy fish. But I get it now, what you mean by the essence of things. Essence wasn't about surface-level labels. It was the real, raw truth. Just like Naruto, son of the fourth Hokage, Jinchuriki, Sakura's hopeless admirer, all just labels. His essence? Just a hot-blooded idiot. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 12, Chapter. Time flew like a fleeting horse, more than 20 days had passed. During this time, Shikamaru seemed to have come to some realizations and somehow ended up becoming friends with Naruto. Maybe it was because they got punished together for skipping class. Naturally, this led to Choji also becoming friends with Naruto. Even though Inuzuka Kiba didn't have Akamaru yet, he too often wandered off during class hours and, with Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji, formed what people started calling the skipping class 4. Even Natsuki and Shino, due to their relationship with Shikamaru and Choji, occasionally tagged along with Naruto for river games or street wandering. Though not exactly close friends, they at least became familiar with each other. To Naruto, school life now felt blissful. He had a teacher who cared for him, friends who didn't discriminate against or hate him, and even a girl he liked. Every day was filled with laughter and fun. He was fully immersed in happiness. Natsuki maintained his usual stance, he wasn't close to Naruto but always treated him with friendliness. And since his interactions with Naruto were purely due to Shikamaru and Choji, surely Hiruzen or even Danzo wouldn't be dumb enough to suspect him of deliberately getting close to the Jinchuriki. But Natsuki didn't have time to worry about that. He was focused on his training plan. While he couldn't grow stronger overnight, his progress each day was significant. His physical strength had clearly improved, his chakra reserve steadily increased, and through consistent studying at school and the library, his body and mind were growing rapidly. Tonight was the first of the month again, the second activation of the special laboratory state. It was extremely important to Natsuki. He had already prepared his research project and was now double-checking every detail, hoping everything would go smoothly tonight. Suddenly, noise erupted nearby, causing Natsuki to frown. What's going on? He asked, clearly annoyed. It's at the school training field, Shino said as a bug returned to his fingertip, relaying what it had seen. 7 second-year students are trying to bully Naruto. He's arguing with them now. Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba already rushed over to try and break it up. We're going to. Natsuki had a bad feeling. Not only was his train of thought interrupted, but he suspected this might turn into a fight. If it was just Naruto getting into trouble, Natsuki wouldn't bother. But with Shikamaru and Choji involved, they were bound to get dragged in, and as their friend, he couldn't just sit back. Shino seemed to think the same and didn't object. The two of them quickly left the classroom and ran straight for the training field. By then, a crowd had gathered. Angry voices rang out, Naruto's indignant shouting and curses from others. Things like, damn fox demon, and, why don't you just die, could be heard. Technically, the third Hokage had issued an order, no one was allowed to mention the Nine Tails around Naruto, let alone bully him. Even students were included in this directive. But these second-year kids, who knows if they were just too angry or too dumb, were brazenly shouting it in public. Bold, to say the least. Naruto was especially sensitive about being called the fox demon. He didn't know how to respond. Surrounded by the scornful, disgusted eyes of the onlookers, he felt isolated all over again. Just then, Choji tried to step in. Come on now, we're all classmates. No need to act like this. But the leader of the second years glared at him. "Shut up, you fat pig. Mind your own business, or I'll curse you out too." Fat pig. Did you just call me a fat pig? That hit Choji's bottom line. His anger exploded, he charged forward and landed a punch right on the guy's nose, drawing blood. That stirred the hornet's nest. The 7 second years flew into a rage and rushed at Choji. Shikamaru clicked his tongue, clearly irritated. What a pain, don't these guys have better things to do? Even so, he ran toward the fray. When it came to his friends, he'd never back down. Anyone who insulted Choji was asking for it. Kiba, meanwhile, was thrilled. He charged in yelling, "Naruto, you coward. We're the ones helping you. These guys. Watch me knock 'em flat. You just stand there and enjoy the show." "Humph. I'm not just gonna stand here." Naruto, moved to tears by his friends jumping in to help, shouted back with reddened eyes and charged in too, determined to beat the ones who insulted him. But someone else was faster. Just as one of the bigger kids raised his hand to hit Choji, a dark blur flashed forward and grabbed the kid's wrist. Picking on someone smaller. "I won't go easy on you." With a cold snort, Natsuki squeezed the boy's wrist, making him scream, then slapped him hard across the face, sending him staggering back. Another boy lunged at Natsuki from behind, but was swiftly kicked down by Shino, who had arrived silently. Seeing his friends join the fight, Shikamaru's confidence surged and he dove into the melee. However, the 7 second-year students were still older and bigger, with more strength and better brawling skills. Since chakra wasn't allowed, Shikamaru's group quickly fell behind. Only Natsuki and Shino, thanks to their constant training, didn't flinch even when facing older opponents. In fact, they had the upper hand. Truthfully, Natsuki could have taken down all 7 alone. But he didn't. He deliberately took a few punches and kicks now and then. If he looked too capable, he might attract the attention of those lurking in the shadows. Better safe than sorry. Who knew what those rats in the dark were thinking? Caution kept the ship afloat for 1,000 years. Fortunately, the commotion was big enough to draw the attention of a teacher. "What are you doing? Fighting on school grounds? You think you're tough? I'm reporting this to the Hokage. Get ready for punishment." Irika's voice boomed across the field, and the brawl immediately halted. Even though the Hokage was just the village chief, he was also the highest authority, and a role model to many students and shinobi. If he found out about this fight, not only would it ruin their image, but there was also the risk of public reprimand. It would be humiliating. Within 10 minutes, the crowd had dispersed, leaving only the two sides of the fight behind. Irika was fuming. "Speak. Why were you fighting?" Natsuki stepped up first, raising his hand. Reporting, "Sensei. Shino and I heard that second years were bullying Shikamaru and the others, so we came to help. As soon as we got there, we saw them about to hit Choji, so we stepped in. But they were aggressive and refused to back off. We had no choice but to fight." Shino nodded firmly. "That's exactly what happened. You know me, Sensei, I'm well behaved. I don't fight." Shikamaru chimed in. "You know me, Sensei. I'm lazy and skip class sometimes, sure, but I've never argued or fought with classmates. They picked the fight. We just defended ourselves." Choji added, "Sensei, you know I only like eating. I don't like fighting." End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 13, Chapter. The 7 second-year students turned red with rage upon hearing that. Seriously? Each one of you just dumped the blame so cleanly like you're saints. Don't act like you're totally innocent. Sure, we started it by calling him a fox demon, but it was that damn fatso who threw the first punch. Irika's sharp gaze fell on the 7 second years, making them shrink back instinctively. Kids were naturally scared of their teachers, especially ones who had the power to report them to the Hokage. There was no room for disobedience. Finally, the ringleader timidly spoke up, "Irika-sensei, we actually lost a sparring match to Hyuga Niji earlier and were still pissed about it. Then we saw the fox, that blonde brat walk by, and we just felt annoyed and yelled at him. Then that fat the student eating chips tried to step in and calm things down. We got mad and cursed him too. We didn't expect him to punch us right away. So they started it." Irika stared at the boy for a good while, confirming that he was telling the truth, or at least part of it, and finally understood the situation. He rubbed his temples in frustration. A student brawl wasn't a big deal in itself. Usually, a stern lecture and punishment would take care of it. But Irika wanted to be a good teacher, someone who guided these kids down the right path. Especially since this involved Naruto, it wasn't that simple. He spoke seriously, "I'll report this to the Hokage. What happens next will be up to him. But before that, let me ask, do you all realize what you did wrong? The 7 second years nodded quickly. Yes, sensei, we were wrong. Natsuki, however, met Irika's eyes directly, his voice unwavering. Sensei, it's wrong to fight in school, but I won't admit fault. Shikamaru and Choji are my friends, and they'll be my comrades after we graduate. If they're being bullied, I won't just stand by. Shino had his hands in his pockets. Same. Shikamaru scratched his head. TCH, such a drag. Irika-sensei, forget right or wrong for now. You go report to the Hokage. Choji, Kiba, and Naruto all had that same, not gonna apologize, look. Especially Choji, he'd been called a fat pig, and in his mind, punching the guy was more than justified. He'd done nothing wrong. Irika's headache only got worse. In the end, he punished all of them with handstands while he hurried off to the Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was using his crystal ball to monitor the situation at the school's training field. He casually pulled out the student roster from his drawer. He already knew Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Shino well, they were all from major clans. But this kid, Natsuki, was someone he was seeing for the first time. Reading through Natsuki's file, Hiruzen didn't see anything unusual. Just an ordinary orphan with some talent in ninja tools, but otherwise average across the board. However, the fact that Natsuki could make friends with so many kids from major clans, and now stood up like that, he was either intentionally trying to win favor, or he genuinely had a strong sense of loyalty. Hard to tell. He'd have to ask Irika. Of course, the boy was only 6 years old, there wasn't much need to overthink it. At that moment, Irika arrived and quickly reported everything. Hokage-sama, that's the situation. What do you think we should do about the fight? If possible, I hope we can deal with it seriously so they'll realize what they did wrong. Your intentions are good, Irika, but we shouldn't be too hasty in assigning blame. Hiruzen spoke slowly and calmly, clearly in no rush. Irika, what do you think of these children? For example, this one called Natsuki, he seems to have a strong sense of camaraderie. If he becomes a ninja one day, I imagine he'll treasure his comrades too. Irika immediately recalled his impressions. Now that you mention it, Natsuki is actually quite well behaved. He pays close attention in class, actively studies after school, and often goes to the library. During outdoor lessons, he's very engaged and has shown talent in kunai and shuriken throwing. Him fighting today and refusing to apologize was really unexpected. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. So far, nothing seemed suspicious about the boy. Throwing skills weren't anything special. An Uchiha with Sharingan could easily surpass that. So he didn't seem like a prodigy worth special attention. His ability to make friends with so many kids from important clans probably stemmed from his personality. After some thought, Hiruzen still felt they needed to be punished. If not, it might set a bad precedent for other students. He made his decision. Irika, go back and have them run 10 kilometers, and copy the Will of Fire 10 times. They must turn it in within 5 days. If their handwriting is messy, they'll redo it. Yes, Hokage-sama. Irika accepted the order and rushed back in a hurry. Not long after, the office door slammed open. A middle-aged man with his right eye wrapped in bandages and his right arm in a sling stormed in, full of fury. Hiruzen. You've heard, haven't you? The Jinchuriki went berserk and got into a fight. Listen to me, hand him over so I can train him. If he loses control, it'll be too late. Give him to me, and I promise I'll turn him into a top-tier war machine. Danzo, that's enough. Hiruzen's expression turned stern. Naruto didn't go berserk. He's not out of control. Danzo ignored him and pressed on. Hiruzen, you're still too soft. No Jinchuriki ever stays sane. You can't control him. If the Ninetales goes wild again, you'll bear the blame. Shut up, Danzo. I'm the Hokage. You. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Slam. Danzo stormed out, furious. Natsuki, unaware of the drama playing out in the Hokage's office, was pretending to grit his teeth and do a handstand, while secretly observing the 7 second years. So they lost a sparring match against Hyuga Niji, got pissed, and happened to see Naruto. That's why they took it out on him. So basically, Naruto got dragged in because of his future brother-in-law. Hyuga Niji, huh? Wonder how strong he is right now. Could I beat him? Among the Konoha 12, only Guy's team was a year older, and ironically, they had the worst fate. Niji died, Tenten stayed single forever, and Rock Lee probably plateaued after his injury during the Chunin exams. Meanwhile, Naruto's generation. Every single one of them turned out pretty well. Life really is unfair. Just then, Naruto spoke up. Choji, Shikamaru, Kiba, Natsuki, Thank you for stepping in to help me. Natsuki rolled his eyes. I was helping Shikamaru and Choji. Also, you forgot Shino. Naruto blinked, then noticed Shino standing off to the side muttering to himself, and looked awkward. That wasn't his fault, Shino's presence was so low, he just hadn't noticed him. Naruto quickly apologized, sorry, Shino. Thanks to you too. Shino muttered, as expected. Naruto didn't even notice me. And I helped quite a bit. Naruto didn't know how to respond, but he still looked happy. Even if Natsuki and Shino had come for Shikamaru and Choji, they'd still helped him. That was enough. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 14, Chapter. After Irika returned, he announced the punishment decided by the Hokage. Running 10 kilometers. That was nothing. But copying the will of fire 10 times. That was just cruel. The book may be thin, but it had a lot of words. Copying it 10 times would practically break their wrists, and worse, it was basically a form of indoctrination. That old man Sarutobi was ruthless. Oh well. Might as well accept the punishment obediently. Natsuki flipped upright from his handstand and began to run. The others followed one after another. By the time school ended, the 10 kilometers were finally done. Everyone was panting heavily. Natsuki had to pretend to be tired too, forcing out quite a bit of sweat. After all, a 6-year-old running 10 kilometers without sweating or gasping for breath. That would look too suspicious. At that moment, Natsuki caught sight of a short-haired, white-eyed little figure peeking from a corner. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Who else could it be but Hinata, the ultimate peeking maniac? Back when he watched the anime, he already thought this girl was way too shy. Seeing it in person was even more exasperating. She couldn't even talk properly, let alone get close to Naruto. Natsuki looked at the goofy Naruto, then at the girl hiding behind a post, and his mouth twitched. You too. Want me to give you a hand? Oi. Hinata. Come over here for a sec. Natsuki waved at her. Hinata jumped, shrinking back reflexively. But after a moment, she poked her head out again. Under everyone's curious gaze, her face flushed red, but she still walked over slowly. Coming from the Hyuga clan, strict upbringing dictated that if someone called her by name, especially publicly, she had to respond. Naruto looked confused. Hinata. Why were you hiding in the corner? Hinata fidgeted with her fingers and mumbled, and Naruto-kun, I just. Natsuki cut in, Hinata, this guy's trash at hand-to-hand. Got beat up pretty bad and he's injured. Do you have any medicine? Give him a bit. What? Naruto-kun got badly hurt. I have ointment. Hinata immediately panicked, pulling out a container of ointment. She wanted to apply it for him but was too shy to get close. Naruto, annoyed, said, Hey. What are you talking about, Natsuki? Who's trash at hand-to-hand? I was just holding back. If I went all out, those guys would be flying. There he goes again, talking big. Inuzuka Kiba, flying, huh? You mean us? Everyone was speechless, but none of them said anything. They were too busy watching Hinata. Shikamaru and Shino, the two smart ones, seemed to catch on. When they saw Natsuki looking all smug and relaxed, and Hinata blushing like crazy while Naruto acted completely oblivious, they suddenly had a flash of insight. Ah. So that's what's going on. No wonder the little Hyuga girl had been hiding and peeking around. Naruto, of course, noticed nothing. When he saw Hinata blushing, he reached out and touched her forehead. Hey, you okay? Are you sick or something? Hinata's face turned scarlet and she fainted on the spot. Hinata. What happened? Naruto panicked, catching her in his arms. Hinata fainted blissfully in his embrace. Natsuki couldn't stop grinning. He didn't have strong feelings either way about the Naruto x Hinata ship, and he had zero intention of destroying Boruto at the source. Hinata had fallen hard for Naruto a long time ago. There was no place for anyone else to step in. Natsuki had awakened his past life memories far too late, he missed the window completely. Besides, even if he had the chance, Natsuki wouldn't interfere. Not because Hinata wasn't a good girl, far from it. But the Hyuga clan's rules were a pain. Marry Hinata, and your child might end up with the cursed seal of the caged bird. No thanks. Just that alone was enough to make Natsuki pass. Better not to start anything in the first place. It's not like there aren't other great girls in the ninja world. And it's not like he had to get married anyway. So he'd rather just quietly watch the ship sail from nearby, and maybe give it a little push now and then. With Hinata now Naruto's responsibility, the others dispersed. They still had to go home and copy the Will of Fire, after all. Natsuki returned home at top speed, had dinner and digested a bit, and exactly at 7 o'clock, entered the special laboratory space to begin his research. Project 1. Could Henge no Jutsu transform him into thin paper to replicate the Kami, paper drawing, technique from Rokushiki? Project 2. Combat applications of Bunshin no Jutsu. Project 3. Chakra shape transformation and chakra threads. Project 4. Chakra nature transformation, and infusing water nature chakra into the Rasengan. There were quite a few projects, but the first 3 wouldn't take too much time. The real challenge was the 4th, combining chakra shape and nature transformation. Naruto took a long time to develop Futon, Rasen Shuriken, and even though Natsuki believed his talent exceeded Naruto's, doing this alone with no teacher's guidance would be incredibly difficult. Most crucially, he had never seen chakra nature transformation. If he even knew a single Suiton Jutsu, even just a D rank, he could at least observe how chakra turned into water. But right now, he was completely in the dark, and could only approach the research with a try-and-see attitude. If it really didn't work out, he'd just make another deal with Shino. Surely Shino could get his hands on a D-rank scroll. No point just thinking. Let's get to it. First up, the first project. Natsuki visualized the form of thin paper in his mind and quickly performed the seals. With a poof, he did transform into a piece of paper, but it was as thick as a notebook. That just showed how poorly he had mastered the transformation jutsu. He couldn't freely control the form. And he didn't just want to become any paper. What he wanted was a paper-thin form, like a 2D cutout that swayed in the wind, light enough that a punch wouldn't land, the air alone would push it aside. That was the essence of Kami from One Piece's Rokushiki, a superb dodging technique, well worth researching. After all, Natsuki didn't have that many techniques to study at the moment. He pushed on, refining his image and transforming over and over. After half an hour, he finally succeeded in turning into a paper-thin version of himself. Then, using thought-controlled wooden puppets to attack, he found that no matter how heavy the blows were, his transformed body could easily dodge or be blown away, completely unharmed. Phew. Henge no Jutsu, Kami, completed. He returned to his normal form, extremely satisfied with the first project's success. But before he could celebrate, one of the wooden puppets smacked him on the head, making him wince. He'd forgotten to dismiss them. He quickly dispelled the puppets and rubbed his aching head. It didn't cause damage, but it still hurt. No time to waste. On to the second project. Combat development of Bunshin no Jutsu. This wasn't too hard, but definitely worth experimenting with. Bunshin no Jutsu created one or more chakra-based illusions with no substance or attack power. Its main purpose was to confuse opponents. Sounded great in theory, but the drawback was huge. Once the enemy realized which one was real, the technique became useless and was just a chakra drain. That's why it only appeared in the early stages of the original series, like the graduation exam, or in the Chunin exams during Sakura vs. Ino. It was ultimately treated like a useless textbook technique. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 15, chapter. But just a small change in how the technique was used could give Bunshin no Jutsu some real combat value. For instance, what if the clone and the real body moved as one during close combat? Normally, once the opponent figures out which is the clone, they can just ignore the illusions. But if the clone overlaps perfectly with the real body, it becomes impossible to disregard. Let's say I throw a punch, how would the opponent know if it's a real hit or just a clone's illusion? If they don't block or dodge and it turns out to be real, they get hit. But if they do dodge or block and it turns out to be a fake, they've wasted time and opened themselves up. It's not a particularly sophisticated move, but it could be quite effective early on, especially against rookies. Natsuki even gave it a name, Bunshin Gatai no Jutsu, Clone Integration Technique. He summoned a few wooden puppets again, formed hand seals, and layered a clone perfectly on top of himself. Then he began sparring with the puppets. Naturally, he got distracted, and once again got smacked in the head by a puppet. TCH. Damn it, get outta here, get outta here. Natsuki scowled. Ugh, I really must be losing it. Puppets can't react to illusions. I need an actual person to test this on. He realized he'd gotten too absorbed in his research again. 2 whacks to the head from his own puppets in one night. Still, this second project was more or less complete. He could test it later on a real opponent, maybe even during the next combat training class. It shouldn't raise too many eyebrows. Next up was the third project, chakra shape transformation and chakra threads. Natsuki's expression grew serious. He had already trained himself to create a Rasengan, meaning he had already mastered chakra shape transformation once. But this time, it was a bit different. What he wanted now was to create chakra threads. Chakra threads were mainly used for puppet control, and they were actually quite practical. But if he could combine chakra nature transformation with them, they could become truly deadly. For example, if infused with wind-natured chakra, could the threads gain razor-sharp cutting power? If infused with water, especially sticky water, could they act like webs with high adhesion? What if he infused them with lightning? Or fire? There was a lot to explore. But for now, since he hadn't mastered chakra nature transformation yet, he could only focus on creating the threads, making them as thin and durable as possible. He started by concentrating chakra into his palm, then began to stretch it out like noodle dough. Soon it elongated into a chakra strand, but one wrong move, and snap, it broke apart. All that effort wasted. But Natsuki wasn't discouraged. He tried again and again, like playing with dough. Thanks to his refined chakra control, once he focused completely, he managed to pull the chakra thinner and thinner. Half an hour later, he finally created a strand of chakra as fine as a strand of hair. That was very thin. Any thinner would probably be meaningless. However, when he gave it a light tug, it snapped immediately. So yeah, thin, but not durable. He needed to keep improving. 2 hours later, Natsuki raised his left hand and flicked his fingers. 5 chakra threads shot out from his fingertips and neatly wrapped around one of the wooden puppets. With a small tug, he yanked the puppet over without the threads snapping. Finally, durability secured. Creating the threads wasn't too difficult. The hard part would be using them effectively. Wrapping things up was just a basic technique. Controlling a puppet. That was the real deal. But puppet mastery wasn't easy. It required precise technique. Sunagakure was the expert in this field. If Natsuki wanted to develop puppet skills himself, it'd take a lot of time. Luckily, Natsuki didn't care much for puppet jutsu. Puppets were flashy in the early arcs, but in the later stages, they barely saw use. Too much work for too little payoff. Instead, he preferred the idea of infusing chakra threads with elemental properties, giving them qualities like cutting, adhesion, etc. If he could pull that off, they'd be way more useful in real combat. With that, the third project was done. And he still had over 6 hours left. Now came the final project, Chakra Nature Transformation plus Water Nature Chakra plus Rasengan Fusion. Natsuki stared blankly into space. He had no clue where to start. He didn't have any actual knowledge in this area. No one was teaching him either. He couldn't just wish it into existence. Screw it. Let's at least try. He summoned a sheet of paper in his palm and began to visualize soaking it with Water Nature Chakra. He was copying Naruto's original method. Naruto had wind nature chakra and trained by imagining cutting a leaf in half, focusing on the sharp, slicing nature of wind. Natsuki had water, earth, and lightning. He decided to start with water, and focused on its wet and flowing properties. If he could soak the paper using chakra, that would count as success. The next moment, he felt a cool sensation in his palm. The paper became damp, completely soaked. But instead of being excited, Natsuki just looked weirded out. He summoned another sheet of paper. Again, he imagined it soaking up water. FSSH, it got wet immediately. Natsuki's mouth twitched. Yeah, no. This isn't success. It's just this lab screwing me over. Everything in this lab bent to his will. If he thought of paper, it would appear. If he willed it to be wet, it would be wet. The lab's unique environment was interfering with his research. Just great. He sighed. Chakra nature transformation, it'd have to be done outside the lab. Preferably in the gravity training room or somewhere real. For now, there was nothing more he could research. It felt like such a waste of time. Research needs a foundation. Aside from chakra and the 3 basic techniques, I've got nothing. Even with all the knowledge I've gathered from books and lectures, it's still not enough. I need more. Like, ninjutsu. If only I'd learned a water release jutsu earlier, I wouldn't be fumbling around in the dark like this. Looks like, he'd have to talk to Shino again. But what could he trade this time? Natsuki mulled over it for a long while, then sighed. Still no idea. But he couldn't let the rest of his lab time go to waste. So he moved on to something else. He summoned a shuriken using thought, and started brainstorming ninja tool concepts. What if this shuriken wasn't just a normal shuriken? Say it's made from brittle material, filled with knockout gas or poison. Coated black to look like the real deal. The moment an enemy blocks it, boom. The whole thing shatters, poison in their face. Even if they dodge, I could tag it with an explosive seal. Totally unavoidable. Or, maybe it's a hollow core shuriken with steel wire packed inside. The moment it hits the ground, a mechanism fires, launching the wires and wrapping around the enemy's clothes or skin. Instant immobilization. Not bad. These ideas could be really useful in early stage fights against rookies. Problem is, I don't have the cash to custom make stuff like this. And besides, these kinds of weapons require excellent throwing skills. Thinking is fine and all, but in this lab, it doesn't mean anything unless I can actually make them work. I'd need someone in real life to help build this kind of stuff. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 16, Chapter. Natsuki thought for a moment, immediately ruling out Shino, Shikamaru, Choji, and the others. They weren't suited for this kind of task. Sasuke. Sure, his throwing technique was top tier. But that guy was standoffish and arrogant. He probably wouldn't even bother replying to Natsuki. And with the growing friction between the Uchiha and the village, it was better not to get involved with Sasuke for now. Tenten, maybe I should find Tenten. Natsuki suddenly thought of that girl with the floral Chinese-style buns, and for a second, he got a little lost in thought. Tenten was honestly one of the most underused members of the Konoha 12. She had such a cute design, but little spotlight in terms of combat. All she ever did was throw weapons, maybe with an explosive tag or two. Her one shining moment was when she picked up the Bashozen, one of the Sage of Six Paths tools, and blew a hole through Kakuzu's heart. Later, even though she acquired the Kahaku no Johei and the Benihiseigo, she never really got to use them. Still, Natsuki thought of her now because, well, her family probably owned a ninja tool shop. That meant they likely had money. If anyone could help custom make special shuriken, it'd be her. Maybe he could even sell his design to her, solving both the production and funding problem at once. Plus, after graduation, Tenten would be trained under Mato Guy. Thinking of that eccentric green-clad jonin, that man who almost ended the series with one kick, Natsuki couldn't help but feel fired up. He'd already thought about seeking out Guy to learn the Hashiman Tanko, 8 Gates released formation. In fact, when planning out his path to power, Natsuki had already set his sights on 3 major techniques, 8 Gates, the Hitaki Sword Style, and Flying Thunder God. The Hitaki Sword Style and Flying Thunder God were harder to get, but 8 Gates seemed more feasible, especially if he could get close to Guy. With the support of his gravity training room and the special lab, he believed he could master it in no time. Especially with the lab's safety net, even opening the 8th gate wouldn't kill him during training. But Guy might be simple, he wasn't stupid. You couldn't just shout "youth" a few times and get into his good graces. Just look at Lee. Guy took a long time to observe him, because Lee's situation mirrored his own, and only after Lee proved his dedication did Guy accept him. So don't assume Guy's easy to win over. Also, Natsuki had absolutely no desire to wear that green bodysuit and look like a kappa. Since that route wasn't happening, he decided on a detour, Guy's students. Lee probably wouldn't share 8 gates easily. Niji. Not the friendly type. That left Tenten definitely the easiest to approach. So, his plan was, go to Tenten under the pretense of needing specialized shuriken, build rapport, get close to Guy, then eventually meet Kakashi. If he got in good with those two, they might teach him both 8 gates and the Hitaki Sword Style. As for Flying Thunder God, he'd wait until after Hiraishin died. The plan sounds good, but reality's never that easy. And now's not the time to be thinking about that anyway. Natsuki slapped his cheeks, clearing his head of all the scattered thoughts. He redirected his focus and drafted 2 new research projects. Deepening Chakra Shape Transformation. Studying the Shunshin no Jutsu. Chakra Shape Transformation could take many forms. Rasengan and chakra threads were only the beginning. The more shapes he mastered now, the more versatile his techniques would be later. He wanted to experiment with a spinning top shape that could be fused with earth release, great for high-impact drills. Or a spinning disc, like Krillin's Destructo disc in Dragon Ball, which could be fused with water chakra to create a water disc slash. Basically, this was like playing with chakra dough. By shaping more forms now, he'd be laying groundwork for combining them with elemental transformations later. As for Shunshin no Jutsu, it was all about using chakra to increase movement speed, to the point of seeming like teleportation. Similar to Soru from One Piece's Rokushiki or Shuinpa from Bleach. Even without guidance, this was far simpler than chakra nature transformation. He was bound to gain something useful. After a full night of research, Natsuki arrived at school with dark circles under his eyes and collapsed into his seat to catch up on sleep. When Shino arrived and saw his friend like that, he couldn't help but recall the scene from last month. Funny, last time was also on the 2nd. Was this some kind of habit? He gently nudged Natsuki. Natsuki, did you stay up training again last night? Didn't Irika-sensei warn you not to stay up so late? Natsuki didn't even lift his head. I'll tell you later. Let me sleep for now. Wake me when the teacher arrives. Luckily, the first period was self-study. Why? Because Naruto, in protest of being made to copy the Will of Fire, had gone and vandalized the Hokage rock with paint. Irika had been so furious, he dragged Naruto to the Hokage's office to apologize. By the time Irika brought Naruto back, Natsuki had caught up on enough sleep to be functional. Still tired, but manageable. Natsuki, did you really train all night? Shino asked again. Yeah. I had a couple ideas, couldn't help myself. Got carried away and forgot to sleep. What can I say? Getting stronger is addictive. He sounded both proud and tired. Whether Shino believed him or not, Natsuki didn't care. With Irika now going over chakra extraction and hand seals again, Natsuki didn't bother listening. He just pulled out his notebook and began copying The Will of Fire. The Will of Fire may be a thin book, but come on. That one quote, asterisk, where the leaves dance, so too does the fire burn, asterisk could have summed it up. But Hiruzen somehow managed to turn that one idea into an entire book, repeating it in every way imaginable. Pure brainwashing material. Natsuki found it painful to copy, but didn't dare slack off. If the handwriting was too sloppy, he'd have to start over. Seeing this, Shino also began copying. Actually, everyone, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, was quietly copying too. Only Naruto was slacking off again. Not only was he blowing off the punishment, he wasn't even paying attention in class. Had he forgotten that this whole punishment was his fault? All of this started with you, you little yellow-haired menace. Still, thanks to their practiced hand-seal training, everyone's writing speed was fast. By the end of the class, Natsuki had already copied it 4 times. At this rate, they'd finish by the end of the day. Next up, outdoor training. Irika took the class out for warm-up laps, then shuriken throwing practice, and finally, paired sparring. These were all hand-to-hand combat drills. Most students didn't know any ninjutsu yet, and throwing tools could be dangerous, so taijutsu matches were the safest option. Of course, the 3 basic techniques were still allowed. Combining the 3 basic techniques with taijutsu was the bread and butter of ninja combat. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 17, Chapter. The first match, Sasuke vs Natsuki. Irika called out from the match sheet. Oh ho, time to fight the emo duckling. Natsuki instinctively looked at the cool and smug Sasuke, only to see Sasuke looking right back at him, his face full of arrogance, clearly thinking the win was in the bag. The rain had stopped, the sky was clear, and the emo duckling thought he was unstoppable again. Perfect. Since he's feeling cocky, this match will be easier. At that moment, Naruto started yelling, Irika-sensei. Let me go, let me go. I want to challenge Sasuke and beat his Estatabeo. Veins popped on Irika's forehead. Naruto, we're still not done talking about the mess you caused this morning. Naruto shrank his neck and dared not shout again, but deep down, he was seriously annoyed by how girls flocked around Sasuke and wanted nothing more than to punch that smug, pretty face. He didn't get the chance this time, but Natsuki did. So he raised his fist at Natsuki. Natsuki. Beat the crap out of that annoying Sasuke, Databeo. But Naruto forgot about Sasuke's cheer squad. Kaya. Sasuke-kun is so cool. Sasuke-kun, Ganbat. Shut up, Naruto. Sasuke-kun is the best. No one can beat him. Exactly. That Natsuki guy will totally get wrecked by Sasuke-kun. Natsuki's mouth twitched. He hadn't even said anything, and yet Naruto's hate got redirected to him. These love-crazed fans were getting out of hand. At Irika's signal, Natsuki and Sasuke walked to the center and exchanged the seal of confrontation. Begin. Irika had just called it when Sasuke charged in, probably wanting to end this easy match as quickly as possible. But he clearly underestimated Natsuki. Though Natsuki intended to keep a low profile, he wasn't going to act like a complete amateur either, he sure as hell wasn't about to get beat up for free. He used the basic taijutsu moves they were taught at school and exchanged a few blows with Sasuke, keeping his strength roughly at Sasuke's level. For a moment, the two were neck and neck. Naruto was thrilled and cheered loudly, "Go Natsuki! Hit him! Hit him!" But the girls' cheering was way louder. They shrieked and screamed, completely drowning Naruto out. Sasuke was clearly annoyed but also surprised by Natsuki's skill. Although they hadn't had many sparring matches since school started a month ago, very few people could last more than a few rounds with him. The rest of the class just kinda sucked at taijutsu, so it wasn't surprising he usually crushed them. This was his first time fighting this Natsuki guy, and he hadn't expected him to be decent. Still, basic taijutsu was nothing. Against the Uchiha style, he would definitely lose. So Sasuke swiftly switched to the Uchiha style taijutsu he'd learned from his beloved big brother and immediately took the upper hand. Natsuki kept dodging and blocking while watching the Uchiha style closely. He realized it was indeed more advanced than the standard academy moves. It wasn't just elegant like a dance, but its power execution was unique too. If only Madara were here to say, "Do you also wish to dance?" That would have been the perfect vibe. Seeing that he couldn't win in a straight-up fight, Natsuki didn't increase his power. Instead, he suddenly stepped back a few paces and quickly formed hand seals. Bunshin no Jutsu. Poof. But everyone blinked in confusion. Natsuki had clearly used the correct hand signs and called out the right technique, yet not a single clone appeared. Did it fail? Even Irika was puzzled. From what he remembered, Natsuki wasn't great at ninjutsu, but he could do the clone technique. And there had been no mistake in the hand seals just now, it shouldn't have failed. Naruto got anxious. Natsuki. What are you doing? It's just the clone technique, how could you mess it up? Even his friends were shocked. Shino, who knew Natsuki was holding back, was confused too. No matter how much you hide your strength, pretending not to know clone technique was a bit too much, right? Heh, looks like you're so nervous you can't even pull off clone technique. Why don't you just admit defeat? Sasuke got even cockier. But Natsuki didn't listen. He dashed forward and aimed a punch right at Sasuke's smug little face. Sasuke reached up to block, but his expression suddenly changed. The punch passed right through his block. A clone. When did it appear? The next second, a fist slammed into Sasuke's stomach and launched him into the air. He tumbled across the ground before quickly rolling back to his feet, clutching his stomach and glaring at Natsuki in shock. Natsuki now had 4 arms visible. 4 arms. What the hell? That punch just now, it was a feint. The entire class was stunned, and the girls' cheerleading was abruptly cut off. One by one, they stared in disbelief. Sasuke, the unbeatable Sasuke, had just gotten knocked back. Naruto was the first to react. I don't know what just happened, but that was awesome, Natsuki, Databeo. Ha ha ha. Take that, stupid Sasuke. Even you get knocked flying sometimes, Databeo. The girls glared daggers at Naruto, but they had nothing to say. Many looked toward Irika for an explanation. Irika, being a chunin, figured it out quickly. It was clone technique. Natsuki's clone technique didn't fail, it worked. The clone and the real body were merged, so it wasn't visible to the eye. Clone technique. Really? Still kinda confusing. Natsuki was smart. Usually, clones are used as decoys to distract the opponent, but they have no offensive power. If the opponent sees through them, they can ignore them. But Natsuki merged his clone and real body, using the overlapping visuals to confuse the enemy. That way, it's hard to tell which attack is real and which isn't. With Irika's explanation, the class finally understood. Everyone was impressed, they never imagined clone technique could be used like that. Even Sasuke had been caught off guard. Shino gave a small nod. He knew Natsuki wasn't hiding everything. He had to show some skill eventually, and this creative take on clone technique was definitely eye-opening. Still, it probably wouldn't matter to those lurking in the shadows. This little trick wasn't flashy enough to get their attention. Sasuke recovered, and the pain in his stomach lessened. He actually got serious for once. Natsuki, was it? I admit I underestimated you. That was a good move. But if you think that's enough to beat me, you're dreaming. Then come break the move, Sasuke. Natsuki charged again. His clone and real fist struck in tandem, forcing Sasuke to fall back repeatedly. Though Sasuke talked big, it was obvious he couldn't easily tell which hits were real and which were fake. Sometimes he blocked the clone, which opened him up to the real attack, and sometimes he didn't block at all and took the full hit. He got punched a lot. But Sasuke was clever. He suddenly stepped back, formed a quick string of hand seals. Bunshin no Jutsu. Poof. No visible clones appeared. Instead, he now had 4 arms, he had copied Natsuki's technique in that short amount of time and hid 2 clones inside his own body. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 18, Chapter. Not only did he apply it brilliantly, he even surpassed the original. What else could one say? That was the emo duckling for you. As expected of an Uchiha, his comprehension really was top tier. People often underestimated the clone technique, assuming that merging clones with the original body was just as simple. In truth, controlling a phantom clone wasn't easy at all. Not only did one have to maintain the clone without letting it disperse, but also keep it perfectly aligned with the real body, otherwise, it would fail to confuse the opponent. Even merging a single clone was difficult. But Sasuke. He merged 2 clones. That was on another level. Truly gifted. Just think back to right before the Chunin exams, Sasuke nearly got wrecked by Lee's front lotus. But after seeing it just once, he managed to learn a move that had taken Lee forever to master. No wonder everyone called Sasuke a genius. The title was well-deserved. That said, compared to Itachi, Sasuke was more of a standard genius. Itachi, well, he was off the charts. Kaya. Sasuke-kun is amazing. He instantly learned that move. Sasuke-kun is such a genius. Now that Sasuke-kun has 2 clones and Natsuki only has 1, he's sure to win. Calm down, will you? The number of clones has nothing to do with winning or losing. You love-crazed fangirls need to shut up already. Naruto, on the other hand, immediately shouted, Sasuke, you shameless bastard. You totally copied Natsuki's move and had the nerve to use it out in the open, Databeo. Don't you feel embarrassed? Sasuke flushed red and snapped, shut it, you dead last. Nani? You're the dead last. Naruto was about to yell more, but Iruka picked him up by the collar and tossed him aside. Under Iruka's glare, Naruto finally quieted down. Natsuki remained calm, smiling as he said, as expected of the Uchiha. A move I had to work hard to come up with, you picked it up instantly. I can only manage 1 clone, and you went and controlled 2. That's seriously impressive. Sasuke smirked. Then it's time to finish this fight. With that, he lunged forward. Natsuki didn't back down and charged in as well. The 2 clashed once more. This time it was even fiercer. To the onlookers, it looked like a storm of arms flailing between them. No one could tell which were phantom clones or which fist belonged to the real body. They traded dozens of blows. Sasuke got hit more than a few times, and Natsuki took a few hits too. Once he judged it was enough, Natsuki suddenly pulled back. Poof. The clone on his body vanished, and he staggered back, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. I give up. I'm out of chakra. Natsuki admitted defeat without hesitation, making Sasuke, who was just about to charge again, stumble forward and nearly faceplant. Iruka quickly declared, match over. Sasuke wins. But Sasuke didn't look the least bit happy. Not only had he failed to knock Natsuki out, he'd actually taken more hits than Natsuki did. If anything, he got the worse end of the deal. Still, the opponent surrendered, and Iruka declared it over. What could he do? How could you just give up? I didn't even beat you down yet. Sasuke growled as he formed the seal of reconciliation. Can't be helped. I ran out of chakra, Natsuki replied, forming the seal too, grinning all the while. After all, getting in a few good punches on the cocky duckling had been very satisfying. Sasuke always acted so smug, someone needed to bring him down a notch before his ego hit the stratosphere. The fangirls all cheered Sasuke's victory, completely ignoring the fact that his face was dark as thunder. Iruka glanced down at his clipboard again. Next match, Naruto Uzumaki vs Shino Aburame. Natsuki had just returned to the sidelines. Hearing that, he gave Shino a thumbs up. Good luck. Shino gave a slight nod and walked calmly to the center. Naruto bounced into place like a firecracker. Heh. I didn't get to fight that smug Sasuke, but Shino, prepare yourself. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage. Let me show you how awesome I am, Databeo. And he charged forward. The next second, KO. I've seen you're awesome, Shino said coolly as he turned and walked away, leaving Naruto face down on the ground, drawing laughter from the entire class. Not that they meant to be rude, Naruto had hyped himself up big time, and then that happened. He kind of brought it on himself. Nice one. Natsuki gave a thumbs up. You too, Shino replied, his sunglasses trained on Natsuki. Your take on clone technique was impressive. Most people would have trouble beating you. Without my insects, I probably wouldn't win either. You didn't happen to stay up late last night developing that, did you? Natsuki grinned and shook his head. Nah, just a simple clone technique, doesn't need an all-nighter. I'm working on something even better, but that's still a secret. Shino didn't press. As long as he knew Natsuki was strong, that was enough for him. The rest of the matches were nothing special, just weaklings flailing at each other. The girl fights were worse, face scratching and hair pulling galore. People watching couldn't stop rolling their eyes. Oh, except Hinata. She stood out quite a bit. The Hyuga's gentle fist was no joke. Even though Hinata hadn't fully mastered it, it was more than enough to handle the other girls. I wonder what Naruto-kun thought of my match. Hinata mumbled to herself as she shyly looked around for her crush, only to see him fawning all over that pink-haired girl. Her heart shattered into pieces right then and there. Natsuki saw everything and sighed at the fact he didn't have popcorn on hand. In the following days, after finishing the Will of Fire copy assignment, Natsuki finally got some breathing room. He could now go back to the plans he'd been working on in the secret lab. First priority, draft the blueprints for a special type of shuriken. It would be best to design a few more unique ninja tools as well, and then go find Tenten. Of course, he'd also look for Might Guy when he had free time. Maybe he could befriend him directly, though that path was uncertain. The Tenten route definitely had a higher success rate. Still, best to pursue both. After all, he wasn't letting the 8 gates technique slip through his fingers. Whether or not he could reach Kaga level, or even 6 paths level, might all depend on the 8 gates. The gravity training room primarily enhanced physical strength, which raised the upper limit of 8 gates usage. With a tough enough body, he might be able to open just 6 gates and still kick Madara's 6 paths form into oblivion. Compared to that, even the Hataki swordsmanship and Hiraishin had their limits. The 8 gates might actually be better overall. Enough thinking. Time to act. With some time to spare, Natsuki quickly jotted down designs for 2 special shuriken and brainstormed other types of ninja tools, like short guns and long guns. The ninja world did seem to have guns already, but they were mostly matchlocks and flintlocks, slow, clunky, with laughable range and accuracy. Fine for civilians maybe, but definitely not for ninja. It wasn't until Boruto that someone finally whipped out a Gatling gun and nearly mowed the brat down. Now that was satisfying. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 19, Chapter. Ahem, in any case, gunblade-type weapons might really have great potential. Better to design it first. Since matchlocks and flintlocks were too clunky, why not make a version that used chakra to activate the ammo? And it'd be even better if a spatial ninjutsu system could be installed inside the magazine. Every shot could summon a new bullet directly, or even special bullets stuffed with explosive tags. Now that would be satisfying as hell. Tenten would probably love it. Even if she was still a little kid, her talent as a weapon specialist should make her receptive to new ninja tools. By the time they got familiar with each other, and once Tenten graduated into Guy's team, Natsuki could naturally get to know Might Guy too. The 8 gates were calling. Oi. Natsuki, your smile's getting creepy, Shino reminded him. Huh? Oh, I was just thinking about something exciting, Natsuki replied awkwardly and went back to sketching his designs. Shino raised a brow in doubt but didn't ask further. He just couldn't figure out what kind of a happy thought could make someone smile like that. Only Naruto ever looked like that when fantasizing about Sakura. After school in the afternoon, Natsuki said goodbye to his friends and waited near the school gate. One by one, students from other years left campus, and before long, the person he was waiting for appeared. There she was, Tenten, her hair in 2 small buns, wearing a pink short jacket a size too small and dark green cropped pants. Cute and full of energy, yet with a hint of capability. Seriously, all the kids were cute when they were little. Sasuke was, Tenten was too. Natsuki didn't approach her immediately and instead followed silently behind. He failed to notice that Shino, who should have gone home by now, was actually peeking out from behind a utility pole not far behind. Watching Natsuki's back, Shino hesitated for a moment. Natsuki's been acting weird, so I planned to quietly observe him, but I didn't expect he'd be following a girl. It's just like how Hinata secretly stalks Naruto. No wonder he was smiling so creepily earlier, so he has a crush, huh? As a good friend, I have to investigate. Even so, he didn't hurry. With a female bug already planted on Natsuki, tracking him wasn't hard. No need to get too close and risk being discovered. Unaware of Shino tailing him, Natsuki just followed Tenten with a clear conscience. He watched her walk into a ninja tool shop and call out in a soft voice, "Papa, I'm home." So she was home. Confirmed. Her family really did run a ninja tool shop. No wonder they were so rich. Judging by how many ninja tools she threw away during the Chunin exams, she could bankrupt all of Team Kakashi on her own. He walked straight in and saw a chubby, well-fed shop owner greet Tenten with a bright, flowery smile. Tenten's parents were never mentioned in the original story, likely ordinary civilians. Whether they were still around before her graduation was unclear. But Tenten had always been cheerful, apart from her frustrations with her own strength, and was nothing like the ill-mannered Sakura, so she probably wasn't an orphan. When the shop owner noticed it was just a little kid entering, he immediately dropped the smile. "Hey, kid, what do you want?" Natsuki ignored him and walked right up to Tenten, putting on what he thought was a dazzling smile. "Hello, I'm Natsuki, a first year. May I know your name?" Tenten blinked but replied politely, "Hello, I'm Tenten." Natsuki followed up immediately with a compliment. "Tenten, huh? That's such a cute name. And you're really cute too." Tenten's cheeks flushed red. Clearly shy, she'd probably been praised by adults before, but never by a boy her own age. The shop owner's eyes darkened. His voice grated like nails on a chalkboard. "Kid. What are you doing here? Was this brat trying to flirt with his precious daughter?" Over his dead body. Natsuki, unfazed, pulled out 2 design drawings and handed them to Tenten. "I designed 2 special types of shuriken. I was wondering if your shop would be interested. Though, Uncle Shopkeeper, you're not a ninja, so you probably wouldn't get it. I'll show Tenten." That did it. The owner fumed. My family's been running a ninja tool shop for years, and you say I don't understand ninja tools. But Natsuki ignored him, focusing on Tenten as she flipped through the designs. He began explaining enthusiastically. First, this poison shuriken. It's made from fragile wood or ceramic, and filled with poison or knockout gas. If the enemy blocks it with a kunai, it shatters and sprays the contents. Even if they don't block, you can detonate it with a seal. It's like poisoning right in their face, super effective. Then there's this wire trap shuriken. It has a mechanism inside for steel wires. The point isn't to hit the target, but to embed around the enemy, on the ground or in trees. The mechanism then fires hooked wires to latch onto their clothes or skin. It's perfect for restraining and creating an opening to attack. Tenten nodded repeatedly as she looked through the designs. Despite being young, her talent in ninja tools was real. Not just in use, she had a sharp eye for design too. The shop owner peeked over and sneered, "Kid, you've got some interesting ideas, I'll give you that. But now that your designs are out, even if I don't buy them, I could just make them myself." "Dad. You can't do that." Tenten stood akimbo, scolding him. Natsuki clearly worked hard on these designs. Even if you don't want to buy them, you can't just steal his ideas. And anyway, I like these two shuriken. I'm buying them. Once they're made, I'm keeping them for myself. The owner instantly caved. Papa was just joking. If Tenten wants to buy them, we'll buy them. That said, he quietly shed a tear inside. His daughter was standing up for some punk. Curse this damn brat. Tenten finally smiled, turning to Natsuki. "Natsuki, how much do you want for these two designs?" Natsuki replied seriously, "I'm not really sure. You probably know better than I do. And you're so cute, Tenten, I believe you wouldn't rip me off. See cute or whatever." Tenten blushed again, then thought it over. "Let's do this, I think both of these designs are really good. I'll buy each one for 20,000 Ryo. That's 40,000 total, okay." Natsuki blinked, surprised. "That much? Are you sure? Shouldn't you ask your dad?" Back when he taught Shino how to do one-handed seals, he only earned 100,000, and that was a high price agreed upon by Shino's father. He didn't expect these two blueprints to fetch 40,000 outright. But Tenten nodded firmly. "I think it's worth that much. Just take it. Besides, if you can design stuff like this at your age, I'm sure you'll come up with even better tools in the future. Promise me you'll sell those to me too." Oh, so this price was to build a relationship. That young and already this socially savvy. Natsuki didn't say more. He silently accepted the money handed over by the fuming shopkeeper, then got to the point. "So Tenten, we're friends now, right? Can I come find you often from now on?" End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 20, Chapter. If we reach 2000 horsepower I will do a 2-chapter per day schedule on this FIC. Coming by often to see Tenten, brushing up on his presence, once Tenten graduated, it'd be perfectly natural to go looking for Guy's team. Wouldn't that be the chance to meet Guy? But, there were still quite a few years before Tenten graduated. He had to wait. If only he could bump into Guy someday, then he could shamelessly walk up and make friends, casually ask a few things about taijutsu, and once they got close enough, beg to learn Hashiman Tanko. The key problem was, he just couldn't bump into him. Konoha might be called a village, but it was actually huge. How could you just randomly run into someone? Sure, he could try asking around, but for a kid to suddenly inquire about a jonin he didn't know, anyone would find that suspicious. These days, even children could be spies. All in all, Tenten was his most stable route. He had to hold onto it tight. Plus, just like Tenten said, if she came up with some good ninja tool designs, she could bring them to sell. Wouldn't that take care of living expenses? 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Tenten blushed a little at those words, nodding instinctively. "Mem, we're friends now. You can come find me if you want." Natsuki smiled with satisfaction and said his goodbye, "Then I'll head home for now. See you." After leaving the ninja tool shop, Natsuki finally let out a breath of relief. Seeing it was getting late, he hurried toward home. But after only a few steps, something felt off. He suddenly turned around, and saw none other than Shino, wrapped up tightly, standing behind him. "Sure. Shino. What are you doing here?" Natsuki felt oddly guilty for some reason. "Sorry, Natsuki. I know everything now." Shino's sunglasses were gleaming. "I didn't follow you on purpose. I just thought you were acting a little weird and got worried, so I followed. I didn't mean to pry into your secret. You have to believe me." Natsuki was confused. "My secret? What secret? Shino had a look like, don't try to fool me. You were tailing a girl in a pink vest, just like how Hinata often tails Naruto. Plus, the way you were smiling today was super sketchy, like Naruto fantasizing about Sakura liking him. So, you must like the shopkeeper's daughter from that ninja tool store. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. What now? Natsuki didn't expect to be misunderstood by Shino, and for a moment didn't know how to explain. Looking back on it, yeah, what he did was kind of shady. He tailed Tenten, then used the ninja tool design as a reason to approach her. First thing he did when they met was praise her for being cute. Isn't that just like Naruto? But to be fair, Tenten was really cute, and besides, he was just trying to charm the little girl. Still, hearing Shino say all that, it really did sound bad. Like, legally questionable bad. She's only 7 years old, for God's sake. But then again, maybe it's not so bad. Natsuki rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Thinking about it, of Konoha's 4 great beauties, Sakura was just a hopeless romantic, Ino was all about looks, and Hinata was timid and hopelessly devoted to Naruto. Only Tenten had the best personality. A lot of Naruto fans shipped Tenten and Neji, but honestly, there was never any real romantic development between them. At most, there might have been some mutual fondness, but before anything could happen, Neji died. Tenten never married afterward, which left many fans heartbroken. But really, even if Neji hadn't died, he probably wouldn't have considered marriage anyway. He was a victim of the clan's main and branch family system. Would he really want to have kids and watch them get branded with the caged bird seal? Better to live alone forever. As for Naruto's promise to change the Hyuga clan once he became Hokage, what changed, exactly? All that happened was that Naruto's status gave him enough face for the Hyuga clan to avoid branding Boruto and Himawari with the seal. The clan itself stayed the same. So Tenten and Neji were doomed from the start. In that case, maybe he still had a shot. Tenten really was a great girl. And on top of that, she was rich. What's wrong with clinging to a rich girl's leg? Even better, once she graduated, she'd become Guy's student. As her boyfriend, wouldn't it be totally justifiable for him to learn the Hashiman Tanko? Natsuki thought about all that and gave Shino a serious pat on the shoulder. Shino, thank you. I honestly didn't think about it like that at first, I really just went to sell some ninja tool designs. But now that you've said it, I really do think Tenten is super cute. So I've made up my mind. I'm clinging to this rich girl for dear life. You've gotta help your bro out, okay? Shino stood there blankly. From what Natsuki was saying, had he misunderstood? But, not really. It sounded like Natsuki was really planning to chase after that girl in the pink vest. So Shino nodded seriously. Alright. If you ever need help, just say the word. A friend's lifelong happiness, I won't hesitate to support it. Haha. Thanks. Come on, let's go get some Ichiraku ramen, my treat. The next day after school, Natsuki dragged Shino along to Tenten's family's ninja tool shop. The moment the shopkeeper saw Natsuki, he blew up. Kid, you sure come by a lot. I'm warning you, don't even think about my daughter. Natsuki grinned and pointed at Shino. Shopkeeper Ajisen, this is my friend, Aburame Shino. Aburame Shino. From the Aburame clan. Judging by his outfit, it really was him. The shopkeeper immediately toned it down and smiled politely. Welcome. How can I help you? Looking for any ninja tools? Shino spoke coolly, we're here to see Tenten. Natsuki quickly added, I figured a day's time would be enough for her to make those 2 shuriken I designed, so I came to check them out. Is Tenten back? The shopkeeper really wanted to refuse, but since Tenten had already acknowledged Natsuki as her friend, and now there was even a kid from the Aburame clan involved, he couldn't turn them away. As a civilian, he actually hoped Tenten would make more friends, especially kids from shinobi clans like the Aburame. It'd help her when she became a ninja herself. So he said, those 2 shuriken are indeed ready. Tenten just got back and is testing them in the backyard. Come with me. Saying that, he led the 2 of them toward the rear. As they walked, Natsuki glanced around, inwardly impressed. As expected of a wealthy household, while the front of the shop looked modest, the backyard was huge. There was even a cleared training area just for Tenten. At that moment, Tenten was holding a shuriken, aiming at a wooden target. Hearing them approach, she turned around. Ah! Natsuki, you're here. And this is my friend and seatmate, Aburame Shino. We came to check out the new shuriken. Seeing Tenten's face slightly red, Natsuki found her cuter and cuter. Now that he was actually considering her, he could barely stop himself from smiling. He casually waved off the shopkeeper, thanks, shopkeeper Ajisen, you can go back to the shop now. The shopkeeper glared at this kid fiercely. Seeing his precious daughter ignoring her own dad and even blushing, he felt his heart crack. His sweet little girl had already caught some brat's eye at such a young age. This brat is so dead. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 21, Chapter. Remember that we need to get 2000 horsepower for double chapters. Forever. After the shopkeeper left, Natsuki walked up to Tenten and asked, "Have you tried out the shuriken yet?" Tenten shook her head. "I just got them. I was about to test them out when you showed up." Natsuki nodded and turned to Shino. "Shino, try it with a shadow clone." Without a word, Shino raised his hand, and a swarm of insects flew out, startling Tenten so much that she hid behind Natsuki. But then, the insects quickly gathered and formed into a humanoid shape, eventually taking on Shino's appearance. Natsuki gently reassured her, "Don't be afraid. The Abirame clan specializes in insect techniques. Shino is a strong and trustworthy comrade." Tenten gave Shino a curious look, no longer as scared. When the insect clone gestured for her to attack, she raised her poison shuriken and threw it. The insect clone blocked with a kunai, but with a loud bang, the poison shuriken exploded, releasing toxic smoke that engulfed the clone. Then Tenten tossed several wire shuriken, embedding them precisely around the clone. As the mechanisms activated, steel wires shot out, successfully hooking onto the clone's clothing. Just like I imagined. These two types of shuriken are perfect for ambush and restraint. From now on, they're going to be my exclusive tools. Clearly pleased, Tenten smiled with satisfaction. Shino dispelled the insect clone and commented, "The design of these two shuriken types is quite ingenious. If the enemy is unaware, they can be very effective. Tenten's throwing technique is also excellent, especially her precision control with the wire shuriken. Almost every strand was used effectively." Tenten placed her hands on her hips, beaming with pride like a little girl. "Humph. I might not be good at everything, but I am the best when it comes to throwing ninja tools." Natsuki chimed in with praise, Yes, our Tenten is the master of ninja tools." "Who's our Tenten?" Tenten blushed, too shy to continue. Natsuki found himself at a bit of a loss. After all, in both his lives, this was his first time trying to pursue a girl. The problem was, the girl was just 7 years old. Even if early relationships weren't frowned upon in this world, it still felt too young. Fortunately, Shino stepped in to help. "By the way, Tenten, you're in 2nd grade, right? Do you know someone named Hyuga Niji?" "You mean Niji-kun?" "Yeah, he's in my class." Tenten looked curious. "Why are you asking all of a sudden? Don't tell me you've got beef with him." Shino's sunglasses turned toward Natsuki, as if to say, "I set you up, now go for it." Natsuki quickly responded, "No beef. But remember a few days ago when there was that big school fight? Shino and I had some friends who got picked on by some second years, so we stepped in. Later, we found out that those second years were angry because they lost to Niji in a sparring match, and took it out on random students, who just happened to be our friends." Tenten's expression turned stormy. "So that's what happened. Those guys came back to class whining and playing the victims. Turns out it was their fault. Humph. Just because they couldn't handle Niji's juken, they went and bullied underclassmen. Pathetic." "Exactly. And honestly, they weren't that strong. They couldn't even beat me and Shino. So we were wondering, just how strong is Hyuga Niji?" "Niji-kun. He's really strong." As she spoke, Tenten led them into the living room and even kindly prepared drinks and snacks. Maybe it was rare for her to have friends over, because she seemed genuinely happy and eagerly continued the conversation about Niji. Though she didn't know much about the Byakugan or the gentle fist technique, she clearly had a high opinion of Niji: cool, strong, handsome. In class, Niji had the same status as Sasuke, popular with the girls and admired, or envied, by the boys. But unlike Sasuke's arrogance, Niji was just cold, thanks to the curse of the caged bird. As for Tenten, she wasn't like the love-struck girls. What she felt toward Niji was more like admiration. She admired Niji's strength, his powerful clan techniques and bloodline, and the fact that he was well-liked. "My dream is to become a kunoichi as amazing as Lady Tsunade. But after 2 years at school, I've realized my talent is just average. Only my throwing techniques are anything to brag about. I don't even know how to get stronger." Sigh. As she spoke, Tenten couldn't help but sigh. For someone her age, she thought way too much. Most girls at this age were focused on playing with friends, dressing up nicely, or which boy looked cute, like Sakura and Ino. But once Tenten set her dream, she had been working hard ever since. Unfortunately, with limited talent and no famous teacher to guide her, her progress had been slow, which was why she was so troubled. Now that the topic was here, Natsuki had something to say. He casually patted her shoulder. Tenten, talent is important, and hard work is important, but choosing the right direction and method is even more important. Tenten blinked. Direction and method. Exactly. Let me explain. Natsuki sat down beside her, speaking seriously. First, direction. You need to figure out your strengths and weaknesses, and then move forward in a way that maximizes your strengths and overcomes your weaknesses. For example, Jiraiya-sama, one of the legendary Sannin like Lady Tsunade, was a total idiot as a kid. He couldn't learn a single ninjutsu properly. Even with shuriken, all he could do was a move called, throw all the shuriken at once no jutsu. Throw all the shuriken at once no jutsu. What kind of move was that? Tenten giggled. She didn't expect one of the Sannin, Jiraiya, to be so amusing. Even Shino was surprised. Natsuki, are you saying Jiraiya-sama was a fool as a child? Is that true? Natsuki nodded solemnly. Totally true. You can ask around. Jiraiya-sama was trained by the third Hokage, and it said even the third tried every trick in the book but still couldn't teach him properly. Later, Jiraiya-sama learned the summoning technique and accidentally summoned himself to Mount Myaboku, one of the 3 great sage lands. There, he trained under the Toad Sage and eventually returned with great strength. He later proved himself on the battlefield. Tenten listened with fascination. When she was little, all she ever heard was how amazing and legendary Lady Tsunade was, and that's why she wanted to be like her. She never imagined that Jiraiya, also one of the Sannin, had such a legendary underdog story. A true example of a fool rising to greatness. Natsuki was right. Picking the right direction really was important. Jiraiya-sama was once so hopeless that even the Hokage couldn't teach him, yet he became powerful at Mount Myaboku. So what about her? Where was her direction? Who should she learn from? Tenten couldn't figure it out just yet, so she simply asked Natsuki directly, Natsuki, what do you think are my strengths and weaknesses? And how can I get stronger? Come on, Natsuki, tell me. I'll treat you to a feast. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 22, chapter. Remember that we need to get 2000 horsepower for double chapters. Forever. Treating him to a feast wasn't just talk, she actually did it. At Barbecue Q, Natsuki, Shino, and Tenten, 3 little kids, were grilling meat together. Shino was very considerate, claiming a seat on one side by himself so Natsuki and Tenten could sit together. As for the bill, of course it was on Tenten. After all, her family didn't lack money. Tenten earnestly placed freshly grilled meat on Natsuki's plate, clearly eager to hear his advice. Natsuki wasn't going to let her go hungry either and returned some meat to her plate. Meeting her expectant gaze, he began organizing his words. Tenten, we've only known each other for 2 days, so I'm not completely sure about your situation. But based on what you said about your school performance, I can tell you have 2 major strengths. 2 strengths? What are they? Tenten asked quickly. Ninja tool handling talent, and being rich. Being rich. Tenten was momentarily stunned. I can understand ninja tool talent, but being rich counts as a strength. Natsuki replied with full confidence, of course it does, and a big one at that. Hold on, don't rush, let me explain. Let's start with your weaknesses. First, your chakra reserves are quite low. Second, considering you were slow to learn the 3 basic jutsus, it suggests your ninjutsu talent isn't great, and your chakra control needs work. Third, in terms of taijutsu, your physical ability and strength are lacking, this needs urgent improvement. Tenten nodded. These were facts, she couldn't deny them. Thinking about how she had low chakra and little talent for ninjutsu, her dream of becoming a powerful kunoichi like Tsunade suddenly felt far away. Maybe, she wasn't cut out to be a ninja. Thankfully, Natsuki continued, next are your strengths. You have a high affinity for ninja tools, which means you have a good chance of mastering any type of ninja tool. So, if you can acquire powerful ninja tools and make them your strength, your power will rise naturally. Tenten pouted, Natsuki, it's not like I haven't thought of that. But aren't powerful ninja tools in the hands of powerful people? How am I supposed to get them? Seeing her adorable expression, Natsuki couldn't resist poking her cheek with his finger. That brings us to your second strength, you're rich. You can post missions to hire powerful ninja to find rare ninja tools for you. If you pay enough, plenty of people will be willing to do it. Posting missions. That was a thing. Not just Tenten, even Shino was stunned. The truth was, they'd fallen into a mental trap. As aspiring ninja, they were always thinking about taking missions to earn money. They never thought they could be the ones issuing missions. And part of it was simply that they were still kids and hadn't thought that far. But being rich truly was a powerful advantage. It could make a lot of things possible, including obtaining powerful tools. Natsuki looked at Tenten's dazed face and laughed. So, don't you think being rich is a strength now? Even if you wanted to find the location of the 6 Paths ninja tools, if you had enough money, someone would get that info for you. Believe it. I believe it. It made so much sense that Tenten couldn't help but believe. Now that she thought about it, maybe she'd just been living too comfortably and forgotten how powerful money really was. Ninjas take missions to earn money, so if her family had money, shouldn't it be natural for her to give missions? Even if the task is difficult, just pay more, right? In that instant, Tenten's mind opened up. Her excited little face turned a rosy red. She quickly placed more grilled meat on Natsuki's plate and praised sweetly, "Natsuki, you're so smart." Natsuki happily munched on the barbecue. After a bit, he continued, "Besides that, Tenten, there are still other areas we don't know about, like genjutsu, medical ninjutsu, and space-time ninjutsu. If you have talent in genjutsu, you should train it seriously. Pairing genjutsu with your ninja tool techniques would make fighting enemies much easier. If it's medical ninjutsu, then Lady Tsunade is the best. If you have talent there, you must study it well and maybe even ask her to take you as a student someday." Tenten nodded eagerly, remembering everything. Natsuki's advice was practical, and she completely trusted him. "But how would I know if I have talent in those areas?" she quickly asked. "Ask your teachers. Or better yet, spend money, buy beginner-level genjutsu scrolls from the village ninja, and go study medical ninjutsu at Konoha Hospital." Okay. And, what's space-time ninjutsu? Simple example, summoning jutsu. You can summon ninja tools, or summon beasts. Lady Tsunade's summon is the slug sage from Shikatsu Forest, one of the 3 great sacred places. Jiraiya-sama's summons are the various toads of Mount Mayaboku. They're legendary and part of what makes them strong. If you have talent in this area and manage to form a contract with a powerful summon beast, your strength would rise significantly. Yeah. So how do I test if I have that kind of talent? Well, if we had a summoning scroll, we could find out. "I have one," Shino suddenly said, pulling out a scroll. Natsuki and Tenten both froze. They'd been so caught up in their back and forth that they'd almost forgotten Shino was still there, and now he just casually pulled out a scroll. This guy, what a real bro. Tenten hesitated. "Shino, aren't summoning scrolls really valuable? Is it okay to use yours?" Shino casually tossed the scroll to Natsuki. "It's fine. This one's not as valuable as you think. It just contains some ninja tools. And it's just for testing." Tenten breathed a sigh of relief and sincerely thanked him. "Thanks, Shino. Natsuki was right, you're definitely a strong and trustworthy partner." Shino nodded calmly, but the reflection on his sunglasses glinted slightly, as if showing his smug pride. The light even hit Natsuki, like it was silently saying, "Bro, I've done so much to help you win this girl over, you owe me." Natsuki gave him a grateful look and said, "All right, let's finish eating and go try it out." After that, Natsuki and Tenten happily helped Shino grill meat and serve it. He'd helped them a lot today, and they couldn't let it go unappreciated. Once the meal was over, Tenten calmly pulled out a thick wad of bills to pay. Smooth and cool. Seriously, having money was just enviable. The trio headed back to the training field behind Tenten's house. She anxiously unrolled the summoning scroll, revealing a circular seal with the kanji, blade, in the center. "Tenten, here's how you do the hand seals." Shino demonstrated the summoning hand seals and gestured for Tenten to begin the test. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 23, Chapter. Tenten took a deep breath, her small hands forming seals slowly. Then, she slammed her palm down on the rune. The next second, with a poof, a shuriken appeared on the scroll. I did it. I have space-time ninjutsu talent." Tenten jumped up with joy, her face full of bright smiles. The frustrations she had about her lack of strength, the confusion about her future, all of it was swept away in an instant. It was like she had finally found her path. Yes, maybe she really had found her path. Natsuki watched Tenten's radiant expression, genuinely happy for her. Even though he already knew Tenten had a natural talent for space-time ninjutsu, being a plot knower was one thing, seeing it firsthand was another. A cute girl's smile really was contagious. As for those suggestions he gave earlier, genjutsu, medical ninjutsu, Tenten didn't have any talent in those areas. But he still brought them up so she would try everything and find out for herself. Otherwise, how could she believe it? Luckily, she was still young. Testing talents early meant she could settle on the right path sooner and work toward it with full focus. Since Natsuki had decided to stick with this little rich girl, he was naturally going to help her however he could. After all, getting stronger together was the ideal outcome. Tenten carefully returned the shuriken to the scroll, then respectfully handed the scroll back to Shino. She bowed deeply to both him and Natsuki, her eyes filled with gratitude. Natsuki, Shino, thank you both so much. You're welcome. Shino's expression shifted ever so slightly. Maybe, just maybe, in that moment, it wasn't about helping Natsuki chase a girl, it was about the joy of helping a friend. Shino was right. You don't have to thank us, Tenten, Natsuki said, helping her up and resting his hands naturally on her shoulders. We may not have known each other for long, but we're already friends. Helping you is the least we could do. If me or Shino ever need help, I'm sure you'll help us too, right? Tenten nodded seriously. Right. We're friends now. If you guys ever need anything, don't be shy about asking me. Her smile was even more sincere now. She probably hadn't realized that a certain someone, with hands on her shoulders, already viewed her as a target to pursue. After that, Natsuki gave Tenten more detailed advice, like how strengthening her physical body could increase both her physical power and chakra reserves, and how she should practice chakra control techniques such as tree climbing and walking on water. They were foundational skills that she couldn't do yet, but were essential for genin. By starting her training now, she'd definitely benefit in the future. In the end, the three of them agreed to train together on their days off, right there at Tenten's place. Even though the training ground was small, it was more than enough for three kids to mess around and improve. As for the idea of spending money to commission missions for powerful ninja tools, Natsuki advised holding off. Tenten was still too young and weak to collect them now. However, she could start gathering intel on various ninja tools and even on summoning beasts. That information would definitely come in handy once she became a ninja. Tenten trusted Natsuki completely and naturally followed his advice. As the sun started to set, Natsuki and Shino didn't overstay their welcome and said their goodbyes. Tenten looked visibly reluctant, probably because she rarely had friends over, and today they'd given her such tremendous help. She truly wanted to spend more time with them. Despite her dad's grumpy face, she still escorted them both to the door. Looking at Natsuki's somewhat handsome face, and thinking about everything that happened in the past 2 days, Tenten's cheeks suddenly flushed. I'm heading off now. Once you've tested out genjutsu and medical ninjutsu, don't forget to tell me and Shino. We'll help you figure things out, Natsuki said with a wave. Be safe on the way back. Tenten waved too. When she turned to look at Shino, something came to mind. She quickly made a small hand sign. Shino blinked, then returned the sign. Natsuki didn't notice. Then he followed Natsuki and left with him. But after they parted ways at the street corner, Shino quietly circled back. Tenten was still waiting at the door. Tenten, what did you want to say that you couldn't in front of Natsuki? Shino asked curiously. Well. Tenten blushed and hesitated, looking a bit shy. Shino, maybe I'm overthinking things, but, do you think Natsuki likes me? Shino was surprised. You figured it out. Tenten pouted. I'm not dumb. How could I not notice? Yesterday he came into my store, supposedly to sell ninja tool designs, but he made a beeline straight for me, asked my name right away, and even called me cute. And today was even more obvious, he's been super eager to help me even though we just met, and his eyes are glued to me the whole time. Sometimes he even touches me. At that, her cheeks turned even redder. Kids in the ninja world matured early. Uchiha Itachi was on the battlefield at age 4. Girls as young as 5 were already dreaming about marrying handsome boys. Tenten was no exception. She had never thought of herself as cute or pretty, just ordinary. Her dream was to be someone like Tsunade, but she lacked talent, and felt like just a plain girl. She never imagined an outstanding boy would ever like her. But today, she could clearly feel Natsuki's gaze on her, all the time. And Natsuki was so impressive, he seemed to know everything, offering advice so confidently and clearly. His suggestions were genuinely helpful and made her feel like the path forward had become clearer. If a boy like that liked her, how could she not be happy? Shino saw her reaction and knew Natsuki had this in the bag. He said frankly, this is something Natsuki should have told you himself. But since you've already figured it out, I won't hide it. Yes, he does like you. He even designed those 2 ninja tools specifically as a way to meet you. Tenten covered her face. She almost started steaming like Hinata. But she wasn't Hinata. She was far bolder and braver. Like she once said in the anime, she hated weak people. So she herself wasn't weak, she was strong and courageous, and would fight for what she believed in. In that regard, she outshone the other 3 village beauties by a mile. Shino asked, so, Tenten, what do you think of Natsuki? How will you respond to him? Though her face was red, Tenten spoke seriously, Shino, I get what you're saying. I don't want to let Natsuki's feelings go to waste. I plan to spend more time with him and get to know him better. We're both still kids, and we haven't known each other that long. But don't worry, I won't hurt him. I'll respond to his feelings sincerely. Shino was satisfied, almost moved to tears like a proud wingman. Being a matchmaker wasn't easy. But now all his efforts had paid off. Natsuki and Tenten both owed him a big one. Thank you, Shino. You've been helping Natsuki this whole time, I could tell, Tenten said sincerely. You're welcome. Natsuki is my good friend. Now you are too. Friends help each other. I should be congratulating you and Natsuki. With that, Shino coolly stuck his hands in his pockets and walked off, disappearing completely into the darkening evening. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 24, Chapter 500 horsepower. If we reach 2000 horsepower there will be a permanent 2-chapter per day schedule. Half a month later, Tenten sat by a small river, looking utterly dejected. Shino stood not far away and gave Natsuki, who had just arrived, a subtle signal, but with those sunglasses on, it was impossible to tell what he meant. Natsuki nodded vaguely, still confused, then quickly made his way over to sit beside Tenten and asked gently, Tenten, what's wrong? Tenten's voice carried a trace of frustration. I tried genjutsu and medical ninjutsu, but I really don't seem to have any talent for them. I asked my teacher half a month ago, and he taught me a D-rank genjutsu. I still haven't managed to learn it. Then I took the referral letter he wrote to the hospital to try medical ninjutsu. The test was to heal a fish. That fish turned into sashimi. Oof. Natsuki had expected this outcome, but hearing it firsthand, he wasn't sure how to comfort her. He turned to look at Shino, only to see his friend standing calmly in the distance, clearly acting as lookout for the future couple. His posture screamed, "You're on your own for this one, bro." Natsuki let out a helpless sigh, gathered his thoughts, and said, Tenten, it's actually a good thing you discovered this early. Now you won't waste time on things that aren't right for you. Just focus on ninja tools and spacetime ninjutsu. Compared to your peers who are still lost, you're already way ahead. Tenten saw Natsuki's worried expression and felt a warmth in her heart. She quickly adjusted her mood. Then she smiled at him. It's all right, Natsuki. I was just a little disappointed. I thought maybe I'd at least have some talent. But you're right, at least now I know which path to follow. No more confusion. Natsuki stared at her seriously, enough to make her shy. But what he saw reassured him, she wasn't forcing herself to smile. She had truly recovered from the disappointment, and her emotions were back in balance. Time to shift the mood. Oh right, I came up with 2 new ninja tool designs. Want to take a look? Natsuki pulled out a set of documents. You've got new designs already? Tenten's curiosity piqued as she eagerly took the papers. Shino came over as well, clearly just as interested in Natsuki's inventions. After all, the 2 specialized shuriken Natsuki made last time were pretty impressive. After flipping through the documents, both of them looked up at Natsuki with wide eyes. They were clearly shocked by his creativity. Natsuki's nose practically grew longer from the pride swelling in his chest. Standing tall, he grinned, "Hey, neat stuff, right? Check this out, wire gloves. The gloves have a built-in mechanism on the back of the hand that shoots out steel wire. During battle, you can activate it with chakra. Imagine clashing kunai with someone, and then BAM. Wire shoots from your glove right in their face. No one would see that coming. And then there's this gun-type ninja tool. It's nothing like those old matchlock or flintlock guns. It's powered by chakra, and the bullets are small and light, so the firing speed is at least double that of a thrown shuriken. The range is way longer, too. And if you practice enough, it's easy to aim and hit your target. Best part? I had the idea to draw a spacetime ninjutsu symbol on the magazine, so it can summon bullets at will. No need to worry about running out. You can even prepare special bullets, smoke, poison, flash, or ones packed with explosive tags, and just summon them when you need them. Hey, Tenten, check this out. Natsuki was speaking passionately, but midway, he noticed both Tenten and Shino giving him strange looks, and he suddenly choked. Were his designs not good enough? It took a while, but then Shino finally muttered, Natsuki, I really want to crack your head open and see how it's wired. Tenten also smiled sweetly, seriously. How can someone be this smart? These 2 ninja tools are incredible. Geez, you 2 scared me. Natsuki let out a relieved laugh. They weren't criticizing, they were shocked by how smart he was. But Tenten was looking at him with sparkles in her eyes full of gratitude and emotion. To her, these ninja tool designs were clearly made for her. Especially the gun-type ninja tool, it accounted for her low stamina and chakra. Compared to throwing shuriken, using this would be much easier. Plus, its range was far superior, which would boost her combat strength massively. The spacetime rune on the magazine. That clearly catered to her talent in spacetime ninjutsu. This guy, seriously, how much did he like her? She didn't know whether to be annoyed or flattered. Her heart was so full of sweetness that she immediately tucked the design papers away like treasure. Without even realizing it, she tugged on Natsuki's sleeve with a smile. So, how much are you selling them for? Natsuki scratched his head. Ah, you're the expert. Name your price. Or, free is fine too. No way. Tenten pouted. You have to take money. Shino told me, you're living off orphan subsidies and were worrying about money not long ago. You're at the age where you're growing fast, you can't skimp on food. Let's see, these 2 designs are even better than the last ones. I'll give you 100,000 Ryo. If that's not enough, I'll add more. That's more than enough. Way more. Natsuki was nearly stunned by her generosity. If he were her dad, he'd probably pass out from the shock. The tools were good, sure, but they weren't that good. The last time she gave him 40,000 was already a lot. Now she's giving even more, it almost looked like she was supporting him. Off to the side, Shino nodded repeatedly, even letting out a quiet burp. He'd eaten too much dog food, apparently. But he was genuinely happy for Natsuki. His friend wasn't just progressing in romance, his poverty situation was getting better, too. He could finally worry less. It was clear now, Natsuki had good taste. Compared to Sakura's shallow crushes and bad manners, compared to Hinata's timidity, compared to Ino's vanity and obsession with looks, Tenten's personality really was amazing. And the fact that she was a little rich girl. Bonus points. Like Natsuki always said, there's no shame in sticking with a rich girl. Especially one who's pretty, kind, and thoughtful. Who wouldn't like her? Seeing that Tenten had completely shaken off her earlier disappointment, Natsuki finally relaxed. So he seized the moment. Well, I just made some money today, so how about you 2 come over for dinner? Tenten, you can try my cooking. They say guys who can cook are attractive. Natsuki wanted to show off this skill in front of her. Shino instantly agreed. Sounds good. I'll run home and grab some veggies. With that, he vanished in a blink, not even giving Natsuki a chance to stop him. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 25, Chapter. Tenten looked curiously at Shino's sudden departure. What's up with Shino? He seemed kind of in a rush. Natsuki chuckled. He's just greedy for my cooking and rushed home to pick his favorite veggies. Oh, right, since the Aburame clan raises insects, they're also good at growing vegetables. Shino's the clan head's son, and their veggies are top quality. Shino is the clan head's son. Tenten was stunned. She hadn't expected that Natsuki was friends with the heir of the Aburame clan. This social circle doesn't feel like something a regular kid has. Natsuki noticed her dazed look and tugged her along. All right, enough daydreaming. Let's hit the market. We especially need to buy some winter melon, Shino loves it. Tenten looked at their interlocked hands and felt the warmth in his palm. Her fingers instinctively curled around his. A gentle smile bloomed on her lips, one she didn't even realize she wore. The 2 strolled through the bustling street hand in hand, but as their shopping list grew, they had to let go. And the moment their hands separated, both felt a hint of reluctance. When their eyes met, both blushed uncontrollably. Nearby, some aunties and uncles at the vegetable stalls looked on with knowing smiles. Ah, young love. Natsuki seemed totally immersed in the moment and didn't notice at all that a certain blonde girl delivering flowers, Yamanaka Ino, was standing right behind them, eyes gleaming with gossip. That's Natsuki, right? He actually has a girlfriend now. Natsuki wasn't especially handsome, nor was he the top of the class. But ever since his fight with Sasuke, he'd become someone unforgettable to his classmates. And Ino, being a shameless looks-obsessed fangirl, liked Sasuke, but she'd also been secretly curious about the guy who once beat him. Now seeing him holding hands with such a cute girl. There was no way she wasn't going to gossip. This is huge. I need to share this with everyone. So, while Natsuki remained blissfully unaware, the rumor that he had a girlfriend started spreading rapidly through the girls' circle in class. Meanwhile, Natsuki and Tenten returned home with bags full of groceries, only to find Shino already waiting at the gate with 2 baskets of freshly picked vegetables. Even with his sunglasses on, the eager look on his face was obvious. Natsuki sighed. Shino, are you setting up a stall at my house again? Shino replied matter-of-factly, too many veggies at home. My dad told me to bring some over. Yeah. Thank your dad for me. Natsuki opened the gate and brought the 2 inside. Then he started giving orders like a pro. Tenten, wash the veggies. Shino, start peeling the winter melon. I'm making winter melon pork rib soup today. When you're done, come help me prep the chicken. I'll start cooking the rice. The moment Shino heard winter melon pork rib soup, his eyes lit up. Even if he hadn't tasted it before, he knew it was gonna be good. He jumped into action right away. Tenten, meanwhile, filled a basin and started rinsing vegetables, all the while looking around curiously. So this is Natsuki's house. It's a little quiet around here, but the yard's really nice. Full of life and warmth. I wonder if Natsuki gets lonely living alone. She didn't even notice that she was actively trying to learn more about Natsuki's life. She even caught herself picturing what it'd be like if she lived here too, her lips curling into an unconscious smile. Cooking didn't take long. Before they knew it, a table full of steaming hot dishes was ready, and Shino was already diving into the winter melon soup with bliss on his face. Tenten took her first bite of Natsuki's cooking, and was instantly surprised and delighted. "Natsuki, your cooking is amazing," she praised. "As long as you like it. That means you're in for a lifetime of good food." A lifetime of? Tenten blushed furiously. She had the distinct feeling he said that on purpose. It wasn't a confession, but it was a little too smooth. Still, even though there was no sugar in the dishes, everything tasted sweet to her. By the time the meal was over, night had already fallen. Shino, ever the tactful one, said goodbye and vanished into the darkness like a true wingman. Natsuki seized the chance and gently grabbed Tenten's hand. "It's getting late. Let me walk you home." Tenten's face turned red again, but she didn't resist. They walked hand in hand under the evening sky, half walking off their meal, half going on a little date. It was that magical in-between stage, more than friends, not quite lovers, and it felt new and exciting. After safely walking Tenten home, Natsuki headed back. The sky was now completely dark. As he made his way down the quiet road, he occasionally caught the sound of faint footsteps behind him. Nothing unusual, probably just a few passing umbu. Natsuki didn't think too much of it. Based on his usual behavior, Danzo shouldn't have any reason to target him. Unless, it was an intruder from another village. And if that was the case, well, tough luck. Still, Natsuki wasn't someone to be underestimated. Even if he hadn't learned many jutsu or fought in real combat, his physical strength and chakra reserves were substantial. As long as he didn't run into a jonin, his life wouldn't be in danger. Thankfully, he made it home without incident. But along the way, he kept sensing someone watching him. The gaze wasn't friendly, and it wasn't subtle either, as if suspecting that a kid wandering around at night was secretly a spy. Konoha seemed peaceful, but the truth was it was a mess beneath the surface. Before the Uchiha massacre, Danzo's root operated with impunity in the village. Afterward, even though Root was technically disbanded, the absence of the Uchiha clan meant the village was wide open, like a sieve. Spies walked in like they owned the place. Especially after the third Hokage died and Tsunade took over, things only got worse. Even nobodies could stir up chaos. Man, what a mess. Still, Natsuki could complain all he wanted, it didn't change the need to be careful. Especially for Tenten and Shino. He'd have to remind them to be cautious. He couldn't afford to let his future girlfriend or his best friend get hurt. As expected, without strength, all you get is anxiety. I need to train harder and grow stronger as soon as possible. Without delay, Natsuki entered his gravity training room and used his mind to crank the gravity up to 3 times the normal level. Instantly, he felt the weight press on his entire body, even his blood seemed to sink. He hadn't spent much time in this room yet, but he'd already adapted to double gravity. Now with triple gravity, it was still bearable, but he had to worry if it would affect his height in the future. After all, he was still a kid. Then, he pulled out 2 scrolls. One was a C-rank water release ninjutsu, Suetun, Mizurappa, water release, wild water wave, which he had traded for with Shino using his transformation-based paper drawing technique. The Abirame clan specialized in insects, but weren't good at close-range combat. The paper drawing technique was perfect for Shino. If enemies got too close, he could use it to dodge and buy time for his insects to counterattack or for backup to arrive. The other scroll was for the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. He had borrowed it from Shino, all because he had a special idea he wanted to try. He'd return the favor later by sharing the results with Shino. Even though Natsuki treated Shino as a close friend, he wouldn't take advantage of him. Give and take. That way, he'd never feel guilty borrowing again. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 26, Chapter. Alright then, let's start studying first. I'll test out the idea in my head on the 1st of next month. Natsuki first skimmed through the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu scroll, then began forming hand seals. In the next second, poof, a clone identical to himself appeared beside him. As expected, his talent was no joke. He learned it in one go. He glanced at his clone. It was indeed a perfect copy. For his girlfriend, this could very well mean double the pleasure. Now he couldn't help but wonder, After Naruto married Hinata, did he ever use Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu? And just how many clones did he use each time? Everyone knew Hinata had quite the appetite. Ahem. He was getting sidetracked again. Natsuki continued practicing. After an hour, he had not only completely mastered the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, but also became proficient in performing the hand seals with just one hand. That's the trouble with being able to do one-handed seals. Every time he learned a new jutsu, he had to consider the possibility of executing it one-handed, and he had to be fluent at it too. After all, you never know when you'll need it. Then, Natsuki finalized the first research project for the first day of the next month. Exploring the possibility of modifying Kage Bunshin no Jutsu into the Shioken. Shioken was a move from Dragon Ball, used by Tenten. It gave him 2 additional arms on his back, granting the advantage of 4 arms in combat. They say 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. With 4 hands, you'd have the upper hand in taijutsu. Since the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu could produce a physical clone, why couldn't it be modified to sprout a pair of hands on his back? Of course, the weaknesses of the original jutsu were obvious. The clones were fragile and exploded upon taking damage. That made them mostly good for distraction. Naruto's Tajukage Bunshin looked impressive, sure, dozens or hundreds of clones, but they only worked against small fry like Mizuki. They were useless against real powerhouses. But hand clones would be a different story. If the new hands appeared on the user's back, destroying them wouldn't be so easy. The opponent would have to get past the user's defenses first. Having an extra pair of hands could allow for surprise attacks in close-range combat, or secret hand seals from behind. You could even spray your opponent in the face with a water gun sneak attack. The advantages were obvious. And if you could grow 1 pair of hands, why not multiple arms, legs, even heads? That's the endgame of modifying the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He named it Shio no Jutsu. But that experiment would wait until the 1st of next month. Without the safety of the special lab, the cautious Natsuki didn't dare to go wild. Natsuki put away the Kage Bunshin scroll and opened the one for Suetun, Mizurappa, studying it carefully before memorizing it. Then he created 2 shadow clones and had them learn alongside him. Schwa. 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 Natsuki and his 2 clones formed seals together. Suetun, Mizurappa. PFF. All 3 spewed massive streams of water at the forest ahead, blasting through several thick trees and even flattening a small grove. This. Natsuki was startled, but quickly understood. His chakra was just that abundant. Combined with 2 clones unleashing the jutsu simultaneously, the resulting force was terrifying. If there had been a group of genin ahead, they would have been wiped out in one move. That's the benefit of having more chakra than others. Even a mere C-rank jutsu could unleash the power of a big move. He could cast it repeatedly and still have chakra left. What enemy wouldn't be scared? And this jutsu would be perfect against Gaara and his sand. In water, that sand loses its edge. Even his mom's shikaku probably wouldn't help. When that time came, Natsuki could roar, "Gaara! I'll Gaara you into pieces." Well, just kidding. Gaara wasn't that easy to kill. After all, he was a Jinchuriki of the Ichibi. And once Naruto's Talk no Jutsu kicked in, Gaara would become a valuable ally. Besides, Gaara's sister Temari would later become Shikamaru's wife. If he killed Gaara now, wouldn't that ruin the whole ship? Oops, off track again. Natsuki pulled his thoughts back and continued practicing Mizurappa. He had to become fluent in both 2-handed and 1-handed seals, but more importantly, he needed to observe the chakra transformation process that created the water. The reason Natsuki had asked Shino for a water-style jutsu was to study how chakra changed its nature. Suetun jutsus worked by guiding chakra through hand seals, and when it reached the throat, the chakra transformed into water and was expelled. Once he understood this process, grasping water-style chakra transformation would be much easier. Before, he had been blindly trying to understand it, like trying to solve advanced math without ever learning algebra. But now that he had a real reference point, even just one jutsu helped immensely. With that, his second research project for next month was clear: water-style chakra transformation. The third project naturally followed, infusing water-style chakra into the Rasengan. And beyond that, he'd try using what he learned from water-style to attempt earth and lightning transformations. Then he'd combine those transformations with other chakra shape manipulations. All in all, he had plenty to work on. The next morning, after getting a full night's sleep, Natsuki was up early for his daily training. He still delivered milk, but this time the route was longer, the terrain harsher, and he did it under triple gravity. It was a real challenge. By the time he finished, he was completely wiped out. Even so, he still had to shower, eat breakfast, and rush to school. The moment he entered the classroom, he could tell something was off. The girls were all staring at him with curious, gossipy eyes, sending chills down his spine. The boys, on the other hand, seemed clueless, as if they didn't understand what was going on. Luckily, Shino explained quietly, yesterday, you were seen holding hands with Tenten while shopping for groceries. Ino saw you. So that was it. Natsuki instantly relaxed. He thought it was something serious. So what if he was seen grocery shopping with his future girlfriend? No big deal. Ignoring the girl's stares, Natsuki sketched a design for Shioken on paper and handed it to Shino, explaining his plan to modify the Kagebunshin no Jutsu. When he'd asked Shino for the clone jutsu before, the guy had handed it over without a second thought or asking why. Now that's a friend worth having. Still, Natsuki felt he owed him an explanation. Besides, Shioken could be a great technique for someone like Shino, who struggled with taijutsu. Sure enough, when Shino saw the concept, the lenses of his sunglasses gleamed. Natsuki, your brain is really something else. I can't believe you came up with this. Shio no Jutsu could definitely make up for my weaknesses in close combat. Natsuki grinned. By the 2nd of next month at the latest, you'll see the results. Just wait. The 2nd of next month. Shino had a realization. He figured Natsuki probably had a habit of staying up late to study jutsu every first of the month. Maybe his inspiration peaked on those nights. Meanwhile, the biggest challenge Natsuki faced was still his lack of foundational knowledge. As the saying goes, even the most skilled cook can't prepare a meal without ingredients. No one can create something from nothing. That's why Natsuki borrowed jutsu from others in the first place. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 27, Chapter. Bonus chapter plus 1000 horsepower. Shino thought, maybe he could help Natsuki get more jutsus. Even if the jutsus were of a lower rank, that wasn't important. What mattered was giving Natsuki more exposure to ninjutsu. From there, Natsuki would surely come up with even more wild and creative ideas. That way, Natsuki would definitely grow stronger faster. Of course, Shino knew Natsuki wouldn't accept it for free, he'd definitely offer something in return. But that was simple too. As long as Natsuki shared the techniques he developed, like the one-handed hand seals and the Shio no Jutsu from before, it would already be a huge benefit. That way, they'd both grow together. Wouldn't that be great? Shino had made up his mind, but didn't tell Natsuki right away. He planned to collect some jutsu first and then pass them to Natsuki without letting him refuse, otherwise, he'd just nag him endlessly. Take action first, explain later. This tactic worked well on Natsuki. It was the same strategy Shino used every time he mooched meals from Natsuki's house without warning. At that moment, Natsuki still had no idea what kind of surprise his good friend was preparing for him. As class began, Irika-sensei started teaching the Kinbaku no Jutsu. But Natsuki already knew it, so he didn't really need to listen. He was fully immersed in dissecting the Mizurappa he practiced the night before. Water had many properties, and when it came to infusing water nature into the Rasengan, the concept was akin to a powerful vortex. The keywords were twist and grind. Just imagine a person falling into a deadly whirlpool and being ground into pulp, absolutely terrifying. In addition, viscous water should have adhesive properties. When fused with chakra threads, it could create sticky threads. Water under high pressure had terrifying impact and cutting power. That could evolve into techniques like high-pressure water jets or water blades. In short, chakra held infinite possibilities. It all depended on one's imagination and creativity, but it also had to follow a degree of scientific rationale. You couldn't just think anything into existence. Chakra felt like a blend of science and mysticism, sometimes logical, sometimes abstract. It all came down to who could harness this power to the fullest. The next day was a rare day off. Natsuki, Shino, and Tenten went to the riverside to train. Originally, they planned to train in Tenten's home dojo, but since Tenten was learning how to walk on water, the setting wasn't ideal. The riverside was far better. At this point, Tenten could already walk up trees. Her chakra control had become much more precise. In fact, the best time to learn chakra control was during school, when chakra reserves were relatively small and thus easier to manage. Once someone graduated and their chakra increased, control became more difficult. So even though Tenten wasn't particularly talented in chakra control, she had still learned tree climbing after just half a month of training. Next up, water walking. Tenten focused her chakra into her feet and stepped cautiously onto the water. Immediately, her ankles were submerged. Natsuki instructed, water isn't stable like tree trunks, so it requires even finer chakra control. You have to stay fully focused. Try to stand steadily first, once you get used to it, it'll become a habit. I'll do my best. Tenten tried to balance herself, but the moment her mind wandered, she fell right into the water. Luckily, she wasn't the pampered type. Without a word, she got right back up and continued training. Natsuki, meanwhile, created a shadow clone and sparred with Shino to help him get used to performing one-handed seals and using Shio no jutsu in combat. Of course, to avoid being spied on, Shino released his bugs to keep watch around them. As for Natsuki himself, he placed a sheet of paper on his palm and started trying to comprehend the nature transformation of water chakra. He had tried doing this in the gravity chamber before, but the chamber would respond to his intentions. If he willed the paper to get wet, it would, making it impossible to properly grasp the process. So he could only practice in the real world. Thankfully, with his future girlfriend and best friend keeping him company, he didn't feel lonely or bored at all. Time flew by, and by noon, Natsuki sent a shadow clone home to cook and bring over a nutrient-rich meal. Sure, grilling fish at the riverside would have been fun, but training was exhausting. Grilled fish alone just wouldn't cut it. Tenten, who had been working hard non-stop, was drenched in sweat by now. Natsuki felt a twinge of heartache but didn't stop her. Tenten wanted to become stronger, and suffering was part of training. If she couldn't handle a bit of hardship, she could forget about her dreams and settle for being a quiet, well-behaved girl. This was Tenten's choice, and not only would Natsuki not stop her, he should be cheering her on. Natsuki, this spicy beef is amazing. Tenten praised between mouthfuls. After intense training, people often lost their appetite. Spicy food helped stimulate taste buds, and beef was great for protein. No wonder she found it delicious. Shino was too busy scarfing down food to say a word. After the meal, everyone felt refreshed. Tenten leaned against a tree, gazing at the rippling river with a dazed expression. Water walking is really tough. But I think I'm getting the hang of it. I should be able to master it in the next couple days. Shino immediately raised the bar. Tenten, just walking on calm water doesn't count as full mastery. Look, this river is completely still, easy mode. To truly master it, you need to run on raging waters. Eh? Run on raging waters. Tenten was stunned. She was still struggling with standing still on water, let alone this crazy difficulty. Natsuki quickly said, "Don't worry. I'll train with you." Tenten blushed and smiled sweetly at him. Maybe she was really tired, because she soon dozed off, her head tilting and landing gently on Natsuki's shoulder. Natsuki hadn't expected such a bonus, his heart soared with joy. Just then, Shino made a hand gesture. Natsuki turned to look and saw a cute blonde girl walking toward them, a mischievous smile on her face. It was Ino. Just as she was about to say something, Natsuki quickly signaled her to stay quiet. Ino noticed the girl with the twin buns resting on Natsuki's shoulder, fast asleep. She covered her mouth and giggled, refraining from speaking but also not leaving. Instead, she came over and sat down beside them. "Natsuki, is that your girlfriend?" "She's pretty cute," Ino teased in a hushed voice, her eyes full of gossip. Natsuki glanced at Tenten sleeping soundly, then replied, "Not yet, but almost. And you're super nosy, you know that. Just 'cause you saw me and Tenten grocery shopping together, you've been spreading it all over class." Ino scratched her cheek with her finger. TSK, what's there to be shy about? I even saw you two holding hands, her face was red, yours too. And now she's sleeping on your shoulder. Come on, how is she not your girlfriend? Her name's Tenten, right? That twin bun hairstyle really suits her. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 28, chapter. If you like it, please leave a review. Natsuki accepted Ino's praise without hesitation. After all, Tenten really was adorable. But still. Ino, what are you doing here? It's your day off, shouldn't you be helping out at the flower shop? Natsuki asked, puzzled. Hee, I came here just to see your girlfriend. Ino looked smug. I already knew this morning that you'd be here. I was busy earlier, so I couldn't come over. But when I saw you carrying a lunchbox, I followed. I'm really interested in your love story, tell me how you won over Tenten. I might use it as reference for chasing Sasuke. No wonder she was so enthusiastic, not just gossip, but also here to learn. For someone like Ino who was all about looks, Natsuki really had nothing to say. She probably didn't even realize it herself, but what she liked wasn't Sasuke, just handsome guys. Otherwise, why was it that when Sasuke left the village, Sakura was devastated, while Ino barely reacted? Because she liked Sasuke's face, not his heart. Lots of transmigrators liked to pursue Ino in fanfics, and honestly, she was very pretty. Once she grew up, her figure was amazing too. But the catch was, if the transmigrator wasn't super handsome, Ino wouldn't even glance at them. And well, Natsuki simply wasn't handsome enough. He didn't really feel like talking about it, besides, his relationship with Tenten wasn't official yet. Thankfully, Shino stepped in. Ino, I know I probably shouldn't be commenting on others' business, but as your classmate, I think I should say this. Ino blinked. Ah. Shino, you're here too. Oof, that stung. Didn't she know the thing Shino hated most was being ignored? This girl really had no filter. Shino muttered under his breath, clearly annoyed, but Ino quickly apologized. Sorry. I was too focused on Natsuki's girlfriend and didn't notice you. Please, go on, what did you want to tell me? Fortunately, Shino didn't hold grudges and continued, Ino, you're the daughter of the Yamanaka clan leader. You'll likely inherit the clan head position one day. Your family will expect you to take in a husband. But Sasuke is the son of the Uchiha clan head, even as the second son, there's no way they'd allow him to marry into another clan. So, you and Sasuke are basically impossible. Ino froze, eyes wide in shock. She'd probably never thought about it that deeply before, being so young. But now that Shino pointed it out, it really did make sense. So what had all her obsession with Sasuke been for? She even fought with her best friend, Sakura, over him. Did that mean she'd failed both in love and friendship? Ino looked completely deflated. Seeing this, Natsuki couldn't help but chime in. Ino, as a classmate, I have to say something too. I think, maybe you don't really like Sasuke. Maybe you just like handsome guys. Your feelings for Sasuke might not be as deep as you think. Think about it, could that be the case? Ino's mind was spinning. She'd come here to gossip about Natsuki's love life and pick up some tips. How did things flip around like this? Shino said she and Sasuke were impossible. Natsuki said she didn't really love Sasuke. What was going on? Natsuki pressed on, think about it. If one day you met a super handsome guy, way more handsome than Sasuke, and even more talented, wouldn't you forget about Sasuke and fall for him instead? Super handsome guy. Ino couldn't help imagining such a figure. She even started drooling without realizing it. Come to think of it, that kind of sounded right. Maybe she really just liked handsome guys, and Sasuke wasn't irreplaceable. So why had she even fought with Sakura? Still, as a proud Yamanaka, she wasn't about to just admit it outright. That'd make her look super shallow. So she stiffened and said, ahem. It's not like that. I'm pretty loyal, you know. Even if I did meet someone more handsome than Sasuke, I'd just sneak a few glances, that's all. Her voice got lower and lower, even she didn't believe herself by the end. Natsuki and Shino exchanged glances. They could both tell this girl was in denial. Unless, of course, she really did meet a super handsome guy. Just like in the original timeline, when Sasuke left the village, Ino later met Sai, who insulted Sakura as ugly but praised Ino as beautiful. Sai was definitely a looker too. Naturally, Ino moved on. After all, there'd never been anything real between her and Sasuke. This girl, advice wouldn't help. Natsuki laughed and teased, once you've figured things out, go apologize to Sakura, alright? You don't want to throw away a precious friendship, do you? Ino seemed slightly moved but remained stubborn. Humph. Mind your own business. Why would I apologize to that big forehead? Fine. Suit yourself. Just then, Tenten let out a sleepy murmur and began to wake up. Ino quickly apologized, oops. Sorry. Was I too loud and woke you up? Want to go back to sleep for a bit? Tenten shook her head. It's fine. I've had enough rest. You are. Ino gave her a friendly smile. I'm Yamanaka Ino, a classmate of Natsuki and Shino. I saw Natsuki bringing lunch over here, so I followed to take a look. Wanted to see his girlfriend for myself. You're Tenten, right? Tenten blinked, suddenly realizing she'd been mistaken for Natsuki's girlfriend. What's more, she'd been sleeping on his shoulder the whole time, while this girl had been watching. Her face turned bright red. Still, Tenten was cheerful and open by nature. She wasn't like Hinata, who might faint from embarrassment. And she didn't explain either, almost like she was accepting the role of girlfriend. Yes, I'm Tenten. Nice to meet you. Just call me Ino. Ino was quick to make friends. I saw you and Natsuki holding hands while grocery shopping the other day. I was wondering where he found such a cute girlfriend. Tenten's cheeks flushed again, but she remembered Ino. You're the girl from the Yamanaka flower shop, right? I think I saw you when I bought flowers. Yup. My family owns the Yamanaka flower shop. So we've already met before. My family runs a ninja tools shop. The two girls actually started chatting. With both of them being outgoing, one loving gossip, the other full of witty banter, they got along surprisingly well. Just like that, they became friends. Natsuki and Shino exchanged amazed looks. Girls really were mysterious creatures. Wow. So you're in the middle of training, Tenten. You're already learning water walking? Ino asked, surprised. I didn't know how before, but Natsuki's been teaching me. Shino's helped a lot too, so now I'm determined to work hard. But you're still so young. Girls our age should be learning how to dress up. Look at your hands, they're all rough. It's fine, Ino. My dream is to become a strong kunoichi like Tsunade-sama, someone who'll be famous across the ninja world. Since I have that dream, I have to work hard for it. Besides, Natsuki and Shino have helped me so much, I can't let them down. Natsuki is amazing. I want to stand by his side in the future, and I can't do that if I'm not strong enough. Ino stared at Tenten's serious face, and for a moment, she was speechless. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 29, Chapter. Although Ino had once introduced herself as someone who aspired to be adored by everyone, that wasn't entirely true. Like nearly every little girl in Konoha, her true role model was Tsunade, and she was no exception. But most of the girls she knew only talked about becoming the next Tsunade. Few of them actually trained hard toward that goal. Ino was the same. Now, for the first time, she had met a girl like Tenten, who was truly working hard for her dream. And standing beside her, Ino felt like a clown in comparison. Yeah, if you have a dream, you should be working hard for it. And more than that, she could tell that Tenten really liked Natsuki. It wasn't like her obsession with Sasuke's handsome face. Tenten wanted to grow stronger, to be worthy of standing by Natsuki's side. That might be what true love actually looked like. Tenten, I really envy you, Ino said sincerely. Tenten blinked. Actually, I envy you. You come from a great clan, have powerful inherited jutsu, and ninja clan kids always have better talent. So yes, I'm jealous, but I'll work hard to catch up. I'll prove I'm not weak. Tenten's confident look left Ino stunned and speechless for a long time. Even after she left, she was still dazed. She walked all the way home with a blank expression. Tenten couldn't help worrying. Natsuki, Shino. Is Ino okay? She's been spacing out like that ever since she left. Shino immediately picked up on it. It's probably what you said that made her like that. Tenten tilted her head. What I said? I don't think I said anything bad, did I? Shino looked up at the sky. You told her you envy her clan, her jutsu, her talent, and that you'd work hard to catch up. But Tenten, you don't realize this. Ino, like many other girls, does have all those things. But she doesn't work hard. You, on the other hand, shocked her with how determined you are. She's spacing out because she's reflecting on herself. Really? Tenten couldn't quite understand. If someone had so many advantages, why wouldn't they make good use of them? Why waste time? If she had Ino's background, talent, and inherited techniques, she figured she'd already be Jonin level by graduation, and becoming the next Tsunade would be within reach. Was it true that those who have things never learn to cherish them? Like how her family had money, but she never really learned to make good use of it either. Natsuki gently patted her twin buns. Don't think too hard. Just focus on your training. Shino and I will check in at school tomorrow. If Ino's not doing well, we'll find a way to help her. That reassured Tenten, and she went right back to waterwalking practice. As for Ino, she remained out of it even by dinner time. Her mother, Yamanaka Ryo, was getting worried, but didn't dare say much. She waited until her husband, Yamanaka Inoichi, came home. Dear, Ino's been acting strange ever since she got back. I didn't know how to ask, but maybe you should talk to her. Me? Inoichi grimaced. Talking with his daughter was not his strong suit. Still, seeing her so dazed made him worry too. So he gathered his courage and sat down across from her. He was just about to speak when Ino suddenly said, Dad, I've decided, I want to train seriously. I want to learn our clan's jutsu as soon as possible. Please train me properly. Inoichi was shocked. Wait, Ino, what brought this on? Ino's expression was firm. I met a girl today who was training seriously. After talking to her, I remembered the dream I'd forgotten. I thought I wanted to be admired by everyone, to date a handsome guy. But now I realize, what I really want is to be a strong woman, like Tsunade-sama, someone everyone looks up to. Inoichi was dumbfounded. His daughter suddenly waking up like this was totally unexpected. He didn't know who she met, but whoever it was had changed her drastically. Still, this was a good thing. Ino was his daughter, the future heir of the Yamanaka clan. The sooner she grew strong and inherited their techniques, the better. So he nodded, pleased but serious. Ino, training can be tough. Can you handle it? Ino hesitated. She'd been pampered her whole life and hated hardship. But when she remembered Tenten's determined face, she bit her lip and nodded. I can do it. Good. Starting tomorrow, I'll assign you a proper training schedule. Be prepared. And so, Yamanaka Ino's miserable training life began. The next day at school, Natsuki and Shino kept a close eye on her. Sure enough, Ino looked drained and lifeless, completely out of it. Natsuki scribbled a note and had Shino send it over using one of his bugs. Soon, another note came back. It read, "Thanks for your concern, I'm fine. I just asked my dad to train me when I got home. He made me go running at dawn, so I'm just tired, that's all." Natsuki and Shino both breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Tenten's words had gotten to Ino. She decided to start training seriously, a good thing. Though neither of them knew just how miserable Ino was feeling inside. She had way too much pride to admit it. That early morning run was just the beginning. Her father's training schedule was terrifying. Just reading it made her scalp go numb. She really messed up. If she'd known, she never would have talked so big. And to make matters worse, Ino now realized that Natsuki was probably right about her. She did like handsome guys, not necessarily Sasuke. And now, she faced a new dilemma. Should she swallow her pride and make up with Forehead Girl? But how could she possibly bring herself to apologize? Admitting she was wrong would be humiliating. But if she didn't, she'd lose a precious friendship. She was truly torn. Time flew by, and the first of the month came again. Natsuki had prepared his research projects and, as the clock struck 7, slipped into the special laboratory to begin his grueling night of experimentation. Truth be told, he didn't want to do this kind of research. But he had no choice. He didn't have a clan's secret techniques or a way to study powerful jutsu. Before getting the Hashiman Tanko or the Hataki Kenjutsu, his only option was to create his own moves. First research project, transforming Kage Bunshin no Jutsu into Shio no Jutsu. Natsuki started modifying the hand seals, adding or removing steps like rewriting a program. Next second, poof, a head sprouted from his back. TCH. I wanted arms, not a head. No, wait, I'm supposed to transform specific body parts at will. Frustrated, he cancelled the jutsu and continued. Poof. A foot appeared on his abdomen. Cancel. Poof. A pair of ears appeared on his ankles. Cancel, wait, hold on. That one might actually be useful. If he could grow ears away from his body, wouldn't that be perfect for eavesdropping? Still, that wasn't what he needed now. So, cancel again. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 30, Chapter. New fanfic. Naruto, 1 wish per day. After over an hour of intense effort, Natsuki finally made a breakthrough. He took a deep breath and slowly formed a series of hand seals. Shio no Jutsu. Poof. A pair of arms suddenly sprouted from his shoulder blades. Under the control of his brain, these arms could move flexibly, and their fingers were nimble enough to perform hand seals with ease. Poof. Another pair of small hands emerged from his lower back. They were tiny, at first glance, one might mistake them for decorations. But these small hands were just as agile. They could perform hand seals and even allowed Natsuki to execute jutsu properly. Phew, finally made it. Natsuki let out a long breath. This adjustment really taxed his brain. Even though Kage Bunshin no Jutsu only used a few hand seals, the fewer the seals, the harder they were to modify. Especially since Natsuki's requirements were complex, not only did he want to generate arms, but he wanted to manifest any body part he desired, at will, and at any size. He had raised the difficulty for himself. No wonder his head was spinning. But the result was well worth it. In battle, he could now sprout small hands from his back that could form seals out of sight. That alone would make it look like he could cast jutsu without forming any seals, keeping his opponents guessing when and what kind of jutsu he would unleash. With that uncertainty, enemies would be far more cautious, and he'd gain a huge advantage. Shino's definitely gonna love this. I didn't let his trust go to waste. Natsuki quietly dispelled the jutsu, then moved on to one-handed hand seals. This had become a routine for him. Every time he learned or created a new jutsu, he would make sure to master both two-handed and one-handed versions. Another hour passed, and Natsuki finally got the one-handed Shio no Jutsu down fluently. Now came the real challenge, water-style chakra nature transformation. He raised his hand and formed a Rasengan, focusing on the properties of water, not just moisture, but the distortion and crushing force of whirlpools. Still, the Rasengan showed no change. Luckily, Natsuki was very patient. He knew this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Even if there were no results tonight, that was perfectly normal. Besides, while in the special lab state, his chakra, stamina, and mental energy were infinite. He could maintain the Rasengan indefinitely while constantly channeling the intention of water-nature transformation into it. Time became meaningless. He completely lost track. At last, the Rasengan began to change. The high-speed spiraling chakra was now filled with water. The water churned violently within, forming chaotic, high-pressure whirlpools. A powerful distortion force surged forth. Natsuki's eyes gleamed, and he threw a kunai into the orb. Crack! The kunai was instantly shredded into fragments by the inner vortex. Holy crap! That's terrifying. Even Natsuki couldn't help sucking in a sharp breath, followed by uncontainable joy. He had succeeded in fusing shape transformation and nature transformation, creating a brand new Rasengan of his own. But it wasn't over yet. He suddenly felt intense heat radiating from the orb. It was becoming scorching hot. What's going on? Right, the high-speed rotating water creates friction between molecules, generating heat. Even though water boils at just 100 degrees Celsius, constant friction can keep raising the temperature, and all that heat is being trapped within the orb. Just as he realized that, his palm began to smoke. A wave of heat surged out from the orb. It almost cooked his hand like a shrimp. Not daring to delay, he instantly conjured a small mountain with his thoughts and hurled the orb toward it. Boom. The moment the orb left his hand, it detonated. A massive spherical vortex, hundreds of meters wide, enveloped the mountain. The mountain was instantly erased, gone in an instant. The ground below was swallowed up, leaving behind a deep crater over 10 meters deep. ZZZ. 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 Scorching steam erupted, sweeping outwards like a storm and vaporizing everything in a wide radius. Natsuki, being close by, was engulfed in the steam. Though he wouldn't be injured in the special lab state, he could still feel the pain, as if he were being boiled alive. At the same time, the twisting force of the vortex nearly crushed his body like a rag doll. Damn. That's way too much. If an enemy got hit by that, they'd either be shredded or boiled alive. Either way, they're dead. But I'd be dead too. The area of effect is insane. I have to throw the orb, but it's so unstable it explodes the moment I let go. How do I fix that? Natsuki stared at the smoking crater in front of him, waves of heat still rippling outward, and found himself stumped. Naruto's Rasen Shuriken could only be thrown after he learned Sage Mode. Before that, he couldn't even use it safely. Natsuki's situation was about the same. So, did this mean he had to learn Sage Mode too? No. Naruto only improved the Rasen Shuriken after learning Sage Mode. I have the special lab to help me. I don't need Sage Mode to improve this. That said, learning Sage Mode might still be worth a shot. In the lab's invincible state, he wouldn't suffer injury or be petrified when absorbing natural energy. He could experiment freely, tweaking the ratios of natural energy, physical energy, and mental energy, eventually achieving that perfect 1-to-1-to-1 ratio. That would bring massive power boosts across the board. At that point, who needs a bike? The tricky part was how to absorb natural energy. That would require research and learning. I'll shelve that project for now. Right now, I need to fix this jutsu. The power can be toned down a bit for close combat. The instability is the real issue. I need to stabilize it. With that goal in mind, Natsuki got back to work. He kept experimenting all the way until the special lab state ended. He still hadn't perfected the jutsu, but at least he gave it a name. Suetun, Yuzushio Futon. Water style, Whirlpool Boil Bomb. The name itself made its properties obvious. Of course, Natsuki never called out jutsu names in actual combat, so he wasn't worried about enemies figuring it out. The naming was just for research purposes. Oh, and for bragging in front of Tenten and Shino, a cool name was definitely necessary. This one was passable. At least it sounded better than Namikaze Minato's weird naming conventions. Natsuki exited the lab, dark circles under his eyes, washed up, ate, and made it to class bright and early. To his surprise, Shino was already there, sitting motionless at his desk. Shino. You're here this early? Natsuki asked, yawning. I know you always pull an all-nighter on the first of each month, then show up to sleep the next morning. Sleeping alone isn't safe. I'm here to keep watch for you. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 31, Chapter. Shino's words were calm and natural, but they moved Natsuki deeply. Look at that, this is what a truly dependable comrade looks like. No one had asked Shino to do any of this. Natsuki had never requested his help, yet he still remembered Natsuki's habit of sleeping at the desk without any defenses. Just because of that, he deliberately came early in the morning to wait and watch over him. Seriously. I'm crying right now. Natsuki reached out and patted Shino on the shoulder, speaking solemnly, Shino, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You truly are a powerful and trustworthy comrade. It's my honor to be your friend. Under his sunglasses, Shino's expression changed slightly, but his tone remained as steady as ever. Natsuki, you're the same, strong and reliable. I'm truly glad to be your seatmate, your friend, and your comrade. Thank you for trusting me. I will trust you as well. Natsuki said no more and simply nodded, then fell asleep under Shino's watchful protection. That afternoon, after school, at Tenten's small training field. Tenten looked suspiciously at Natsuki and Shino and couldn't help but ask, you two don't have some kind of special relationship, do you? Oh no. The spirit of the eternal Tsukomi had possessed her. Shino, for once, retorted, Tenten, how could you think that way? Natsuki and I share a bond of mutual trust as friends and comrades. It's only natural that we're close. Besides, the one Natsuki likes is clearly. He didn't finish the sentence, but Tenten understood, and her face instantly flushed red. Natsuki was startled too, but thankfully Shino hadn't said the full thing. Otherwise, when he tried to confess to Tenten in the future, there'd be no surprise left. He hurriedly changed the topic. Ahem. Today I wanted to show you both one of my latest research results, the Four Beasts technique. I'll be teaching it to Shino, and Tenten, if you want to learn it too, you're welcome. As he spoke, he began to form hand seals slowly. In the next moment, with a poof, a pair of arms sprouted from his shoulder blades. Wah! Natsuki turned into a spider. Tenten leaned in curiously, poking the extra arms with her finger, fascinated by their structure. Natsuki straightforwardly grabbed Tenten's hand with one of the extra arms, while the other began to perform a little finger dance, showing it wasn't an illusion and could move freely. Shino nodded repeatedly. Looks like your concept worked. Natsuki's face showed no surprise at all. Of course. If I failed, wouldn't that betray your trust? As he spoke, the extra arms began forming seals again, and with another poof, a pair of small, delicate hands sprouted from the back of his neck. They were even smaller than a kitten's paws, but they could still perform seals with flexibility. Tenten and Shino's eyes lit up. Anyone with a bit of sense could understand the potential of this technique. Maybe the new arms weren't great for direct combat, but they could be hidden and used for stealthy seals. That way, the user's main arms could be free for taijutsu, while the extra arms secretly activated ninjutsu. What could the enemy do about it? Tenten immediately said, Natsuki. Natsuki. I want to learn this technique. Shino added, let's start the lesson now. Faced with such eager students, Natsuki couldn't refuse. All right. Let's start right now. And so began a 1 vs 2 teaching session. Natsuki even took the chance to teach Tenten the shadow clone technique first, since learning that would make the Four Beasts technique much easier. But Natsuki wasn't exactly behaving. Using Tenten's unfamiliarity with hand seals as an excuse, he taught her hand in hand, openly taking advantage. Luckily, Tenten only gave him a glare and didn't push him away. Shino had already memorized the seals and quietly moved to a corner to practice on his own, tactfully leaving space for the future couple. He didn't need to sit there eating dog food. However, none of the three noticed that the shopkeeper's head was quietly peeking out from the front door. Seeing his daughter being taken advantage of right in front of him, he bit down on his handkerchief in frustration, yet he didn't come out to stop it. As a doting father, he could tell what was going on. His dear daughter wasn't just dedicated to training, she also had a clear fondness for Natsuki. At this point, Natsuki just had to call him father-in-law and it'd all be official. But he couldn't interfere. Even if he didn't like Natsuki, he had to respect Tenten's choice. Besides, after observing over the past few days, he realized Natsuki was indeed exceptionally talented. Even the heir to the Aburame clan trusted and admired him. A prodigy like that taking a liking to his daughter meant Tenten would be well looked after. Once she became a ninja, her safety would be much more assured, and he could finally relax. Fine. I still don't like this brat, but I'll just pretend I didn't see anything. Thinking that, the shopkeeper nearly shredded his handkerchief from biting too hard, but in the end, he went back inside to tend the shop. Come dinner time, he even prepared a full meal to host them, saying it was to not offend the Aburame heir, but he didn't hold back with Natsuki's portion either, accidentally giving him a few extra pieces of meat. Tenten noticed everything, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Deep down, she felt incredibly happy. Since her father didn't oppose it, she didn't need to hesitate anymore. A good catch like Natsuki was not to be missed. So she took the initiative. Natsuki, the shadow clone technique is still a bit hard for me, and I haven't even started on the Four Beasts technique. Can you come over every day after school to teach me? We'll provide dinner. Natsuki had no reason to say no. Of course. As long as you and the shopkeeper don't get tired of me. The shopkeeper grunted, but didn't object. Shino, ever perceptive, added, Natsuki, then after school I won't wait for you. I'll go practice on my own, and once I've got it down, I'll come back and spar with you. What a bro, truly dependable. Natsuki shot him a grateful look, making Shino beam with pride. Tenten watched it all with a barely concealed smile. She had to keep it in, since someone here still didn't know that she already knew his feelings. In the following half-month, Natsuki started going to Tenten's house every day after school, practically treating it like his own home. His relationship with the shopkeeper had also improved significantly, mainly because of one incident where Natsuki cooked and completely won him over. The only downside was the shopkeeper often demanded Natsuki cook again. What could Natsuki do? When your future father-in-law wants to taste your cooking, can you say no? Thankfully, Tenten often sided with him, using training as an excuse to stop him from cooking, when in reality they were just getting cozy together. Still, Tenten was serious about her training. Under Natsuki's one-on-one instruction, she successfully mastered the Shadow Clone technique and the Four Beasts technique. Combined with her already proficient tree climbing and water walking, her chakra control was now incredibly refined. Her current strength was basically on par with a genin. Sure, being a 7 or 8-year-old genin wasn't much in itself, but even a prodigy like Sasuke probably hadn't reached that level yet. Tenten didn't have much innate talent, so getting this far at her age was already impressive. Besides Natsuki's dedicated teaching, the biggest reason was Tenten's own determination. A hard-working girl truly is beautiful, and Natsuki was falling for her more and more each day. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 32, Chapter. Time passed just like the Senju clan, disappearing little by little. Months slipped by without anyone noticing, buried in the rhythm of classes starting and ending. Looking back, it all felt like a fleeting dream. Natsuki had gone through a few more rounds of experimental jutsu development in the special lab, but the progress on Suetun, Uzushio Futen had hit a bottleneck, with little headway made. Thankfully, he wasn't pouring all his energy into just that one project. Every now and then, to refresh his mind, he dabbled in researching other techniques. For instance, after mastering the nature transformation of the water element, he created some simple and practical jutsu. Suetun, Benkyo no Jutsu, water release, telescope technique. By using chakra to condense moisture in the air, forming convex and concave lenses, he could create a telescope out of thin air, able to see up to 2 kilometers away. This technique helped Natsuki immensely. He'd always been lacking in reconnaissance, no bugs like Shino, no Byakugan to assist. Even after learning chakra sensing, his range was still quite limited. But with this telescope jutsu, he could easily observe everything within 2 kilometers. Suetun, Gengeikyo no Jutsu, water release, magnifying glass technique. Similarly, by condensing moisture into a large convex lens and focusing sunlight through it, the jutsu could create burns or even explosions. This technique had appeared in the anime filler once, though the villain who used it seemed to be ice element, not water. Oh, and that same villain probably used the telescope jutsu too. Honestly, while the filler characters weren't that powerful, their jutsu creativity was off the charts, definitely worth borrowing ideas from. But the highlight of it all was that Natsuki finally completed his version of Rokushiki, the 6 styles. Originally, he had equated Henge no Jutsu, Kamii with Kamii, and Shunshin no Jutsu with Soru. But the remaining 4 styles had made no progress for a long time. Then one day, Shino casually handed Natsuki a pile of scrolls, saying they were all low-level jutsu for him to study. Once Natsuki had something useful, he'd have to share it. Shino, seriously, I'm crying. Natsuki felt like the best decision he'd ever made was becoming good friends with Shino. And of course, he tearfully accepted the scrolls and dived into further research. The scrolls Shino gave him mostly contained Suetun, Raitun, and Doton jutsu. Considering Natsuki's chakra nature, it made learning a lot easier. There were things like Doton, Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu, Doton, Koka no Jutsu, Suetun, Suijin Hiki, Suetun, Tepiden, Raitun, Jibashi, and even Genjutsu, Narakumi no Jutsu, and a few medical ninjutsu. Natsuki didn't care much about the official jutsu ranking system. Many jutsu in the original didn't even have clear ranks. But these were all commonly used in the original series. None of them were truly low-level, even the weakest were C-rank. Shino was straight up lying with a straight face. And he was really generous too. Besides being grateful, what else could Natsuki do? He could only dive into his research and share the best results with his good friend. To be fair, Natsuki could understand the standing of these jutsu within the Aburame clan. Since they primarily practiced insect techniques, most members didn't even train with elemental ninjutsu. That said, picking up some scrolls during missions was natural. Even if they were just gathering dust at home, they could still be sold during tough times. Also, not every clan member was a bug user prodigy. Some could definitely benefit from these jutsu. And as the clan leader's son, Shino likely didn't need approval to give out these unappreciated jutsu reprints. Still, he probably consulted his father, Aburame Shibi. So it was fine. But Natsuki couldn't just take that kindness for granted, he had to return the favor. Thus, after months of research, the 6 styles were finally perfected. Tekai, iron body modeled after Doton, Koka no Jutsu, he used chakra to absorb the properties of iron from kunai, partially turning his body into metal. Shurgan, finger gun by hardening his fingers with the iron transformation, he could perform rapid pinpoint strikes. Jeppo, moon step by condensing moisture under his feet with chakra, he created propulsion points, allowing him to run in midair. Rankyaku, storm leg by compressing water vapor into a curved arc with a powerful kick, he created a crescent-shaped chakra blade. It wasn't that Natsuki didn't want to explore new techniques, he just didn't need to. The 6 styles were already a well-rounded system combining offense, defense, and mobility. Why waste brainpower reinventing the wheel? This chakra-based version of the 6 styles might not be as exaggerated as the One Piece version, but it was practical. For instance, Tekai was a godsend in a world like the shinobi world, where high offense and low defense were the norm. At least now he didn't have to worry about being killed by a random kunai. And Jeppo gave shinobi the ability to temporarily fly, what's not to love? Regardless of what others thought, for a physically weak clan like the Aburame, it was revolutionary. That day, Natsuki brought Tenten to Shino's house as guests. Originally, Natsuki had wanted to invite Shino over to his place to teach him the 6 styles. But Shino turned the invitation around with a powerful reason. He said they'd always eaten at Natsuki or Tenten's house, it was time to return the favor. Natsuki had no objection. In fact, he was happy to meet Aburame Shibi. Not that he had any agenda, it was purely to express gratitude. After all, Shino had given Natsuki so many jutsu scrolls for free. Not only had Shibi not objected, he even helped keep it a secret. That was a huge favor. They could act like it was no big deal, but Natsuki couldn't treat it as such. So, Natsuki and Tenten carried a whole box of smoked meat to the Aburame clan, where they were warmly welcomed by Aburame Shibi. Ha ha ha. So you're Natsuki and Tenten. Shino talks about you two all the time. Especially you, Natsuki, he's known you since the very first day of school, and you've always been close. As his father, I truly thank you both. Shino's never been good at interacting with others. To have friends like you, it means the world. Even behind his sunglasses, Shibi's eyes were moist with emotion. His overwhelming fatherly love nearly drowned Natsuki and Tenten, it didn't feel like someone who had trouble socializing at all. Natsuki quickly replied, you flatter us, Shibi-aji-san. Tenten and I are the ones who should be grateful. Shino has helped us so much, we honestly don't know how to repay him. Tenten followed up, that's right, Shibi-aji-san. Shino has done so much for us. Being friends with him is our greatest honor. No, I should be the one thanking you. No, we should be thanking you. The 3 of them went back and forth at the entrance, tugging at politeness, while Shino stood silently off to the side. Thankfully, he interrupted at just the right time, ushering Natsuki and Tenten inside and taking the box of smoked meat with him. This was Natsuki's homemade smoked meat, Shino had tried it a few times and loved it. Now, of course, he'd store it carefully so he could eat it at home whenever he liked. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 33, Chapter. Shibi told Shino to take his guests around while he prepared the meal himself. Shino was actually a little nervous. It was his first time having friends over, and even though his relationship with Natsuki and Tenten was very close, he couldn't help but care about the impression they'd get. He took them to see the insect breeding room and the vegetable garden. The Aburame clan's insect techniques were famous, so keeping bugs at home was normal, though not exactly friendly to people with trypophobia. Natsuki and Tenten weren't afraid though. After all, they were used to Shino. Every time they trained together, Shino would summon a bunch of insects. After seeing them so many times, they had naturally gotten used to it. Still, seeing a swarm of bugs munching away at leaves with that crunchy kacha-kacha sound wasn't exactly pleasant. To anyone not from the Aburame clan, it was downright creepy. Afterward, Shino brought them to the training field in the backyard. Natsuki brought up the real reason for the visit. Shino, I've developed a new ninja taijutsu system called the 6 styles. It includes the kami I taught you before, and soru, which I refined myself using something like the body flicker technique. The remaining 4 are Tekai, Jeppo, Shurgan, and Rankyaku. These should help make up for your lack of close combat techniques. Split off a few bug clones and come at me, I'll demonstrate one by one. Alright. I'm looking forward to it. Shino didn't refuse, just like Natsuki hadn't refused when he handed over that stack of ninjutsu scrolls. He raised his hand, and a swarm of insects gathered into 3 bug clones, all rushing at Natsuki with kunai in hand. Soru. Natsuki vanished in a flash. When he reappeared, he was behind one of the clones. His right index finger suddenly turned pitch black as he jabbed it right into the clone's heart. Shurgan. The clone exploded. The other 2 bug clones immediately charged in with kunai, but Natsuki didn't even dodge. He formed a few seals casually, and when the kunai struck him, the only sound was that of metal hitting metal. There wasn't a scratch on him. This is Tekai. Now watch, Jeppo. And after that, Rankyaku. Natsuki stepped into midair and began running through the sky, leaving Tenten and Shino stunned. Then, he swept a leg midair, and a crescent-shaped chakra blade flew out, slashing the 2 clones into pieces. As for Kamii, there was no need to demonstrate it, Shino had already mastered it. After landing, Natsuki met Tenten's sparkling eyes and Shino's reflective sunglasses, and smiled. That's the 6 styles. While it requires water and earth chakra natures, you can still learn it even if you don't have those elements. Now let me explain the mechanics behind it. Not long after, Natsuki thoroughly explained the principles and training methods behind the 6 styles, without holding anything back. He even went into detail on the precautions. For instance, Tekai and Shurgan involved ironification, which temporarily gave the body the properties of iron. It was a dangerous process, so it should only be practiced using shadow clones. Also, the ironification should never exceed 1 minute, or it could damage the body. Shino nodded repeatedly, clearly impressed and satisfied. Once he mastered these techniques, he'd no longer be helpless when enemies closed in. Just Tekai alone would render most close-range attacks useless. Oh right, Shino, Natsuki said suddenly, once you've got it down, hand over the 6 styles to Shibuya-san and let him handle the rest. Wait. Shino hesitated. Natsuki, this is your research result. Natsuki chuckled. Yeah, it's mine. But it's also thanks to the Aburame clan's support that I made this progress. Don't think I don't know you got permission from Shibuya-san to give me those scrolls. I might not stand on ceremony with you, but I still have to express gratitude to your father. Otherwise, what kind of person would I be? Shino opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. He understood Natsuki's thinking and knew he was right. Even if those jutsu weren't valued by the clan, they were still clan property. As the clan heir, giving them to an outsider could invite criticism, not only towards him, but possibly even towards Natsuki and the clan leader. But if Natsuki gave back something that could make up for the Aburame clan's weakness in taijutsu, there would be no criticism, only praise. And in doing so, Natsuki would only deepen his ties with the Aburame clan. Even so, Shino felt conflicted. His original intent was to help Natsuki, not to get something in return. Even if he could accept the 6 styles as a gift, he didn't want to watch Natsuki hand over his own research for the sake of the clan. It made the friendship feel transactional. Tenten seemed to sense Shino's mood and quickly said, Shino, don't overthink it. The 6 styles are just a small part of Natsuki's results. He's actually got something much more impressive, but he doesn't dare tell you yet. He's worried you'd think he's being selfish by keeping it to himself. Oh. There's something more impressive. Shino didn't quite believe it. He figured Tenten was just trying to comfort him. Natsuki had no choice but to explain in a low voice, thanks to the jutsu you gave me, I've already grasped chakra nature transformation. And I've started combining it with shape transformation. The technique I'm working on is too powerful and unstable, so I can't use it yet. Shino's eyes widened in shock, then lit up with joy. He hadn't expected Natsuki to already be merging chakra shape and nature transformation. That was something only Jonin could usually do. Compared to that, the 6 styles really didn't seem all that important anymore. You're serious? He asked uncertainly. Natsuki nodded firmly. Of course. But I can't teach you. Shino quickly waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. I mainly train in insect techniques anyway, I couldn't learn something like that. This actually makes things easier. I'll go ahead and spread the 6 styles within the clan. Natsuki finally let out a sigh of relief. He'd been worried Shino would take it the wrong way. Still, he added seriously, for now, keep it a secret. Don't mention that I created it. Wait until I officially become a ninja, otherwise, I'm afraid I'll wake up one morning and find the dark ninja standing at my bedside. Shino understood completely and nodded solemnly. Tenten also looked serious. After spending so much time with Natsuki, she too had been warned to stay low-key. Just thinking about those so-called dark ninja, the ones who abducted geniuses in secret, made her nervous. Her future boyfriend was such a prodigy. She really hoped no one would target him. Before long, Shibi called the 3 in for dinner. Despite raising bugs, the Aburame clan didn't eat them, they actually loved them. Shino was a prime example. If he saw a bug crossing the road, he wouldn't let his teammates step on it. he found that too upsetting. Their vegetables, on the other hand, were excellently cultivated. Some were grown for the bugs, others for their own meals. And when it came to cooking those vegetables, they were quite skilled. For instance, Shino's mom was an amazing cook. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 34, Chapter. In the original story, Shino's mother had never been mentioned. But seeing her now, dressed in the same mirrored sunglasses as the rest of the clan, it was clear she was a full-blooded member of the Aburame. Makes sense, really. Whether they intermarried with outsiders or not, just the fact that the Aburame raised bugs was enough to scare off most women. If they didn't marry within the clan, who else could they marry? Fortunately, despite their seemingly aloof appearance, Shino's parents were incredibly warm and welcoming. Especially since Natsuki and Tenten were Shino's friends, they were so enthusiastic, it was almost overwhelming. What made it worse was that Shino's mother liked to tease them, calling them a good match and sighing about whether Shino would ever find someone. In the end, Shino was burning red, and Natsuki and Tenten were so embarrassed they nearly started digging into the floor with their toes. Natsuki had no choice but to use his topic diversion no jutsu and redirected the conversation to food. Wow. Oba-san, this dish is amazing, how did you make it? Wow. This winter melon soup is so good, no wonder Shino likes winter melon so much. It's all thanks to your cooking. Oba-san, I saw pumpkins growing in your garden. Did you know you can cook with pumpkin flowers and pumpkin vines too? If you peel the skin off the vines and stir-fry them with lean meat, it's delicious. And pumpkin flowers? Perfect for tempura. Before they knew it, Natsuki and Shino's mom were chatting away like old friends. As expected, two cooks always had something to talk about. By the end of the meal, Shino and Tenten were exhausted, mentally and physically. Meanwhile, Natsuki had learned quite a few new cooking tricks. And before they left, Shino's mom even stuffed him with 2 baskets of fresh vegetables. Her enthusiasm was unstoppable. Natsuki carried the 2 heavy baskets as he walked home with Tenten. As soon as they got back, Tenten couldn't help but laugh. Natsuki, I never expected you and Oba-san to get along so well. Shino and I could barely keep up. Natsuki didn't mind. That's just how aunties are. As long as you steer the conversation and match their pace, it's fine. She probably doesn't get many people to talk about cooking with. Having someone to share her passion with. Of course she'd want to chat. Better that than being teased about us. Tenten blushed, remembering the perfect couple comment from Shino's mom. Natsuki, meanwhile, rummaged through the basket and suddenly lit up. Tenten, she gave us pumpkin vines and flowers. Let's make pumpkin vine soup with lean meat tonight. Your dad's gonna love it. Oh, and do you know how to make tempura? You could use the pumpkin flowers. It's delicious. Tempura. Yeah, I know how to make that. Tenten, caught up in the excitement, started checking the baskets too. By evening, they carried a basket of vegetables back to Tenten's house and got to work. Seeing this, the shopkeeper uncle beamed with joy. He was starting to like Natsuki more and more. In fact, he was beginning to feel like he was watching his future son-in-law. When he learned the two weren't officially dating yet, he even got a little anxious. In this day and age, geniuses were rare and highly sought after, he couldn't let this one get away. That night, the pumpkin vine soup and pumpkin flower tempura were a huge hit. They all praised the dishes, and Natsuki and Tenten even joked about asking Shino to bring more next time. After dinner, the shopkeeper glanced at the dark sky outside and, for the first time, said, "It's already dark. Your house is pretty far, and it's not safe to walk around at night. Just stay here tonight." Natsuki was stunned. "Wait, are you serious, shopkeeper-san?" The shopkeeper's face darkened. "You want me to say it again? Kid, I'm worried you'll get snatched up out there. Things haven't been calm in the village lately. You'd better be careful. But I'm warning you, don't even think about sneaking into Tenten's room. If I catch you, I'll break your legs." With that, he shut the shop door and went back to his room. Natsuki and Tenten were left standing there, staring at each other in silence, their cheeks slowly turning red with awkwardness, and a hint of something else. But the shopkeeper wasn't wrong. Lately, tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village leadership had become increasingly unstable. It felt like a primed explosive tag waiting to go off. Even ordinary villagers could sense the pressure in the air. Some loose-tongued villagers whispered that the village had assigned shinobi to watch the Uchiha compound, and the clan's members were being recalled from outside missions. It was a clear sign, conflict was coming. No one even knew if Shursui was still alive. Under those circumstances, it really wasn't safe for Natsuki to walk home at night. Who knew when that weasel would make his move? Natsuki. Natsuki. Don't space out. I'll take you to your room. Tenten snapped him back to reality and led him to a guest room. She even helped lay out the bedding with surprising care. Though her face remained flushed, probably from the thought of Natsuki sleeping in her house, she quickly returned to her usual composed self and got everything ready. Natsuki didn't refuse. After washing up, he lay down to rest. But not long after, the door creaked open in the darkness. A small figure cautiously stepped in, carrying a dim lantern. As the soft light illuminated the room, he saw it was none other than twin-tailed Tenten. Tenten. Shoo. Quiet, don't let my dad hear. She slipped in like a thief, quietly closed the door, and sat on the edge of the bed, clearly hesitant but saying nothing for a while. Natsuki glanced at her pajamas and couldn't help but tease, Tenten, isn't this pace a little fast for us? Tenten's face went crimson. She shot him a glare and whispered, in your dreams. I just wanted to have a quiet talk about training. I didn't know where to start, that's all. Don't get the wrong idea. You come sneaking in, wearing pajamas, acting all bashful, how am I not supposed to get the wrong idea? If we weren't still so young, who knows what might have happened? Thankfully, Tenten quickly gathered her thoughts. Natsuki, after training with you these past few months, my physical strength has definitely improved. My chakra's been growing slowly, and I've gotten better at controlling it. I even learned a few of your jutsu. Most importantly, I've mastered summoning, and I've gotten really familiar with several types of ninja tools. Natsuki listened quietly, waiting for her to finish laying the groundwork. But now, I feel like I've hit a bottleneck. I'm still too young to undergo intense training, so my chakra development has stalled. Meanwhile, you're getting more and more amazing. I'm worried I'll be left behind. I don't want that. I want to be by your side. But I'm just not strong enough. Can you help me think of a way? Natsuki understood instantly. This was anxiety. Even though she was training hard alongside her two closest friends, their progress had left hers in the dust. Especially with Natsuki becoming more and more of a genius, Tenten felt like she couldn't even see his back anymore. Of course she'd feel anxious. And now, she could only turn to Natsuki for help. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 35, Chapter. New fanfics event. Hi everyone, it's Zalem, the event will start Saturday. Now I will tell you how to participate on it so you can choose which fanfic you want to be translated. This time there will be two challengers. A Naruto and a Bleach fanfic, both I checked them and they both looks promising. The event consists on 3 rounds of challenges. 2. The Power Stones round, if the fanfic gets 1500 Power Stones in web novel gets a point. Both can win that point, will start Sunday. 3. The Reviews round, if the fanfic gets 50 reviews on web novel it will get a point. Both can win that point, will start Sunday. Now what would happen if both reach the 3 points? I will pick both. The true both are fun so I kinda don't care if both win, ha ha ha. So if you want, try to make me pick both by doing the event. Also as bonus, if any of the fics get into the top 10 in web novel I will make it a double chapter schedule for that FIC. Anyway, I thought it was going to be fun to do an event where you all get to participate, and if the event is successful I may do more of them, for more new fics or for current ones. Thanks you all for reading this, and I will see you later. Ciao. That feeling, of being outpaced and overwhelmed, was something very familiar to the original Sasuke. During the Chunin exams, the so-called dead last Naruto grew increasingly dazzling, even managing to summon the Great Toad and defeat a monsterized Gaara in one shot. That moment left Sasuke, who had just barely learned Raitun, Chidori, absolutely stunned. Later, in missions, despite bearing the name of Uchiha, Sasuke contributed little, while Naruto only became stronger and stronger. Already weighed down by his clan's blood feud and consumed by the desire to kill Itachi, Sasuke's pride couldn't tolerate Naruto surpassing him. Eventually, it all exploded into that infamous rooftop clash at the hospital. Back then, Team 7's dynamic looked something like Naruto. Sasuke. Stop. Don't fight. Yeah, there was no dramatic thunderstorm that time, but Sasuke's inner turmoil was thunderous enough. The anxiety of a genius being outshone and left behind by a so-called loser, it was real. So his defection to Orochimaru eventually felt almost inevitable. Tenten's current mindset mirrored that, though hers came from a different place. She wasn't trying to outdo a rival. She cared deeply about someone, her boyfriend, and wanted to stay by his side, not be left in the dust. Natsuki realized this and wasn't anxious at all. Instead, he gently ruffled Tenten's hair, speaking with a soft smile, so you finally told me. I've been waiting. You think I've only been working hard to repay Shino? Nah. I've been thinking of how to help my adorable girl too. Tenten's eyes lit up. That means, you really have a way to help me get stronger. Natsuki. Tell me quick. Calm down and listen carefully. Natsuki chuckled. I've mastered lightning chakra nature transformation. And I've discovered that if you can precisely control lightning to stimulate the body, you can activate cells continuously. Lightning was a mysterious power. There was a reason cultivators in Shinra novels were always struck by lightning during tribulation. It wasn't just for dramatic effect. Lightning, though powerful and dangerous, could stimulate the body, making it stronger and boosting its regenerative capacity. In scientific terms, it activated cells, enhancing their performance and speeding up metabolism, naturally strengthening the body. After realizing this, Natsuki conducted several self-experiments in the special lab. It was painful. Excruciating, even. But, in a twisted way, also exhilarating. Thankfully, he eventually pinpointed the exact intensity needed to activate cells without damaging them. And now, with Tenten at a bottleneck, too young for high-intensity training, this method was perfect. Natsuki wasn't worried about mishaps either. With his precision chakra control, even if something went wrong, it wouldn't be fatal. Plus, he had senzu beans as backup, he could go all out. Natsuki. Come on, hit me with it already. Tenten urged. Don't say stuff that sounds so misleading. Natsuki looked like he was about to cry. If her dad overheard that, he'd probably get murdered on the spot. Meanwhile, in the main bedroom not far from them, the shopkeeper's face had gone completely black. He heard every single word. After all, the house wasn't big and the walls weren't soundproof. The night was quiet, and Tenten had unknowingly raised her voice. Thankfully, he knew Natsuki was helping her train, not doing anything improper. Otherwise, that rolling pin would have been in his hands already. Back in the room, Natsuki had Tenten sit down and took her hands, instructing gently, don't resist. I'll send lightning into your body through your hands to stimulate your cells. Since you also have the lightning attribute, try to feel it carefully. I'll do this once a month for you. By the time you graduate, you should be able to control it yourself. Tenten nodded, closed her eyes, and prepared herself. Natsuki focused fully, channeling his chakra into pure lightning and sending it precisely into her body. If he had the Byakugan, this would be even easier. But with prior self-testing and basic knowledge of human anatomy, it wasn't difficult to avoid danger. As the current entered her, a tingling, numbing sensation mixed with slight pain washed over her. Sweat beaded on Tenten's forehead. But she didn't make a sound, she gritted her teeth and endured. After what felt like forever, it was over. Tenten was drenched in sweat, but she didn't feel tired at all. Instead, she felt her body bursting with energy. Her previously stagnant chakra started rising, visibly. She was elated. Natsuki, thank you. Then, acting on instinct, she gently cupped his face and shyly kissed him on the cheek. Natsuki touched his cool cheek, eyes filled with surprise and joy. Tenten, let's be together. Tenten giggled. And why should I be with you? You have to say it properly. Natsuki felt a little hot in the face, but spoke firmly, because I like you. I want to be with you. I want us to be a couple. Tenten, satisfied, blushed again and gave him another peck. I like you too, Natsuki. So. I accept. Natsuki was thrilled and immediately got cheeky. You kissed me. Now it's my turn. Hee hee, no way. Try anything, and I'll tell my dad. Your dad's already my father-in-law now. In the master bedroom, the shopkeeper finally broke into a smile. But it didn't last long, his face darkened again. These two were getting way too loud. Were they not even trying to hide it anymore? So bold. No, this brat better make a huge feast tomorrow to earn redemption. Meanwhile, Tenten didn't go back to her room. She casually lay down right next to Natsuki and went straight to sleep. They were still kids, snuggling didn't mean anything serious. As for whether kids this age could be in a real relationship. Once, a 4-year-old boy kissed a 4-year-old girl. The girl asked, will you take responsibility? The boy answered confidently, of course. We're not 3 anymore. It was a joke, but in this world, many would take it seriously. After all, kids here were far too mature. Uchiha Itachi was already on the battlefield at 4. Now Natsuki was almost 7 and Tenten almost 8, if they wanted to date, no one was going to stop them. The next morning. Natsuki gave Tenten another lightning treatment. Then, holding hands in broad daylight and facing the shopkeeper's blackened expression, they headed off to school, completely shameless. They didn't expect to run into Shino right at the school gate. Shino saw their joined hands, and his sunglasses gleamed. Congratulations. Natsuki thanked him sincerely. Shino, thank you for everything you've done. Tenten chimed in happily, Shino, the pumpkin flower tempura was delicious, and the pumpkin vine soup was amazing. Does your family have more? Natsuki and I are cooking again tonight, you should come eat with us. Shino didn't refuse, but replied calmly, my mom made the same dishes last night. We used up all our pumpkin vines and flowers. I'll need to borrow some from the neighbors. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 36, Chapter. Time, just like the Uchiha clan, vanishes in the blink of an eye. When Natsuki was in 2nd grade, Sasuke was already 7 years old. That year, he experienced the most painful moment of his life. His beloved older brother, Itachi, massacred the entire Uchiha clan, leaving only Sasuke alive, consumed by hatred and plunged into utter despair. From that point on, he stopped liking Dango, had no interests, and lived solely for revenge. No one could stop him, anyone who tried would be considered his enemy. The girls in the class were still Sasuke's support squad. They didn't know what had happened to the Uchiha, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to comprehend such pain. However, it seemed that Ino had figured something out. While still a member of Sasuke's support group, she was no longer as obsessed as before and didn't try to get close to him at every opportunity. Instead, she often stood with Shikamaru and Choji, as if she now understood the meaning of the Ino-Shikacho trio. Natsuki only gave it a glance and didn't really care. What concerned him more was the safety of the village. Back when the Uchiha were still around, although public order was maintained, Danzo's root was extremely rampant, which kept Natsuki on high alert. Now that the Uchiha were gone, root would likely be disbanded soon by Hiruzen. However, without the Uchiha police force, Konoha was practically full of holes, spies would become active again, and Natsuki couldn't afford to let his guard down. Fortunately, his current strength was already considerable. He could hold his own even against a Jonin. That said, his research on Suetun, Uzumaki Fotama still hadn't progressed. Instead, he developed other jutsus, such as the previously theorized Suetun, Sui Enzin, Chakra Sticky Threads, and Doton, Rising Whirlwind Giant Top. The jutsus were simple in concept, but with his massive chakra reserves, every technique he used packed a punch akin to an ultimate move. As long as he could catch the opponent off guard, even a Jonin could be defeated in one strike. In addition, due to the lack of progress in his main research, he spent his spare time tinkering with other things to ease his boredom, like designing the Demonic Blade, Thousand Edge, and developing a ninja-themed card game. The Demonic Blade, Thousand Edge, was inspired by the blade of the same name from Scissor 7. It was crafted from over 1,000 pieces of chakra metal, forming a fractured blade that could expand or contract at will through chakra control, undoubtedly a divine weapon. To prepare for this, Natsuki even went to the library and picked up a book on swordsmanship. It would definitely come in handy later, especially if he studied the Hataki sword style. However, for now, Thousand Edge remained a blueprint. Tenten had already taken it to begin research. Who knew when it might be completed? As for the ninja card game, it was born from a sudden spark of inspiration. Ever since he got into a relationship with Tenten, he was filled with a sense of responsibility. He didn't want to keep living off his future father-in-law and felt he should find a way to earn money himself. Then one day, he saw Naruto dragging Shikamaru and Choji to play poker, and realized how dull the games in the ninja world were. That gave him the idea to create a new card game, based on killers of the three kingdoms from his previous life, and so Ninja Kill was born. It was only recently finished, just yesterday. In fact, he brought 2 decks to Hiruzen for approval. The Ninja Kill card game included identities of deceased Konoha heroes and some clan jutsus, so it had to be cleared by the Hokage. Thankfully, Hiruzen approved it, especially since the back of each card proudly displayed the slogan, Will of Fire, making it politically correct and a good tool for spreading ideology. Those 2 decks gifted to Hiruzen were a gesture of goodwill. He could bring them home to play with his grandson. Speaking of which, Konohamaru should be a few years old by now, right? Now all that was left was promotion. Natsuki planned to play with a few friends, giving each of them a free deck. That should help it spread quickly. That day was extracurricular combat class. Irika held the roster and began calling out, first match, Natsuki vs Uchiha Sasuke. He paused in surprise after reading it out, and the class immediately turned their eyes toward Natsuki and Sasuke, curious about how this battle would unfold. After all, their duel in 1st grade had been impressive, but they hadn't fought since. No one knew how strong they were now. Sasuke was also curious about Natsuki's strength. He stepped forward coolly and said, come on, show me your moves. Is this emo kid getting cocky again? Didn't seem like it. Natsuki looked at the once handsome and adorable Sasuke, now gloomy and dark-eyed, probably hadn't slept well for a long time, likely plagued by nightmares every night. And it made sense. His most respected brother had killed the whole clan, including their parents, and even used Tsukuyomi to torment him. How could a young boy handle that? Surrounded by hatred during the day, haunted by nightmares at night, of course his mental state would collapse. Natsuki sighed inwardly, thinking how pitiful Sasuke truly was. Even though Sasuke would eventually kill his own brother, he still wouldn't find peace. Instead, he'd be consumed by darkness and fall completely. How tragic. Still, Natsuki wasn't some saint. He could feel pity for Sasuke, but he wouldn't meddle. Saviors had their own destinies. Natsuki would respect that and focus on living his own life well. Natsuki stepped forward and formed the seal of confrontation, silently pulling a smoke bomb from his ninja pouch and smashing it to the ground. A smoke bomb. That's not how it's supposed to be used, Sasuke sneered. But in the next second, dozens of shuriken shot out from the smoke, targeting Sasuke's vital points and escape routes. Oh, right, starting from second grade, the use of ninja tools and jutsus in battle was permitted. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he parried 2 shuriken with a kunai and twisted his body to dodge another. Just as he was about to say something, a bam sounded beside his ear. One of the shuriken turned into Natsuki, who then roundhouse kicked Sasuke square in the face while he was unguarded. Sasuke was sent flying and rolled several times on the ground before struggling to get back up. The crowd gasped in surprise. Irika praised, Natsuki was very clever. Everyone thought throwing a smoke bomb at his own feet was a foolish move, but in fact it was to conceal his transformation technique into a shuriken. He used that to get close and launch a sneak attack when Sasuke let his guard down, truly unexpected. In this aspect, he's already qualified as a ninja. The classmates looked at Natsuki with envy. They didn't expect he'd become so strong. He was the first to knock Sasuke down last time, and now he did it again. How was he always this amazing? Naruto immediately shouted, Natsuki's awesome Databayo. Beat that stuck-up Sasuke and I'll treat you to a Chiraku ramen, Databayo. The girls were furious. They yelled at Naruto, and Sakura even punched him straight in the face. How dare he talk like that about their beloved Sasuke? But none of them noticed that Ino wasn't in the cheering squad today. She didn't join the others in scolding Naruto either. Instead, she stood seriously beside Shikamaru and Choji, as if Sasuke's defeat hadn't surprised her at all. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 37, Chapter. New fanfics event. Hi everyone, it's Zalem, the event will start tomorrow. Now I will tell you how to participate on it so you can choose which fanfic you want to be translated. This time there will be 2 challengers. A Naruto and a Bleach fanfic, both I checked them and they both looks promising. The event consists on 3 rounds of challenges. 2. The Power Stones round, if the fanfic gets 1500 Power Stones in web novel gets a point. Both can win that point, will start Sunday. 3. The Reviews round, if the fanfic gets 50 reviews on web novel it will get a point. Both can win that point, will start Sunday. Now what would happen if both reach the 3 points? I will pick both. The true both are fun so I kinda don't care if both win, ha ha ha. So if you want, try to make me pick both by doing the event. Also as bonus, if any of the fics get into the top 10 in web novel I will make it a double chapter schedule for that FIC. Anyway, I thought it was going to be fun to do an event where you all get to participate, and if the event is successful I may do more of them, for more new fics or for current ones. Thanks you all for reading this, and I will see you later. Ciao. Choji munched on his chips. Ino, you're not cheering for Sasuke anymore? Shikamaru looked even more surprised. Not only is she not cheering, she's not even surprised. Ino, do you know something we don't? Ino just chuckled and didn't answer. These past few months, she hadn't been training aimlessly, her devil of a dad had pushed her beyond her limits. She'd long since learned to judge strength clearly. Plus, she occasionally trained with Tenten, so she had a decent understanding of the strength of Natsuki and his 2 teammates. She could even confidently say that not just Natsuki and Shino, even Tenten was probably stronger than Sasuke. Those 3, really were something else. Sasuke wiped the scratch on his face, annoyed at himself for being careless, but also more alert toward Natsuki. He could tell Natsuki was sharp and extremely good at applying what he'd learned. Take the smoke bomb, for instance, others used it to block the enemy's sight for a sneak attack. But not Natsuki. He'd looked like a fool, throwing a smoke bomb at himself, only to conceal his transformation into a shuriken, pulling off a successful ambush. An opponent like that was much more interesting than all the others still clumsily flailing at each other. Heh. Natsuki, you're impressive. You're getting more interesting. Sasuke felt a spark of excitement. He needed strong opponents to improve. Natsuki might not be insanely powerful, but he was full of creativity, he'd already taught Sasuke a lot. But he wasn't about to lose. This time, he was going to win. Natsuki didn't respond. Instead, he threw another handful of shuriken, which Sasuke easily dodged. There was no smoke bomb this time, but Sasuke was much more cautious now, concerned there might be a shadow clone hidden among the shuriken. Whether Natsuki actually knew how to use shadow clone didn't matter, Sasuke was ready for anything. Seeing this, Natsuki formed hand seals and used the clone combination technique, rushing forward. Sasuke knew this move well. He didn't panic at all and quickly formed seals of his own, spitting out a massive fireball. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. The class gasped. No one expected Sasuke to already be able to use a technique like that. He was only 7. Truly a prodigy of the Uchiha. Irika grew nervous, worried a student might get hurt. But Natsuki charged straight at the fireball without even trying to dodge, forming hand seals as he ran. Oh, a substitution jutsu. Then he's fine. Wait, a substitution. That's brilliant. Irika suddenly realized. A substitution. Sasuke couldn't see clearly, but his expression changed. Damn it. This guy. He spun around and kicked backward just in time to see the Natsuki running toward the fireball transform with a puff into a shuriken, while the real Natsuki had reappeared behind him. They had swapped places. Bam. Their feet collided midair. Because Sasuke had kicked reflexively, he was slightly off balance and ended up stumbling back. Just as he was about to counter, Natsuki rapidly formed another set of hand seals, eyes locked on Sasuke, and suddenly, Sasuke felt the world spinning. Genjutsu, Narakumisen no Jutsu. Crap, Genjutsu. Sasuke immediately calmed his mind and disrupted his chakra flow, breaking free from the illusion in an instant, only to be greeted by a big ol' kick to the face, sending him flying. The entire class was dumbstruck. They hadn't expected Natsuki to chain together attacks like a storm, dominating Sasuke the whole time. Sasuke had been knocked down twice, and his seemingly powerful Gokaku no Jutsu hadn't even worked. It really looked like Natsuki had surpassed him. But, how was that possible? Sasuke was supposed to be the Uchiha prodigy. Sasuke himself couldn't believe it. He got back up, face full of frustration, but was now more cautious than ever. Just as he was preparing to continue, he saw Natsuki suddenly raise his hand. Instinctively, Sasuke leapt back. But Natsuki calmly said, "Irika-sensei, I'm out of chakra. I forfeit." Nani? Natsuki, are you messing with me? Sasuke was furious. You knocked me down twice, my fireball did nothing, and now you're telling me you're giving up. What kind of logic is that? Keep fighting me. But Natsuki had already formed the seal of reconciliation. Sasuke had no way to vent his frustration. The guy said he was out of chakra, he clearly couldn't pull off those techniques anymore. Forcing the fight to continue didn't make sense. Left with no choice, Sasuke sulkily formed the reconciliation seal too. Natsuki saw Sasuke's expression and, in a rare moment of kindness, said, "Sasuke, that genjutsu may be low level, but it does consume a lot of chakra. And I don't have much of a knack for genjutsu, I practiced that one for a long time. The fact you broke out of it so quickly means I wouldn't have been able to land another. Continuing would have been pointless. More importantly, if I kept going, you'd lose, and I'd blow my cover. Better to leave it at that." Sasuke felt a bit better hearing that. Maybe he wasn't doing so badly after all, he had escaped a genjutsu instantly. But then Natsuki added, "Still, your mental state isn't great, Sasuke. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fallen for such a low-level genjutsu. Those dark circles under your eyes aren't a good sign. If you don't get proper rest, it could be dangerous in a real fight." With that, he turned and walked off, receiving a wave of applause from the class. Though Natsuki had technically forfeited, it didn't really feel like a loss. He had still earned everyone's respect. After all, he was the first one to beat Sasuke down like that. If only he had more chakra, Sasuke might have suffered a real defeat. Only the insiders, Shino and Ino, remained calm. To them, it was clear, Natsuki wasn't the type who enjoyed playing ninja games. Just then, Naruto jumped out again. "Irika-sensei. Since Natsuki forfeited, can I fight Sasuke next? I'm super strong today, I will win, Databeo." Irika sighed, this blonde brat was giving him a headache. He glanced at Sasuke, who gave a slight nod, so he relented. Fine. Since Sasuke has no objections, the second match will be Naruto versus Sasuke. Form the seal of confrontation. Ha! Sasuke, prepare yourself, Databeo. Naruto charged up enthusiastically right after forming the seal, only to be kicked flying the next second. Sasuke sneered. "I'm still pissed off from Natsuki forfeiting. Since you're so eager for a beating, how could I say no? Your attacks aren't even a fraction as good as Natsuki's. And you think you can beat me?" What followed was a one-sided beatdown. Though Naruto could really take a hit, at his current age, and with his long-term malnourishment, he wasn't nearly as tough as he'd one day become. Soon, he was lying on the ground in miserable shape. Only after Irika declared the match over did Sasuke's sour mood finally ease. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about Natsuki was off. Even if he said he was out of chakra, he hadn't looked the least bit exhausted. So was this guy just hiding his true strength on purpose? And he waited until after beating me up to pretend to give up. Was he treating me like a joke? End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 38, Chapter. New fanfics event. Hi everyone, it's Zalem. The event will start tomorrow. Now I will tell you how to participate on it so you can choose which fanfic you want to be translated. This time there will be 2 challengers. A Naruto and a Bleach fanfic, both I checked them and they both looks promising. The event consists on 3 rounds of challenges. 2. The Power Stones round. If the fanfic gets 1500 power stones in web novel gets a point. Both can win that point, will start Sunday. 3. The Reviews round. If the fanfic gets 50 reviews on web novel it will get a point. Both can win that point, will start Sunday. Now what would happen if both reach the 3 points? I will pick both. The true both are fun so I kinda don't care if both win, ha ha ha. So if you want, try to make me pick both by doing the event. Also as bonus, if any of the fics get into the top 10 in web novel I will make it a double chapter schedule for that FIC. Anyway, I thought it was going to be fun to do an event where you all get to participate, and if the event is successful I may do more of them, for more new fics or for current ones. Thanks you all for reading this, and I will see you later. Ciao. But strangely, no one questioned Natsuki's supposedly low chakra levels, it had somehow become an accepted fact. When did that happen? Something felt off. Sasuke's instincts were right. In truth, this was all part of Natsuki's deliberate setup. Ever since that first-year match where he surrendered to Sasuke and claimed his chakra wasn't enough, he'd kept up the act in every outdoor class, always showing signs of running low on chakra. Over time, everyone just took it for granted. Now that he'd used a few ninjutsu and even genjutsu, wasn't it normal that his chakra ran out? Besides, he was only 7. Wasn't it natural for him to have low chakra reserves? As for the fact that he had overwhelmed Sasuke earlier, that was just some clever trickery, nothing worth taking seriously. Damn that cocky bastard Sasuke, Databeo. Naruto grumbled as he limped off the field, then thick-skinned as ever, he scurried back toward Sakura. But she kept her eyes on Sasuke the whole time, only Hinata was concerned about Naruto's injuries. Ah, this tangled mess of emotions, it was enough to give anyone a headache. Still, with a bag of sunflower seeds, this would make for excellent entertainment. The rest of the matches weren't much to see. Even when Shino faced off against Kiba, it was a clean win for Shino. Kiba didn't stand a chance and ended up completely deflated. Oh right, Kiba hadn't even gotten his dog yet. He probably wouldn't start raising Akamaru until he turned 9. But even if he had his dog, he still wouldn't be a match for Shino. That, Natsuki was absolutely sure of. Once the boys' matches wrapped up, it was the girls' turn. First up, the best friends turned rivals battle, Yamanaka Ino versus Haruno Sakura. No need to wait for the Chunin exams, this was a full-blown hair-pulling war right now. Or, that's what everyone expected. Instead, the match began with Sakura getting smacked and sent flying. She stayed down for quite a while. Irika was instantly alarmed and quickly declared Ino the winner, even preparing to send Sakura to the hospital. Ino, however, walked over, extended a fair and delicate hand, and said, "Come on, I didn't hit you that hard. It'll stop hurting soon. But Sakura, you're really weak. A whole year of school and you've barely improved." Sakura clutched her stomach, but the pain did ease up quickly, Ino had clearly held back. And something about Ino felt different today. She didn't mock her forehead and even offered a helping hand. That wasn't normal. "Ino pig, what's gotten into you?" Sakura grumbled, but there was concern in her tone. "You trying to pick a fight? Get up, forehead. I'll talk to you later in private, everyone's watching." A vein popped on Ino's forehead as she grabbed Sakura and hauled her up. Hand in hand, they walked off the field like nothing had ever happened between them. Sakura stood in a daze, staring at Ino's hand wrapped around hers, as if it were a dream. Outdoor class soon ended, and Irika announced dismissal. The students scattered like birds, they had way more important things to do than stick around. Natsuki gathered a few friends together. "Shino, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, tomorrow's our day off. If you're free, come over to my place. I want your help trying out a game. I'll treat you to lunch as thanks." Shino and Shikamaru didn't say much but nodded in agreement. Choji started drooling. "You're treating again, Natsuki." "Heh, I'll come for sure. I'll even skip dinner tonight to save room." Ino was intrigued. "What are you treating us to that even this glutton is willing to skip dinner? And wait, shouldn't we be asking what game you want us to play? What's with the mystery?" Natsuki kept it vague. "Just come, you'll love it. Even if you don't like the game, you'll love my cooking." Choji added, "He's right. Natsuki's cooking is amazing." That was enough for Ino to agree. She didn't feel like helping at the flower shop on her day off anyway, and she definitely didn't want to go through more of her dad's hellish training. A little break sounded great. Thinking about the game, she quickly asked, "Can I bring Sakura?" Sakura blinked in surprise, pointing at herself. She hadn't expected Ino to invite her. Something was seriously up with Ino today. Naruto immediately butted in. Nanny. You're all going to Natsuki's place to play a game. And he's treating. Sakura and everyone else is going, I can come too, right? Natsuki, I can come too, right? Natsuki hesitated, he couldn't say no outright. Then again, this was a great chance to promote his card game, get close to this group of future monsters, and introduce Tenten to everyone. So he nodded. Fine. Sakura, Naruto, Kiba, Hinata, you can all come. Sasuke, you coming to my place tomorrow morning? Your place. Sasuke instinctively wanted to decline, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about Natsuki. He wanted to find out more. All right. I'll check it out. Sakura's face instantly lit up when she heard Sasuke was coming. Naruto, meanwhile, looked like he'd just swallowed a bitter bug. Natsuki didn't care. After giving them the directions to his place, he went home ahead of them to plan the shopping list with Tenten. After all, 2 big eaters would be showing up tomorrow. The next morning, Natsuki headed to the market to do the grocery shopping, leaving Tenten at home. The little powerhouses met at the school gate, then followed Shino as he led them to Natsuki's house. Along the way, they were full of guesses about what kind of game Natsuki had in mind, and curious about what his house looked like. Before long, they arrived at the gate. Shino knocked. Coming. A girl's voice answered, catching everyone off guard. Then the door opened to reveal a cute girl with twin buns, wearing an apron. It was clear she'd been busy inside. Shino gave a nod. Tenten, I brought everyone. Ino beamed. Tenten. I didn't expect you to be home. Where's Natsuki? Tenten smiled and welcomed everyone in. Natsuki went out shopping. He said there'd be 2 big eaters, so he wanted to buy extra to make sure everyone's well fed. Come in and sit. I'll introduce you all to the card game Natsuki made. I'm sure you'll love it. As she spoke, she deftly poured drinks for everyone. Aside from Shino and Ino, everyone else was quietly studying Tenten, wondering whether she was Natsuki's little sister, or maybe older sister. Naruto couldn't help but ask, so this bunhead is. Ino proudly and dramatically announced, ahem. The adorable girl standing before you with twin buns is Tenten, she's a year above us and Natsuki's girlfriend. So she was his girlfriend, wait, what? Nani. Natsuki's girlfriend. He already has a girlfriend. Everyone's eyes widened. Total shock. Mind blown. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 39, chapter. Even Shikamaru and Choji were stunned. They were Natsuki's friends, yet this was the first time they were hearing about it. Even Ino had known earlier than them. Then they looked over at Shino, completely calm. That guy clearly had known all along. Sasuke, too, was wide-eyed. Originally, he had come to learn more about Natsuki's fighting style and clever tricks in battle, only to discover the guy actually had a girlfriend. What could he even say? Surprised? Shocked? He couldn't really put it into words. Natsuki just felt like a walking mystery. Tenten blushed slightly, but spoke openly, we only made it official recently. I hope you'll all take care of us. Of course. Same to you. Everyone quickly responded, couldn't be rude now. Shikamaru turned to Shino. You knew, didn't you? Shino gave a rare, smug look. Of course I did. I played a big part in getting them together, you know. Wow. So that's how it was. Seriously. They didn't tell us something this big. Are we even friends anymore? Still, it wasn't the right time to bring that up. Tenten was right here. Wouldn't want to make things awkward. Tenten, cool as ever, pulled out a scroll, formed a few seals, and slapped her palm down. Poof. A box appeared. Everyone gasped. They didn't expect Natsuki's girlfriend to know Kuchiyos no Jutsu. At this age. That was rare. Natsuki clearly had good taste. This is the card game Natsuki invented. It's called Ninja Kill. Tenten opened the box and began introducing it. Let me give you a quick rundown. The game has several types of cards, identity cards, character cards, health cards, skill cards, and ninja tool cards. There are 4 modes of play, one-on-one, one versus many, team battles, and hidden village defense mode. The first 3 don't need identity cards, just draw character cards and fight using their abilities. The 4th mode, Hidden Village Defense, is based on a ninja village invasion scenario. Enemy ninjas, rogue nin, traitors, and spies infiltrate the village. The village's Kage and their allies must uncover and defeat them. Identity cards include Kage, ally, enemy ninja, rogue ninja, traitor, and spy. The bad guys win if the Kage dies. The traitor must eliminate everyone else. The Kage and allies win by defeating all the threats. As she explained, she handed out the detailed rule sheets. Everyone was instantly intrigued. A ninja-themed battle card game. That was a first. And defending the village as a mode. That sounded super fun. Tenten then brought out the cards themselves. Identity cards were self-explanatory. Health cards tracked HP, character cards were based on historical Konoha heroes, some even had secret techniques. For example, Uchiha characters had the Sharingan, discard 2 red cards to activate it. After activation, they could ignore basic attacks and counter big attacks with just 1 card as a dodge. The Akugan characters like those from the Hyuga clan could activate their dojutsu by discarding 2 black cards, then peek at opponents' hands and dodge any attack with just 1 card. There were also characters from the Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Aburame clans, some even from other villages. All had been officially approved by the Hokage, so no problems there. Skill cards included ninjutsu, genjutsu, and secret arts. Ninja tool cards included things like kunai and shuriken, even medical ninjutsu cards like shosen jutsu. Natsuki had clearly put a lot of thought into it. Shikamaru flipped over a card and read the back, Will of Fire. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns eternally. Now that's politically correct. Totally safe. Once everyone had a general grasp of the game, Tenten said, no point explaining too much, let's try a round. We'll start with one-on-one duels so I can help out and guide everyone. Once you're all familiar, we can do Hidden Village mode. Oh. And as thanks, not only is lunch on us, but each of you will get a free deck. Really? Awesome. Naruto lit up. Free cards? Heck yeah. He immediately challenged Sasuke. Sasuke seemed interested too, so he accepted. The others decided to watch first to get a feel for the gameplay. Each drew a character card. Sasuke lucked out and drew an Uchiha. Naruto got a member of the Inuzuka clan. Based on their characters, they received their health cards. Each drew 10 cards, and the game began. Sasuke went first, drew 2 cards, then discarded 2 red hearts. Activate Sharingan. Then, kunai slash. Naruto scratched his head and played a dodge. But Sasuke grinned. Naruto, I activated the Sharingan. That means my attacks now require 2 dodges to block. Either play 2 dodges, use a substitution jutsu, or lose HP. What? That's cheating. Naruto complained. Humph. That's the power of the Sharingan. Hurry up, dodge or take the hit. Fine. I'll lose HP. Naruto dropped 1 health. But Sasuke wasn't done, he kept attacking with kunai slash, shuriken slash, shunshin slash, Naruto's HP was dropping fast. Fortunately, Sasuke soon ran out of cards, meaning he was out of stamina and chakra. Now it was Naruto's turn to fight back. Kiba, who was watching eagerly, shouted, Naruto. Use the Fong over Fong secret technique. It'll drain Sasuke big time. But Naruto hated being told what to do. After drawing 2 cards, he instead used medical ninjutsu to recover some HP, then equipped a Suiton skill card. He discarded 2 cards and launched a Suiton attack. Sasuke calmly dodged. With Sharingan active, he only needed 1 card. Naruto attacked again. Sasuke dodged again. The 2 went all out. Sparks flew, literal and metaphorical. When Natsuki returned, he found the yard buzzing with energy. The game was in full swing, those playing were completely absorbed, and those watching were equally hooked. Kiba, frustrated with Naruto's chaotic gameplay, even asked Tenten for another deck so he could play with Shikamaru and Choji instead. Yo. Looks like you're all having fun. I'll go cook now. Natsuki grinned as he walked in with a mountain of groceries, drawing everyone's attention, but just for a moment. They quickly turned back to the game. It was just like back in the day with old-school consoles, parents would call for dinner and you'd ignore them mid-game. In a world like this, where good games were rare, something like Ninja Kill was bound to become an addiction. Natsuki was confident, once Ninja Kill hit the market, it would explode. He'd be raking in the Rio, no more worrying about future marriage funds. End of chapter. Plus 500 Power Stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 40, Chapter. Event started. Pick up the new fanfic. Leech, why am I, Kurosaki Ichigo, not the harem king? Naruto travel between worlds of One Piece. Use your power stones on it, and by reaching 1,500 horsepower and getting 50 reviews it will be picked up. Natsuki, you bastard, you got a girlfriend and didn't tell us. Shikamaru played a card as he muttered his complaint. Natsuki grinned. It just became official recently. But hey, you all got to meet her today, right? I'll give you a proper introduction over lunch. For now, keep playing. Tenten came over to help as well. Shino also tried to lend a hand, but Natsuki and Tenten gently pushed him back into his seat. This day was meant for their friends to enjoy the game, cooking was their job as hosts, no help needed. Soon, everyone had mastered the rules and jumped right into Hidden Village defense mode. They began drawing identity cards, and the results immediately made everyone's faces shift. Shikamaru was the Kage. Kiba groaned, how are we supposed to win now? With Shikamaru's IQ, aren't we doomed? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Kiba, your complaining just gave away your identity. The game starts the moment identity cards are drawn. Only the Kage's identity is public. Everyone else is a mystery. This is the intel gathering phase. What happened to your basic ninja training? Kiba immediately shut up. He knew he'd slipped and would be targeted first by Shikamaru, and the Kage's allies would probably join in taking him out. The others kept straight faces, but Shikamaru was already scanning the room with that calculating gaze. He'd likely already pegged a few people's identities. A smirk crept onto his lips. Normally lazy, Shikamaru thrived in strategy games like this. Let the hunt begin. Everyone drew their character cards, received their health cards, and drew 10 starting cards. With the Kage's turn beginning, the Hidden Village defense officially kicked off. Shikamaru, I'll equip Katan Jutsu and blast Kiba with a Gokakyu no Jutsu. Kiba, hee. Substitution Jutsu. Sasuke, Naruto is definitely the spy. Raitun, Jibashi. Naruto, Sasuke, what are you talking about? You're the spy. No, you're the rogue ninja. I dodge. And now I activate Byakugan. Sasuke, show me 5 of your cards. Sakura, Naruto. Shuriken slash. Ino, everyone calm down. If we keep attacking randomly, we might end up killing allies. I'm passing. Choji, munch, why overthink it? Suetun, damn surge. Shikamaru, Choji, are you nuts? That's an AoE attack, everyone has to dodge. You're the enemy ninja, aren't you? Shino, sitting calmly beside Shikamaru, played a card called Uncle Repairs the Gate, blocking Choji's attack for the Kage, but Shikamaru didn't trust him either. Shino could be the traitor. Everyone was having a blast while Natsuki and Tenten flirted in the kitchen. Luckily, it didn't delay lunch. Around noon, Natsuki began serving dish after dish to the table. The courtyard was still loud and chaotic. Natsuki overheard some of it and couldn't help but snicker. Apparently, Naruto had mistaken Shino for the traitor and kept targeting him. Turns out Shino was an ally. Meanwhile, the person Naruto tried so hard to protect, Sakura, was the rogue ninja, and nearly got Shikamaru killed. If not for Choji's accidental but timely AoE move that finished off Naruto, Shikamaru might have lost due to poor teammates. Sasuke, acting all helpful as the traitor, was eventually found out by Shikamaru too. Even with all the enemy ninjas, rogues, and traitors working together, they couldn't outsmart Shikamaru. The Kage survived, and the Hidden Village secured victory. In short, total chaos, tons of laughs. But beneath all that, the game really tested a ninja's fundamentals, information gathering, jutsu combos, teamwork, all of it subtly woven into the gameplay. Naturally, everyone fell in love with it. Alright, time to eat. After lunch, I'll give each of you your own deck. Play as much as you want. Natsuki and Tenten called everyone to the table and personally dished out the food. Then Natsuki did something strange. He scooped 2 big bowls of rice, one for Choji, expected, but the other he handed to Hinata, even placing the main rice pot closer to her than to Choji. Naruto blinked. Natsuki, what's up with that? Why'd you give Hinata so much rice? She's tiny, how's she gonna eat all that? Natsuki gave a mysterious smile. Exactly because she's tiny, she needs to eat more. You should focus on yourself, short guys like you need to eat up too. Naruto choked but didn't argue. With a round of itadakamasu, everyone began eating, and the next moment, the compliments came pouring in. Wow. Natsuki, your cooking is amazing. This is the best food I've ever had. What the heck? There's food better than Ichiraku ramen. This world doesn't make sense anymore, Databeo. Natsuki, are you some kind of cooking god? So good. I want seconds. Those were the newbies. As for Shino, Shikamaru, and Choji, they just buried their heads in their bowls. No time for words. Then came the real shocker. Despite her petite size, Hinata destroyed the table. She ate more than Choji. No wonder Natsuki had served her a large bowl and moved the rice near her. This girl could really eat. What's more, she didn't look full at all. No bloated belly, no weight gain. Her stomach was like a bottomless pit. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Hinata, you're amazing. How do you do that? I don't know. Hinata turned red as a beet, sneaking a glance at Naruto, terrified he'd think she was a glutton and hate her. That'd break her heart. But Naruto grinned. Hinata, you're incredible, Databeo. If you can eat that much, you'll definitely grow strong one day. Hinata's eyes sparkled. Naruto-kun. And then Naruto turned back to fawn over Sakura again. Hinata's heart shattered on the spot. Drama galore. After the meal, everyone sprawled across the table like corpses, then got right back into gaming. Natsuki and Tenten ditched the dishes and jumped in too, filling the courtyard with laughter once again. It wasn't until evening that the games finally wrapped up. Natsuki smiled and said, "We had a blast today. There'll be plenty more chances to play, but don't forget to keep up with your training too." Then he and Tenten handed out the promised card decks. No empty promises here, everyone got one. Grinning from ear to ear, the kids started planning who to play with at school tomorrow. As the sun dipped low, they all said their goodbyes and left one by one. Peace returned to the yard. Tenten took Natsuki's hand and smiled. "You've got great friends." Natsuki gave her hand a gentle squeeze. "They're your friends now too." End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 41, Chapter. After that day, the Ninja Kill card game suddenly became a big hit. It first took off at the Ninja Academy. The next day, Naruto and the others brought their cards to challenge others, and soon the game spread like wildfire. Then, Tenten's family's ninja tool shop was almost trampled by the village kids and their parents. After that, other merchants came to negotiate wholesale deals for the cards. But since Natsuki was only the inventor of the game, all trading decisions were up to the shop owner, his father-in-law. All Natsuki had to do was sit back and wait to collect his share of the profits. The shop owner knew Natsuki was a capable guy and happily went off to do business. But Ninja Kill really did explode in popularity. For a while, the entire village was obsessed. Even some of the ninja got into it. After all, whether they had missions or not, life was usually pretty boring. Not everyone was like Kakashi, who loved reading Ika Ika Paradise, and constantly playing poker got old. The appearance of the Ninja Kill card game filled that void perfectly. What could Natsuki do? He was making a fortune, that's what. But of course, trouble soon followed. Natsuki. Natsuki. Come play Ninja Kill with us. We're trying to play the Ninja Village defense mode but don't have enough people. Naruto shouted once again. Sigh. Naruto, give it a rest. Natsuki rubbed his temples. Sure, the game is fun, and it lets you live out your dream of being Kage for a bit. But don't forget to study and train, alright? Every time you become the Kage in the game, you go on a killing spree. I've been your teammate a few times and you keep killing me. What happened to your basic ninja skills like intel gathering? Naruto turned red and stubbornly replied, I am learning now, Databeo. I'll definitely be a great Hokage in the future. Natsuki rolled his eyes. Exactly why you should focus on learning and training. Otherwise, you'll only ever be Hokage in the game, and forget about it in real life. Naruto couldn't argue back, but he couldn't give up the game either, so he went off to find others to play with. Luckily, Hinata the sweet idiot decided to join in, letting Naruto start up another round of Ninja Village defense. Natsuki thought that although he created this game to earn money for marriage, he might have ended up ruining Naruto's future. Would this savior of the world even be able to save the world if things kept up like this? What if, when facing Kaguya, he just threw out 2 dodge cards? Wouldn't the entire shinobi world be doomed? But Natsuki quickly got over it. After all, Naruto was the chosen savior by the world itself. That old geezer, the sage of 6 paths, was still watching. Nothing major would go wrong. No need to interfere too much. He found Shikamaru. Shikamaru, do you have any flash bombs? He remembered in the original story, only Shikamaru seemed to use flash bombs effectively, paired with his shadow techniques, so he should have some. Shikamaru tossed down a card and replied while playing, I've got some at home. I'll bring one for you later. But what do you want a flash bomb for? Never mind, sounds like a pain. I won't ask. Thanks. I'll pay you for it. Natsuki wouldn't just take a friend's stuff for free. A flash bomb was a proper ninja tool and probably expensive. As he sat back down, Shino couldn't help but ask, Natsuki, got a new idea? Natsuki smiled and nodded. Yup. And it's perfect for you. Think about it, Earth Release has the hardening technique, which works by absorbing the properties of Earth, right? And the iron body I created absorbs iron's properties. So what would happen if you absorbed the components of a flash bomb and activated it with chakra? Shino's sunglasses flashed. It would emit an intense burst of light. Natsuki gave a thumbs up. Bingo. This technique will be called Solar Fist. Once I develop it, I'll teach you. You wear sunglasses, so the intense light won't blind you, but your enemies won't even be able to open their eyes. Wouldn't you be able to go on a rampage? Natsuki, you always come up with wild ideas. Shino was already used to being amazed, but there was clear anticipation behind his shades. Natsuki waved him off. Alright, stop flattering me. I get cocky easily. Come over to my house on the 2nd of next month. I'll definitely have results by then. Oh, and Tenten's investigation into powerful ninja tools and summoning beasts is making progress. Let's check it out together. Maybe you'll find a summon you want. At that moment, in the Hokage's office, Konoha's shadow Hokage, Shimura Danzo, pushed open the office door with his cane. All his old friends were already seated, waiting. Hiruzen Sarutobi saw him and casually pulled out a deck of Ninja Kill. Danzo, you're here. Ever played Ninja Kill? Let's play while we talk. He shuffled 4 identity cards and placed them on the table. Danzo hobbled over and picked one. His eyelid twitched, usurper. Sarutobi picked one too and flipped it over, Kage. Koharu and Hamura also drew a card each but stayed quiet, waiting as Sarutobi shuffled the character deck for them to draw from. As he shuffled, Sarutobi kept talking. This card game really is something. It brings ninja combat to the tabletop. You can play one-on-one, one versus many, many versus many, and even the ninja village defense mode. And look at my luck, still Hokage in the game. Crack, it sounded like Danzo's cane had cracked. He drew a character card, only to find it was a Uchiha character. His expression darkened as he slammed the card onto the table. Sarutobi, the Uchiha were evil. We wiped them out for the village's sake. I played no small part in that. Are you planning to discard me now that I've served my purpose? Sarutobi flipped his card, second Hokage, Tobirama. He chuckled. Heh. I had that card specially made by the card game's inventor. There's only one in the entire ninja world. I must have shuffled it in earlier by accident, lucky me. But Danzo, do you know why Tobirama-sensei chose me to be Hokage back then? He didn't answer Danzo's question, but the message was clear. Danzo understood immediately and clenched his teeth without replying. That brat Natsuki, what was he doing making these damn cards, even creating a special one for Sarutobi? Sarutobi, that shameless old man, pretending it was luck. As if. Just like back then, Tobirama had asked a question and Sarutobi answered first, so he got chosen as Hokage. What was there to be smug about? If it hadn't been for his tireless work in the shadows, would Sarutobi have enjoyed such glory all these years? Now Sarutobi wanted to get rid of Root because the Uchiha threat was gone and Root was growing too powerful. Figures. Sarutobi wasn't dumb, he must have realized Root was becoming a threat to the Hokage seat. As if he'd let that happen. Danzo tossed out 2 cards and activated his Sharingan, then used Shunshin, kill and said coldly, Sarutobi, you can't disband Root. Sarutobi didn't dodge, throwing down a water release, water shockwave to counter. Danzo, I am the Hokage. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 42, chapter. Crack, the cane suffered again. Danzo's face darkened as he continued his attack. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. But Hamura quickly threw out a Doton, Dorihiki to block for Hiruzen. Danzo, you need to rein it in. The clans have a lot of complaints about Root. Danzo nearly crushed the cards in his hand. Hamura, you're a partner. Then Koharu followed with a futon, Shuriken no Jutsu aimed at Danzo. Danzo, I'm a partner too. In this match, there's only the Kage and partners. No rogues, no enemy ninjas, and no spies. Good. Very good. Danzo tossed his hand away and flipped over his identity card. So you've all decided I'm the usurper and ganged up on me. I've toiled in the shadows for years, doing the dirty work none of you would touch. Now the Uchiha are gone, and you want to cast me aside like a worn-out tool. The 3 said nothing. With what they knew about Danzo, calling him a usurper wasn't far off. This man had even attempted to assassinate the Hokage, and his eyes were always set on the Hokage seat. If that wasn't a usurper, what was? Hiruzen also set his cards down, took a deep puff from his pipe, and sighed. Danzo, disband Root. The village is heading into an era of peace, and Root has become a hindrance to that peace. You should understand. Danzo remained silent for a long while. But he had no room to refuse. Yet deep in his eyes was a glint of ferocity and unwillingness. Fine. I'll hand over the list of Root members. But I want to keep a few aides. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. That's acceptable. Danzo stormed out, but not an ounce of submission could be seen in his eyes. Disband Root. Fine, he'd disband it. But with the curse mark he'd implanted on their tongues, those who left Root would still be his. As long as he lived, the game wasn't over. He would definitely become the 5th Hokage. That night, the 1st of the month, Natsuki slipped into his special lab, carrying a flash bomb in his hand. Channeling chakra, he absorbed the flash bomb's properties into his body. Then, imitating Tien Shinhan's stance, he planted his feet and pointed his fingers at his temples. Teoken. Buzz. A brilliant flash of light burst from his body, flooding the area. Even though Natsuki was the source of the light, the flash still left his vision blurred. Any enemy in front of him would have been in an even worse state. Natsuki was very satisfied. Didn't think it'd succeed this easily. Still, I'd better carry extra sunglasses from now on. If I hit my team with Teoken too, no one will be left to back up the ambush. First project done, time to move on to the next big jutsu. He mentally conjured a massive forest in the lab and formed a Rasengan in his hand, pressing it onto a large tree. Nagasengan. Oretamo Nagasengan. Suetun, Yuzushio Futama. Boom. Natsuki hurled the scalding whirlpool water ball into the distance. It exploded on impact, unleashing a giant vortex that shredded an entire mountain to pieces, while a cloud of boiling steam swept out in every direction. Thankfully, he'd thrown it far enough that he wasn't caught in the blast. Clearly, after many tweaks, his version of Yuzushio Furutama was far more stable and now usable as a long-range jutsu. Phew. Finally got it. All that research paid off. Natsuki grinned. He could now confirm his combat power was at least Jonin level, only lacking real battle experience. That could come after graduation, no rush. Next, he began testing other techniques. He clapped his hands, and a huge Doton spinning top shot out of the ground, spinning violently and crashing down, instantly drilling a deep hole into the earth. Doton, Koten Moari. Then came the next move. He lifted a grindstone-sized spinning disk of water over his head. It whirled fiercely, emitting a terrifying slicing noise, then he flung it forward. Suetun, Suiensen. Zzzzz. The Suiensen spun straight through a mountain neck and beheaded it in one clean sweep, its sharpness was undeniable. Natsuki then extended both hands. From his left fingers shot out razor-sharp chakra threads that cleanly sliced a thick tree into firewood. From his right hand came sticky chakra threads that easily latched onto several trees and ripped them from the ground with a tug. Yup, that's about it. These techniques should be more than enough for now. As for what's next, I'm aiming for the Hashiman and the Hataki swordsmanship. Once Hiruzen dies and Tsunade becomes the 5th Hokage, I'll ask her for Hiraishin no Jutsu. When Konoha's short on talent, I doubt she'll refuse. But that's all theoretical. No telling how things will actually go. In the meantime, I can't waste the remaining years before graduation. The top priority now is Sage Mode. In truth, the history of the ninja world held plenty of examples of absorbing natural energy. Even the library might have relevant texts, since Sage Mode wasn't a foreign concept to most shinobi. Jiraiya, Minato, even Hashirama, each of them had mastered Sage Mode. From the founding of Konoha to now, many had seen it. But few dared attempt it. Randomly absorbing natural energy turned people into stone. Only Jiraiya and Minato succeeded thanks to the guidance of the Toad Sages. As for Hashirama, he was the god of shinobi. Of course he could use it. So really, finding a method to absorb natural energy wasn't that hard. Even if the library didn't have it, worst case he could buy it at the exchange pavilion. No way he wouldn't get his hands on it. Once he had it, he could safely conduct experiments in his lab without dying. As long as he carefully adjusted the ratio of natural energy, physical energy, and spiritual energy, he would eventually master Sage Mode. At that point, his power would skyrocket, easily Kage level. Everything was planned out. The next day, on the 2nd, Shino arrived at Natsuki's house. Tenten was there too, flipping through a stack of scrolls. Shino wasn't surprised, Tenten had the house key and had long since claimed the role of lady of the house. You're here, Shino. Come on in. Tenten, you too. Natsuki ushered them both inside and handed out sunglasses for himself and Tenten. The light from Teoken is intense, so we need these. I'll teach you both now. He shut all the doors and windows, strapped the flash bomb to himself, and assumed the stance to activate Teoken. A burst of blinding light filled the house. Even with sunglasses on, the three of them struggled to see clearly. But that only proved how effective Teoken really was. Tenten praised it. This is a great move. The enemy would be instantly blinded, like lambs waiting for slaughter. Shino nodded in agreement. Very effective. But we need to prep the team with sunglasses and come up with a code word. Once the signal is given, everyone puts them on. If not, and teammates get blinded too, it defeats the purpose. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 43, Chapter. Natsuki naturally agreed and began carefully explaining the training method for Teoken. In fact, since Shino had already learned Tekai, learning Teoken wouldn't be hard. But absorbing the properties of external objects into the body was still dangerous, so it was best to be cautious, especially during early training. He recommended using shadow clones to try it first. Also, training should be done indoors with all windows and doors shut. Now that the Uchiha police force was gone, Konoha was like a sieve, spies were everywhere. They had to be careful this trump card didn't get leaked. Very soon, Shino memorized the entire training method. As for Tenten, she was with Natsuki nearly every day before graduation anyway, so he would just teach her personally. By the way, part of the intel my dad pulled through backdoor connections has arrived, come take a look. Tenten pulled out the scroll she'd been browsing earlier. This pile is information about ninja tools, and this one is about summoning beasts. Help me go over them, and if there's anything you want, just say it, we'll figure out a way to get it. Tenten was clearly excited. After all, her path forward was focused on ninja tool mastery and summoning jutsu. As long as she could acquire powerful ninja tools and contract a strong summon, plus the body enhancements from Natsuki's repeated lightning stimulation, her physical strength and chakra reserves would steadily grow. Even if she didn't reach Kage level, elite Jonin was practically guaranteed. Natsuki opened one scroll and immediately froze. The ninja tools from Takumi Village. He stared at the intel. It detailed the Takumi Village's legendary 4-piece ninja tool set, infinite whole armor, dragon eye extendable blade, peacock twin blades, and lightsaber. Weren't these from an anime original arc? Did that mean this world included anime originals? Maybe even movie content? Natsuki wasn't sure. But he did know those 4 tools were genuinely impressive. The infinite whole armor could absorb chakra, the dragon eye extendable blade could be lengthened or shortened by adjusting chakra flow and even turn into 3 dragon heads, the peacock twin blades could manipulate wind and unleash wind slashes, and the lightsaber could fire beams of light and flame. And the best part? They barely consumed any chakra. On top of that, the 4 could be combined for an even greater power boost. If Tenten, a ninja tool specialist, could obtain this set, her strength would instantly leap past Chunin. She could probably hold off a Jonin, and after mastering them, she'd definitely be on Jonin level. What were they waiting for? Natsuki handed the scroll to Tenten. Take a look at this, you're a perfect fit for them. Tenten's eyes lit up as she read. She immediately saw how much these tools could boost her combat power. But she couldn't help but complain, Natsuki, we're not bandits. We can't just steal other people's stuff. What if it ruins Konoha's reputation? Tenten, did you read the intel properly? Natsuki chuckled. These tools are currently in the hands of 4 Takumi Village ninjas who call themselves the 4 Celestial Symbols Men. They're basically criminals who go around causing trouble. Taking their tools is just doing the world a favor. Besides, we can post a bounty at the exchange pavilion, as long as our names don't get exposed, it's all good. In truth, Natsuki wasn't worried at all. The 4 Celestial Symbols guys really were bad news. And those who accepted exchange pavilion jobs weren't saints either, take someone like Kakuzu. If he went after the bounty, he'd probably kill them all and grab the loot without a second thought. So what's to worry about? Just take them. All right then. That 4-piece set is mine. Tenten agreed without hesitation. Just then, Shino passed over another scroll. Most of the other tools are nothing special, but the 7 swords of Kirigakure are worth a look. I've heard of them before. 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Tenten took the scroll and saw the bizarre weapons. She hesitated. Especially after realizing they were tied to Kirigakure, she didn't really want to get involved. After all, Kirigakure was one of the 5 great villages. If they stole their iconic tools, the retaliation could be a nightmare. Natsuki saw her hesitation and patiently explained. Tenten, maybe you've never heard of the swordsman's backstory, or Kirigakure's situation. Back in the Great Ninja War, the Mist sent the 7 swordsmen to ambush Konoha. Each of the 7 was an elite Jonin with a sword tailored to them, and when working together, they could even kill a Kage. That powerful. Tenten and Shino were shocked. They could hardly imagine it. Yup. But before they could even reach the village gates, 4 of them were killed on the spot by a senior named Might Dewey. The remaining 3 ran away like dogs and never dared step into the land of fire again. Afterward, the group reformed, but a bloody mist rebellion broke out. One by one, the swordsmen defected and became rogue ninjas. So now, the 7 swords are out in the wild. If we get them from missing Nin, what's the issue? None at all. And those swords were powerful, definitely worth acquiring. Tenten got excited. So, we keep posting bounties at the exchange pavilion. Natsuki quickly stopped her. Don't be hasty. Not all the swords suit you, and some are tricky to handle. For example, Samahata has its own will. If you're not strong enough, it won't acknowledge you, you'll never control it. And the executioner's blade just absorbs blood to repair itself. Honestly, kind of lame. No need to bother with it. Tenten calmed down and reread the intel. Eventually, she made her choice. Then I'll put a bounty on Kiba, the Thunder Swords. They seem really good. Natsuki nodded. Kiba was indeed excellent. With just chakra input, it could unleash lightning attacks both up close and at range. In thunderstorm weather, it could even summon lightning from the sky. Extremely powerful. Tenten's lightning affinity wasn't bad either, so it was a perfect match. In the anime original arc, it was Team Guy and Naruto who fought the sword wielders of Kiba. If it weren't filler, Tenten could have totally claimed the blades herself, and her strength would have skyrocketed. Now that this world included filler plots, he might as well hand Kiba over to her. Beyond that, Tenten had her eyes on some other unique tools. She planned to issue secret bounties later to keep them as hidden trump cards. Then came the summoning beasts. Shino read through a few scrolls before saying, actually, the Aburaim clan has special summons, giant insects. I'll ask my dad about them when I get back. As expected of a big clan, they had everything. Natsuki and Tenten discussed it and settled on one. Then let's go with these Highland giant eagles. Not only are they strong, they can carry people and deliver messages, super practical. As for how to get one. Simple. Post a bounty and have someone deliver the contract scroll. Money really did make life easier. Tenten beamed. By the way, Natsuki, continue the story from before. About that Might Dewey Sr. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 44, Chapter. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than 3 years had passed. It was once again graduation season. Early in the morning, Tenten had already put on her forehead protector. With her signature double bun hairstyle, a pink short jacket, and deep green capri pants, she looked spirited and valiant. Perhaps due to Natsuki's frequent lightning-based training, Tenten had developed quite well. Now at 12 years old, she stood graceful and elegant. Natsuki gave her a look from head to toe, showing a satisfied smile. As expected of my girlfriend, you're getting more and more beautiful. Tenten smiled shyly and boldly tiptoed to kiss Natsuki on the cheek. Nowadays, Natsuki was tall and handsome, and even though Tenten was a year older, she was still nearly a head shorter. But she liked this version of Natsuki, confident, powerful, and increasingly attractive. Still, she needed to be careful of that face-obsessed Ino. Well, I'm heading off. Natsuki, Dad, see you later. She turned and ran toward the academy, her confident, composed back radiating an effortless charm. Over the years, Natsuki had personally guided his girlfriend into becoming such an excellent young woman. The overwhelming sense of achievement he felt couldn't even be put into words. The shopkeeper uncle whispered, Natsuki, you better protect Tenten well. Natsuki nodded solemnly. Don't worry, father-in-law, I'll protect her with my life. Go on with you. I'm not your father-in-law yet. Although the shopkeeper spoke with mock annoyance, his eyes were full of trust in Natsuki. After all, not only had Natsuki made Tenten stronger, he himself had become even more powerful. There was no need to worry about their safety. At the Ninja Academy. Team 3, Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee, Tenten. Jonin instructor, Might Guy. Tenten glanced at her teammates in surprise. She really wanted to comment on Rock Lee's thick eyebrows, but what shocked her even more was being placed on the same team as a Hyuga genius. Over the years, Tenten had followed Natsuki's stealth path strategy and never truly revealed her strength at school. So how did she end up in this grouping? What excited her even more was their instructor, none other than Might Guy. Tenten had heard plenty about Guy from Natsuki, including the story of Might Dewey, Guy's father, who had taken down several members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. She deeply respected him. Her boyfriend spoke very highly of Guy, and even coveted his Hashiman, 8 gates, technique. Perfect. As his girlfriend, she'd be the one to get her hands on the 8 gates. Not long after, a bizarre-looking man with a kappa hairstyle entered the classroom and shouted, Team 3. Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee, Tenten, follow me. Huh? Was this Might Guy? Wasn't he a kappa? Tenten was stunned, her mind full of silent complaints, even starting to doubt Natsuki's judgment. Guy's fashion sense was that ridiculous. On a second-floor balcony, the green spandex-clad kappa, Might Guy, stood proudly with his hands on his hips. I am Konoha's proud blue beast, Might Guy. Pleased to meet you. Now, everyone, introduce yourselves. Niji turned his head to the side. I'm not interested. Lee immediately raised his hand. Me. My name is Rock Lee. My dream is to prove that even someone who can't use ninjutsu can still become a strong ninja. Niji responded with ridicule. Even the ever-optimistic Guy could tell this was going to be a problem. He had observed Lee before and recognized his effort and potential. Lee was someone Guy had specifically requested for his team. As for Niji, well, the Hyuga clan had too many internal issues, far beyond his control. He just hoped Niji wouldn't tear apart the team dynamic. Then there was the girl. She'd been looking at him strangely the entire time. Could it be, she was awed by his powerful aura? Tenten then introduced herself. I'm Tenten. I like meat buns and Natsuki. I dislike weaklings. My dream is to become a powerful kunoichi like Lady Tsunade. Oh. Aspiring to be like Tsunade-sama. That's a fine dream. Guy gave her a thumbs up and followed up with a question. So, Tenten, who is Natsuki? And why are you looking at me like that? Tenten didn't shy away. Natsuki is my boyfriend. He's told me about you, Guy-sensei. Guy's eyes widened. So even Tenten has a boyfriend, huh? And what did your boyfriend say about me? Tenten replied suspiciously, I once asked Natsuki who the strongest person in Konoha was, and without any hesitation, he said Might Guy. But now that I see you, you don't really look like the strongest. Nanny. Tenten, your boyfriend really said that about me. He's got such great taste. Ha 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 ha. Guy laughed heartily, hands on hips. Niji and Lee turned to look at Tenten, totally unconvinced. Tenten, is your boyfriend mentally okay? Of course he is. Natsuki knows a ton. Tenten defended him instinctively. Natsuki once told me, during the Shinobi World War, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist launched a sneak attack on Konoha. Those 7 were incredibly powerful, together, they could probably kill a Kage. At the time, Guy-sensei had just graduated and was on a mission with his teammates when they were ambushed by the swordsmen. It was a desperate situation, but then, your father, Might Due, arrived, opened the 8 gates, and kicked 4 of them to death on the spot. The remaining 3 fled like dogs and never dared step into the land of fire again. Then she realized something. She looked up and saw Might Guy actually crying. She panicked. I'm so sorry, Guy-sensei. I shouldn't have brought up such a painful memory. No, Tenten. I'm not sad, and I'm not blaming you, Guy said emotionally, I'm just so moved that someone remembers my father's story. It's so passionate, so touching, this is youth. Don't worry, my father made a choice for his own beliefs. He saved me and my teammates, and became a hero who protected the village. I've always been proud of him. As he spoke, he gave a dramatic thumbs up. His teeth sparkled brightly. Tenten really wanted to comment, but didn't know where to start. She let out a breath of relief, annoyed with herself for speaking carelessly. Thankfully, Guy-sensei hadn't taken it badly. Niji and Lee were shocked. Wait, you're saying Guy-sensei's father had Kage-level strength? Then. Why have we never heard of him? Guy smiled as he wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Actually, my father was just a lifetime genin. A lifetime genin? That couldn't be true. Someone that strong, and still a genin. My father didn't have great talent. He couldn't master ninjutsu, so he focused entirely on taijutsu. The 8 gates technique doesn't show much strength in the early stages, it only becomes truly powerful when you open the later gates. So, my father stayed a genin his whole life. But that day, he opened the gate of death, fulfilled his beliefs, and earned the title of a hero, at the cost of his life. Guy didn't speak with sadness, only pride and fondness. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 45, Chapter. At this moment, Tenten began to truly believe in Natsuki's assessment. So, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Despite Guy-sensei's bizarre appearance, his strength and conviction were absolutely no joke. She added, Natsuki said the same thing. He also said that the current Guy-sensei is way stronger than Due-senpai was back then. With 6 gates open, you could probably fight a Kage. With 7 gates, you'd be a super Kage. And if you open the death gate, you might even kick the Sage of Six Paths into oblivion. Okay, that was getting a bit exaggerated. Was it really that insane? Neither Niji nor Lee believed it, but Lee couldn't help getting fired up. He'd always wanted to prove that even without ninjutsu, one could become a powerful ninja. Guy-sensei and his father were living proof of that. Now it was Rock Lee's turn to carry that legacy forward. So, he had to learn the 8 gates. Might Guy, hearing all this, instinctively struck what he thought was a cool pose and laughed loudly. Tenten, your boyfriend's got a sharp eye. Even if what he said is over the top, I'll keep striving toward that. I, Might Guy, Konoha's proud blue beast, will one day be the strongest in the shinobi world. So, Guy-sensei, can I learn the 8 gates? Tenten went straight to the point. Ah. Oh, of course, Guy replied, still catching up. Then, can I teach them to my boyfriend? Ah, well, Guy paused, then grew serious. Tenten, the 8 gates isn't something just anyone can train in. I'm willing to teach you because you're my student, and I'll be guiding you personally to reach the stage of opening the gates. But as for your boyfriend, I'd have to meet him first to determine if he's even suitable. Tenten was confident. Then I'll introduce you when I get the chance. He's way stronger than I am, maybe even stronger than you. Natsuki was about to graduate, so he didn't need to keep hiding his strength anymore. Tenten didn't mind letting a few secrets slip. But Guy clearly didn't believe it. Ha ha ha. Stronger than me? That's not possible. But sure, bring him over sometime, I'll check his physical condition. If he's able, I wouldn't mind teaching him. Guy wasn't like some elite clans with rigid traditions. In fact, even in the original story, though he only taught Lee, he likely gave some guidance to Niji and Tenten as well. It's just that Niji had his own clan techniques, and Tenten's body wasn't suited for it. Learning the 8 gates wasn't easy, even a genius like Kakashi had a hard time mastering the first gate. But since Guy had agreed to teach, Natsuki's path to learning the 8 gates was now clear. Tenten was overjoyed and couldn't wait to get back to Natsuki for praise and kisses. Guy-sensei, I want to learn too. Lee shouted, hand raised. Ha ha ha. As long as you're willing to train hard, I'll teach you all. But I'll warn you, the 8 gates is Northwest Walk in the park. I'm not afraid of hard work. Good. That's the spirit. Now let me test your current strength. After that, Guy brought the 3 students to the training field to conduct one-on-one matches. He wanted to assess their skills so he could tailor his teaching accordingly. First up was Lee, he lost in just a few moves. Second was Niji, his Byakugan and gentle fist were impressive. Probably Chunin level. Finally, it was Tenten's turn. Tenten took a deep breath and tightened her forehead protector. This would be her first battle against a real ninja, and her opponent was an elite jonin. The pressure was immense, but she was confident in herself. Thanks to all the help from Natsuki and Shino, she had grown tremendously. Even if she lost, it wouldn't be by much. Come, Tenten. Show me everything you've got. Guy readied his stance. Tenten pulled out 2 scrolls and rapidly summoned ninja tools. A storm of kunai and shuriken rained down on Guy. He was shocked and quickly got serious, dodging and deflecting with precision. He wasn't hit at all. But he now realized he had to take Tenten seriously. To be able to summon so many ninja tools so smoothly right after graduating, with that barrage alone, she could take down a squad of average genin. What a surprise. His team had a hidden gem. Lee was already sweating. He'd never seen Tenten use this move at school, he always thought she was average. Clearly, she was anything but. Niji was already analyzing how he would respond to that attack. Likely, he'd have to use Kaiten. Dodging wouldn't be easy. Tenten wasn't surprised that Guy came out unscathed. She followed up by tossing a special shuriken. Guy instinctively blocked it with a kunai, but to his surprise, it exploded into mist, enveloping him in a cloud. He only inhaled a little before realizing something was wrong and immediately held his breath. What kind of shuriken is that? Totally unpredictable. Then more shuriken dropped around him, embedding deep into the ground. With a clack-clack sound, hooks sprang out, sending wires that latched onto his tight-fitting jumpsuit. He was momentarily entangled. This was the moment Tenten had been waiting for. She pulled out another scroll and quickly formed hand seals. Take this, falling boulder. A massive boulder the size of a house suddenly appeared above Guy's head. In a panic, he tore himself free and struck upward with full force, shattering the rock. Still unfazed, Tenten charged forward with a kunai and clashed with Guy in a blade lock. Then, from her gloves, 4 wires shot straight toward Guy's face. Whoa. A sneak attack too. Guy bent backward into a bridge to dodge the wires, but Tenten seized the opportunity and landed a kick to his stomach, sending him tumbling. Lee was dumbfounded. Niji grew more serious. Tenten's performance was beyond expectations. Guy looked disheveled but wasn't really hurt. He stood up and gave Tenten a thumbs up. Tenten, you've got Chunin level strength. Well done. Tenten didn't gloat. How much of your strength were you using? Guy chuckled but didn't answer directly. Let's just say I wasn't using my full power. But I can confidently say you're definitely Chunin level. As for Jonin, probably not yet. But if it came to running away, you'd stand a chance. I see. So I've still got a long way to go. Tenten wasn't satisfied. But she wasn't discouraged either, because she hadn't even used her trump cards. If just her tricks could reach Chunin level, then using her full power might make her a match for a Jonin. With more time, she'd definitely become an elite Jonin. Guy was very pleased with his students. You're all doing great. It's getting late, let me treat you to some barbecue. Starting tomorrow, we begin missions. Niji, however, gave Tenten a serious look. He was certain Tenten was a formidable rival. He'd have to find time to challenge her one day. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 46, Chapter. At the time of the senior graduation, the other grades were coincidentally on break. Right now, Natsuki was playing Ninja Killer by the river with his friends, but he seemed a bit distracted. Over the years, he never really had the chance to meet Might Guy, either they simply hadn't run into each other, or the timing just wasn't right, so it kept getting delayed. And the key to that connection was always through Tenten. Of course, he truly cared for Tenten, but because of his appearance, she had changed. Tenten was now incredibly strong, which might very well impact the original storyline. If Tenten didn't end up in Guy-sensei's team, Natsuki figured he might be in trouble. Natsuki, worried about Tenten. Ino glanced at him and said, "You know better than anyone how strong she is. What are you even worried about? Focus on the game." Sakura, ever the good friend, tugged at Ino's sleeve. "Ino, give it a rest. Natsuki and Tenten have been together for years now. It's normal for him to worry about her now that she's become a ninja." Thanks to Ino taking the initiative back then, the two of them had finally buried the hatchet. Now, their relationship was really close. Though they still bickered over trivial stuff now and then, Sakura calling Ino a pig, and Ino retorting with "forehead girl," their friendship remained strong despite the occasional squabble. Hearing this, Natsuki unleashed a flurry of "who built the dam" cards, wiping out enemy ninjas, rogue ninjas, traitors, spies, and even his own teammates, leaving only his Kage card alive, securing a win for the Kage. Naruto exploded. "Natsuki. Who even plays like that? You even killed your own teammates, Databeo." But Shikamaru chimed in, "Still, he did win." "That's right. According to the rules of the card game, even if everyone died and only the Kage remained, it still counted as a victory in the village defense mode." Of course, that ending didn't sit well with Naruto. But honestly, Naruto didn't have much room to talk. Natsuki looked at him and said seriously, "Naruto, when you were the Kage, you accidentally took out your teammates more than once. Why are you yelling at me?" Naruto was stunned speechless, guilt flooding his face. He had no ground to stand on. Then Shino spoke up with a fair point, "Naruto, in the end, it's just a game. In the pursuit of victory, any tactic is allowed." But in reality, Natsuki values his comrades deeply and would never do that. It's you who's gotten too obsessed with the game, and now you're struggling to separate reality from fiction. With that one statement, all eyes turned to Naruto. He scratched his head awkwardly. Yeah, he had gotten a bit too into Ninja Killer. Especially the thrill of playing the Kage. Analyzing Naruto's psychology made things clear. He was always the dead last. Add in the Ninetales chakra constantly messing things up, and he could barely control his chakra. Becoming Hokage someday? Not likely. Heck, just graduating might be hard. At times like this, he needed an escape. In the original story, there wasn't one. But now, there was this card game. As long as he was in the game, Uzumaki Naruto had a shot at becoming Hokage. But now that Shino had called him out on it so directly, he felt a bit embarrassed. Natsuki calmly gathered up the cards. "Naruto's showing some serious symptoms. From now on, no one play cards with him. Let's wait a bit and see how he does." Everyone nodded in agreement. While Ninja Killer was fun, they weren't addicted. At the very least, their studies and training still came first. Plus, their parents kept an eye on them, so no one really got that into it. Naruto's situation was a bit unique, which is why he ended up so hooked. That kind of behavior couldn't continue, he needed to take a break. What? No way. Naruto panicked. But everyone really did stop playing. They started relaxing by the river, fishing, grilling fish, skipping stones, or just lying around. Even the soft-spoken Hinata blushed as she spoke up, and Naruto-kun, I also think why you're too into the game. Naruto scratched his head, giving a sheepish grin. I'm pretty lame, huh? Everyone's doing this for my own good, I get it, Databeo. Don't worry, I can handle it. He said he could handle it, but his eyes kept drifting toward the pile of cards nearby. Yeah, his condition was pretty bad. Natsuki sighed. If this future savior ended up a burnout because of a card game he invented, and no one was left to fight Kaguya, that'd be a serious problem. Sure, Natsuki was confident he could defeat the Otsutsuki himself, but better safe than sorry. So he pulled out a character card and waved it in front of Naruto's face. Naruto, guess what this is? Naruto's eyes lit up. That's the third grandpa's character card. Natsuki, you actually have one. Everyone's ears perked up. They instantly swarmed over. After all, even though the card game had been out for years, there were never any Hokage cards. Fans had begged for them, but the developers always refused. Bootleg versions existed, but no one took them seriously. Now Natsuki suddenly had a card for the third Hokage. It was a huge deal. Natsuki explained, the Hokage is the symbol of our village. Without the third's permission, he couldn't be made into a card. But recently, he gave me permission to create a character card based on him. The new set will be announced soon. Everyone will be able to buy it then. This one's a prototype, hasn't even been sold yet. Everyone stared hungrily at the card in Natsuki's hand. It was the only Hokage card in existence right now. Even though the third wasn't some pretty boy or drop-dead gorgeous woman, he was the Hokage, someone deeply respected by all. Who wouldn't want his card? Natsuki had said it would be released soon, but they all wanted to be the first to get their hands on it, and flex it. Naruto quickly scooted up to Natsuki. Natsuki, can I have that card? Natsuki pulled the card back a bit. Not saying no, but you're too addicted to the game. If I give you this now, it might do more harm than good. Natsuki, I promise I won't be addicted anymore. Just give me the third grandpa's card. Naruto begged. You've got some nerve, Naruto. We want it too, okay. The others chimed in. All right, calm down, everyone. Natsuki held up a hand. Naruto's the one with the most serious addiction right now, so I'll use this card to help him out. 1 month. If Naruto can go 1 whole month without playing cards, I'll give him this Hokage card as a reward. But if he can't, then someone else gets it. Everyone immediately looked at Naruto with devious grins. Even Hinata hesitated. Even if it was for her beloved Naruto-kun, she really didn't want to give up a Hokage card. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 47, chapter. Hehe, Naruto, how about we play another round? Kiba said in an ominous tone. Yeah, since you love the game so much, we'll keep you company, Ino, and Sakura added with even more sinister smiles. No. I'm not playing any card games for the whole month, Databeo. Don't even think about tempting me. I will make it through this month without playing Ninja Killer, and Natsuki will give me the third grandpa's character card, Databeo. Naruto loudly declared his determination, plugging his ears so no one could sway him. With no other choice, everyone turned their gaze toward Natsuki. Natsuki gave them a reassuring look and gathered everyone aside to whisper, the Hokage-sama has already agreed, 1 month from now, the third Hokage's character card will be released to the public. So you'll all be able to buy it then. Naruto's addiction is serious, and that's not a good thing, so we're giving him a cooling-off period. Everyone nodded, understanding it was for Naruto's own good. Plus, once Naruto finally gets the Hokage card a month later and finds out it's already on sale everywhere, that reaction would definitely be something to see. Shikamaru, ever the curious one, peeked at the Hokage card's stats and noticed it was based on the Professor of Ninjutsu title. That meant any of the 5 basic elemental jutsu could be used with just a single card, completely overpowered, even more than Sharingan or Byakugan. But then again, it was a Hokage card, overpowered was to be expected. If the Hokage wasn't powerful, how could they be the village's cornerstone? Shikamaru even suspected that the third allowing Natsuki to create this card was a PR move, to promote the image of the Hokage. After all, Ninja Killer had become insanely popular over the years. And wouldn't you know it, Shikamaru hit the nail on the head. Hiraishin had indeed recognized the card game's promotional power. That's why he personally approved the inclusion of a Hokage card, though only his Hokage card, since he was still in power. The other Hokage cards? They had been made too, but only one of each existed and they were still in Hiraishin's possession. What's more, the design of the third's card was reviewed and approved by Hiraishin himself. That mastery of all 5 nature transformations. Yeah, that was his idea. The overpowered design. All his narcissism, Natsuki had nothing to do with it. In fact, Danzo had already heard of the Hokage card and personally cursed Hiruzen out to his face, calling him shameless. Too bad the crowd didn't get to see that, you regret, eyeshadow, drama unfold live. That would have been hilarious. In any case, the card lineup needed a refresh to keep players buying. This update wasn't just adding the Hokage card, other heroic characters were getting cards too. The big reveal a month later would definitely bring in another wave of sales. This game was a money-printing machine. Natsuki's future father-in-law was raking in the cash just from card production alone. Still, the inclusion of Hokage cards could lead to power creep. For now, things were under control since only one Hokage card had been added, and everyone accepted the Hokage's strength anyway. But the moment first, second, and fourth Hokage cards got released, people would be fighting over who was stronger. Just wait, that would become the hottest topic around. Anyway, back to the present. To avoid triggering Naruto's card game cravings, everyone refrained from playing. But watching Naruto looking like he was going through withdrawal, Natsuki decided to give the guy something else to do. So he called him over. Natsuki, what is it? I'm telling you now, I'm not playing any card games, Databeo. Naruto said through gritted teeth, not even daring to look Natsuki in the eyes. Relax, you look miserable. I'm giving you something else to focus on. Natsuki said as he began walking up the side of a tree. See this? This is only possible through fine chakra control. Your chakra control is terrible, so try learning how to tree climb. Once you master that, you can move on to water walking. Once your chakra control improves, using the 3 basic techniques will be no problem. As he spoke, he casually reached the treetop, even walking upside down on the underside of a branch. Then, with a light jump, he landed on the surface of the river, walking across the water as if strolling through a garden. Naruto's jaw dropped. That's amazing, Databeo. So climbing trees and walking on water can help with chakra control. Alright. I'm in. Before Natsuki could even guide him, Naruto was already trying to gather chakra under his feet and walk up the tree. As expected, he slipped and fell. He kept trying, over and over, each time ending in failure. The others came over and couldn't help but laugh at his pitiful attempts. Kiba laughed the loudest. Puffed. Naruto, your chakra control is so bad you can't even climb a tree. Shikamaru and Shino exchanged glances but said nothing. They were sharp enough to know more about Naruto's background and could probably guess why he struggled so much. That's why they held their tongues. Choji munched on snacks as he casually said, pretty sure this is basic stuff. My family made me learn it when I was little. Ino and Hinata nodded, they both came from ninja clans and had grown up being guided and taught chakra control. It would be super embarrassing to graduate and still not be able to tree climb or water walk. Sakura blushed a little. Wait, this is basic. I didn't know that. Then she tried channeling chakra to her feet and walked toward a nearby tree. To everyone's surprise, she climbed up to the treetop with ease. Immediately, she was brimming with confidence. Doesn't seem that hard. That just means your chakra control is very precise, Natsuki explained. Also, there's another factor, your chakra reserves. If we compare the human body to a container and chakra to water, then Sakura, your chakra is like a cup of water, while Naruto's is like a whole swimming pool. That makes it easier for you to control. Nani. You could explain it like that. Sakura's freshly inflated confidence took a hit, but she had to admit, Natsuki made a lot of sense. A cup of water was easier to control than a pool. Even if she had better control than Naruto, she couldn't get cocky, having less chakra meant less room to grow. If Naruto eventually learned control, he'd take off like a rocket and surpass most of them easily. Naruto heard this and broke into a dumb smile. So my chakra is that huge? Hey, that means I do have something good going for me. Ino rolled her eyes and snapped on Sakura's behalf. What are you smiling for, idiot? Having lots of chakra doesn't mean squat if you're too dumb to control it. You'll still be the dead last. Naruto flared up. No way. I will control it. I'm gonna learn tree climbing and water walking super fast, Databeo. Everyone else just chuckled. Sure, Naruto said he wanted to become Hokage. But so what? Who hasn't said big heroic stuff before? End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 48, chapter. However, Natsuki did believe in him. Naruto wasn't actually that dumb, especially when it came to training. What made him special was his perseverance, and in that regard, he did exceptionally well. Once Naruto learned tree climbing and water walking, the 3 basic techniques wouldn't be a problem. He'd definitely graduate with ease. But that also meant the original plot where Mizuki manipulated Naruto into stealing the scroll of seals might not happen. Without that event, Naruto might not learn the Tajikage Bunshin no Jutsu. And that technique? It stuck with him all the way until the battle against Kaguya. If Naruto didn't have it, he'd be in serious trouble, wouldn't he? Still, Natsuki remained calm. Since Hiruzen wanted to manipulate Naruto, to make him loyal to the village, he'd definitely find some way to bind Iruka and Naruto together. Even without the stolen scroll incident, there would be other plans in place, and someone would definitely make sure Naruto learned a few important techniques. And if Hiruzen didn't make arrangements, then they'd just wait until Tsunade took over, and Natsuki could suggest she teach Naruto herself. There were always more solutions than problems. It didn't have to follow the original timeline exactly. And right now, Naruto being addicted to a card game and neglecting his future was a much bigger issue than him not knowing the Tajikage Bunshin no Jutsu. That needed to be fixed first. In that regard, Natsuki felt some responsibility. So it was only right for him to intervene early and correct Naruto's path. Plus, things were about to get really fun. Once Team 7 was formed, Sasuke would find out he was the only one who hadn't learned tree walking or water walking yet. That would absolutely crush his ego. That second pillar wouldn't be able to stay cocky for long. But, as always, things rarely go as expected. It was getting late, and the group dispersed. But Naruto stayed behind, still training his tree walking. He'd already asked Natsuki for advice. Now it was just about grinding it out. He wasn't thinking about anything else, not even card games. All he wanted was to master climbing trees. Problem solved, his game addiction was gone. Then, out of nowhere, Sasuke showed up at the same spot and saw Naruto working hard. The entangled fate of Indra and Azura made the scene hard to define. Meanwhile, Natsuki had just arrived at the ninja tool store, only to be suddenly hugged by a girl with twin buns. Natsuki, you're back. I've got great news for you. Tenten beamed with joy, her breath still carrying the smell of grilled meat. Had a good day. Natsuki ignored his future father-in-law's side eye and pulled Tenten straight into his arms. Super happy. My teammates are awesome, and our sensei is even better. And I did something for my most favorite boyfriend ever, guess what it is? Oh. Then what did my absolute favorite girlfriend do for me today? Guess. You have to guess first. Tenten was clearly delighted, and her girlish side was on full display. She wanted to be pampered, and Natsuki knew better than to guess correctly, wouldn't want to ruin her sense of accomplishment. I really have no clue. Are you cooking dinner tonight? Wrong. Tenten showed off her gleaming teeth. Guess what? My team leader is Might Guy Sensei. The one you said is the strongest. His fashion sense is kinda weird, but I think he's really powerful. And he's agreed to teach me the Hashiman Tanko. He even said he'd check your body condition too, if you're suitable, he'll teach you as well. Natsuki froze, then lit up with joy. Really? Tenten, you seriously brought me an incredible surprise. He'd been worried Tenten wouldn't end up on Guy's team, yet now she'd returned with this amazing news. The 8 gates. Natsuki had waited so long for this. He couldn't wait to learn it. Once he mastered the 8 gates, with his current physical strength, opening the 7th gate would be enough to fight Kaga-level opponents. When he graduated at 12, he could increase the weight in the gravity chamber, and his physical power would skyrocket. By then, opening the 5th gate would be enough to fight a Kage, and the 7th. He could kick an Otsutsuki across the moon, easy. So, what kind of reward is my most beloved boyfriend going to give his girlfriend? Tenten asked, blushing. Let's see. Natsuki glanced at his future father-in-law, then scooped Tenten up and carried her into the backyard. Although they'd been dating for years, they were still young, hand-holding, hugging, and cheek kisses were the most they'd done. Their first kiss. Still untouched. Now that they were older, it felt like the right time. Tenten's first kiss tasted like grilled meat. The shopkeeper uncle pretended he didn't see anything. He'd long grown used to watching his darling daughter glued to Natsuki. Since Tenten had already chosen her man, he had no objections. He was just waiting for them to grow up so he could have grandkids. A long while later, the two came out red-faced, lips a bit swollen. The shopkeeper scolded jokingly, "What are you two standing there for? Go make dinner already. Your old man's starving." Days passed, and the ninja academy resumed. Natsuki entered his final year before graduation, while Tenten officially started her ninja career. In the beginning, the missions were all D-rank, finding cats, chasing dogs, pulling weeds, farming, low pay and very annoying. Luckily, Tenten knew the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. She just sent clones to do the chores while she trained nearby. Seeing this, Niji followed suit, leaving poor Lee to weep with envy. Guy didn't stop them. D-rank missions weren't important, just needed to get done. How they got done didn't matter. Besides, D-rank missions had another purpose, to build trust and teamwork between squad members. That kind of bond took time and couldn't be rushed. One day, Niji approached Tenten. Tenten, fight me. Tenten looked at the cold, aloof prince of their class, and even after comparing, still felt her boyfriend was the best. She didn't refuse. Okay. Let's have Guy-sensei referee. Guy was more than excited. Yash. I shall be the judge of this youthful and passionate duel. Remember, it's just a spar, no injuring your comrades. I'll step in if necessary. Now, begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, Niji dashed forward with a ninja sprint. Tenten was unfazed. She pulled out 2 scrolls and used her self-created twin rising dragons. A dense barrage of ninja tools filled the air and rained down on Niji. His expression turned serious. He activated his Byakugan, took a stance, and as chakra began to swirl around him, an 8-trigram diagram seemed to appear beneath his feet. Then he spun in place, forming a half-spherical defense, deflecting all incoming weapons. Kaiten. Ding. 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 The storm of ninja tools was rendered useless, scattered to the ground. But Tenten wasn't surprised. She quickly formed hand signs and charged forward with a kunai. Niji, just finishing his spin, also drew a kunai to counter. Yet through his Byakugan, he saw something strange. Tenten's chakra pathways were unusual. It was as if she had an extra pair of arms growing out of her back. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 49, Chapter. Guy saw it even more clearly. After Tenten finished her hand seals, an extra pair of arms truly appeared behind her. She deliberately kept them hidden from Niji, and even with the Byakugan, it'd be hard to immediately figure out what was going on. Sure enough, right as their kunai clashed, the hidden hands behind Tenten's back whipped out 2 high-powered flashlights and shone them straight into Niji's eyes. Not good. Niji instinctively shut his eyes, but he already knew it was too late. The very next moment, one of Tenten's other hands launched a punch that landed squarely on Niji's shoulder, sending him staggering back. Nice one. Guy and the secretly slacking Lee couldn't help but cheer. Even though Tenten used a little trickery, that was par for the course with shinobi, using tools and deception was perfectly normal, and no one thought it was underhanded. More importantly, Tenten's technique, having extra hands emerge from her back, was incredibly intriguing. The whole point was to be unexpected, and even someone from the Hyuga clan, encountering this for the first time, could easily be caught off guard. Guy could already imagine it. If those hidden hands secretly performed hand seals, she could launch ninjutsu when her opponent least expected it. That would be super effective. Tenten pressed her advantage, but Niji had already recovered. Mainly because the flashlight's brightness wasn't strong enough. If it had been sunlight, Niji's eyes would have been dazzled for much longer. Besides, Tenten hadn't even used Solar Fist yet. That move was one of her trump cards and couldn't be used lightly. The flashlight was just a low-grade substitute. And since Tenten could use spacetime ninjutsu, bringing along a few flashlights was no big deal. Juken. Hakusho Senjuni Sho. Niji launched his counterattack. His palms moved with both power and finesse, laced with chakra. If they connected, they'd do serious internal damage. But Tenten already knew plenty about the Hyuga clan and wasn't about to meet that head-on. She abruptly halted and raised her leg for a sweeping renkyaku, sending out a 2-meter-wide crescent-shaped water blade that startled Niji into dropping flat to dodge. Tenten used the opening to pull out another scroll and summoned a massive boulder from it. Unlike Guy, Niji didn't have the raw power to smash through stone, so he had to dodge again. After just a few exchanges, Tenten had gained the upper hand, much to everyone's surprise. Niji was more convinced than ever. Tenten was definitely a worthy opponent. Alright, that's enough. Guy quickly intervened. Ahem. You both fought well. The Hyuga's gentle fist lives up to its name, and Tenten, your performance was absolutely brilliant. But now Lee's slacking off from the mission, and that's not good. Let's all get back to work for now. You can spar again another time. Tenten was fine with that. Sure. Niji, we're on the same team, plenty of chances in the future. Niji nodded. Then let's do the mission. The group returned to focusing on the task at hand, and even Guy joined in, making conversation along the way to strengthen their bonds. Oh right, Tenten, Guy asked, that slash you kicked out earlier, was that ninjutsu? Probably counts as nintaijutsu. It's one of the rokushiki, created by my boyfriend. That move's called renkyaku, Tenten explained without hesitation. Nintaijutsu, huh? Very impressive. Guy gave a big thumbs up. Definitely impressive, Niji added with rare praise. 6 styles, you say? So there are more. Lee's eyes sparkled. Tenten, after the mission, could you show us? I'm super interested. For someone like Lee, who couldn't use ninjutsu or genjutsu, taijutsu was everything. Even if Tenten's 6 styles were part ninjutsu, the taijutsu elements alone were worth studying. Tenten didn't refuse. Sure. I'll show you all just how powerful the nin taijutsu my boyfriend invented really is. Now, Tenten was constantly bringing up her boyfriend in conversation. That only made Guy, Niji, and Lee even more curious. At the Ninja Academy, outdoor sparring resumed. Before Naruto could even start shouting, Sasuke stepped forward first. Natsuki, fight me. Don't give me that chakra control excuse again. I know you weren't going all out. This time, no forfeiting. Either you beat me or I beat you. Yup, the second MC wasn't stupid. He'd probably been suspicious for a while, and now he just came right out with it. Natsuki figured the timing was about right, there wasn't much point in hiding anymore. He'd wanted to stay low-key before because his strength hadn't matured yet. He didn't want to attract the attention of shady types. But now that he had grown stronger, and his girlfriend could hold her own, he no longer needed to stay hidden. Showing off some strength would prove his value, and that would prompt Hiraishin to assign him a good Jonin sensei. And that was important. A good team leader could teach you a lot, both in technique and in ninja experience. Things worth learning. So Natsuki didn't mind making a splash before graduation. Let the old geezer really think through the team assignments. Even if it accidentally messed up the original team structure, so what? Natsuki was acting in his own best interest. That said, it'd be great to end up in a team with Shino. Not only because they were close, but also because Shino was dependable, and who wouldn't want a reliable teammate. Natsuki grinned. Hey, you caught me. I should explain though, see, I was worried if I showed off too much, all the girls would fall for me. But I've already got a super cute girlfriend, so that wouldn't be good. Now that you've called me out, I won't hold back anymore. Let's have a real fight. Of course, that excuse was meant for Hiraishin's ears. A bit flimsy, sure, but still acceptable. As long as Hiraishin understood that Natsuki had been hiding his strength for reasonable reasons, not shady ones, it was fine. Sasuke, satisfied, didn't care what the reason was. All he cared about was finally seeing Natsuki's true strength, and testing himself against it. They made the seal of confrontation, then both pulled out kunai and faced off. Begin. As Irika's voice fell, Natsuki charged first, clashing kunai with Sasuke. Then, in the very next instant, Natsuki did something that stunned everyone. He raised his left hand and rapidly formed a few seals before casting a jutsu right in Sasuke's face. Suetun, Sui Dama. Water release, water bullets. Boom. 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 3 water balls, each the size of a human head, blasted from Natsuki's mouth. Sasuke managed to dodge sideways, but one ball hit a tree behind him and shattered its trunk on impact. While Sasuke stumbled, Natsuki followed up with a kick, sending him tumbling across the ground. Gasp. That was insane. Everyone watching felt their scalps tingle. Who would have thought, Natsuki, with that honest-looking face, had been hiding such terrifying strength all this time? End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 50, Chapter. Single-handed hand seals. Suetun ninjutsu. Especially the single-handed seals, those weren't something just anyone could pull off. And yet Natsuki could do it. That was insane. Even Irika was left speechless. He never imagined there was a hidden genius like that in his class. Sure, he'd always thought Natsuki was pretty capable. After all, Natsuki had often beaten up Sasuke, the so-called genius of the Uchiha. But because Natsuki always claimed his chakra reserves were low, Irika had simply assumed it was unfortunate. Turns out, Natsuki was just pretending. And not only that, he was actually more talented than Sasuke. Especially the single-handed seals, that was a hallmark of a genius among geniuses. Even someone like Kakashi, known throughout the village, probably couldn't do that. No, this can't be kept quiet. I need to report this to the Hokage right away. A talent like Natsuki must not be overlooked. Irika resolved, planning to head straight to the Hokage's office after class. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood back up slowly. His side still ached. Clearly, that kick from Natsuki had some serious force behind it. But rather than angry, Sasuke looked excited. He knew Natsuki had been holding back, but he hadn't expected this, single-handed seals. He hadn't even heard of them before. All the better. He'd defeat this hidden prodigy and bring glory to the Uchiha name. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals and spat out a massive fireball, several meters wide. It sent a shockwave of heat that stunned the younger students. But everyone knew, even though it looked scary, the Gokakyu no Jutsu often wasn't lethal. Natsuki didn't dodge. He quickly formed a few seals, then let the fireball swallow him whole. Several students screamed, but the more clear-headed ones didn't panic. They didn't believe Natsuki would just stand there and take the hit. Irika hadn't moved either. Sasuke knew this too, so he looked left, right, even up, but couldn't find Natsuki. Below you. Doton, Shinjuzanchu no Jutsu. Natsuki's voice rang out. 2 hands burst from the earth, grabbed Sasuke's ankles, and yanked him down, leaving only his head sticking out of the ground. Then Natsuki emerged from the dirt, holding a kunai to Sasuke's neck. Damn it. I lost. Sasuke admitted defeat, unwillingly. The blow to his pride was clear. He hadn't realized the gap between their true abilities was this big. And seeing Natsuki so composed afterward made it even worse. Natsuki hadn't even used full strength. He was on another level. Irika quickly stepped forward. The match is over. Natsuki wins. The class fell into stunned silence, then burst into applause. Even the girls couldn't help but clap. Natsuki had won so flawlessly, so decisively. The so-called genius Sasuke didn't even stand a chance. This was a textbook case of a civilian appending a noble genius. Impossible not to admire. Even Sasuke's usual cheer squad had nothing to say now. All they could do was quietly worry about their precious prince. Natsuki reached out, pulled Sasuke from the ground, exchanged the seal of reconciliation, and turned to leave. Sasuke suddenly asked, Natsuki, why are you this strong? Natsuki paused and looked back seriously, meeting Sasuke's gaze. I trained to protect Tenten, and also to protect friends like Shino, Shikamaru, and Choji. I pushed myself to grow stronger. I didn't inherit any special family jutsu, so I had to study and think harder than everyone else. I practiced precision chakra control. I even borrowed ninjutsu scrolls from Shino to learn more. I grew strong to protect. What about you? Me. I want revenge. Sasuke's expression darkened, but he said nothing. Instead, he asked, how did you do single-handed hand seals? Natsuki didn't hide it. If your chakra control is precise enough, single-handed seals aren't that hard. I heard the first Hokage could just clap and summon anything he wanted. He didn't even need seals. What I did is nothing compared to that. Everyone fell silent. Yeah, the logic made sense, but comparing yourself to the first Hokage, that was a bit thick-skinned, don't you think? Sasuke, however, suddenly had a spark in his eyes. So precise chakra control, that's trained through tree walking and water walking, right? How'd you know that? Natsuki was surprised. He was looking forward to seeing Sasuke embarrass himself during Team 7's early training. But Sasuke didn't answer. He wasn't going to admit he'd secretly watched Naruto train. Now that he had what he wanted, he left the field without another word. Natsuki didn't press the issue either. It didn't really matter. Plus, what he'd told Sasuke just now was heartfelt, but also said intentionally for Irika's ears. He was sure Irika would pass it on to that old geezer Hiruzen. Given how scarce talent was in the village these days, the third Hokage would likely be very willing to cultivate a young prodigy who could do single-handed hand seals. And he was right. After class, Irika rushed to the Hokage's office and delivered his report about Natsuki. Hiruzen was stunned. He immediately pulled out Natsuki's file, scanned it top to bottom, then questioned Irika in detail about Natsuki's past performance. Only after a long silence did Hiruzen sigh. I misjudged that boy. This kid is smart, he knows how to hide his talents. Maybe he understands the saying, the tallest tree catches the most wind. Or maybe he was just trying to keep his girlfriend safe. But his background checks out. He's a positive influence, spreading the will of fire through his card game, befriending many clan heirs. Even if he's hiding something, I don't believe he'd harm the village. To grow strong to protect. Heh. Well said. It's been a long time since a talent like this appeared. We must nurture him, he'll be a key asset to the village. As Hiruzen pondered, he pulled out a draft of team assignments he'd been mulling over. Originally, he was going to assign Natsuki to any random jonin. But now, that'd be a waste. He needed a good teacher, someone who could truly help Natsuki grow. Of course, Hiruzen also had reasons he didn't say aloud. For one, Natsuki's relationship with Tenten was a bond, a tie to the village. And Tenten's family were wealthy merchants with major holdings across the Land of Fire. If Natsuki married into that family, his future would be set. As long as he wasn't an idiot, he'd never betray Konoha. A genius loyal to the village? That's someone you invest in. Naturally, just in case, he still ordered the ANBU to conduct a deep investigation, to rule out any chance that Natsuki was a spy. Oh, and make sure someone keeps an eye on him. Don't let Danzo make a move. Hiruzen knew his old war buddy all too well. If Danzo found out about this kind of talent, he'd definitely want to snatch him away. But this time, Hiruzen was wrong. When Danzo received Natsuki's file, he just cursed under his breath and put it away. Not because he'd changed, but because he had concerns. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 51, Chapter. Danzo wasn't exactly having a good time these days. Ever since the disbandment of Root, he barely had any men left under his command. Although all former Root members had been placed under tongue-sealing curses, Hiruzen had clearly anticipated Danzo's schemes. Not only did he scatter the Root members, but also assigned other ANBU to watch over them, even sending them on dangerous missions frequently, missions where they had no chance to communicate with Danzo. Because of this, Danzo's ability to make use of his old subordinates had significantly diminished. Furthermore, Danzo's notoriety and his involvement in the Uchiha clan's massacre had earned him the hatred of many noble clans. If he dared stir up trouble now, he would gain nothing but backlash. Someone like Natsuki, a genius who could perform one-handed seals, was certainly a person Danzo had his eye on. But the problem was, Natsuki got along way too well with the children of the major clans. He had even visited their homes as a guest and shared meals. He was acquainted with the clan heads of the Nara, Akimichi, and Aburame clans. How was Danzo supposed to make a move on him under those circumstances? And then there was one more thing: the ninja card game Ninja Killer that Natsuki invented had become insanely popular. Even the daimyo himself played the game and had asked for the name of its inventor. Danzo didn't dare make any reckless moves against Natsuki, and he knew full well that Hiruzen wouldn't let him either. Rather than end up looking bad, it was better to pretend he didn't know anything. Damn it. That cunning little brat. I should have investigated you long ago. Yes, had Danzo looked into him earlier, things would have turned out very differently. Back when Ninja Slayer hadn't yet become a hit, Danzo was still bitter about being beaten at the card table. If he had vented his anger at the little kid who invented the game, no one would have stopped him. But it was too late for regrets now. Once I become the 5th Hokage, that brat will be working under me anyway. And that evil Uchiha kid and the Nine-Tails brat too, they'll all be under the command of me, the 5th Hokage. Just you wait. The Hokage seat is mine. Ninja Academy, after school. Natsuki said goodbye to his friends and headed to the market to buy some ingredients. Tonight, he wanted to make a nice meal to reward Tenten, who had been working hard on missions. He also planned to make some meat buns for her, so she could have something tasty during missions. Tenten loved meat buns. As Natsuki was selecting ingredients, he suddenly caught sight of a white-haired man with glasses walking by with a warm smile. The man's gentle smile gave off a kind impression, and the forehead protector showed he was a proper shinobi. But what caught Natsuki's attention wasn't the man's appearance, it was that he recognized him. Yakushi Kabuto, the master of illusions. That's right. This guy was currently an undercover spy in Konoha. Kabuto was working under Orochimaru, infiltrating Konoha to gather intel on young shinobi as potential vessels for the Shinra Tensei, living corpse reincarnation, technique. He would appear in multiple Chunin exams over the next 2 years until Orochimaru chose Sasuke, triggering the Konoha Crush plan. Kabuto would play a major role in that operation. So, was he passing by deliberately to observe Natsuki, the newly revealed one-handed seal prodigy? Or was it just a coincidence? To be honest, Natsuki didn't really know how to judge Kabuto. The guy was a genius and a tragic figure, but also someone who had hurt many. This world was twisted, many things couldn't be easily judged in terms of right and wrong. In any case, if Kabuto dared to target him, Natsuki would never let it slide. As for the Konoha Crush plan, he would try his best to stop it. Whether Hiruzen lived or died didn't matter to him, but Tenten's family had a lot of businesses in Konoha, he couldn't risk them being caught up in the chaos. After Kabuto left, Natsuki lost interest in shopping. He quickly grabbed some fresh ingredients and returned to the ninja tools shop. A few days later, Team Guy was finally taking a rare break from missions and was focusing on a training session instead. With Guy-sensei's approval, Tenten brought Natsuki along to observe. Natsuki came prepared, with a big spread of home-cooked food. Training with Team Guy was intense. Compared to flashy gifts, good food was way better. Soon enough, Natsuki and Tenten arrived at the training ground. Lee and Niji were already hard at work while Guy provided instruction nearby. Guy-sensei, Niji, Lee, we're here. Tenten called out. She introduced him, this is my boyfriend Natsuki. You might have heard of him, our shop sells the Ninja Slayer card game, and he's the one who made it. Ah. Ninja Slayer was made by Natsuki. Ah. The shop selling Ninja Slayer is yours. Guy and Lee clearly had different priorities, but both were now curiously sizing up Natsuki. Even Niji was curious. Tenten had once said Natsuki was stronger than him. That meant he might be a worthy rival. He was already thinking of sparring with him to gauge his strength. Natsuki quickly greeted them. Nice to meet you, Gai-sensei, Lee, Niji. I brought some food, why don't we all have a bite? Training is exhausting, gotta keep your energy up. I brought lots of beef, I'm sure you'll love it. Beef, rich in protein, the favorite of taijutsu users. Even someone like Gai, a jonin, didn't often get to enjoy beef. Soon, with Tenten's help, Natsuki laid out a table and served up braised beef and other dishes. The group dug in, and both Gai and Lee were soon singing praises with greasy mouths full of food. By the way, Tenten said you're interested in learning the Hashiman Tanko, 8 gates released formation, Gai said between bites. As I told her, learning the 8 gates isn't easy. It requires an incredibly strong body. Let me take a look at your physical condition. If it's not up to par, no matter how tasty your beef is, I'll have to refuse. Natsuki replied confidently, Gai-sensei, feel free to check. My body's no weaker than yours. Gai didn't hesitate. He started feeling around Natsuki's muscles. After a few pinches, he couldn't help but exclaim, wow, your muscles are tight, there's real power here. You must have gone through intense, youthful training. Very good. Your physical condition is excellent. You pass, for now. But next, let's have a youthful showdown. I need to see if your strength is all show and no substance. All right. However you want to test me, Gai-sensei, I'll take it on. Natsuki was full of confidence. After all, he had trained for years under increased gravity, paying close attention to body maintenance. Not only was his strength formidable, but his body was also virtually free of hidden injuries. If he wasn't qualified to learn the 8 gates, then Lee wouldn't be, either. Once they were done eating and had a bit of time to digest, Natsuki and Gai stood facing each other. Lee was the referee. Tenten watched nervously from a distance. She believed in Natsuki, but still, this was Gai-sensei, an elite jonin. Not someone easy to handle. Begin. At Lee's shout, Natsuki vanished from the spot in a flash. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 52, Chapter. TL, from now on, I'm going to translate the Justu in Romaji and English. Begin. So fast. Niji and Lee were both shocked. Gai also focused his energy, suddenly grounding himself in a solid horse stance. He raised his right arm to block, bang, Natsuki's whip-like leg slammed into Gai's arm, and the sweeping wind from the impact sent stones and dust flying from the ground. Even though Gai had braced himself in time, the force still pushed him back several meters. Nice power. Keep going. Gai was clearly pleased. He immediately retaliated with a sweeping kick of his own. Konoha Dai Senpu, Leaf Great Whirlwind. Bang. 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 Their fists and legs collided again and again, producing thunderous booms. The sheer force of their blows created shockwaves that made the air tremble and kicked up more dust and debris. The two of them darted through the swirling sand and rock, their movements so fast that only Niji could track them with his Byakugan. Way too fast. There's no way to follow with the naked eye. Natsuki didn't use any ninjutsu either. Since Gai wanted to test his physical strength, he would go with pure taijutsu. Over the past few years, Natsuki hadn't just been delivering milk, digging, and mining inside the gravity training room, he had also been relentlessly honing his strikes. The techniques taught at the academy had long become insufficient, so he turned to the library, digging through books for detailed records of hand-to-hand combat techniques to continue improving. In truth, learning moves was also about learning how to generate and apply force. Many techniques gained their power not just from raw strength, but from mastery of kinetic principles, making movements powerful, efficient, and fluid. This formed what people called a fighting style. To put it in gaming terms, it's not just about maximizing damage, you also need proper cooldown management and fluid combos to ensure continuous attack cycles. Through years of training, Natsuki had developed his own personal fighting style. Without even using Rokushiki, 6 powers, he was far from weak. But he still needed polishing, and, more importantly, real combat experience. Going up against a taijutsu specialist jonin like Gai, it was only natural to be outmatched. But Natsuki had incredible stamina and didn't fear taking a beating. After half an hour of intense combat, the taijutsu bout finally came to a satisfying end. Gai wore a radiant smile, clearly very satisfied with Natsuki's physical condition. He also saw that Natsuki had solid battle instincts, able to improve during combat and gradually cover up the gaps in his technique. Such a promising student aspiring to learn the Hashiman Tanko, 8 gates released formation. Gai certainly wouldn't turn him away. As for Natsuki's character, Gai trusted his intuition. Or rather, he trusted fists and kicks. True men speak through battle. Guy believed every punch and kick Natsuki threw was filled with determination and sincerity. And over the past few days, after learning more about Tenten, a kind, smart girl, Guy figured that anyone she liked couldn't be a bad person. Assessment complete. Ha ha ha. Now that's youth. Isn't it, Natsuki? Guy gave him a powerful thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. Oh. What a passionate and youthful fight, Guy-sensei. Natsuki gave a thumbs up too. Tenten, however, felt like alarms were going off. She had a horrible feeling her boyfriend was getting converted by this Kappa-sensei. This was going south fast. She wasn't planning to marry a Kappa. Unfortunately, Guy wasn't done yet. He suddenly asked, Natsuki, you want to learn the 8 gates to grow stronger. But why do you want to become strong? Natsuki understood that this was another test. He looked Guy straight in the eyes and said, to protect Tenten. And to protect my friends. That's why I need strength. The path of a ninja is never safe. We'll face enemies someday, but if I'm strong enough, the people I care about won't be in danger. I believe in that. Guy gave a firm nod, then broke into tears. Thumb held high once more, he cried, well said. That's youth right there. Very well, I'll pass the secret of the 8 gates to you. Natsuki also gave a big thumbs up. Thank you, Guy-sensei. I won't let you down. Lee, beside them, cried even harder, wah. That was so moving and hot-blooded. Natsuki, you're amazing. Why are you all morphing into the same person? Tenten mumbled in exasperation. She was nearly brought to tears herself, but seriously, she didn't want her boyfriend to become another Kappa. Fortunately, the mood soon returned to normal. Guy handed Natsuki a scroll. While it'd be ideal for me to teach you personally, you're not my student, and I'm mainly responsible for training these 3. So I'll give you the 8 gates scroll. You're a smart one, you should be able to study it on your own. If you run into any trouble, just ask Tenten to pass along a message. Or wait until I'm free, and I'll help answer your questions. Natsuki accepted the scroll and bowed slightly. Thank you very much, Guy-sensei. Guy waved it off cheerfully. He was in a great mood, after all, the 8 gates now had another successor. He didn't care much about keeping techniques to himself. Besides, the origin of the 8 gates was unclear. He'd learned it from his father, but even his father wasn't the original creator. Passing it down wouldn't cause any issues. And it wasn't like he was teaching it to someone outside the village. But Natsuki wasn't finished yet. He pushed his luck a bit further. Guy-sensei, I actually have another favor. I'd like you to introduce me to Kakashi-senpai. You want to meet Kakashi? Guy's eyes lit up. He's my eternal rival. You want to learn ninjutsu from him? You've got good taste. Kakashi's a genius known throughout the village. Natsuki shook his head. No, hear me out, Guy-sensei. Let me tell you my training plan. I've done some digging. Not just about your father, but also about Kakashi-senpai's father. Tsukumo, the White Fang of Konoha, was once more renowned than the Sannin. His Hataki Ryu Kenjutsu, Hataki-style swordsmanship, struck fear into all the shinobi villages. My plan is to master both the 8 gates and the Hataki sword style. That response caught Guy completely off guard. Niji and Lee exchanged looks, they had never even heard the name Tsukumo before. Even Tenten was surprised. Natsuki had never brought it up, not Tsukumo, not his sword style, not even the name Hataki. But when she remembered the demon blade thousand-edge Natsuki had designed, she figured it actually made sense for him to pursue a powerful sword style. I didn't expect you to learn about Tsukumo-senpai. Guy sighed emotionally. You're right. Back then, Tsukumo-senpai's swordsmanship was absolutely terrifying. They called him the White Fang of Konoha. His reputation even outshone the Sannins and shook the entire ninja world. If you want to learn his sword techniques, I totally understand. If I had the talent for swordsmanship, I'd want to learn too. Guy, a veteran of that era, naturally had a deeper understanding of the White Fang's strength and renown. Though those days had passed, true power never fades with time. He thought of his dear friend Kakashi, who had abandoned the Hataki sword style after Tsukumo's death. A new successor of the blade might not be such a bad thing. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 53, Chapter. Once he figured it out, Guy felt completely enlightened. He nodded and agreed, all right. When I have time, I'll introduce you to Kakashi. But whether or not he's willing to teach you the Hataki Kenjutsu will be up to you to earn. I understand. Thank you, Guy-sensei. Natsuki thanked him once more with sincerity. Then he looked up with a big smile. Guy-sensei, the 8 gates are strong, and the Hataki Kenjutsu is strong too. If I master both, I'll definitely surpass you and become the strongest shinobi in Konoha. Guy was instantly fired up. Good kid. That's the spirit. But if you want to surpass the blue beast of Konoha, you've still got a long way to go. Still, in honor of your youthful determination, I'm giving you this tight suit. As he spoke, he suddenly pulled out a green spandex suit from who knows where. The moment Natsuki saw it, his scalp went numb. Tenten couldn't take it anymore. She threw her arms out to block in front of Natsuki. Absolutely not. I don't want my boyfriend turning into a kappa. But Lee looked extremely displeased. What are you saying, Tenten? This is Guy-sensei's acknowledgement of Natsuki's youth. And how does it look like a kappa? It's super cool. Guy loved that kind of recognition. Hearing this, he simply handed the spandex suit to Lee instead. Lee. Since Tenten won't let Natsuki wear it, I'll give it to you. I've seen your youth and passion too. Wear this and go chase your dreams. Ah. Thank you, Guy-sensei. Lee was moved to tears and hugged Guy tightly. Behind them, it was as if the scene shifted to a sunset beach, waves crashing against the rocks as the picture froze like a painting. Tenten's mouth twitched. She didn't even know where to start complaining. Fortunately, Guy-sensei didn't insist on Natsuki wearing the green suit. Otherwise, her boyfriend would have really become a kappa. Niji clearly wasn't used to this kind of scene either. He came from a prestigious clan where etiquette was everything, and every movement was expected to follow proper decorum. Now seeing his teacher and teammate both acting like such weirdos, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But at least he still respected Guy-sensei's strength. As long as he could become stronger under him, Niji was willing to acknowledge him. Still, there was something more important right now. Niji suddenly turned to Natsuki. Natsuki, Tenten's always talking about you, saying you're way stronger than her. I also saw your fight with Guy-sensei earlier. Even though it was only taijutsu, you were still impressive. Please spar with me. I want to see your true strength. Natsuki wasn't surprised by this. Geniuses always had their pride, especially someone like Niji, a rare talent of the Hyuga clan. Even though he had the caged bird seal, he was still confident in his abilities. Not being able to defeat Tenten had already annoyed him, and now Tenten was claiming Natsuki was even stronger. Of course Niji wouldn't take that lying down. Alright. I've always wanted to experience the strength of a Hyuga genius myself. Natsuki accepted the challenge. Then I'll be the referee. Guy quickly volunteered again. He was especially passionate about this kind of match between comrades, because in his eyes, it was the very symbol of youth and hot-blooded spirit. Tenten had full confidence in Natsuki. Against Niji, she had to use her trump cards to have any chance of winning. But Natsuki was different. His strength was already close to a Jonin's level. She wasn't sure of the exact gap, but she was certain Niji wouldn't stand a chance. The two formed the seal of confrontation, then stood off against each other. With Guy's shout of begin, the match kicked off immediately. Soru. Whoosh. Natsuki vanished. Niji didn't panic. He had already activated his Byakugan. With the Byakugan, your movements can't escape my sight. The next second, Natsuki's whip kick swept toward him. Niji barely managed to block, but he clearly underestimated the force. He was instantly sent flying by the massive impact. The Byakugan was undoubtedly powerful, it could easily track opponents. But just because you could see it didn't mean your speed could match it. And seeing it didn't mean you could tank it either. Natsuki's speed and strength were clearly overwhelming Niji. Niji quickly realized this and grew more cautious. Inwardly, he marveled, and now he fully believed what Tenten had told him. Natsuki truly was stronger. Defeating him would be incredibly difficult. Natsuki saw Niji shifting into the stance for gentle fist, and without hesitation, he stepped right into the range of Niji's 8 trigram circle. Niji didn't hold back either. He immediately unleashed his hack Rokuji on show, 8 trigrams 64 palms. The gentle fist, infused with chakra, looked soft but could easily crush internal organs. But Natsuki calmly formed a few hand seals, and his entire body suddenly flattened. Or rather, he became a two-dimensional paper-thin figure. Niji's 64 palms were fast and fierce, but the moment the palm winds neared, the paper-flat Natsuki fluttered away with the breeze, evading the strikes completely. That's Kami, paper drawing, from the Rokushiki. Tenten had already demonstrated the 6 powers before, so Guy, Lee, and Niji all recognized it. But back then, Tenten only demonstrated it, she hadn't shown its actual application in combat. Now that they were seeing it used effectively, they were all speechless. Breaking a thin, fluttering piece of paper is actually not that easy. Even for a strong man, trying to smash paper with full force isn't simple. It requires finesse. And Natsuki's paper-thin form wasn't just flexible, it was ultralight. Even a breath could blow it away, let alone Niji's palm winds. At that moment, Niji found himself unable to land a single hit. Natsuki, however, seized the brief moment right after the 64 palms ended. His body instantly snapped back to normal, and both his fists turned jet black as he struck hard at Niji. Tekai Kenpo, Iron Body Fist. Take this. Niji sensed how fearsome those black fists were and didn't dare to block with his bare hands. He quickly drew a kunai to intercept. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, with sparks flying. Natsuki's fists really were like iron blocks. And he didn't let up, his fists grew faster and fiercer. Niji had no choice but to go fully defensive. After over a dozen exchanges, Niji's disadvantage was becoming more and more obvious. Damn. This isn't working. Kaiten. Niji spun rapidly, chakra bursting from his tenketsu to form a rotating hemispherical shield, trying to force Natsuki back and gain some breathing room. Natsuki did retreat a bit, but he also cancelled his iron body, quickly formed hand seals, and created a shadow clone. The clone immediately burrowed underground while the real Natsuki leapt high into the air. To attack from underground to break my Kaiten. That's a smart move. Niji had to give credit where it was due. His Hakusho Kaiten, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, could block attacks from all directions, including above, but the ground beneath him was a blind spot. If Natsuki attacked from underground, he'd be forced to stop spinning. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 54, Chapter Doton, Shinjuzanchu no Jutsu, Earth Style, Headhunter Jutsu. The shadow clone reached out from beneath the ground, but Niji had already timed it perfectly. He instantly halted his Kaiten and struck downward with a single palm. Boom. The clone exploded beneath him. Meanwhile, Natsuki used Jeppo, Moonwalk, to run through the air and unleashed a flurry of Renkyaku, Tempest Kicks. The crescent-shaped slashes enveloped Niji completely, right as he was in the cooldown phase after using Kaiten. With no choice but to dodge. Niji gritted his teeth and rolled several times across the ground. He managed to avoid a direct hit, but his arm still got sliced by one of the attacks. And Niji knew it too. Natsuki could have used Renkyaku right when he struck the underground clone. If he had done that, Niji wouldn't have been able to dodge at all. It was clear that Natsuki held back. Rokushiki really was powerful. But then Niji shook his head. No. What was powerful wasn't the Rokushiki, but Natsuki himself. Tenten also knew the 6 powers, yet when she used them, Niji didn't feel nearly as threatened. Maybe because she wasn't skilled at using them, or her movements were too rigid. It worked well enough against average ninja, but not against elite ones. In comparison, Natsuki had amazing combat instincts. He knew how to adapt in battle and didn't cling to just the 6 powers, he combined them with ninjutsu. If he had other techniques, he'd definitely incorporate those too. People like that, people who truly understood battle, were real threats. I lost. Niji admitted defeat calmly. This might have been the first time he'd ever conceded to someone his age. Strangely, it was like a weight lifted off his chest. Maybe the label of a genius had been a burden all along. Never having lost to peers meant never finding a worthy rival, and no clear way to improve. But now, someone younger than him, and much stronger, had appeared. It made life more interesting. There was another thing, too. He realized Natsuki wasn't from a noble clan, he was an ordinary civilian. And in that moment of admitting defeat, his long-held belief that fate couldn't be changed shattered. If even a civilian could defeat a prodigy from a great clan, didn't that mean he could take control of his own destiny? Thankfully, Natsuki had no idea what was going through Niji's head. Because if he did, he would have definitely told him, Niji, your original thinking wasn't wrong, because I'm not a normal civilian. I'm a cheat character. Clap clap clap. Applause rang out. Tenten beamed with pride, her boyfriend had just beaten the genius of the Hyuga clan. She had every reason to be proud. Lee was even more fired up. Seeing someone like Natsuki, a civilian, defeat someone from a prestigious clan meant that anything was possible. That meant his dream could come true one day too. Guy was crying again, for the youthful and passionate energy of these two youngsters. Natsuki landed from the air and exchanged the seal of reconciliation with Niji. He smiled and said, the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan truly lives up to its name, especially Kaiten. If I didn't know Earth style, I'd have no clue how to break through it. But Niji shook his head. You're being modest. I'm sure you had other ways. I believe that. You're not using your Byakugan to read my secrets, are you? Natsuki couldn't quite understand why Niji said that, but he figured it was because Niji acknowledged his strength. After all, when Niji recognized someone, he seemed to think they could perform miracles. Just like in the original story, with Naruto. After losing to him once, Niji acted like Naruto was all-powerful. Every time a problem arose, he'd say, if it were Naruto, he'd definitely do this or that. It came off like forced praise, and honestly, it was kinda awkward. At least when Natsuki watched it in his past life, he found it pretty cringe. Because Naruto's performance was often pretty mediocre. Both frustrating and funny to watch. Alright, the hot-blooded sparring ends here. It's not too late in the day, so let's begin training. Natsuki, if you've got nothing else to do, feel free to join us. Guy hadn't forgotten his duties. Today's training session couldn't go to waste. Natsuki glanced at the sky and politely declined, I still need to go buy groceries and cook. Tenten's been training hard today, she needs a good meal to recover. Hearing that, Tenten blushed for once, though she couldn't help feeling proud too. This kind of affectionate show-off honestly felt pretty nice. Guy didn't insist. Alright, go on then. Whenever you're free, I'll have Tenten let you know. I'll take you to meet Kakashi. Natsuki thanked him again, snuggled with Tenten for a moment, then turned and left. In truth, he was already itching to go. If Niji hadn't challenged him, he'd be in the gravity training room right now studying the 8 gates. And not long after he left, the intel was already delivered to the Hokage's office. Hiraishin quietly read the report brought by the ANBU while puffing on his pipe. I didn't expect it. That kid Natsuki is quite clever, not only wanting to learn the 8 gates from Guy, but also seeking the Hataki Kenjutsu. If he actually masters both, he might be just as strong as Kakashi. Then Konoha will have another true powerhouse, no need to fear the threats from other villages. I also didn't expect him to already be this strong. Creating his own Rokushiki Taijutsu, and even defeating Niji, TSK. What a prodigy. How should I arrange things for him? Well, if Guy trusts him, then there shouldn't be any issues. Guy may be loud and eccentric, but his instincts are razor sharp. If Natsuki had any problems, Guy definitely wouldn't have taught him the 8 gates. Still, there's no rush. Natsuki will eventually meet Kakashi. And Kakashi isn't easy to fool. If Natsuki can earn his approval, then it'll mean he's truly trustworthy. Only then can we fully invest in him. Let's wait and see. Hiraishin's heart was filled with anticipation toward Natsuki. In recent years, Konoha's strength had rapidly declined. Sakuma was dead. Minato was dead. Orochimaru defected. Tsunade and Jiraiya left. Even when Shisui finally emerged, he too perished. If all those people had survived, Konoha wouldn't be in its current state. Hiraishin wasn't blind to this reality, but he was getting old. Now, all he could do was hope the next generation would rise to the occasion. Luckily, this new generation had more than just Naruto, the Jinchuriki. There was Sasuke, Niji, all the heirs of the major clans, and now, one more, Natsuki. Not to mention Tenten, who also seemed pretty talented. At last, the hidden leaf was once again showing signs of revival. In a few years, Konoha could truly return to its peak. Before I die, I must restore Konoha to its former glory. I refuse to leave this world with only scorn and regret. With that resolution, Hiraishin picked up a new batch of ninja files. He needed to carefully decide who would be the best jonin to mentor Natsuki. Also, he had to keep an eye on Danzo. He couldn't let Danzo corrupt the village's promising seedlings ever again. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 55, Chapter. After buying all the groceries at the market, Natsuki returned straight to the ninja tool shop. The shop owner, his father-in-law, only gave him a single glance, said nothing, and pretended to mind the store. But clearly, he was waiting for something. Natsuki almost couldn't hold back a laugh. This man was a total girl dad. Of course he cared deeply about his daughter. But ever since Natsuki showed up, Tenten had started keeping certain things from her father. Especially after graduating and becoming a genin, she barely shared anything about her ninja life at the dinner table. The shop owner was worried but too proud to ask. His only hope for information was Natsuki. Natsuki smiled. Hey, Pops, I went to check. Tenten's team leader is really impressive, an elite jonin from the village named Might Guy. He might look a bit eccentric, but he's passionate, sincere, and cares a lot about his students. Also, Tenten's teammates are very strong. One of them is a prodigy from the Hyuga clan, and the other one's great in frontline combat. He added, since Tenten is exceptional at throwing ninja tools, her team formation usually has the 2 teammates in the front while she provides support from the rear. So there's really no danger. The shop owner gave a small nod of approval. Having an elite jonin as their team leader was indeed reassuring. And knowing a Hyuga prodigy was one of her teammates made things even safer. After so many days of worry, he could finally breathe a little easier. But soon after, he felt a pang of sadness. His once sweet daughter used to tell him everything about her school life, but now she wouldn't even talk about her ninja work. It was all this brat Natsuki's fault. The shop owner shot Natsuki a glare. Got it. Now go cook, Tenten should be back soon. Natsuki, of course, didn't argue with his father-in-law. He picked up the groceries and headed to the kitchen. He had no time for a staring contest, he was itching to check out the 8-gate scroll. Rice on the stove, stew simmering, finally, he had his hands free. Without hesitation, he took out the 8-gate scroll and opened it with trembling hands. The thing he had been dreaming of for so long was finally in his hands. Inside was a diagram of the human body, pinpointing the locations of the 8 gates along the chakra pathway, from top to bottom: gate of opening, gate of rest, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of view, gate of wonder, and gate of death. Beside the diagram, there were detailed notes on the technique to open each gate. This was a method to release the body's natural chakra restraints, allowing the user to explode with several times, or even dozens of times, their original power. It honestly felt more broken than the Kaioken from Dragon Ball. Interestingly, everyone had these 8 gates. As long as one's physical strength reached a certain level, anyone could learn the 8 gates formation. The first 3 gates were relatively safe, they only caused fatigue after use, not physical damage. Starting from the 4th gate, however, the body would suffer increasing levels of injury. As for the 8th and final gate, once it was opened, you'd gain terrifying power, at the cost of certain death. Putting aside the death gate, the first 7 were already more than worth it. By enduring the pressure and injuries, one could exchange it for overwhelming strength. Tenten's body has been strengthened by years of electric stimulation. Her physical durability isn't bad. Opening the 3rd gate should be no problem. Paired with her ninja tools, she should be more than capable of fighting elite jonin. But I'll need to remind her, only open the first 3 gates, nothing beyond that. Just in case, I'll give her 2 senzu beans. If she's forced to go beyond, she can do it as a last resort, but must eat a senzu bean afterward to recover. Sigh, being a boyfriend really takes a toll on the heart. Natsuki muttered to himself while thinking about his own situation. When he had sparred with Guy in pure taijutsu, he felt the gap. Guy was still far superior, not just in combat experience, but also in sheer physical durability. Which made sense. Guy had trained his body relentlessly since childhood, for decades without pause. Even with a cheat-like gravity training room, it was hard to surpass that kind of dedication in just a few years, especially since Natsuki was still only 11. That said, Natsuki's current physique was already extremely strong. If he opened the 7th gate, he could absolutely reach Kage-level combat power. Still not enough. That's not what I'm aiming for. At the very least, by the time the 4th Great Ninja War arrives, I want to be strong enough to kick Madara's 6 paths form to death with just the 7th gate. My body's only 11 right now. After I graduate next year, I won't have to hold back physically. I'll max out gravity training, push my limits daily, and burn through senzu beans if I have to. I don't believe I can't make it. Natsuki set his goals firmly and read through the scroll again. Besides the human diagram and gate opening techniques, the scroll also included several moves, like Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind, Konoha Dai Senpu, Leaf Great Whirlwind, Omote Renge, Front Lotus, Yura Renge, Reverse Lotus, Asakujaku, Morning Peacock, Hiradora, Daytime Tiger, and more. But there were no records of Sekizo, Evening Elephant, or Yagai, Night Guy. Those were moves that required the Death Gate. Perhaps Guy didn't dare to write them down, or maybe he hadn't unlocked them yet. Some things, after all, could only be understood when one reached that level. The moves of the Death Gate were probably only realized after it was opened. Still, the principles behind the other techniques were clearly explained. The Lotus moves were all about explosive speed and unrelenting attack, little technique, just pure speed. Morning Peacock involved punching fast enough to create flaming shockwaves from air friction. Daytime Tiger compressed air into a single point to form a massive tiger-shaped air cannon. In short, using absurdly strong physical power to manipulate air, whether through friction or compression, to unleash devastating ranged or melee attacks. When Guy opened the Death Gate, he even distorted space itself. His power was that terrifying. No wonder Madara himself called him the strongest in taijutsu. He really almost died from that kick. If not for the cells of Hashirama keeping him alive, that would have been the end. Hey, when the time comes, I'll let Guy kick first, then I'll jump in and add a bonus kick to the head. Let's see if those cells can save you again, Madara. But man, the 8th gate is scary. I wonder if a senzu bean could save someone from it. Senzu beans don't seem to work on soul injuries. But the Death Gate mainly destroys the body, not the soul. So, if I hold a senzu bean in my mouth while opening the Death Gate, would I survive afterward? Natsuki seriously considered the possibility. If he were ever trapped in a no-win situation, he might try it. Also, he needed to find a chance to give Guy Sensei a senzu bean too. Tell him that if he ever opened the Death Gate, he must remember to keep it in his mouth. And when he roars, make sure not to spit it out, because that bean is a lifesaver. In the original story, Guy survived opening the Death Gate, but ended up crippled for life. He barely showed up in Boruto. Truly a shame. Even just to repay Guy-sensei for teaching him the 8 gates, Natsuki wouldn't let him end up like that. Not to mention, Guy-sensei was Tenten's teacher. If something happened to him, it would break her heart. And that, he would never allow. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 56, Chapter. By evening, Tenten returned in her usual valiant form. Though fatigue still lingered between her brows and her clothes were soaked with sweat, her energy was high. Clearly, she was still able to keep up with Guy-sensei's rigorous training schedule. In the original timeline, Tenten's physical endurance couldn't keep up initially. It took long-term training before she gradually adapted, increasing her chakra reserve substantially. During the second Chunin exams, she summoned a sea with a scroll, and by the fourth Great Ninja War, she wielded the Bashozen banana fan several times. Her chakra level was definitely on par with a Jonin. But now, Tenten's physical strength was far superior to her original counterpart. Once she had taken a shower, it was time for dinner. At the table, the shop owner wore an indecisive expression. He kept sneaking glances at Tenten, but seeing her eating so cheerfully, he held back and said nothing. Natsuki almost burst out laughing. Totally expected. Though he had already told his cheap father-in-law about Tenten's situation, the old man still wanted to hear it from her personally. After all, nothing sounded better than your own daughter telling you directly. Under the table, Natsuki quietly reached out and pinched Tenten's knee. Startled, she looked up from her bowl and glanced at her boyfriend, only to see him subtly nod toward her father with his chin. She followed his gaze and saw her dad's awkward expression, instantly getting the message. That's when Natsuki spoke up. Ahem. Hey Tenten, how was training today? Your dad and I were curious. The shop owner immediately perked up, but then realized what Natsuki just said and glared at him sideways. Your dad, huh? You sure got comfortable calling me that. Thankfully, Tenten picked up the conversation immediately. Oh, training was tough, but I managed to keep up. Guy-sensei said sweating more in training means bleeding less on missions. Oh, and Dad, one of my teammates is a Hyuga prodigy. I fought him the other day, and guess what, I totally had him on the ropes the whole time. Suddenly, Tenten was talking non-stop, like she'd gone back to being the sweet girl who used to share everything with her dad. The shop owner kept nodding, asking a few questions now and then, and couldn't stop smiling. His gaze toward Natsuki softened noticeably. This future son-in-law is actually pretty thoughtful. Guess I'll stop glaring at him so much from now on. After dinner, the sky had grown dark. Tenten glanced outside, then at Natsuki, her face showing rare hesitation. Natsuki noticed. What's wrong, Tenten? She leaned against his shoulder and said softly, you finally got the 8-gate scroll. I know you're dying to go home and train it, but it's dark out now. It might be dangerous. Her concern wasn't unreasonable. Since the Uchiha clan's downfall, Konoha's internal security had significantly weakened. Spies were everywhere, and reports of missing children weren't uncommon. So, Tenten had become extra cautious. Once night fell, she never let Natsuki walk home alone. But she also knew him too well. He had been dreaming of learning the 8 gates. Now that he finally had the scroll, of course he'd be itching to dive into it. She didn't want to stop him, but she couldn't help worrying. Even though she knew he was strong, concern was concern. Natsuki hugged her and playfully pinched her nose. Worrywart. Who said I'm going home tonight? Sure, I want to train, but I need to study the scroll thoroughly first. And tonight, we'll study it together. With your physique, opening the first 3 gates shouldn't be a problem. That's more than enough to deal with most enemies. Tenten finally relaxed, a smile blooming on her face. She immediately pulled Natsuki to her room, pushed him onto the bed, and jumped into his arms, pulling the covers over both of them. Natsuki was stunned. Tenten, wait, this is way too fast. You're only 12, I'm only 11, and even if your dad's dying to have a grandkid, this is. Stop daydreaming. Tenten shot him a glare. Didn't we say we'd study the 8 gates together? Get the scroll out. Oh, that's what this was about. Still, even if they were just studying, did they really have to share a blanket? Anyone would get the wrong idea. Natsuki wasn't about to object though, he certainly wasn't losing out here. He hugged her tightly, opened the scroll, and the two of them began studying the 8 gates together. Good thing he was still young, otherwise, temptation might have gotten the better of him. Then again, with her already in his arms, well, there were some perks to enjoy. Tonight's kiss tasted like mint, probably her toothpaste. A few days passed. Then came the first of the month. Natsuki had been waiting for this. Sure, he was eager to train the 8 gates, but he was also very cautious. Over the past days, he had memorized every detail of the scroll, techniques, gate mechanics, everything. He even mentally rehearsed the routines, refining his understanding. All that was left was for the special training lab to open tonight. He'd already informed Tenten ahead of time, so she wouldn't expect him home tonight. She knew he had a habit of pulling all-nighters for training on the first of each month, so she didn't ask questions. At exactly 7 p.m., Natsuki activated the entrance to the special training chamber. He didn't waste a second, he went straight into practice. 8 gates formation, first gate, gate of opening, Kai. Buzz. It was like a shackle in his mind had snapped open. He could feel all the power in his body at his command. He mentally summoned a practice dummy and whoosh. Appeared before it in a flash, landing a powerful kick right under its chin that launched it into the air. Whoosh. He reappeared beneath it. This was Shadow Leaf Dance, the prelude to Front Lotus. Since he wasn't wrapped in bandages, Natsuki simply hugged the dummy from behind and began spinning it downward toward the ground. Omote Renge, Front Lotus. Boom. A crater appeared where the dummy was smashed, completely torn apart. But Natsuki wasn't satisfied. The Front Lotus is powerful, sure, but it has too long a startup. Doesn't suit me. Besides, I don't need to stick to the scroll's techniques, I should develop my own. The earlier gates mostly just boosted speed and strength. Techniques like front and reverse lotus were fast, sure, but not exactly complex. Natsuki's Rokushiki, 6 powers, could already achieve similar results. But the later gates were different, they involved manipulating air. By either friction or compression, they created devastating attacks. He could totally use that concept to develop new moves, maybe even something like Dragon Ball's Kikaho, Tri-Beam. The power potential was massive. That said, Natsuki would still learn Asakujaku, Morning Peacock, and Hiradora, Daytime Tiger, first. Why rack your brain creating new techniques when great ones already exist? Plus, by mastering those moves, he could understand the key concepts, how to generate friction with speed, how to compress air properly to maximize damage. Once he grasped those fundamentals, creating new moves would be far easier. Great structures rise from the ground up. A house without a foundation is just floating driftwood, that's how it is. Second gate, Gate of Rest, Kai. Third gate, Gate of Life, Kai. Fourth gate, Gate of Pain, Kai. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 57, Chapter. Natsuki pushed himself all the way to the 4th gate. The moment the Gate of Pain opened, he began to feel sharp stinging sensations throughout his body. His skin started turning red. But the power he gained was immense. With just a light stomp, he could create a deep crater beneath his feet. His movement speed became terrifying. Back during the Chunin exams, Lee opened the 4th gate to fight Gaara, scaring him out of his wits. Although Gaara was protected by his mother Shikaku armor, his own reactions were too slow, he couldn't even track Lee's movements. If Lee hadn't been in so much pain from his own attacks, creating brief pauses, Gaara wouldn't have had time to activate his sand clone and would have been seriously injured by the Yura Renge. At the time, Gaara's strength was probably comparable to that of a mid-tier Jonin. Meaning Lee had briefly erupted with the strength of a Jonin. So what about me? If I open the 4th gate, do I have elite Jonin level strength? Though I'm probably not on the same level as Kakashi or Guy yet. Then let's keep going, after all, I won't die. 5th gate, Gate of Limit, open. 6th gate, Gate of View, open. The moment he opened the 6th gate, the pain intensified drastically. His whole body felt like it was being torn apart. If not for his absurdly strong physique, he would have been shredded already. Even so, it still required immense willpower to resist the excruciating pain. Wasting no time, Natsuki leapt into the air and began throwing rapid punches as instructed in the scroll. Each punch generated so much friction with the air that it looked like flaming spheres erupting in midair, like a peacock spreading its fiery tail. Beautiful, yes. But terrifying, especially if you were on the receiving end. Isn't that right, Kisame? Natsuki had launched Asakujaku, Morning Peacock, once before, and he was already addicted. He kept punching, wanting to master it fully. He couldn't die in here anyway, and with infinite stamina and chakra, he could spam it all he wanted, as long as he could bear the pain. After an hour, he had to stop. It hurt too much. Even if his body wasn't damaged, the pain was very real. His body was steaming. He just couldn't endure anymore. Looks like I'll need to adjust my training plan, especially when it comes to pain resistance. Otherwise, opening the 7th gate might just make me pass out from pain. Natsuki made a mental note and rested briefly, then jumped right back in. The special training chamber was too precious to waste. Wasting even a minute felt like ruining a meal. Next, I need to get used to the earlier gates. I want to be able to open them instantly, not one by one. The delay wastes too much time. What if I miss an attack opportunity or get interrupted by an enemy? So over the next few hours, Natsuki did nothing but repeatedly open and close the gates. From gate of opening to gate of view, he opened and closed them again and again until he could activate them at will. By the time he could instantaneously open the 6th gate, there were only 10 minutes left in the special chamber. That's when a crazy idea hit him. Double the gravity. Gate of view, open. Natsuki exploded with energy like a super saiyan. His skin flushed crimson, and his body glowed with a green aura. The increased gravity couldn't hold him down at all. Crank it higher. 7th gate, can I open it? Gravity up again. 7th gate, gate of wonder, open. Buzz. A wave of unbearable pain consumed his body. Natsuki almost blacked out on the spot. But he bit down on his lip, forcing himself to stay conscious. Then, using the proper technique, he began compressing air into his fists, forcing it into the shape of a tiger. And then he punched. Hiradora, daytime tiger. Boom. It was as if the world itself cracked. And Natsuki instantly passed out. He was ejected from the training chamber, drenched in sweat, lying motionless on his bed. When he came to, he saw Tenten sitting beside him, anxiously wiping his sweat with a damp towel. Shino stood silently nearby, worry clearly visible even behind his sunglasses. Natsuki, you're awake. You scared me half to death. Tenten was already crying. She threw herself into his arms. You were out for a whole day. Do you know how worried I was? The doctor said you fainted from pain, but you didn't have a single injury. What the hell did you do? Natsuki gave her a guilty smile and gently stroked her hair. Sorry. I didn't mean to make you worry. Shino spoke calmly, you didn't come to school today. We thought you overslept after an all-nighter, so I stopped by around noon. I used my insects to check on you, you seemed to be sleeping, so I didn't think much of it. But when I came back after school and you still weren't awake, I knew something was wrong. Tenten arrived just in time and opened the door. We rushed you to the hospital. So that's what happened. Natsuki looked around and realized he really was in a hospital. He truly had worried them. That final stunt, maybe he shouldn't have done it. It was way too painful. Once Tenten had calmed down, she stood with her hands on her hips, glaring, explain. Now. If you don't tell me everything, I won't talk to you anymore. Tears welled in her eyes again. Natsuki quickly sat up and pulled her into his arms to comfort her. Even Shino said, you really went overboard this time. I don't know what kind of research you're doing, but Tenten and I were seriously worried. Natsuki sighed. He thought for a moment, then lowered his voice. Shino, check if anyone's eavesdropping. Shino understood immediately. He sent out his insects to scout the area. After confirming the coast was clear, he nodded. Both he and Tenten turned to Natsuki, waiting. Natsuki changed his explanation slightly. Actually, every month, on the night of the 1st, I enter a dreamlike space. In that space, I can't be hurt. I have infinite stamina and chakra. It's the perfect place to research ninjutsu, secret techniques, even forbidden ones. Everything I've developed so far came from there. Tenten and Shino found it hard to believe, but looking into Natsuki's eyes, they didn't see a single trace of deception. Tenten pressed, and this time. Natsuki looked a bit embarrassed. I was training the 8 gates. That place doesn't allow actual injury, but pain still exists. I tried to push myself to the 7th gate and even used Gai-sensei's ultimate technique, Hiradora. The power was incredible. But the pain, it was real. I passed out. I'm really sorry I scared you both. I was terrified too. So that's what happened. Tenten believed him. She had secretly asked Gai-sensei about the 8 gates before. The first 3 were safe, at most, they caused exhaustion. That was why Natsuki only allowed her to open the first 3. But from the 4th gate onward, the technique damaged the body. Only those with strong physical conditioning and immense willpower could endure the pain and survive the usage. Otherwise, the pain alone could overwhelm the mind. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 58, Chapter. Natsuki had only dared to push himself so far because in that special space, he couldn't be harmed. But he had overestimated his own willpower, or perhaps underestimated the pain of opening the 7th gate. Either way, he had literally passed out from the pain alone. The cost of gaining great power was very real. Considering Natsuki's physical and mental strength, the level of pain needed to knock him out was unimaginable. Fortunately, he hadn't tried to open the 8th gate. If he had, he might have literally died from the pain. Tenten finally let out a sigh of relief, then immediately grabbed Natsuki's ear and twisted hard. You reckless idiot. Do you want me to become a widow before I even get married? Are you gonna keep doing stupid things like this? Ow ow ow. I won't do it again. Easy there, wife. Wife your face. Tenten blushed fiercely and snapped at him, but seeing him act all dramatic actually made her feel better. Earlier, she had been genuinely terrified. Shino, meanwhile, quietly endured the incoming wave of lovey-dovey dog food. He was already used to it. Then he asked, Natsuki, is the 8 gates really that powerful? Natsuki answered seriously, very powerful. When I opened the 7th gate, I felt like even defeating the Hokage wouldn't be too hard. But with my current body, the 6th gate is my limit. I'll need to intensify my training. I want to one day be strong enough that the 7th gate can kick the Sage of 6 Paths to the curb. Kick the Sage of 6 Paths. That's one hell of a goal. But Shino didn't doubt him. His friend had always been mysterious. A person who could enter a special dream realm on the first night of every month and train with no risk, infinite stamina, and unlimited chakra, how could he not become insanely strong? Shino immediately felt a sense of pressure. His friend would definitely be ridiculously powerful in the future. If he didn't grow stronger too, how could he be trusted to watch his friend's back? Just then, Shino's expression changed slightly. Someone's coming. Natsuki and Tenten instantly stopped messing around. Moments later, the door opened. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Sakura, Naruto, Hinata, and Kiba came in. Even Sasuke was standing just outside in the hallway. All their friends had come. Ino grinned and teased, we heard someone calling his wife from outside the hospital room. Who was it? So shameless, even calling her wife. Natsuki and Tenten both blushed hard. They didn't care if Shino heard their flirting, but having the whole class hear it. That was embarrassing. Ah. Tenten's blushing. Ino and Sakura giggled uncontrollably. And so is Natsuki. Look at that thick skin turning red. Everyone laughed as they set down a fruit basket. Seeing that Natsuki was fine, they all relaxed. Shikamaru asked, so what happened? We heard you passed out from the pain, but you don't look injured. Natsuki explained, I was training a secret technique last night. The pain was so bad that I just blacked out. Everyone was stunned. For a technique to cause Natsuki to pass out from pain without leaving any physical injuries, it had to be something extraordinary. They hadn't realized Natsuki was pushing himself so hard. It seemed graduation was looming, and even Natsuki was starting to feel the pressure. Everyone else began to feel the same urgency. Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba, all from noble families, started wondering if it was time to learn their clan's secret techniques. Ino and Hinata revealed that they had already been training theirs, just hadn't shown it off. Naruto, meanwhile, could only envy them all. He wasn't just jealous of Natsuki's secret technique, he was also jealous of his girlfriend. Damn it. We're the same age. How the hell did Natsuki already land a cute girlfriend like Tenten? And she even lets him call her wife. This world is unfair. Sasuke's eyes gleamed with focus. The pressure on him was even greater. He had just barely learned how to tree walk and water walk over the past few days. Compared to Natsuki, he was already miles behind. Now Natsuki was training powerful secret techniques. At this rate, he'd never catch up. Not that he had any obsession with defeating Natsuki, but if he couldn't even surpass someone his own age, how could he possibly defeat that man, his brother? You're okay. Good. Sasuke muttered, then turned and left without another word. He had no time to waste. The others didn't linger either. After checking in and making sure Natsuki was all right, they all said their goodbyes and headed out. Even Shino left, giving the couple some space. Natsuki, however, had no intention of staying in the hospital. After getting checked by a doctor and confirmed to be fine, he left with Tenten and returned home. Just in time to bump into her dad, who was holding a lunchbox and about to head out. The shop owner blinked in surprise when he saw Natsuki. Reflexively, he hid the lunchbox behind his back. Didn't they say you fainted? Why are you out of the hospital? Natsuki grinned. Sorry to worry you, Pops. It was just a side effect from training a secret technique. The doctor said I'm fine, just need to rest at home. You were coming to check on me. What's in the lunchbox? Let me see. Before the shop owner could respond, Natsuki had already snatched the box from his hands. The man's shoulders relaxed, but he scowled. That was for the cat. Natsuki was already eating. Yes, I'm the cat. Your cooking's great, Pops. The old man huffed and turned away, but there was a smile on his lips. Tenten saw it all and couldn't help smiling too. But deep down, a desire began to grow stronger. I really want to grow up quickly and marry him. For the next few days, Natsuki behaved himself and rested. The memory of the pain from opening the Gate of Wonder haunted him. He needed a few days to recover and revise his training plan. Currently, he had increased the gravity in the gravity training room to 8 times normal. His next goal was to raise it to 10. Don't underestimate 10 times gravity. Those online explanations claiming it's just like carrying 10 times your weight are completely wrong. Gravity and weight training are two entirely different things. Weight training just loads certain parts of the body. Gravity, however, affects everything. Your blood, your bones, your internal organs, even your brain, are all under constant strain. It's not the same as simply lifting heavy stuff. When people ride elevators or roller coasters, even slight increases in gravity can cause dizziness. And that's just minor shifts. Simple math shows that the average person can only withstand 2 or 3 times gravity. At 5 times, most people pass out. Astronauts are more resilient, and they can momentarily withstand 10 times gravity, usually only during a rocket launch. Even in Dragon Ball, Goku found 10 times gravity incredibly difficult when he first arrived at King Kai's planet. That was after he already had power strong enough to destroy the Earth, and it still took him time to adapt to that level. As for 100 times gravity, he only achieved that on his way to Namek, and even then it pushed him to the brink. Afterward, he single-handedly crushed the Ginyu Force. Their captain could move at nearly the speed of light and still wasn't a match. That's going off topic a bit, but the point remains. Gravity training is insanely effective, but only if you do it within your limits. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 59, Chapter. Natsuki dared to raise the gravity level to 10 times because he had confidence in himself. But adjusting to it would take time, and even then, he was still far from someone like Son Goku who could destroy planets. That, of course, wasn't Natsuki's fault, it was the power ceiling of this world. Also, for the time being, he didn't dare to recklessly open the 7th gate again. Not a big deal if I don't open the 7th gate, Natsuki thought. I'll use the technique of Asa Kujaku, Morning Peacock, with the 6th gate as a reference point to develop other moves. At the same time, I need to adapt to the rhythm of prolonged combat while in the 6th gate state. Asa Kujaku was strong, but not always the best option. Developing other techniques would be useful, and even if the attempts failed, it would still serve as good training. After all, the Akatsuki and Uchiha Madara weren't foes that could be defeated easily. Long-term endurance was crucial. The 8 gates only granted short-term bursts of power. Once the user ran out of stamina, they'd fall into a dangerous disadvantage. Ideally, he needed to extend the duration of combat within the 8 gate state to become truly effective. Having made that plan, Natsuki finally allowed himself to relax. He had spent all these years constantly thinking about getting stronger, rarely enjoying any real downtime. Well, not entirely. Time with Tenten was always relaxing. Compared to being alone and constantly overthinking, having someone by his side brought him happiness. He was truly glad he had pursued Tenten. With her, he'd found a home in this world. Tenten was more than just pretty and cute, she was kind, thoughtful, occasionally sarcastic and funny, and she made him feel at ease every moment. Natsuki genuinely liked her, and was determined to protect her forever. Guy's team has been established for a month. We're probably going to start missions outside the village soon. Time to prepare some gear for our family's little Dora La Explo Tenten. With that thought, Natsuki drifted off into sleep. Early the next morning, someone suddenly knocked on the door, loudly enough to wake Natsuki. It clearly wasn't Tenten, she had a key. And it wasn't Shino, he'd just sent bugs inside. Who the hell is knocking this early? Natsuki opened the door with bedhead and bleary eyes, only to see a certain spiky blonde kid staring up at him with hopeful eyes. He instantly deflated. Naruto, what do you want this early in the morning? I was dreaming about marrying Tenten and having kids. You ruined it. Naruto, however, was full of urgency. Natsuki. I've gone a whole month without playing cards. Doesn't that mean you should finally give me the 3rd Hokage character card? Oh, right. That. Natsuki had honestly forgotten. Still, not a good enough reason to be banging on someone's door at the crack of dawn. With a tired face, Natsuki retrieved the Hokage card and tossed it to him. Here. Take it and go. I'm going back to sleep. Naruto left happily, while Natsuki was now wide awake. So instead of trying to go back to sleep, he decided to prep some field gear, things like a flashlight, flint, raincoat, dried meat, hot sauce, anything that might be useful for camping outside the village. When Tenten arrived and saw him sorting through all that stuff, she looked puzzled. Natsuki, what's all this? Natsuki quickly pulled her over and gestured to the pile. Your team's been together for a month, right? I figured you'll be doing missions outside the village soon. So I'm prepping supplies you might need. Take a look, see what else you want, or just take it all. Your scroll can hold anything anyway. You know what, that's actually a good idea. We probably will be going out soon. Tenten didn't refuse. She opened a scroll and began sealing everything inside. Better to bring everything. You never know what'll come in handy. Once they finished packing, their eyes met. And then, hug. Yup. Today's kiss tasted like meat buns. XXXX. Afterward, with their lips slightly swollen, Natsuki headed to the academy while Tenten went to the Hokage building. To her surprise, they really did receive a C-rank mission to eliminate bandits outside the village. She couldn't help but admire how on point her boyfriend's intuition was. Though they had a 30-minute window to go home and prepare after receiving the mission, being prepped in advance was obviously better than rushing. Tenten returned home, packed a few more things, informed her dad, and asked him to pass the message on to Natsuki. Then she headed for the village gate. Meanwhile, Natsuki had just arrived at class when he noticed Naruto slumped over at his desk, looking completely defeated. What happened to him? Natsuki tried to hold back a smile, he could already guess. You already know, don't you? Shino's tone was as calm as ever. Naruto showed up this morning and started flaunting the Hokage card. But then everyone else pulled out their Hokage cards, and a bunch of new character cards. That's when he realized the card set got updated yesterday and everyone else had already queued up to buy them. All his bragging amounted to nothing. Even Shino nearly cracked a smile. Naruto had spent a whole month suppressing his card addiction just to get that Hokage card from Natsuki. He even covered his ears when people talked about cards to avoid temptation, and in doing so, completely missed the update. Their classmates had played along, keeping quiet on purpose so he wouldn't relapse. And that led to today's tragedy. It was a little sad, honestly, but also his fault. The kid was addicted. If they didn't intervene, he might have spiraled further. Natsuki, how could you do this to me? Naruto sulked over, his voice full of betrayal. The cards got updated and you didn't tell me. Natsuki feigned innocence. I did tell you a month ago. I said the Hokage gave me permission to sell these cards and that new characters would be released later. Wasn't I clear enough? You just remembered the Hokage card and ignored everything else I said. Naruto couldn't argue with that, but he still felt wronged. He had waited so long, only to proudly wave around a rare Hokage card, thinking he'd be the center of attention, only to get clowned. He wanted to cry. Seriously. Hey, look on the bright side, you didn't have to pay for yours. Natsuki tried to console him. Sure, the Hokage card was free, but now everyone's playing with the new deck. My old cards can't even keep up anymore. The Ninja Killer card game was actually quite expensive. For someone like Naruto, who was already scraping by, buying a new set meant going hungry for a few days. Sure, his friends like Shikamaru and Choji would let him join their games, but Naruto loved pulling out his own cards and inviting people to play. That was about pride. Imagine going up to someone and saying, "Hey, wanna play Ninja Killer?" And they respond, "Do you even have cards?" That one sentence alone would crush Naruto's soul for the whole day. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 60, Chapter. Check this new FIC, not mine, the divine throne of ship girls. For someone like Naruto, Natsuki truly felt helpless. He wasn't running a charity, after all. Giving away cards in the past was just to promote them. Now, there was no reason to give out anything for free. Besides, Natsuki suspected that Naruto's card addiction wasn't completely cured yet. Giving him new cards might only make things worse. So he pretended not to notice Naruto's plight and let the poor guy stew in frustration. Soon, the school day ended. Natsuki and Shino went to the ninja tool shop, only to find that his father-in-law said Tenten had already gone out on a mission. Just as I thought. Good thing I prepared everything in advance. At least she won't be scrambling around, and it'll make things easier out there. Just as Natsuki predicted, Guy's team had barely left the village before it started raining. The mission had a deadline, so they couldn't delay just because of a little rain, but traveling while soaked wasn't a good idea either. That's when Tenten pulled out 4 raincoats and handed them out. With their gear on, the impact of the rain was reduced to a minimum. Though the rain still lashed at their faces, as long as their bodies stayed dry, there was no risk of catching cold or falling ill. By dusk, Guy's team was nearly at their destination. Tenten then passed out cups of ginger tea along with warm meat buns. Everyone immediately felt their fatigue melt away. Guy gave a thumbs up in approval. Summoning techniques are so convenient. Having Tenten on the team makes missions feel way easier. Mini Kappa number 2, also known as Lee, now proudly donning his green spandex, nodded excitedly. Totally. With Tenten around, it's like we don't even need to build a fire to get hot drinks. Plus, these meat buns are delicious. This feels more like a vacation than a mission. Even Niji gave a rare nod of approval. Tenten wasn't just strong, she was like a walking treasure trove. Having someone like her on the team was a huge advantage. Tenten, now setting up 4 tents, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Convenient, huh? Don't treat me like some tool. It's the space-time ninjutsu that's convenient, not me. Besides, all these raincoats and tents were prepared by my boyfriend. You lonely single guys can just keep being jealous. Wait a second, how did this joke turn into a personal attack? Can't we just have some friendly banter? The 4 of them didn't light a fire that night to avoid drawing attention. It was also too dark for a sneak attack, so they all crawled into their tents to rest and wait for dawn. In the darkness, Guy whispered, "Tenten. I heard Natsuki passed out from pain recently." What happened? Tenten hesitated. She didn't want to lie, but she also didn't want to spill the truth. While she trusted Guy-sensei, she wasn't sure about Niji and Lee, especially Niji, who had the cursed seal of the caged bird on him. He didn't even have freedom over his own body, let alone the ability to keep secrets. Her boyfriend's cheat-like dream realm was better left unsaid. What else could it be? He overtrained. I gave him a good scolding when I got back. He promised not to do it again. Guy-sensei, if you get the chance, please lecture him too. He really went too far. So that's what happened, huh? Don't worry, Tenten. I'll make sure to talk to him. Training must be grounded and steady, you can't just mess around like that. Tenten wanted to retort, because in her mind, both Guy and Lee often went way too hard. Lee's training was practically self-abuse. His body was probably riddled with hidden injuries. It might not show now, but one day, it definitely would. Still, that was Lee's choice, his path toward his dream. It wasn't her place to interfere. Her own boyfriend was way more reliable. Sure, he sometimes went a little overboard, but only in that special dream realm, where both his life and body were completely safe. By comparison, Tenten suddenly felt much more at ease. The next morning, Tenten packed up the tents while handing out breakfast. After eating, the 4 continued toward their mission site, eventually arriving near a cave. Niji immediately activated his Byakugan. After scanning for a while, he spoke gravely, "There are 20 bandits inside. No shinobi among them, and their defenses are lax. However, there's a prison inside the cave, filled with corpses. Some of them are women and children." The air turned cold. Tenten's tone was chilling. "Guy-sensei, are we killing them?" Even Lee and Niji instinctively turned toward Tenten. The killing intent in her eyes was undeniable, and they felt the same. Guy's expression darkened. "I don't like killing. But there are people who deserve to die. If they do, then so be it." Guy was genuinely kind. Despite being an elite jonin, he rarely killed. That stemmed from his deep respect for life. But that didn't mean he was a soft-hearted saint. When faced with evil scum, he wouldn't hesitate to strike them down. This was also why he wasn't suited for the ANBU. In the past, during a joint mission with the ANBU, Guy couldn't understand their cold efficiency, executing even harmless witnesses without hesitation. That's just how ANBU operated. Even Hiruzen had refused to let Guy join ANBU. Even Danzo had no interest, because Guy simply wasn't a good fit. That said, Guy was not blind to justice. These bandits were a threat to the nearby villagers. They had already taken lives. To let them live would be to betray the innocent dead. So Guy wouldn't stop his students from killing them. After all, a ninja needed to see blood eventually, only then could they grow. "This is your trial. I won't get involved unless I have to. You 3 can handle this," Guy said, folding his arms and stepping aside. Tenten, Niji, and Lee weren't surprised. They began discussing tactics, with Niji providing detailed info on the enemy layout and everyone splitting up the tasks. After finalizing their plan, the 3 nodded to Guy, then sprang into action. Tenten unrolled a scroll and summoned a long-barreled rifle fitted with a silencer. She aimed at a bandit guarding the cave entrance. Puffed. A suppressed shot rang out. The bandit dropped without a sound. The others inside didn't even notice. Niji and Lee rushed forward, kicked the corpse aside, and charged into the cave. Tenten stowed the rifle and pulled out a pair of pistols, quickly taking position near the entrance. Screams erupted inside the cave. Lee, even with his gentle personality, showed no mercy, slashing throats with his kunai. Niji, meanwhile, shattered limbs with pinpoint strikes from his gentle fist. His attacks were arguably even more brutal than killing. Some of the bandits tried to flee toward the exit, only to be gunned down by Tenten's special peanut bullets. The cleanup didn't take long. Once the bandits were dealt with, the trio began removing the corpses from the prison cells. Guy went to a nearby village and brought back the locals to identify the dead. It was cruel. But it had to be done. As the villagers arrived and wailed over the bodies of their loved ones, the four ninja quietly turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 61, Chapter. That day, when Natsuki got home from school, he saw Tenten standing blankly in the courtyard. So, she had already returned from her mission. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Tenten turned her head to glance at him, then suddenly threw herself into Natsuki's arms. She didn't cry or make a sound, just quietly stayed like that. What's wrong? Natsuki asked, heart aching a little. Natsuki, my heart feels heavy, Tenten said in a soft voice. What happened? Can you tell me? Our mission this time was to wipe out a group of mountain bandits, and I killed someone for the first time. What kind of bandits? They were scum. They killed so many villagers, including women and children. They really deserved to die. But when I saw the villagers hugging the corpses of their loved ones, crying like their world had collapsed. I couldn't stand it. I see. Natsuki understood, but he didn't know how to comfort her with words. He could only hold her tightly, letting the warmth of his embrace speak for him. After a long while, Tenten finally calmed down. She seemed more spirited and even gave Natsuki a quick kiss. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. I knew from the moment I chose to become a ninja that I would have to go through these things. It's just, this is the first time I've truly felt how fragile life can be, and yet there are still people who trample on it without care. Seeing her recover, Natsuki finally let out a sigh of relief. He had genuinely been worried she'd develop a psychological scar. Thinking about it, she's only 12. Still just a child. To suddenly be exposed to death, to even be forced to take a life, it's not something you can easily brush off. And yet, Fugaku had dared to bring his 4-year-old son onto the battlefield. That's inhuman. All that, learning to think like a Hokage from a young age, how could you not think about life and death when traumatized like that? Whatever others do, Natsuki didn't care. As long as Tenten was okay, that was all that mattered. Oh, right, Guy-sensei asked about the time you passed out from pain. I told him you were overtraining. He said he'd teach you a lesson when he gets a chance, Tenten said suddenly. Thanks to my most beloved girlfriend for covering for me, Natsuki replied with a wry smile. Secrets really were hard to keep. So, Guy-sensei wants to see me tomorrow. Is it something important? Tenten nodded. Our class just came back from a mission, so we have 2 days off. Guy-sensei said that Kakashi-senpai is in the village lately, so he wants to take the opportunity to introduce you too. You're about to get your hands on the Hatake swordsmanship you've been dreaming about. Oh. Tomorrow? Natsuki's eyes lit up. Guy-sensei really kept his promises. That worked out, he had just been wondering how to improve next. If the Hatake style was within reach, whether Kakashi would be willing to teach him or not was another question. He'd just have to try. Natsuki, could you tell me more about the Hatake style? Or rather, Hatake Sakumo-senpai. Tenten's curiosity was finally let loose. She had wanted to ask for a while now, but between missions and training, she was always too tired when she got home. Now was the perfect time. Natsuki immediately recalled the story. Sakumo-senpai, well, his story's pretty tragic. He was once the captain of the ANBU directly under the Hokage. He often took on extremely dangerous missions. But he was unbelievably strong, S-rank missions were nothing for him. And that sword style of his made all the other villages tremble. The enemies, affectionately called him the White Fang of the Leaf. Affectionately. Tenten resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Her boyfriend definitely liked to exaggerate when telling stories. Ahem. Anyway, the Hatake swordsmanship is incredibly powerful. Back then, the White Fang's fame even surpassed the legendary Sannin. Some people even said that if he hadn't taken his own life, he might have become the 4th Hokage instead. What? He took his own life. But he was so strong. Why? Well, it's a complicated story. On one mission, he chose to save his comrades rather than complete the mission. But when he returned to the village, he was criticized. Even the comrade he saved blamed him. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. That's awful. Tenten covered her mouth in disbelief. She couldn't understand how such a powerful person, someone who survived countless life and death missions, could end up taking his own life. Maybe that's what Natsuki meant by, it's complicated. The reasons behind his suicide weren't something people today could easily understand. Still, she felt angry on his behalf. He gave up the mission to save a comrade, sure, maybe he should have been criticized, but the one person who had no right to blame him was that very comrade. What kind of backstabber would do that? Maybe Sakumo-senpai felt betrayed. Maybe that's why he did it. Tenten's head hurt just thinking about it, it was too hard to understand. Don't dwell on it, Natsuki said. We don't know what things were like back then, and it's best not to speculate. Also, it's better not to spread this around. We're just talking about it between ourselves, all right? Tenten nodded, then thought of Kakashi. Then, what about Kakashi-senpai? How is he doing? Natsuki sighed. He was still young when it happened, so he was hit hard. He became obsessed with the idea that the mission was everything. When doing missions, he barely cared if his teammates got hurt or died. Nobody wanted to team up with him. If not for Guy-sensei being so persistent, Kakashi might have completely gone down the wrong path. Later on, something else happened, and Kakashi wasn't so extreme anymore. But I heard he accidentally broke Sakumo-senpai's sword, and after that, he never used the Hataki style again. Tenten's eyes welled up. Kakashi-senpai, that's so sad, Hugh. No need to cry, Kakashi's already moved on. I think. Yeah, he doesn't dwell on his father's death anymore. Thanks to Obito and Rin, he finally understood the importance of his comrades and came to accept his father's decision. But the fact that he never continued the Hataki swordsmanship, such a waste. That's why Natsuki planned to inherit it himself. So, what's Kakashi-senpai like now? Tenten pressed. Kinda gloomy. He's in his 30s or 40s and still single. Always reading Make Out Paradise, with that dead fish stare. Honestly, he just lacks energy. Tenten, we're not getting involved, alright? Kakashi-senpai isn't someone we need to pity or save. Don't bring up what I said in front of him either. Natsuki. We have to find a way to inherit the Hataki swordsmanship. Sure. That was my plan anyway. Natsuki sighed in relief. Telling stories was one thing, but he didn't want Tenten getting involved unnecessarily. Kakashi was a top-tier jonin, if even he couldn't sort himself out, who were they to try? Eventually, they'd run into Obito again. So, for now, there was no need to worry. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 62, Chapter. The next morning, Natsuki transformed into his adult appearance and went to the Shueisha bookstore to buy a deluxe edition set of Make Out Paradise. Though Kakashi probably already had a full collection at home, this was still the best gift Natsuki could think of. He figured Kakashi wouldn't reject it, probably. Tenten casually picked up a copy to flip through, and immediately her face turned bright red. She quickly slammed the book shut. She glanced at Natsuki shyly and hesitated. Natsuki, if you have certain needs, you could just talk to me. You don't have to read these kinds of books. Natsuki realized she'd misunderstood and quickly explained, it's not for me. Didn't I say Kakashi-senpai likes this stuff? It's a gift. Besides, this series was written by Jiraiya-sama himself, it's a bestseller in the ninja world. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya-sama wrote this. Tenten's eyes went wide. A legendary ninja wrote this kind of thing. That's so disappointing. Natsuki seized the moment. Jiraiya's a pervert, Tsunade's a gambling addict, and Orochimaru's a traitor, no further comment. So yeah, don't put too much faith in the Sannin. They're nowhere near as admirable as Sakumo-senpai. Also, Tenten, be careful. Jiraiya has a habit of peeping on women's bathhouses, better avoid those places. What? Tenten stood frozen, clearly unable to accept this shocking revelation. Her once admired legendary Sannin, how could they be like this? Even Tsunade-sama was a gambler. Seeing the time, Natsuki and Tenten carried the deluxe Make Out Paradise set to the agreed training ground. Guy was already there doing one-arm push-ups. Yo. Natsuki. Tenten. You're here. Guy jumped up immediately, and with a serious face began lecturing Natsuki, I heard everything from Tenten. You pushed yourself too hard and passed out from the pain. That's no good at all. Let me teach you what proper training really means, blah blah blah, understand now. Passionate and youthful training never lies, make sure you're careful from now on. Natsuki could only nod repeatedly. This was his first time realizing how talkative Guy really was. Tenten took the opportunity to glance around but didn't see anyone. She wondered if they were getting stood up. Guy-sensei, where's Kakashi-senpai? Oh, Kakashi. He's probably helping an old lady cross the street. Being late is normal for him, Guy answered like it was no big deal. What the heck? Helping old ladies cross the street. Sure, that's kind, but he's a ninja. Isn't punctuality important? Is this really what a top-tier ninja is like? Tenten couldn't help but complain. That's just how Kakashi is normally. When it comes to missions, though, he's never late. Even after that explanation, Tenten didn't seem convinced. She was starting to feel a little disillusioned with the village's ninja. First the Sannin, and now even the legendary copy ninja turned out to be like this. She had just pitted him yesterday after Natsuki's story, and now, maybe sloppy really was the truth. Natsuki thought for a moment, then formed a hand seal and used the Suetun, telescope no jutsu, water style, telescope technique. A transparent water lens formed in front of him and above, creating a surveillance scope. Within a kilometer radius, everything became visible through the water lens. Soon, he spotted a man with one eye covered by a forehead protector and a face mask. It was Hitaki Kakashi. So that's Kakashi-senpai. Looks pretty cool, but that dead fish eye is real, Tenten gave her first impression honestly. Ha ha ha. Kakashi is super strong, he's my eternal rival. Our score is currently 40-39, obviously, I'm winning. Guy said proudly, hands on his hips. Really? Tenten didn't quite buy it. Of course it's true. I'm totally better than Kakashi. Oi oi oi, Guy, stop lying to the kids. The real score is 38-39. And those 2 times we competed during lunch don't count. A lazy voice floated over, and Kakashi appeared with his hands in his pockets. He moved fast, much faster than expected. Kakashi's dead fish eye scanned past Tenten and landed on Natsuki. So you're the Natsuki guy's been talking about. That telescope technique of yours is pretty nice. Tenten's mouth opened slightly in surprise. She hadn't even noticed when Kakashi had arrived. Just a second ago, he was still visible through the water mirror, walking leisurely within a kilometer. And now, bam, he was already in front of them. So this was the legendary technician Kakashi. Guy gave a thumbs up, grinning. Yo. My eternal rival. You finally showed up. Kakashi-senpai. Natsuki greeted him politely. I didn't expect to be praised right after our first meeting. It's truly an honor. I heard you're known as the copy ninja, do you like my telescope technique enough to copy it with your Sharingan? Kakashi's dead fish eye stared at Natsuki. You sure know a lot. But I'll admit, your telescope technique is pretty handy. In teams without a Byakugan user, it's perfect for reconnaissance. That said, you might be underestimating me, I already learned it. Without the Sharingan. Natsuki calmly dispelled the jutsu. Of course he wasn't underestimating Kakashi. If anything, he knew far more about Kakashi than Kakashi did about him. Still, his goal today wasn't reconnaissance, it was the Hitaki Kenjutsu. So he quickly pulled out the deluxe Makeout Paradise set and handed it over. I heard Kakashi-senpai likes this series, so despite the risk of having my ear twisted off by my girlfriend, I bought the deluxe edition as a gift. You probably already have a set, but please accept this token of appreciation. Oh. You even looked into my interests. Kakashi stepped forward and gave the books a glance. He didn't refuse and accepted the whole set. After all, it was a sincere gift from a junior, it would have been rude to reject it. So, you already have a girlfriend, huh? And a cute one at that, Guy's student. You've got good taste. My taste is impeccable. If Kakashi-senpai wants to start dating, I can help match you up. I know plenty of pretty kunoichi in the village. For example, Kurinai-senpai, who lives next door to Guy-sensei, is an absolute beauty. Cough cough cough. Stop right there. You brat, are you trying to get me killed by a Suma? Kakashi wanted no part in that conversation. Keep going, and this kid might actually try matchmaking, and Asuma would come storming in with blood in his eyes. Tenten looked between her boyfriend and Kakashi, sensing some kind of verbal showdown, but she didn't quite understand what they were saying. Riddles. So annoying. Kakashi got to the point. Guy told me, you want to learn the Hitaki sword style. Natsuki nodded seriously. Yes. I apologize for looking into Tsukumo-senpai's history without permission. Kakashi waved it off. It's fine. In fact, I'm a little touched that kids today still remember my father, and even want to learn his sword style. I think he'd be happy to know that. Then, would Kakashi-senpai be willing to teach me? Passing down the sword style isn't a problem, but I'll need to see if you've got the right temperament first. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 63, Chapter. Here we go again, Kiryu. In the world of Naruto, everything always comes back to Kiryu, a person's strength, aptitude, and, most importantly, their will. Especially that last part. A ninja's path, their nindo, is held in the highest regard. And for someone like Kakashi, who's been through so much, it's no surprise he would value that deeply. Natsuki didn't back down. Kakashi-senpai, however you wish to test me, bring it on. Good eyes. Kakashi nodded slightly. Then let me first see your talent with the blade. Satisfied for now, Kakashi silently pulled out 2 short swords, tossing one to Natsuki and holding onto the other himself. Natsuki caught the blade, spun it once in his hand, then formed the sign of confrontation. He took a deep breath, eyes locked onto Kakashi, and began slowly closing the distance, seeking the perfect timing to strike. Kakashi also formed the seal of confrontation but remained motionless, calmly waiting with his blade at the ready. Guy and Tenten stood off to the side, quietly watching. The field was silent, yet the tension steadily rose. Natsuki didn't rush. Step by step, he inched forward, eyes always fixed on Kakashi. Meanwhile, Kakashi stood there with ease, like he had nothing to worry about. Now. Natsuki suddenly shouted, and vanished. Kakashi was surprised by his speed, but still calmly raised his blade to block the strike aimed at his side. Natsuki twisted his wrist, knocking Kakashi's sword aside and lunged straight for his chest. But Kakashi's blade swung horizontally, once again stopping the tip. Natsuki quickly withdrew and stabbed toward his shoulder, only to be parried yet again. Back and forth they exchanged strikes. Within just 3 seconds, they had traded several moves. Natsuki's attacks were fast and fierce, but Kakashi's defense was smooth and effortless. It was clear to any observer that Kakashi's swordsmanship far surpassed Natsuki's. Of course, Kakashi was testing Natsuki, so he held back. If he went full power, the fight would have ended long ago. Natsuki understood this, but he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he poured everything he had into each strike. Every slash, thrust, and block, polished over the years, was a testament to his hard work. There were no flashy moves, just complete focus and sincerity. Kakashi observed closely and couldn't help but nod in approval. A lot could be learned just by watching someone's swordplay. Natsuki's techniques weren't sophisticated, in fact, they were a little stiff, but Kakashi could clearly see his sincerity and dedication. Without any formal guidance, he had pieced together what he could from scattered knowledge, creating a style of his own. Perhaps he lacked genius, or maybe just proper instruction, but his devotion to the blade was unmistakable. Someone like this might just be a good fit to inherit the Hatake sword style. But that alone wasn't enough. Talent-wise, he was still lacking. After all, the Hatake Kenjutsu wasn't ordinary, it was a technique born from ancient samurai arts and refined through chakra control. As Natsuki was launching yet another strike, something changed. Lightning surged around his blade. Chidori-like chakra crackled down the steel, instantly boosting his speed and power, slicing through Kakashi's guard, aimed straight at his throat. Oh! You're not just swinging blindly anymore. Kakashi's eye flashed with surprise, but only for a moment. He let the lightning blade strike. Poof! A burst of smoke. It hit a log. Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution technique. Before Natsuki could react, he felt cold steel brush his neck. Kakashi's short sword was already resting there. You lost, Kakashi said calmly, withdrawing the blade. I lost, Natsuki nodded without complaint. You don't seem disappointed. You do realize failing this might mean you won't learn the Hatake Kenjutsu. My swordsmanship is inferior to yours, Kakashi-senpai. It's only natural I lost. Besides, if I beat you, would I even need to learn the Hatake style anymore? As for whether you teach me or not, that's entirely up to you. Even if I can't learn this, I'll find other ways to grow stronger. I've heard what you told Guy, Kakashi said, voice low. You said you want to become stronger to protect your girlfriend and your friends. That's absolutely true. Natsuki wasn't worried about this part of the test. He really did care deeply for Tenten, Shino, and the others. It was all genuine, no bluffing. Kakashi observed him carefully, no hesitation in the boy's eyes. That alone earned him a few more points. Then, unexpectedly, Kakashi asked, Guy also told me you want to master both the 8 gates and the Hatake sword style. So, do you want to become Hokage? Natsuki froze. He didn't understand how Kakashi had arrived at that conclusion. He shook his head firmly. No. I don't want to be Hokage. Kakashi blinked in surprise. You want to be the strongest, but not the Hokage. Exactly. Being Hokage sounds exhausting. Just look at the third, he's always working overtime, buried in paperwork, can't even spend time with his grandson. If I became Hokage, I'd have no time for Tenten, and if I had kids in the future, I couldn't be a good father. No thanks. And besides, being the strongest doesn't mean you have to be Hokage. I believe that no matter your role or title, anyone can protect what's important to them and defend the village. That's what truly matters, right? Heh. Well said. Very well said. Kakashi actually smiled, a rare, genuine one. So then, what's your dream? Natsuki scratched his head, thinking. Honestly, I've never thought too deeply about that. Back then, I just wanted to survive, live well, even for my parents who passed away. Later, after meeting Shino, Shikamaru, and Choji, and after winning Tenten's heart, I just wanted to protect them. So, I want to get stronger. That's all. It was a simple dream. But the simpler the words, the more sincere they felt. Kakashi nodded approvingly. Not bad. You've passed. Passed. Does that mean Kakashi-senpai is willing to teach me the Hatake sword style? That's right, Kakashi said with a rare warmth. Your answer was honest. I'm satisfied. If you're the one inheriting the Hatake style, then I approve. Once you've mastered it, make sure to protect your loved ones and your comrades. Yes. Thank you so much, Kakashi-senpai. Natsuki bowed deeply, voice strong and resolute. Just then, Guy suddenly burst into tears. Oh. Such a youthful moment. I'm so moved. Tenten was instantly thrown off. Guy-sensei. Don't ruin such a beautiful scene. Natsuki and Kakashi couldn't help but laugh. With Might Guy around, there was never a lack of laughter, especially now that they had a girl who could deliver solid punchlines. Things were about to get much more fun. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen gently covered the crystal ball on his desk, a smile of satisfaction on his weathered face. This boy Natsuki is worth cultivating. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 64, Chapter. On this side, Kakashi handed Natsuki a scroll. This contains the sword techniques my father left behind. Study it on your own. I didn't learn it well when I was younger. Compared to my father, I fall far short. I probably wouldn't be able to guide you properly. I once tried to master this sword style too, but I could never grasp its essence. So whether you learn it or not, is up to you. Natsuki received the scroll quietly and stared at Kakashi for a long moment. Kakashi was puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? Natsuki answered honestly, I thought Kakashi-senpai had given up on Tsukumo-senpai's sword style. Heh, so that's what you thought. Kakashi smiled. You might be right. There was a time I resented my father for his suicide. I even abandoned his sword style. Later, I understood his will, but perhaps I no longer had the right to inherit his blade. Maybe, that's why I could never truly master it. Natsuki shook his head. He didn't really understand. Even after watching the anime, he still didn't fully understand Kakashi. Those who have experienced too much often carry deep complexities, especially in a twisted world like this, where holding on to one's beliefs is already a precious thing. Maybe Kakashi did understand his father, maybe he didn't. Perhaps only when he dies like in the original story and meets Tsukumo again in the afterlife, having a heart-to-heart as father and son, could he truly understand. But Natsuki wasn't going to worry about all that. He got what he came for. 8 gates plus Hatake sword style, more than enough for him to face down any threat in the early stages. Once Hiruzen dies and Tsunade takes over as Hokage, he'll aim for Flying Thunder God next. At Ichiraku Ramen, Natsuki, Tenten, Kakashi, and Guy sat down together. Originally, Natsuki had planned to treat them to something fancy as a small token of appreciation, but Kakashi insisted on Ichiraku. Natsuki couldn't argue and agreed. Maybe for Kakashi and Guy, they never expected anything in return from Natsuki. Passing down what they knew was simply part of nurturing the next generation for the village. And so, Natsuki didn't mind protecting the village. Of course, the village he wanted to protect was the one with Tenten, his father-in-law, Shino, Shikamaru, Choji, and the others. Not the one run by the so-called F4 of the old generation. He had no intention of sacrificing for them. Those old fossils from the previous era would be better off dead to stop hindering the new generation. By the way, Natsuki, you've got a few interesting moves, don't you? Like the Rokushiki, Kakashi casually brought up. Oh, Kakashi-senpai must have heard from Guy-sensei. Yeah, the Rokushiki is a taijutsu style I developed myself. It's a bit rough, but it helps when I'm not using the 8 gates. If Kakashi-senpai is interested, I can demonstrate so you can copy it with your Sharingan. Natsuki didn't mind spreading the Rokushiki. It wasn't anything too valuable. After all, Kakashi had just given him the family sword style, this little taijutsu was nothing in comparison. Kakashi split his disposable chopsticks. No need to copy it. I'm just curious. After all, there aren't many techniques Guy praises. Natsuki picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Tenten's bowl. Really not going to copy it. One of the moves, Jeppo, lets you run through the air. Kakashi froze mid-bite. Now that you mention it, that does sound worth copying. Not many ninja techniques allow for aerial movement. If you come across a flying enemy, it's no good being stuck on the ground. That technique's called Jeppo, huh? Explain it to me. Oh, you gather water vapor under your feet, using chakra control to step on it and launch yourself. That way you can run or dash through the air. As Natsuki spoke, he put down his chopsticks, stood up, and demonstrated by walking a few steps midair with Jeppo, then landed again. This technique doesn't use much chakra. As long as you control your chakra flow well, you could run for 10 kilometers in the sky no problem. Kakashi quietly lowered his forehead protector, covering his Sharingan. He had already copied the technique just now. He understood what Natsuki was doing. The Hatake sword style was too precious, and Natsuki felt uneasy receiving it without giving something in return. Treating them to ramen wasn't enough, so when the topic of Rokushiki came up, he naturally offered it as a gesture of goodwill. And truth be told, Jeppo was actually quite useful, solving the common problem of aerial combat among ninjas. Tenten stared at Kakashi in shock. Kakashi-senpai, your eye. Kakashi smiled faintly. Just some old stories. Not something kids need to understand. But yes, the title, Copy Ninja, does come from this eye. Nothing worth admiring. Tenten remembered when Natsuki and Kakashi talked earlier, he mentioned the Sharingan and Copy Ninja. So this was what he meant. She was curious, but not the type to pry into others' secrets. And if she really wanted to know, she'd just ask Natsuki later, he always seemed to know everything. After finishing their meal, they said their goodbyes outside the shop. Natsuki and Tenten walked home hand in hand, exchanging a smile. Tenten leaned on his shoulder. Natsuki, looks like you finally achieved all your goals. Are you happy? Natsuki pinched her cute nose. Yup. And it's all thanks to my most beloved girlfriend. So, how should I thank you? Maybe we should just get married. Humph. In your dreams. You're only 11, little brother. Tenten's teasing giggle was charming enough to leave Natsuki dazed. They gazed into each other's eyes and slowly leaned in. Tonight's kiss tasted like ramen. That night, in the gravity training room, Natsuki had returned the gravity to normal. Since he was going to practice sword techniques, it was best not to let gravity interfere, otherwise, he'd just be wasting effort. He opened the scroll and studied it for a long while. His summary could be boiled down to one word: speed. The essence of the Hatake sword style was speed, unmatched, overwhelming speed. It was quite similar in principle to the Flying Thunder God or the Raikage lightning release. The scroll contained many techniques. They looked simple and ancient, clearly passed down from the Warring States era. The key was the coordination of sword techniques with lightning release chakra, and high-speed movement techniques. Simply put, Hatake Sakuma was powerful because his Shunshin, body flicker technique, was already fast, but his sword was twice as fast as him. By the time the enemy saw him, their head was already separated from their body. No wonder Kakashi couldn't master it. This is insanely difficult. Kakashi learned a bit as a child, but after Sakumo's death, his swordsmanship faded. Later, with the chakra drain from the Sharingan, it became impossible to keep up. And I'm not more talented than Kakashi, can I really learn this? It felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over Natsuki's excitement. But he wasn't the type to give up easily. He was still young, very young, and he had time. As long as he kept grinding, he was sure he could master at least part of it. And even if he only grasped the basics, pairing it with the speed and strength of the 8 gates could still be enough to cut down some Kaga-level foes. And so, gritting his teeth, he dove into practice. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 65, Chapter. Event. Starting as a Class 5 mutant, finish line. Every 100 power stones equals plus 1 chapter. Start on the power stones reset this Sunday. Time was like the leaves on a tree, falling one by one, slowly withering. In the blink of an eye, it was already time for Natsuki's class to graduate. Naruto, the usual troublemaker, had surprisingly stopped causing as much chaos. Turns out, his addiction to playing cards had grown stronger, he'd rather spend his time playing than messing around. Besides, in Naruto's mind, graduating was already a sure thing. Ever since he mastered tree climbing and water walking, his chakra control had improved by leaps and bounds. Using the 3 basic jutsu was no longer a problem. Or so he thought. But reality was far more cruel. On the day of the graduation exam, Irika-sensei announced the test topic, clone jutsu. Naruto was instantly confident. He had long since mastered clone techniques and had even, somehow, picked up Natsuki's clone combination technique, using it to defeat several classmates during outdoor training. Even Natsuki thought Naruto would pass easily. Next, Natsuki. Uzumaki Naruto, get ready. Natsuki stood and entered the adjacent room. Irika and Mizuki were waiting there to grade. Natsuki honestly formed hand seals and created 2 solid clones. He immediately received full marks from both teachers and stepped outside. Naruto stood at the door, flashing him a big grin. That smile practically said, graduation. Easy win. Naruto walked up confidently, stood before Irika and Mizuki, formed his seals perfectly, and, poof, produced a limp, lifeless clone lying on the floor. It looked wrong. Huh? What? That's not right. What happened, Databeo? Naruto's face fell in disbelief. What's going on, Naruto? Irika frowned. Naruto had always used clone techniques just fine during outdoor classes. What was happening now? Could he be goofing off on purpose? Impossible. Naruto had always dreamed of becoming a ninja, he'd never mess around during the graduation exam. Could it be the Nine-Tails seal? Irika's expression turned serious. Naruto, try using the other techniques, transformation and substitution. I want to see if something else is off. Panicked, Naruto quickly followed his instructions. But even his favorite sexy no jutsu malfunctioned. Instead of transforming into a blonde bombshell Naruto, he turned into a middle-aged woman with a bucket waist. Substitution didn't work properly either, it was all just off. Irika made a quick decision. Naruto, your graduation exam is suspended. I'm going to speak with the Hokage. With that, he rushed out of the classroom. Naruto was frozen. Irika-sensei. What's going on, Databeo? I could use the 3 techniques just fine before. Why is this happening now? Mizuki's eyes flashed, a calculating glint passed through them. Outside the classroom, Natsuki hadn't left yet. He saw Irika rushing off and heard Naruto's distressed voice. A deep frown formed on Natsuki's face. So Naruto suddenly can't even perform the techniques he was fine with before. Is this the plot asserting itself, or the Nine-Tails seal loosening? No, if the plot was destined to move, then what about me chasing Tenten, mastering the 8 gates and Hataki swordsmanship? That wouldn't make sense. It must be the Nine-Tails chakra interfering, messing up Naruto's chakra control. That would explain why his techniques are failing. But if that's the case, doesn't that mean things are aligning back with the original story? Or could it be Hiraishin is behind this, trying to intentionally prevent Naruto from graduating? Natsuki couldn't be sure. His friends nearby were just as confused. There were even some unpleasant whispers like Demon Fox and serves him right. Natsuki ignored them. Just then, Naruto stepped out, looking utterly defeated. I. His voice trembled, and then he actually started crying. Kiba twisted the knife. Wow, Naruto. You seriously flopped. Did you get so nervous you forgot how to form hand signs? I didn't. Naruto snapped back. I remember every seal perfectly. I did everything right, but it still didn't work. To prove it, he formed the signs again. His technique was spot on. But with a poof, his clone once again slumped to the ground like a dying fish. Everyone went silent. Based on Naruto's usual performance in class, he had decent chakra control and could use all 3 basic techniques. If the seals were correct and the form was clean, yet the results were wrong, then something was clearly off inside. Shikamaru and Shino exchanged a glance, both seemed to realize something. The Nine-Tails. Hinata, seeing her crush so upset, mustered up her courage and said, Naruto-kun, don't worry. Irika-sensei went to find the Hokage. He'll definitely help you fix this. Yeah, thanks, Hinata. At this point, Naruto could only place his hopes on the 3rd Hokage. If even the Hokage couldn't solve this, then he really might never become a ninja. And he refused to accept a future like that. Not long after, Irika returned, his face was heavy with worry. Naruto rushed over. Irika-sensei. What did the 3rd grandpa say? Can my problem be fixed? Irika gave Naruto a complicated look and sighed. Naruto, your case is a bit special. The Hokage said he'll find a way to fix it. But, for now, we can't count this as a pass. You'll have to try again next year. What? No way. Naruto's expression collapsed, but quickly turned to determination. Then I'll go ask the 3rd grandpa myself, Databeo. And with that, he bolted straight toward the Hokage's office. Irika didn't stop him, he just watched the boy's figure disappear into the distance, eyes full of mixed emotions. Natsuki stood by, thoughtful. The whole situation felt off. If the Nine-Tails seal really had loosened, disrupting Naruto's chakra control, maybe Hiraishin was taking advantage of it, using the opportunity to manipulate Naruto, pushing him toward dependence on Irika, deepening their bond. That way, the village could more easily control the Jinchuriki, making him willing to fight for Konoha. Then again, maybe Hiraishin had someone sabotage Naruto behind the scenes. No, if he kept thinking like that, he'd end up diving into full-on conspiracy theories. Still, conspiracy or not, it wasn't entirely implausible. Shino asked quietly, Natsuki, what should we do? Natsuki shook his head. Naruto's status is too special. Whatever happens next, the Hokage will handle it. We can't interfere. But, if there's anything we can do to help Naruto, we should do it. Shino nodded. That was all they could do for now. Everything else depended on the Hokage's decision. Pushing those thoughts aside, Natsuki held onto his forehead protector and walked out of the school building. At the gates, a certain adorable girl with twin buns was already waiting for him. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 66, Chapter Barbecue Q. Today's treat was on Tenten. Congratulations on graduating and becoming real ninjas. Tenten grinned as she picked up a piece of grilled meat and placed it in the plates of Natsuki and Shino. Then I won't hold back, Shino responded calmly. He had known this couple for so long that politeness had long been discarded. He quietly devoured the food on his plate, though he seemed distracted, clearly preoccupied. Tenten noticed and gave her boyfriend a questioning glance. Natsuki tried to reassure him, Shino, don't worry. Whatever's going on with Naruto, it's not something we can interfere with. The third Hokage likely has his own plans. Tenten tilted her head curiously. What happened to Naruto? Did he fail the exam? Shino nodded. Yeah. For some reason, Naruto suddenly lost control over his chakra. Today's test was the transformation technique. He used to be able to do it smoothly, but today it was a total mess. No one knows what went wrong. Irika-sensei went to talk to the Hokage, and he said he'd handle it quickly, but it looks like Naruto will have to wait until next year to take the exam again. Just talking about it brought Shino's mood down again. Though he wasn't as close to Naruto as he was with Natsuki, Shino was the kind of guy who took his friendship seriously. Poor Naruto. He's always shouting about becoming Hokage. Now he can't even become a genin. Tenten looked surprised. She hadn't expected something like this to happen. Natsuki didn't know what to say either. He couldn't exactly tell them that he suspected this was some scheme cooked up by the old geezer, Hiraishin, or something even deeper. Plus, the plot had already shifted so much, who knew if things would continue following the original story. But seeing his friend so down wasn't good. He had to change the subject somehow. So, he gave his future wife a subtle look. Tenten immediately got the message and shifted topics. Speaking of which, do you know which team you'll be assigned to yet? Natsuki shrugged. I'd like to be in the same team as Shino, honestly. He's strong and reliable. Shino, pulled out of his thoughts, nodded. Being on the same team with Natsuki would definitely be ideal. Shikamaru and Choji wouldn't be bad either. They're lazy and love to eat, but when it counts, they come through. No way those two are getting split up, Tenten said, clearly familiar with the situation. The Ino-Shikacho trio is inseparable. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino are definitely going to be assigned together. Natsuki mentally nodded. Not only was the Ino-Shikacho trio unbreakable, but they were also arranged close to the Hokage's line. That team would be led by Hiruzen's son, Sarutobi Asuma. Likewise, the team of Shino, Inuzuka Kiba, and Hyuga Hinata would be led by Asuma's girlfriend, Yuhi Kurinai. This way, the major clans, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Aburame, Inuzuka, Hyuga, were all being drawn into the Hokage's circle. It was a pretty masterful setup. As for the other teams, Kakashi was a direct subordinate of the Hokage, and Guy was someone fiercely loyal to the village. Almost every promising young ninja was already being pulled into the Hokage's sphere of influence. No wonder Danzo couldn't outmaneuver his old comrade. If it weren't for Orochimaru's Konoha crush later on, Hiruzen probably would have held on to power until the day he died. But what about me? Natsuki muttered. That was his current worry. He'd chosen to reveal part of his strength a year before graduation. He had trained in Guy's Hashiman Tanko, 8 Gates release, and even learned Hataki swordsmanship from Kakashi. There was no way Hiruzen hadn't noticed, not when Natsuki hadn't gone out of his way to hide any of it. So how would Hiruzen handle this genius? Was it possible that Naruto had failed on purpose just so Natsuki could be placed on Team 7? Didn't seem likely. But Konoha didn't exactly have a surplus of elite jonin right now. So who would Hiruzen appoint to teach him? Natsuki shook off the messy thoughts. No point overthinking. He'd find out the answer tomorrow anyway when he went to school. After finishing the meal, Natsuki and Tenten walked Shino home, then headed back to the ninja tool shop. When the shop owner saw his future son-in-law, he only gave a small nod without offering congratulations. It wasn't until he noticed his daughter glaring at him that he reluctantly muttered, "Congrats on becoming a real ninja." Natsuki grinned wide. "Thanks, father-in-law." He'd long since gotten used to calling him that, and the shop owner had long since stopped arguing. Tenten had gone from blushing over it to acting like it was completely natural. Everyone pretty much assumed the two were already family. Once they came of age, it'd be time to discuss marriage. Tenten pulled him over to a pile of ninja tools. I've noticed you don't use tools much in battle, but you're a ninja now, you should always carry more. Let's go with 50 kunai and shuriken each. I've packed them all into a summoning scroll. Oh. Since you learned Hataki swordsmanship, you'll need a short sword. That demon blade, Thousand Edge, is too long. You should take 3 short swords. What if you break one? Natsuki let her do her thing, his eyes glued to her the whole time. Tenten seemed extra talkative today, but clearly enjoying herself. She looked like she wanted to pack the entire shop into his scroll. The shop owner was all smiles at first, but his face gradually darkened. His sweet little daughter had become a money-burning machine. Those chakra-forged short swords were ridiculously expensive, and she gave Natsuki 3 without even blinking. Why not just take his whole shop? Natsuki noticed and tugged at Tenten. Ahem. Tenten, maybe that's enough. Otherwise, our old man's gonna start crying. Tenten looked back at her dad and casually said, Dad, this is about your daughter's happiness. Don't be stingy. If Natsuki runs into danger out there, how are you gonna get a grandkid later? Fine, fine. Just pack up the whole damn shop, the shop owner shouted, stomping his feet. Of course, he didn't mean it. The shop would be Tenten's eventually anyway. She could do whatever she wanted with it. He was just having a heart attack watching his life's work get handed over to some guy. Natsuki couldn't help but laugh at the heartwarming scene. Stop laughing and help. You'll be doing missions soon, camping outdoors and all that. You need to be ready, or you'll be running around like a headless chicken. Yes, ma'am. Whatever the wife says goes. Who's your, ahem? Fine. Then listen to your dear wife's orders. Hands on her hips, Tenten wore a bright smile as she bossed Natsuki around. She had long since gotten used to him calling her his wife. Not only did it not make her blush anymore, she even shot back with jokes. After all, they'd been dating for years. Might as well act like an old married couple already. The only regret. They were still too young, so some things had to wait. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 67, Chapter. Early the next morning, Natsuki looked at the pile of scrolls in his hands and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Tenten had nearly packed the entire ninja tool shop into those scrolls. It was like a mom stuffing her son's backpack to the brim before a trip. Even when Tenten had become a full-fledged ninja, she hadn't brought this much stuff. And today was just for team assignments. They weren't even leaving the village for at least a month, there was absolutely no need to bring this much gear. Tenten, this is... Alright, I know it's a bit much. Tenten looked a bit embarrassed. She'd gotten a little too excited yesterday. She picked out a portion of the scrolls and set them aside. These are already sorted. You can take them when you need them, no need to go searching again. Actually, you don't have to bring anything today, just wait until you start training or leave the village. Natsuki finally let out a sigh of relief. Yeah, I got it. Tenten gave her boyfriend a once-over, admiring how cool he looked with his new forehead protector. Then, on her tiptoes, she planted a kiss on his lips, tasting faintly of meat buns. It had become such a habit over the years that even the neighbors had gotten used to it. Nothing to be shy about. Though when she felt the little rascal trying to get handsy, she shot him a glare, but didn't stop him either. I'm off to do my mission now, Tenten said as she turned and left. Natsuki glanced over the pile of scrolls again, picked out one containing some special shuriken, and handed the rest over to his soon-to-be father-in-law for safekeeping. He still didn't know who his team leader would be. There might be some kind of test. Bringing along a special shuriken as a first meeting gift shouldn't be too much, right? When Natsuki arrived in the classroom, he saw Naruto proudly showing off his forehead protector. He remembered hearing some ruckus last night, looks like something really had gone down. Still, he asked, Naruto, how'd you get your forehead protector? Naruto chuckled smugly, of course, Irika-sensei gave it to me. Last night was wild. Turns out Mizuki-sensei betrayed Konoha and tried to trick me into, doing bad stuff. But luckily Irika-sensei showed up. I even showed him a little of my strength, and he acknowledged me. Then he gave me this. Just like in the original storyline. Was it fate? Or part of Hiraishin's plan? Didn't matter. Natsuki only cared about his own team and teacher. As for the protagonist's drama, he was just here to enjoy the show. Just then, Sasuke walked into the room with his hands in his pockets, instantly drawing screams from the girls. Even though Sasuke had lost to Natsuki before graduation, he was still handsome and cool, and to girls, that's all that really mattered. Sasuke had barely sat down before his number one fangirl, Sakura, rushed to his side. Other girls quickly gathered around him, all hoping to be on the same team as him. Sasuke kept his usual cold expression, ignoring everyone. To the guys, though, this just looked like he was playing hard to get. Naruto couldn't stand seeing Sasuke so popular and immediately jumped onto the desk, locking eyes with him. Their faces got closer and closer. Natsuki froze, then quickly summoned a Polaroid camera from a scroll and started focusing it. Just as he got the shot lined up, someone bumped Naruto's butt, and the iconic Naruto and Sasuke first kiss scene played out. Click. Click. Snap. That was Natsuki's rapid-fire camera going off. Crack. Crack. That was the sound of girls' hearts breaking. Crunch crunch. That was Choji munching on chips, sounding especially loud in the now silent classroom. Wah. That's disgusting. Naruto clutched his throat, gagging. You idiot, Naruto. What the hell was that? Sasuke also retched. Then the girls, led by Sakura, started to gang up on Naruto. After all, their dream guy just had his first kiss stolen, who could bear that? Ino, sitting with Shikamaru and Choji, was thoroughly enjoying the show. After realizing she was just face-blind and not truly obsessed with Sasuke, she'd patched things up with Sakura long ago. Now, seeing all these girls fawning over Sasuke reminded her of her own past, and she couldn't help but laugh at herself. But when she saw Sasuke's first kiss stolen by Naruto, she nearly died from laughter. Shikamaru glanced at Natsuki with a deadpan face. You're a demon, and seriously, you even had a camera ready. Natsuki casually pulled out the photos and fanned them in the air. The first kiss of Naruto and Sasuke, fresh prints, and not just one. There was still film left too. These were going to be treasured memories of Team 7. Nothing would be better for teasing Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura in the future. Hey, Natsuki, give me one, Shino suddenly said. Ino shot her hand up, me too. I want one for the memories. Even Choji reached out, and though Shikamaru sighed at the trouble, he also held out his hand. Naruto was their best buddy, saving blackmail for future laughs was a must. Naruto, still being chased by furious girls, suddenly noticed the shady photo exchange going on and screamed, "Waah! Natsuki, what are you guys doing? Why are there pictures? Destroy them. Burn them now." Sasuke's face darkened too, wishing he could tear those guys to pieces. His first kiss, stolen by a guy, and now photographed, and in their hands. No. His Mangekyo Sharingan was about to awaken from trauma. Natsuki smiled as he glanced at the photos. Don't be so dramatic, Naruto. This is your and Sasuke's first kiss, it's a precious memory. Someday when you're married and have kids, we can show them these and tell them the story of your deep friendship. Isn't that romantic? The others burst into laughter. Romantic? More like cultural trauma. Naruto was about to explode. Natsuki, how could you? Don't you know how important a first kiss is? This isn't something to joke about. Natsuki looked completely serious. Of course I know. I remember mine very clearly, it tasted like grilled meat. This morning's kiss. Meat buns. Whoa whoa whoa. Killing us single folks here. Everyone else was still single, yet he and Tenten had been dating for years. Why the heck was he rubbing it in? Luckily, Irika-sensei arrived just in time to stop the chaos. He seemed to have a few injuries, but nothing serious. And as the one in charge of announcing the team assignments, there was no way he'd miss it. You're all graduates now. You're officially ninja. I'm proud of each of you. Now listen up for your team assignments. Team 1. Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Sasuke. Jonin leader, Ataki Kakashi. Team 8, Abirame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba. Jonin leader, Yuhi Kurinai. Team 9, Yamashiro Ron, Kato Megumi, Natsuki. Jonin leader, Yamashiro Aoba. Team 10, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji. Jonin leader, Sarutobi Asuma. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 68, chapter. Alright, that's it for the team assignments. You're dismissed for now. Come back to your classroom this afternoon, your squad leaders will be here to pick you up. Lastly, congratulations to all of you. Irika's voice carried a hint of emotion. He had poured his heart into teaching this class, and now that every one of his students had successfully graduated, he felt proud, but also worried. The path of a shinobi was full of dangers. He could only hope they'd all be safe and sound in the future. After Irika left, Naruto was torn between joy and frustration. On one hand, he got assigned to the same team as Sakura, awesome. But on the other hand, that smug Sasuke was on the team too. Sakura, meanwhile, was overjoyed and completely ignored Naruto. Just being on Sasuke's team made her happy. What a pity we didn't end up on the same team, Shino said with slight regret. Hee, it is a bit of a shame. But no worries, we're still friends, still comrades in the same village. Natsuki smiled and reassured him. In truth, he wasn't surprised by the team divisions, they were the same as the original story. What did surprise him was that Hiruzen Sarutobi had assigned Yamashiro Aoba, a special jonin, to be his squad leader. Yamashiro Aoba, special jonin of Konoha, part of the intelligence division. He excelled in sensory, reconnaissance, interrogation, support, and was skilled in mind reading, summoning, binding, fire release, and more. He could even use the scattered thousand crows technique, and his taijutsu wasn't weak either. A true all-rounder support ninja. In the original timeline, Aoba didn't get much screen time. His most memorable moment was during the rescue of Asuma. Back then, when Asuma was fatally cursed by Haiden and Shikamaru and his team were in deep trouble, Aoba had rushed over with Rado, Choji, and Ino. He disrupted Haiden with a swarm of crows and even held his own in taijutsu against Kakuzu, going toe-to-toe. His fire release was pretty impressive, too. But most impressive of all was his mind-reading technique. He once even dove into Kisame's brain to extract memories. Natsuki didn't expect that Hiruzen would assign someone like Aoba as his team leader. Truly surprising. But what he didn't know was that Hiruzen hadn't had many good choices left. Konoha had plenty of jonin, but most weren't suitable for leading a genin team. For example, Hayashi Hyuga, Shikaku Nara, Chozo Akimichi, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Shibi Aburame, these were all clan heads with important duties and no time to spare. Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai were already assigned. Most of the remaining jonin were in the ANBU, and couldn't be pulled out easily. That left only the pool of special jonin to choose from. After much deliberation, Aoba seemed the most suitable. Aoba might not be the strongest, but he was certainly versatile. Hiruzen believed he'd make a good teacher. And besides, Natsuki was self-motivated and strong in independent study. He was already learning the Hashiman, 8 Gates, and Hataki sword techniques on his own. He didn't need someone powerful, he needed someone experienced to guide him. So Aoba became the first choice. I'm going to meet up with my teammates. Natsuki said goodbye to Shino and exchanged a look with Yamashiro Ron and Kato Megumi. He gestured outside, and the two nodded, getting up to leave together. At a deserted training ground, the new members of Team 9 stood face to face. When Natsuki recalled their names, he almost laughed. The combo of Megumi and Ron sounded like characters straight out of Sikano. Kato Megumi, could she be related to Kato Dan or Kato Shizun? She looked elegant, calm, and didn't have the usual delicate aura of most girls. Not bad. As for Yamashiro Ron, maybe he was from the same clan as Aoba. Still, speculation meant nothing right now. There was something more important to take care of. Natsuki crossed his arms and spoke seriously, now that Team 9 is formed, we need to choose a leader. When the sensei isn't around, we'll follow the leader's command. I think I'm the right person for the job. Any objections? Since they'd be working closely together, Natsuki didn't want to sit back passively. He wasn't sure if these two were reliable or not, so it was better to take the initiative and claim leadership early. Ron and Megumi exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. They did need someone to take the lead when the teacher wasn't around, and that person had to be strong. Given Natsuki's usual performance, they were convinced. And seeing his aura now, it was clear he wasn't asking. If they refused, they might just get beaten up. Better to submit early. Natsuki grinned. Great. From now on, we're a team. And as your team leader, I'll treat you guys to Ichiraku ramen. We'll eat and talk strategy. Both Ron and Megumi warmed up to Natsuki quickly. His smile was friendly, and his offer to treat them to food showed he wasn't stingy. That was a good sign, less chance of being bullied later. At Ichiraku ramen, Natsuki ordered the deluxe set for all three of them and began asking questions. Ron, you've got the same last name as Aoba. Are you two related? Ron nodded. He's my cousin. He's a kind and easygoing guy, and really strong. He's great at taijutsu, genjutsu, ninjutsu, summoning, even mind reading, he's a jack of all trades. I've always admired him. Megumi's eyes lit up. Our squad leader's that amazing. Ron's nose practically pointed to the ceiling. Of course. Boss, Megumi, trust me, learning from my cousin is the best decision. He's got mad skills. Megumi nodded earnestly, clearly convinced. Natsuki had no reason to doubt it either. In fact, he knew more than they did. Aoba really was impressive. Just think, he managed to go hand-to-hand with someone like Kakuzu and even disrupted Haiden. And being able to dig through someone's brain to retrieve memories. That was wild. Then Natsuki turned to Megumi. Megumi, I heard Tsunade-sama once had a lover named Kato Dan, and an assistant named Kato Shizun. Any relation to you? Eh? Maybe. Possibly distant relatives. Megumi looked unsure. I can ask my parents when I get home. If we really are related, that'd be amazing. I never thought I'd be related to someone like Tsunade-sama. Totally normal, most girls admired Tsunade. There was probably some connection between Megumi and the Kato family. Konoha might have many small clans, but people sharing the same surname usually weren't strangers. He'd look into it later. After finishing their ramen, Natsuki led them back to the training ground. We may be graduates now, but I have a feeling our squad leader will still test us. Probably to gauge our abilities. Let's prepare something special to impress Aoba-sensei. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 69, Chapter Hokage Office. A group of Jonin and Special Jonin had gathered. Once they received the files for their respective teams, they began departing one by one, heading for the Ninja Academy. Kakashi looked at the student roster for Team 7 with a helpless expression. He'd been hoping for a laid-back life, but the Hokage had thrown him into yet another troublesome situation. Uzumaki Naruto, Minato-sensei's son, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke, last surviving member of the Uchiha clan. This wasn't going to be an easy group to handle. Meanwhile, Yamashiro Aoba received the file for Team 9 and let out a rare sigh of relief when he saw that his younger cousin, Yamashiro Ron, was one of the students. Honestly, Aoba didn't really understand why someone like him, an Intelligence Division Special Jonin, was being assigned to lead a genin squad. But since his cousin was among the members, he figured it might as well be a mini-vacation. Hiruzen had also given him a subtle reminder, Aoba, there's a kid in your team named Natsuki. He's a real genius. Make sure you train him well. Natsuki. A genius. Aoba opened Natsuki's file and was momentarily stunned. This Natsuki, he's the inventor of the ninja card game. And he even beat Uchiha Sasuke in a match. One-handed seals. Water release. Hokage-sama, with all due respect, a genius like this should be assigned to Kakashi. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Why did everyone keep trying to dump all the problems on him? Hiruzen chuckled. Kakashi already has his hands full. Only he is suitable for guiding Sasuke, and of course, there's also Naruto. As for Natsuki, just keep a close eye on him. Kakashi patted Aoba on the shoulder. You'll be fine, Aoba. Natsuki's a great kid, smart, calm, responsible. He'll make your job easy. Aoba gave Kakashi a surprised look. He hadn't expected Kakashi to have such high praise for this Natsuki. That made him genuinely curious. Well then, I'll do my best. With that, Aoba tucked the files away and headed for the school. Before reaching the classroom, he quickly reviewed the team information again before putting it all away. Then, he appeared at the doorway of the classroom. Team 9, Natsuki, Yamashiro Ron, Kato Megumi. With me. He turned around and left without waiting. Natsuki nodded to Shino, then quickly left the classroom with his two teammates and followed after their retreating squad leader. This Aoba-sensei clearly didn't play by the book. He called them out but then rushed off without explanation. Was this an immediate field test? The three of them made a prompt decision to pursue. Natsuki kept the pace in the middle, setting the rhythm, ensuring they kept up without burning too much stamina. More importantly, none of them said a word. They didn't seem curious or eager to ask what Aoba had planned. Aoba noticed all of this and nodded internally. Never mind their actual combat ability, for genin, this kind of composure was already a passing mark. A shinobi should follow orders without unnecessary chatter. When a leader says move, you move. If it's something you need to know, the leader will tell you. If it were Naruto, he'd already be whining and shouting by now. Noisy, reckless hotheads were the worst kind of teammates for Jonin. They disobey orders and mess things up. Only Kakashi had the patience to handle that kind of energy. Anyway, back to Aoba. Natsuki had also been observing their new squad leader. Appearance-wise, he was just like in the original timeline. Spiky black hair, forehead protector worn at an angle, green sunglasses, blue bodysuit with green Jonin armor, very cool looking. As for personality and strength, that would take time to figure out. Not long after, Aoba stopped at a training field. Natsuki and his teammates halted across from him, standing at attention. Aoba adjusted his sunglasses. I'm Yamashiro Aoba, Special Jonin of the Intelligence Division. From now on, I'm your team leader. I've read your files, so let's skip the introductions. Let me see your strength first. Oh ho, straight to the point, huh? That's fine, no need to talk about likes, dislikes, and dreams. Let's just fight. Natsuki made a hand sign. Immediately, Ron and Megumi moved to either side of Aoba, subtly forming a three-way encirclement, though none of them rushed in recklessly. Aoba smiled. Starting off with a direct attack. I thought stealth was a ninja's basic skill. Natsuki's expression didn't change. Aoba-sensei is a special jonin who specializes in detection and tracking. Our stealth techniques wouldn't fool you anyway, so no point pretending. Aoba gave an approving nod. Not a bad assessment. So then, how do you plan to attack? Natsuki flicked out a shuriken to test the waters. Aoba casually deflected it with a kunai, keeping an eye on the two flanking genin. Dodging would have created an opening, so he blocked instead. He didn't expect both Megumi and Ron to follow up with shuriken of their own. Aoba frowned and parried again. Something felt off. The moment his kunai made contact, the shuriken suddenly burst, releasing a cloud of toxic smoke that instantly surrounded him. His expression changed as he held his breath. These little punks are pulling tricks on me already. Natsuki took the opportunity to form hand seals, summoning a few shadow clones to burrow underground, then continued sealing to activate 4 demon seal technique and clone fusion technique. Meanwhile, Megumi and Ron kept throwing more shuriken, but instead of aiming at Aoba, they embedded them in the ground. The next second, the shuriken ejected hooked wires, successfully latching onto Aoba's clothing. He hadn't even managed to escape the poison mist yet and was already hooked. Getting free now would be messy. These were custom shuriken Natsuki had given his teammates. The poisoned ones obstructed vision and created chaos. The wire ones didn't cause much damage but made it really annoying to move. Trying to break free would just waste time and effort, or worse, tear your clothes off mid-fight. These kids, their sneak attack game's strong. Aoba almost laughed. He was genuinely impressed. He might only be a special jonin, not some Kage-level powerhouse, but it was rare for fresh genin to manage to catch him off guard like this. That alone was a solid achievement. Still, he couldn't be too easy on them. If he looked too weak now, he'd lose all authority as their leader. With a quick set of hand seals, he blew a gust of wind from his mouth, dispersing the toxic mist. But just as he was about to break the wires, Natsuki charged at him head-on. His speed was impressive, and the sound of air splitting around his punch made it clear, this hit packed a punch. Aoba instinctively tilted his head to dodge. But those damn hooks were still caught on his clothes, which made it awkward. He narrowly avoided the blow. Only for another fist to emerge from Natsuki's back, striking Aoba hard and sending him flying along with a mess of wires and shuriken. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 70, Chapter. Kato, Megumi and Yamashiro Ron didn't cheer or celebrate, instead, they moved in to surround Aoba once more. They didn't believe for a second that a few moves could take down a special jonin. As long as Aoba-sensei hadn't declared the match over, the fight continued. Aoba stood up quietly, pulling the steel wires off his clothes and retrieving the kunai attached to them. He glanced at it, then gave a rare thumbs up. You three really surprised me. With just 2 special types of shuriken, you managed to catch me off guard. For genin, that's pretty impressive. But Aoba-sensei did block my punch, didn't he? Natsuki didn't let his guard down at all. It was my first time using the 4 demon arms technique, and I launched it while you were still engulfed in the toxic mist. I kept my extra arms hidden until the last second, went for a sneak attack, and yet you still blocked it. If you hadn't, I definitely would have cracked your shades. Aoba brushed the dirt off his flak jacket. So that ninjutsu with the extra arms is called the 4 demon arms technique. Not bad at all. So, what's next? Still gonna attack? Or are you ready to give up? Give up? No way. Natsuki charged in, his fist flying straight for Aoba's face. Aoba raised his hand to block, but the moment his palm touched the fist, he sensed something was off. He immediately switched to guard his lower abdomen and managed to block Natsuki's real strike. The earlier one had passed right through his head like a ghost, it was an illusion. That clone fusion technique of yours, it was in your file. I'm not falling for that one. Despite his words, Aoba remained cautious. Basic clone techniques were easy to detect, but fused clones that constantly disrupted vision were a different story. Unless you had Sharingan or Byakugan, they were a real headache. And with Natsuki's 4 demon arms, he had 4 real arms and 2 illusory ones. That was 6 fists flying at him, no easy task to defend against. Sure enough, Natsuki unleashed a flurry of attacks the next second. 6 arms striking in a blur, each move faster and fiercer than the last, it was dizzying to watch. If Aoba wasn't so skilled in taijutsu, he'd have been pummeled already. And to make things worse, Megumi and Ron weren't just standing around. They kept launching kunai and shuriken for support. While not powerful individually, they caused plenty of trouble and forced Aoba to stay alert. After 10 minutes of non-stop pressure, Aoba was gradually being pushed back. The 3 students kept up the pursuit relentlessly. Still, this only made Aoba more satisfied. He was already thinking about how to nurture these kids. Suddenly, a shuriken thrown by Megumi flew toward him. Aoba reflexively dodged, but the projectile burst into smoke, revealing a disguised Natsuki clone that immediately latched onto Aoba's arm. At the same moment, the real Natsuki retreated. Roan began forming hand seals, clearly preparing Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball technique. Aoba reacted fast and struck the clone grabbing his arm, but it poofed into smoke. Another shadow clone. In that instant, Aoba figured it out. After the initial toxic mist shuriken attack, Natsuki must have created a shadow clone. That clone then transformed into a shuriken and was handed to Megumi, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. These kids really know how to play dirty. Wait a sec, shadow clone. Who said Natsuki could only make one clone? That's impossible, where are the rest? No, this is bad. By the time he realized, it was too late. 3 shadow clones erupted from the ground, one grabbed his legs, one locked his arms, and the third literally climbed on top of him. Right then, Roan finished his hand seals and opened his mouth. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Boom. 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 The 3 clones exploded under the blaze. Poof. But Aoba vanished, leaving behind a chunk of wood. Substitution Jutsu. Roan. He's behind you. Megumi's sudden shout echoed across the field. Don't underestimate her, she wasn't just good at throwing weapons. Ever since she tossed the clone shuriken, she'd been locking onto Aoba with chakra sensing. She knew exactly where he was, even after substitution. Ha! Sharp little lady, huh? But you're too late. Aoba appeared right behind Roan, raising his arm to bonk him on the head. But whoosh. Natsuki appeared behind Roan in a flash and blocked the strike at the last second. Aoba wasn't surprised. He simply reached out with his other hand and struck the extra pair of arms on Natsuki's back, shattering them on impact. Then he kicked both Natsuki and Roan, sending them flying. Guess who's still stronger in taijutsu? It's still Aoba. The 2 rolled on the ground, then quickly sprang to their feet, positioning themselves protectively in front of Megumi and keeping their guard up. Aoba, however, clapped his hands. All right. I've seen enough. No, wait, Natsuki, you weren't going all out, were you? You held back to cooperate with your teammates. He turned serious. I'll have a one-on-one with you later. For now, gather around, I'll give you an assessment. The 3 of them exhaled in relief and walked over with smiles on their faces. Especially Roan and Megumi, they hadn't expected to hold their own against a special jonin for so long. Even if Aoba was clearly going easy on them, their teamwork had been solid. They didn't totally embarrass themselves. Aoba nodded as he began his evaluation. You 3 are clearly led by Natsuki, and it's obvious the strategy was pre-planned. Well done. Natsuki's command was solid, and both Roan and Megumi followed through tightly. Even though Team 9 was just formed, your coordination as genin is already very good. He paused and continued, but you still have clear weaknesses. First, Natsuki, you're holding back too much for your teammates. Roan and Megumi need to improve their personal strength. Especially you, Roan, your hand seals are too slow. If you had been even a little faster, I wouldn't have had time to use substitution. Roan scratched his head. Come on, Aoba and I. Call me sensei during training. Aoba smacked his cousin on the head. But you've grown a lot. You used to be careless and rough, but now you've matured. Roan chuckled, that's all thanks to our leader. He said we had to surprise our teacher. Well, consider Aoba surprised. Any team leader would have been delighted to get a trio like this. But, wait. Did they call Natsuki leader? Aoba raised an eyebrow and picked up one of the special shuriken. These modified tools, were they your design? Both teammates looked at their leader. It was Natsuki's idea. Natsuki shrugged. I actually made these for my girlfriend. But this morning, I figured we might get tested by our squad leader, so I brought a few along. Looks like they came in handy. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 71, chapter. The 3 of them looked at each other, a little speechless. They felt like he was showing off the fact that he had a girlfriend, but they had no evidence. Still, they didn't expect those 2 special shuriken to have been designed by Natsuki. Truly a stroke of genius. Against unsuspecting enemies, they definitely have a surprising effect. Roan quickly said, Boss, can you make more of those for us? Megumi added, yeah, boss, those shuriken are really good. We're willing to pay for them. About that. I'll have to ask Yuriniki first, Natsuki said with some hesitation. I gave the designs to my girlfriend, and she said she wanted them to be exclusive. If I ask her for more, she'll probably give me a few, but not too many. Ron and Megumi exchanged a look. For some reason, they both got the feeling their boss had no say in his own relationship. Still, they hurriedly expressed their thanks. Thanks, boss. We'll pay for them. Aoba didn't want to keep chatting about these trivial matters. Seeing that it was getting late, he spoke up, let's call it a day. As your sensei, I'll treat you to some yakiniku tonight. We'll meet back here tomorrow morning at 8. I'll take you all to pick up your mission. Whoa. Aoba and I/sensei, you're the best. Before long, Team 9 arrived at Yakiniku Q, only to find that other squads had already beaten them there. They saw Asuma flipping through his wallet with a distressed sigh, Shikamaru and Ino looking bored, and Choji happily stuffing his face. Clearly, Asuma had underestimated the consequences of treating his students to barbecue. Yo. Asuma, your Team 10 is here for some yakiniku too. Aoba called out as he approached. With a cigarette between his lips, Asuma gave a dry chuckle. Hey, Aoba. You treating your students too? Be careful. There might be a bottomless pit among them. Meanwhile, Natsuki had already started chatting with Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, you guys finished early, huh? Well, it's just the first day. Asuma-sensei just tested our abilities a bit and then decided to treat us. Choji's already eating him into bankruptcy, Shikamaru said, watching Asuma's increasingly thin wallet with a trace of pity. Treating a student like Choji to yakiniku. That was just asking for it. He should have gone to Ichiraku ramen instead. At least ramen wasn't expensive, and the broth could fill you up. Choji probably wouldn't have eaten much. Haha, Choji's going to burn through Asuma-sensei's wedding savings. If he ends up single for life, it'll be Choji's fault, Ino laughed without a care. If our sensei's treating, of course I won't let good food go to waste. This is my ninja way. Choji said, even more carefree. You guys. At least think of me for a second. Asuma looked like he was about to cry. Natsuki cast a sympathetic glance toward the unfortunate 35 million Rio victim. Having a student like that, rough luck. Meanwhile, Aoba had already ordered a few trays of meat and motion for his students to sit. He casually started a conversation. Natsuki, you know Kakashi. When I was at the Hokage's office, he actually praised you. Natsuki nodded. My girlfriend is a student of Gai-sensei. Gai-sensei introduced me to Kakashi-senpai, and then senpai passed on the Hataki Ryu Kenjutsu, Hataki sword style, to me. Kakashi taught you the Hataki Ryu Kenjutsu. Aoba exclaimed. No wonder he praised you so much. Passing down a family technique like that, it means he really sees potential in you. Looks like you're hiding more strength than I thought. I'll have to spar with you sometime and see how much you've learned. To Aoba's generation, the Hataki Ryu Kenjutsu was a legendary technique. After all, he had joined the academy the same year as Kakashi. Kakashi had graduated after just 1 year, earning the title of genius across the village. And with the fame of the White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo, Aoba couldn't possibly be unaware. What he hadn't expected was for one of his own students to inherit such a technique. Of course, Natsuki brought it up intentionally. It wasn't something that needed to be hidden. Saying it out loud earned him Aoba's respect, and would give his suggestions more weight within Team 9 moving forward. Once they sparred one-on-one, Aoba would also get a better sense of his strength, and hopefully stop treating him like an average genin. In the future, when Natsuki made requests, like wanting to learn Dokishin Jutsu, mind-reading technique, Aoba probably wouldn't refuse. All in all, the benefits were many. Hey, Aoba and is the Hataki sword style really that amazing? Ron asked curiously, while Megumi leaned in to listen. Amazing. It's more than amazing. Aoba praised. You two are still young, so I can't tell you everything. But I'll tell you this, Hataki Kakashi graduated after only a year, and he became a jonin at age 12. Meanwhile, your teacher, me, is still a Tokubetsu jonin. Both of them were stunned. That Kakashi-senpai is that amazing. And he passed down his family sword style to our boss. Aoba nodded solemnly. Exactly. So you two better work hard, or Natsuki will leave you in the dust. If you're teamed up with him, you don't want to drag him down, do you? We understand. We'll do our best. Ron and Megumi swallowed hard. The pressure was real. Shikamaru and Ino, who had overheard the conversation, didn't dare to interrupt, but glanced at Asuma, who gave them a confirming nod. The two of them were shocked. They hadn't expected someone like Natsuki to be taught such a powerful sword technique. If that was the case, then Natsuki was going to keep getting stronger, maybe even surpass their teacher, Asuma. Would they even be able to remain friends at that point? Even the usually laid-back Shikamaru felt a twinge of pressure. After all, being left too far behind by a friend wasn't exactly a cheerful thought. As for Ino, she found herself a little envious of Tenten. After all, her boyfriend was getting stronger by the day, and even seemed to be getting more handsome too. Choji, on the other hand, was still focused on his grilled meat and hadn't heard a word. Asuma glanced at Natsuki with mild curiosity but didn't think too much of it. Unlike his father, Hiraishin, Asuma wasn't the scheming type. Just then, the door to Yakiniku-Q opened again, and Asuma's eyes lit up. "Kurenai, you brought your students too. Come over here, we've got seats." Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino exchanged glances. So that's what's going on. Shino, Hinata, and Kiba weren't fools either. So that's what's going on. No doubt about it, Kurenai was stunning. With her beauty and her figure, it was only natural that Asuma would be interested. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 72, Chapter. Natsuki didn't really care about whatever was going on between Asuma and Kurenai. He just waved and called out, "Shino, you guys are here too. How's it going?" Shino quickly walked over to Natsuki's table, nodded at the others, and replied, "So you're having yakiniku too?" "Things are going well, Kurenai-sensei is a great teacher." "That's good. Our teacher, Aoba-sensei, is really skilled too." The two of them started chatting naturally. After all, they'd been deskmates and close friends for years. No need to be formal. Aoba glanced over at Natsuki again. Natsuki's profile clearly stated that he had good relationships with several shinobi clan's children. It seemed he really was good at socializing. A genius who could also make friends easily. Natsuki's future looked bright indeed. The group quickly finished their yakiniku, and Aoba reminded them one last time of the meeting time and place for tomorrow, then disappeared in a flash. Seeing it was getting late, Natsuki asked Ron to walk Megumi home while he himself hurried off to the ninja tools shop. Sure enough, Tenten was already home waiting for him. As soon as she saw Natsuki, she ran into his arms with excitement. Smells like grilled meat. Looks like your teacher treated you guys too, Tenten said, clearly pleased. After all, yakiniku-Q wasn't cheap. For a teacher to treat students on the first day of a newly formed squad showed generosity, definitely the sign of a good teacher. Since her boyfriend had a good teacher, as his girlfriend, she could be at ease. Natsuki nodded to his future father-in-law, then began reporting, "I got assigned to Team 9. My teammates are Yamashiro Ron and Kato Megumi. Our Jonin leader is Yamashiro Aoba. Aoba-sensei's from the Intelligence Division, a Tokubetsu Jonin. He's not the strongest, but he's skilled in many fields, a real all-rounder. His taijutsu isn't any weaker than Gai-sensei's." It didn't take long for Natsuki to recount the events of the day. The main purpose was to put Tenten at ease. After hearing it all, Tenten nodded. She would have preferred Kakashi to lead Natsuki, after all, she'd seen Kakashi's strength firsthand, but Aoba seemed solid too. And besides, this was the Hokage's arrangement, no one could really question it. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper father-in-law pretended to dust the counter with a feather duster, but he was secretly eavesdropping the entire time. He was even more invested in his future son-in-law's affairs than he thought. "All right, Natsuki, you must be tired. Go take a bath. Want me to help scrub your back?" Tenten said as she playfully shoved him toward the bathroom. "Scrub my back? Really?" Natsuki asked, full of anticipation. "No way. You're both still kids," the shopkeeper roared from the counter. The outburst startled both Natsuki and Tenten. The two of them stuck their tongues out at him in response. Fine, no back scrubbing, but did he have to yell so loud? Though to be fair, he was right. They really were still young. And now that they were entering puberty, taking a bath together just wasn't appropriate. Of course, the shopkeeper didn't know that later that night, Tenten snuck into Natsuki's bed again. Natsuki sighed in a mix of affection and helplessness. "Tenten, you're a young lady now. You really shouldn't be climbing into my bed like this. Don't tempt me into doing something wrong." But Tenten just murmured, "Natsuki, it's been a long time since you've given me an electric jolt." Natsuki couldn't help but laugh and cry. "Didn't you already learn to do it yourself? I want you to help. Pretty please." Okay. Just stop squirming. It's dangerous." The night passed peacefully. Natsuki woke up the next morning refreshed. Thankfully, after the little jolt, Tenten returned to her own room, or he really wouldn't have been able to sleep. He might have ended up heading out with dark circles under his eyes. After breakfast, the couple shared a bite of meat bun from each other's lips and parted ways at the shop entrance. Natsuki soon arrived at the designated meeting spot. Ron and Megumi were already there, but for some reason, they both seemed a little shy around each other. He didn't pay much attention to that, instead handing each of them some special shuriken. These had been approved by Tenten, so there was no issue. But the price? Yeah, he wasn't going to give them any discounts. At exactly 8 o'clock, Aoba arrived. Not a second early or late, he was impressively punctual. He immediately led the trio to the Hokage's office, where they received their first D-rank mission, wheat harvesting. Ron was dumbfounded. Aoba and isn't this, like, farmhand work? Why would ninjas be sent to do this? Megumi was also confused. Yeah, Aoba-sensei, how is this even considered a mission? Aoba didn't explain. Instead, he looked at Natsuki. Sighing, Natsuki stepped up. All right, you two. A mission is a mission. Don't complain. Since you're so confused, I'll explain a bit. D-rank missions are mostly village chores. 1. Because there aren't that many dangerous missions to go around. Ninjas still need to earn a living, and D-rank missions are a decent source of income. 2. They help new squads build teamwork and bonds, letting rookies get used to working together. And 3, and this is the most important part, they help us practice disguises. Disguises. They kind of got it, but not really. You two need to start thinking, Natsuki continued patiently. In the future, we might need to infiltrate enemy territory. That means pretending to be locals. And locals have all kinds of jobs. Right now, harvesting wheat is teaching us how to act like farmers, so we don't get found out when we're undercover. Got it. Suddenly, it all made sense. Oh. So that's how it is. As expected of boss, you know so much. Natsuki forced a smile. For some reason, being praised by these two didn't make him feel very happy. Meanwhile, Aoba was chilling. He remembered what Kakashi had said, having Natsuki in the team would make things easier. And it was true, he didn't need to say a word. Just throw the issue at Natsuki and let him handle it. After all, Natsuki was the leader of the team. At that moment, Natsuki suddenly turned to him. Aoba-sensei, how about we play a little game? Aoba raised an eyebrow, amused. What kind of game? Simple. You don't go to the mission site right away. Let the three of us go first. We'll disguise ourselves, and then you try to find us. If you can't see through our disguises, we win, and as a reward, you teach us a new jutsu. If we lose, you get to assign a punishment. Deal. Heh, sounds fun. All right then, you go first. I'll head over in 20 minutes. Aoba found the idea quite amusing. As Natsuki had said, D-rank missions were good chances to practice disguises. And as a teacher, he did need to provide some guidance. This little game would do nicely. It was fun and educational. Natsuki really did make for a great team leader. Aoba could already tell he'd have a much easier time as a sensei going forward. That said, those three little brats seemed to have forgotten one thing. He was a Tokubetsu Jonin from the intelligence division. Trying to fool him with disguises. They were way too green. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 73, Chapter. Rain. Natsuki and his teammates didn't dare to delay. They immediately picked up the pace and rushed toward the mission location. Whether or not Aoba-sensei will teach us a jutsu depends on how hard we work. Make sure to disguise yourselves well and don't get exposed. Natsuki reminded them. Don't worry, boss. It's not like we haven't studied Henge no Jutsu and disguise class before. The two of them were full of confidence now. Unlike earlier when they complained, they were actually excited this time. This was what made missions thrilling. As expected from their boss, he even turned it into a game. And if they won, they'd get to learn a new jutsu. How awesome was that? They were fired up. Victory was a must. Very quickly, the three arrived at the site, checked in with the village representative, and were led to the wheat fields. The field was already bustling with villagers cutting wheat, and even the task assigner picked up a sickle and joined in. After all, wheat harvesting was a race against time, who knew when it would rain again. Ron observed the villagers for a bit, then used Henshin no Jutsu, transformation technique, to turn into a simple, honest-looking farmer and began cutting wheat seriously with a sickle. Honestly, he blended in pretty well. Megumi transformed into a village girl and joined the other women harvesting. Natsuki, however, created two Kage Bunshin, shadow clones, and planned something different. By the time Aoba arrived, the wheat field was bustling with activity. It was impossible to tell where the three students were at a glance. He only needed one look, though, to lock onto two individuals. He walked over and said with a grin, "Your cutting motions are so stiff, no way you're a seasoned farmer. And you, miss, picking wheat with just 3 fingers like you're some noble lady. Come on. Roan, Megumi, drop the act." Poof. Poof. Roan and Megumi both dispelled their transformations and returned to their original forms, looking completely defeated. They thought their disguises were flawless, but their flaws were glaring. Clearly, they had underestimated the art of disguise. "Boss, it's up to you now, please win for us." Aoba swept his gaze across the field again. He quickly locked onto one farmer who seemed very average. His movements weren't extremely skilled, but they were solid. He even flashed Aoba a goofy smile before lowering his head to continue harvesting. "Natsuki, your disguise is good, but your stance is too steady. You look more like a trained samurai than a farmer." Poof. The farmer vanished, but Natsuki was still nowhere to be found. Aoba squinted. "Oh. A shadow clone. You actually fooled me." He scanned the field again and locked eyes on a little boy picking up fallen wheat. "You there? You think disguising as a child will fool me?" The little boy tilted his head and blinked innocently. "Mister, what are you talking about? Are you a ninja?" "Mister. I'm such a handsome guy, and you're calling me mister. Don't think playing dumb will work." Poof. The child exploded into smoke. Another shadow clone. Aoba couldn't help but stroke his chin. He had definitely underestimated Natsuki. He looked around again, but still couldn't spot Natsuki. Still, he was a Tokubetsu Jonin from the intelligence division, no ordinary ninja. He immediately activated his chakra sensing technique. Soon, he locked onto a weed. One singular weed at the edge of the field. "You brat, you transformed into a weed." Aoba poked the grass with his finger. Poof. Natsuki returned to his original form. He raised his hands. "Yeah, fooling you really is tough, Aoba-sensei." Aoba chuckled. "You think I survived the intelligence division by being easy to trick? Still, that was impressive, definitely better than the other two. You didn't win, but once the mission's done, I'll still teach you something." Natsuki was surprised but understood. This was Aoba's way of recognizing the effort he put into the game. He quickly bowed. "Thank you, Aoba-sensei." Roan and Megumi cheered, "Yay. Aoba and II/sensei, you're the best." After that, the trio quickly finished the wheat harvesting mission. Once they reported back at the Hokage's office, they didn't rush to take another mission. Instead, they followed Aoba to the training grounds. Aoba cleared his throat. "You guys can say what jutsu you want to learn." Roan immediately raised his hand. "Oni-chan. I want to learn Senchiyu no Jutsu, scattering thousand crows technique." Megumi fidgeted. "I'm water-natured, if possible, I'd like to learn a Suiton, water release, technique." Aoba adjusted his sunglasses, noticing Natsuki hadn't spoken. "Natsuki. What about you?" "I don't know as many jutsu as Kakashi, but I can teach you one or two." Natsuki thought for a moment and glanced at his teammates. Truthfully, he didn't need to learn anything from Aoba. At best, Aoba could teach D or C rank techniques, not much of a boost to him. As for Dokushин Jutsu, mind-reading technique, it was nice, but he didn't need it just yet. The real reason he brought up learning Jutsu was for his teammates. After all, they were a team. And if the others were too weak, it wouldn't do anyone any good. So Natsuki suggested, "Aoba-sensei, I recommend we teach them Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, first. Then assign them tree climbing and water walking training. Judging by their current control, their chakra manipulation needs work. Tree climbing and water walking, classic training for genin." Roan and Megumi were both from minor clans. Their parents were probably just genin themselves, and likely couldn't guide them. Even though Aoba was Roan's clan brother, he was busy. They hardly ever saw each other, let alone receive training. The two of them opened their mouths to speak but didn't say anything. They didn't fully understand their boss's reasoning, but they trusted him. If he said so, it had to be for their benefit. Aoba was slightly surprised, then smiled. As expected, having Natsuki as a student really would make his job easy. This kid already understood how to look out for his teammates. He nodded. "All right then. I'll teach them Kage Bunshin no Jutsu and assign them tree climbing and water walking training." Natsuki then explained, "You've already seen how useful shadow clones are. There's no downside to learning it. And I'll tell you another trick, shadow clones can help with training. Their experience gets transferred back to your brain after dispelling. That means if you use them to practice jutsu, you'll learn at twice the speed." Their eyes instantly lit up. "Say no more, boss, we're in. Teach us Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. And tree climbing and water walking." To improve chakra control, of course. We get it. With so many benefits, Ron and Megumi were now super motivated and eagerly pushed Aoba to start teaching. As for new missions, those could wait. Once they mastered Kage Bunshin, they could do missions way more efficiently. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 74, Chapter. To be fair, Ron and Megumi weren't lacking in talent. It only took them a single day to learn Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone technique. Afterward, they began using their clones to handle missions while focusing on tree climbing and water walking training, truly putting in the effort. As for Natsuki, he was called aside by Aoba. Natsuki, let me test your real strength now. Show me everything you've got, your self-developed Rokushiki, 6 techniques, Hashiman Tanko, 8 gates, and the Hataki Ryu Kenjutsu, Hataki sword style. Come at me with full force, I want to see what level you've reached. He was genuinely curious about his student. After all, if both Guy and Kakashi acknowledged him, Natsuki had to be something special. Natsuki naturally wouldn't let this chance to test himself go to waste. He wasn't planning to use techniques like Uzumaki explosive bullet, but seeing how Hashiman Tanko and the Hataki sword style held up was more than worth it. And whether or not Rokushiki could hold its own against a Jonin's taijutsu also needed real testing. Alright, Aoba-sensei, be careful. I might not hold back properly and accidentally kill you. Heh. Is that confidence or arrogance? Just come at me with everything you've got. The moment Aoba spoke, Natsuki vanished. He used Soru, Shave, to flash behind Aoba with a whip kick tearing through the air, but Aoba's taijutsu was excellent. He had already anticipated it and leaned aside, dodging as he launched into a quick series of punches. Natsuki countered with Tekai, Iron Body, hardening both fists, and exchanged blows with Aoba, sending numbing shocks through Aoba's arms. Your Tekai punches are seriously annoying. I can't brute force through this. Aoba jumped back to create distance, but Natsuki raised his leg and unleashed a Renkyaku, Storm Leg, sending a slicing shockwave his way, forcing Aoba to dodge again, only to realize Natsuki had already used Sora to close in. Shurgan. Finger gun. Buffed. 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 His fingers pierced the air like drills. Aoba didn't dare take it lightly. He immediately drew a kunai to block. Clang clang clang. The Shurgan strikes were as sharp as iron nails. Fortunately, Aoba's taijutsu was top-notch. He not only blocked all of Natsuki's attacks but even managed to find openings to counterattack, though Natsuki slipped away each time. This Rokushiki is something else. You've already got 5 of the 6 techniques down for both offense and defense. I've heard there's one more called Jeppo, Moon Step, which lets you run through the air. I'd like to see that. Just as he thought this, he launched into a sweeping leg kick. Natsuki instinctively leapt, but Aoba followed up with a fierce rush, forcing Natsuki to dodge midair with Jeppo. Aoba pushed up his sunglasses, smiling. So this is Jeppo, huh? Running freely through the air, it's as practical as I thought. Guess I'll have to shamelessly ask my student to teach me later. After half an hour, Natsuki had refined his Rokushiki, but still hadn't gained the upper hand against Aoba's combat style. So he took a deep breath. Hashiman Tanko, 3rd gate, Simon, open. Boom. A surge of energy exploded from him. Even his hair stood up from the chakra surging around him. Although he only opened the 3rd gate, it was enough for sparring, no need to harm himself by going further. Swoosh. He vanished again, much faster than before. Aoba didn't dare take it lightly, raising his arms to block, but still got blasted back several steps from the sheer force. Natsuki's speed had reached a whole new level, his figure blinking in and out, practically impossible to track. If Aoba didn't have sharp instincts and vast experience, he would have lost on that very first kick. Heh. Natsuki, you keep surprising me. Aoba smiled brightly, fully focused on the fight now. Natsuki didn't hold back either, leveraging the power and speed of Hashiman Tanko to launch a relentless assault using Rokushiki. For a while, he actually managed to suppress Aoba. But Hashiman Tanko couldn't be maintained long. Even the 3rd gate consumed a lot of stamina. If they kept fighting, Aoba would eventually win. Sensing this, Aoba spoke up. I've got your Rokushiki moves figured out. Even with the added speed and strength from the 8 gates, you won't beat me. Come on, where's your sword? Clang. A short sword was drawn. Lightning danced across the blade, and the next second, it was right in Aoba's face. Startled, Aoba barely managed to block, but zzzt. His kunai was cut clean in half, and his shoulder got slashed. So fast. No wonder they say White Fang's swordsmanship is legendary. In Aoba's eyes, even if Natsuki had only mastered 10% of the Hataki sword style, he already had Jonin-level strength. If he hadn't reacted in time, Natsuki might have accidentally slit his throat. Then what? He'd become a missing nin just for killing his teacher in training. Not daring to be careless, Aoba quickly formed hand seals and summoned a flock of crows. Ninpo, Sansen no Jutsu. Ninja art, scattering thousand crows technique. A dark swarm of crows engulfed Natsuki. But Natsuki relied on the speed granted by the 8 gates and maneuvered through the crows like a phantom. His short blade danced with lightning, cutting down dozens of birds in his path, though it was difficult to get close to Aoba. Aoba kept moving outside the crow swarm's radius, wary of Natsuki's right-on, lightning release. He knew Natsuki's sword wasn't yet fully mastered. If it were, he wouldn't be relying so heavily on Hashiman Tanko for speed. In truth, Aoba's assessment was spot on. Natsuki had only trained in the Hataki sword style for under a year. He understood the essence of the technique but hadn't yet mastered it. Right now, he was only able to make the blade move faster. But his own body wasn't fast enough, so he needed Hashiman Tanko to compensate. The mismatch between his speed and the sword technique meant he couldn't use it to its full potential. Natsuki suspected that Tsukumo's speed came from Lightning Shunshin, Lightning Instant Step, which was why he was so fast. But learning Lightning Shunshin wasn't easy. He was still studying it. Once he could combine it with the sword technique, he might be even faster than the original. For now, he was barely able to fight Aoba to a standstill. Of course, if he opened the 5th gate, or used Uzumaki Explosive Bullet or Sky-Piercing Spiral Kick, he might actually win. But there was no need to go that far. After several hours, Natsuki collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Aoba was looking worse for wear too. It was clear Natsuki had pushed him hard. Still, he smiled. To fight me to this level, your strength is already at elite Chunin, maybe even Tokubetsu Jonin level. Among genin, you're probably the strongest. But you do have a weakness, your combat experience is still lacking. You need more real fights to grow. Natsuki immediately seized the moment. Then I'll rely on you to be my sparring partner from now on, Aoba-sensei. Thank you. Aoba was speechless. This kid just thanked him outright, how was he supposed to say no after that? End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 75, Chapter. Check this FIC, Pokemon, Master of the Rain team. A few more days passed, and both Ron and Megumi had fully mastered tree climbing and water walking. Even on rough, rushing rivers, the two could now run freely across the surface. Their chakra control had clearly taken a big step forward. And the benefits were obvious, future learning of ninjutsu would be twice as effective with half the effort. The two of them were thrilled by their growth and eager to learn even more. After discussing with Aoba, Natsuki made a decision. Megumi, since your chakra nature is water, I'll teach you some Suiton, water release, techniques, and also 2 techniques from Rokushiki, Jeppo, Moon Step, and Rankyaku, Storm Leg. That should be enough for you to reach Chunin level. Also, since girls tend to be more meticulous with chakra control, I recommend you learn Iryo Ninjutsu, Medical Ninjutsu. Medical Ninjutsu. Megumi was naturally excited about learning Suiton, but she seemed unsure about the suggestion to study Medical Ninjutsu. While it was true that precise chakra control made it easier to learn Medical Ninjutsu, that didn't mean she had to learn it, right? Seeing her hesitation, Natsuki decided to persuade her. Actually, having a medical nin in a squad was once a recommendation by Tsunade-sama herself. But after she left the village, it kind of got shelved. That said, wartime data shows that teams with a medical nin have a much higher survival rate. That got Megumi's attention. Over the past few days, she'd gradually realized that her role in the team might not be that significant. First, because Natsuki was just that strong. Second, because Ron was improving faster than her. Even though she did better in the chakra control exercises like water walking, she could still see that Ron had greater growth potential. If this continued, she'd be left behind, lucky not to be a burden. But if learning medical ninjutsu could improve the squad's survival chances, she was definitely willing to give it her all. Natsuki struck while the iron was hot. Didn't you ask your parents about it already? Kato Shizun is apparently a relative of yours. Shizun-senpai was Tsunade-sama's assistant, and her medical ninjutsu is incredible. My idea is, start with the fundamentals now, and if you ever meet Shizun-senpai, maybe you could become her student. That would make you Tsunade-sama's grand disciple. Tsunade-sama's grand disciple. Megumi's eyes lit up. Then I want to learn. No, I will learn medical ninjutsu. Most girls admired Tsunade, and many dreamed of becoming like her. Now that she saw a path to that goal, of course she wouldn't hesitate. And Natsuki wasn't just making it up. Since Megumi really was related to Shizun, there would be no issue about taking her as a student later. Aoba was surprised. Natsuki, you even know about Shizun? Natsuki nodded thoughtfully. I heard that Kato Shizen-senpai was in the same class as you, Aoba-sensei. I did a little digging, and since Megumi's related to her, I figured she'd be suited for medical ninjutsu. Aoba nodded slowly, recalling the cute black-haired girl from their academy days. Shizen had been adorable as a kid. Sensei, that smile of yours looks kinda suspicious, Natsuki teased, narrowing his eyes. Were you reminiscing? Or do you have feelings for Shizen-senpai? Ah. Cough. Don't talk nonsense. Aoba quickly straightened up. I was just thinking about the academy days. It's been years since we've seen Shizen. Us old classmates do worry about her sometimes. He sounded a little evasive. Natsuki didn't press further. Anyway, once Tsunade returned as the 5th Hokage, Shizen would come back with her. They'd see soon enough. Next up was Roan. Roan, your chakra nature is fire, but I don't know any katan, fire release, techniques. I can teach you 4 demon technique and Shunshin no jutsu, body flicker technique, which should help. But mostly, you should stick with Aoba-sensei. He's your clan brother after all, he won't hold back. Just sponge off him and steal all his skills. Got it, boss. I'll squeeze every last jutsu out of Aoba and II. Roan gave a sharp salute, full of determination. Aoba sighed. His cousin was a bit goofy, but since he was family, teaching him well would help strengthen the Yamashiro clan. After that, the 4 split into 2 groups. Natsuki took charge of Megumi, teaching her not only Iryo ninjutsu, but also Suetun, Mizurappa, water release, wild water wave, Suetun, Benkyo no jutsu, water release, telescope technique, and Suetun, Kakudaikyo no jutsu, water release, magnifying glass technique. He also gave her Jeppo and Renkyaku, since they synergized well with water nature chakra. That alone raised Megumi's power by several levels. During their breaks, Natsuki would also teach Roan the 4 demon technique and body flicker technique. Megumi would watch too whenever she was curious. Raising both teammates' strength made Natsuki feel more secure for future missions. As for the village's D-rank missions, they kept accepting them daily, but shadow clones handled all of them. This way, training and missions went hand in hand. Life was very fulfilling. And just like that, a month passed. One day, Team 9 was assigned a C-rank escort mission, leading 10 merchant caravans to the capital of the Land of Fire. Hee hee. Finally, a mission outside the village. Roan stretched his arms, visibly excited. After a month of training with Aoba and II and Boss, it's time to put it to the test. I wonder what kind of strong enemies we'll run into. Megumi immediately threw cold water on his enthusiasm. C-rank missions at most mean roadside bandits. What kind of strong enemies do you think you'll find? Roan deflated. Ah, Megumi, can't you just let me be excited for once? What? Got a problem? Nope. No problem. You're absolutely right. Roan scratched his head and gave a sheepish laugh, while Megumi crossed her arms proudly with a pout. Natsuki watched all this and couldn't help thinking the two were acting a little suspicious. Especially over the past month, Megumi had developed a habit of teasing Roan, and Roan always responded with a silly grin and let it go. Typical bickering couple, and their names even kinda match, Natsuki thought to himself. He could feel the dog food being thrown his way, but he wasn't eating it. After all, he wasn't single. Aoba chose that moment to speak up. Alright, you've got 30 minutes to prepare. Meet at the village gates on time. Even though this is just a C-rank mission, don't let your guard down. Sometimes a powerful enemy can appear out of nowhere. Dismissed. He vanished in a blur. Natsuki gave the two of them a meaningful glance, then disappeared as well. The two were left staring at each other, both slightly red-faced. Their boss's look just now definitely seemed to say he'd figured them out. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 76, Chapter. Tenten had already gone out on a mission earlier, so Natsuki stopped by the ninja tool shop to greet his cheap future father-in-law, grabbed the pre-prepared summoning scroll, and made his way toward the village gate. On the way, he happened to pass by Team 7 who were chasing a cat. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were surrounding a cat, but their lack of coordination left them in shambles as the feline toyed with them effortlessly. Natsuki looked up and saw Kakashi sitting leisurely on the rooftop reading Make-Out Paradise, and called out, "Kakashi-senpai, you're looking pretty chill." Kakashi closed his book. "Oh, it's Natsuki. Judging by your gear, heading out on a mission." Natsuki nodded. "Yeah, Hokage-sama assigned a mission to escort a caravan to the Land of Fire. I'm heading out shortly." "Oh, then you'd better go. Stay safe." "Bye, senpai." Natsuki waved and jogged off toward the gate. 803. Naruto finally managed to catch the cat, but ended up with a face full of scratches. While in that miserable state, he saw Natsuki run by and realized he had just heard him chatting with Kakashi-sensei. Curious, he asked, "Kakashi-sensei, do you know Natsuki?" Sasuke and Sakura were also intrigued, they had heard the greeting too. "Yeah, met him last year." Kakashi reopened his book, speaking nonchalantly, "Natsuki's a lot more mature than you three. He's heading out on a real mission. Unlike you, who can't even catch a cat." Yar yar. I really envy the instructor of Team 9. What? Team 9 is doing missions outside the village. The trio instantly panicked. They'd been doing chores for a whole month and were already fed up, and now they heard Natsuki's Team 9 was already taking outside missions. That was unbearable. They protested loudly, "Kakashi-sensei, we want out-of-village missions too." Kakashi smiled faintly. "Nope. You have to wait for Hokage-sama's orders." After all, it involved the Jinchuriki. Kakashi didn't have the authority. Only the third Hokage could approve that. If anything happened outside the village, no one could take the responsibility. Meanwhile, Natsuki had arrived at the gate. Aoba was leading the caravan and registering with the two gatekeepers, Kotetsu and Izumo. Rinya and Megumi were already there, excited about leaving the village for the first time. Natsuki was the last to arrive, but since he wasn't late, it didn't matter. TL decided to change the name of Roan into Rinya. Sounds better. However, the merchant didn't seem satisfied. Though they called it a caravan, it was really just a mustached merchant with 4 people, either servants or guards. The mustached merchant saw Natsuki arrive last and couldn't help grumbling, "What kind of operation is Konoha running? I paid good money and they send me a bunch of brats as escorts. What if we run into bandits and they freeze up?" Rinya and Megumi immediately glared at him. Aoba remained unfazed, he'd heard worse on missions before. But Natsuki wasn't the type to suffer in silence. He smiled and said, "If this esteemed merchant isn't satisfied, there's still time to change the request. I suggest you spend 1,000,000 ryo to issue an S-rank escort mission. Hokage-sama will definitely assign elite jonin to protect you. So, want to make that change?" "Change, your ass. 1,000,000 ryo. What, you think I'm printing money at home?" The mustached merchant turned beet red. Even if he sold every bit of his goods in the capital, he wouldn't make more than 300,000 ryo. Only a lunatic would drop 1,000,000 on a mission. But he could tell this brat was mocking him, basically saying, "If you don't have money, shut your mouth." He wanted to snap back, but the look in Natsuki's eyes sent a chill down his spine. Come to think of it, these brats were official shinobi and stronger than his hired guards. He'd be an idiot to keep complaining. He clammed up immediately. Rinya and Megumi couldn't help but laugh. That's their captain, one line, and that cocky merchant was shut down completely. Even Aoba was surprised, glancing at Natsuki with newfound appreciation. He'd expected an argument, not a precise strike to the weak spot that left the merchant speechless. This personality, not one to suffer losses, but calm, rational, and clever. He was growing more and more pleased with Natsuki. Ahem. All right, let's get going. Natsuki, you take command, Aoba said, handing over the mission leadership. This was all part of nurturing Natsuki. His strength was sufficient, but he lacked experience. The best way to help him grow fast was to let him try leading. Aoba would be there to back him up anyway, so Natsuki could experiment freely. Natsuki nodded and issued instructions. I'll take the front. The caravan follows behind. Rinya and Megumi, cover the flanks. Don't get too excited, take turns scouting. Aoba-sensei, you take the rear. You can just enjoy the show. Rinya and Megumi chimed in, yeah. Aoba and II/teacher, enjoy the show. Aoba adjusted his sunglasses, looking completely laid back. Kotetsu and Izumo were surprised, they didn't expect Aoba to hand over full control of the mission. Even though he'd be the safety net, letting a student lead their first out-of-village mission. That took guts. Soon, the group set off. Natsuki led from the front. It was his first time outside the village, and the novelty was real. But honestly, the scenery in the Land of Fire wasn't that different, just fewer buildings and people than in Konoha. Mostly tall trees and forests. Not much to look at. Even Rinya and Megumi, initially excited, quickly calmed down and focused on the mission. They took turns scouting. Megumi used Suetun, Benkyo no Jutsu, water style, telescope technique, giving her visual range within a kilometer. Rinya summoned a crow for aerial reconnaissance. For now, though, danger was unlikely. They were still close to Konoha, and occasionally passed by other ninja. No bandit or thief would dare cause trouble this close to the village. The real issue was the caravan's slow pace. The merchant barely carried anything himself, while his 4 guards pushed a cart full of goods. And this stingy man hadn't even bought a horse to pull it. After half a day, they hadn't covered much ground. And he still had the gall to complain about young shinobi. Buy a horse first, then maybe we'll get somewhere faster. Natsuki glanced back at the merchant, his displeasure obvious. The mustached man broke into a cold sweat, terrified that this little ninja might suddenly turn around and punch him. All he did was grumble a bit at the gate. Was the kid really still holding a grudge? So petty. The group continued, stopping around noon for a meal and a rest, then continued onward until dusk, when they finally encountered a situation. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 77, Chapter. Boss, 800 meters ahead, there are 10 people hiding on both sides of the road. They're all armed. They don't seem like shinobi, probably bandits trying to ambush us, Megumi reported quickly while looking at the lens display. Got it. Natsuki raised a hand to halt the group. He scanned the area himself and confirmed they weren't ninja. Just a bunch of small fry, he said to Rinya and Megumi. Wanna play with them? It's been a boring walk so far. Rinya immediately replied, yeah, it's been pretty dull. Boss, Megumi, leave the small fry to me. I'll be done in no time. Though, boss, how should I deal with them? Natsuki waved his hand. Just subdue them first. Aoba-sensei can use mind-reading technique later. If they're scum, then we kill them. Killing was inevitable for a shinobi, just a matter of time. So, the three of them were mentally prepared. The reason Natsuki didn't ask Rinya to go straight for the kill was simply because he didn't want to murder indiscriminately. Even in a twisted world like this, he refused to become a butcher who disregarded life. Kill when necessary, but spare those who don't deserve death. That was all. It wasn't about being a saint, just his bottom line. Rinya nodded and quickly formed a few hand seals before slapping the ground. Kuchiyos no Jutsu, Karasagun. Summoning technique, flock of crows. This is the scatter chidori technique my bro taught me. As he spoke, the summoned crows swooped into the bushes ahead, driving the hidden bandits out. The place erupted into chaos. These weren't ordinary crows but summoned beasts. No matter how wildly the bandits slashed at them, they couldn't land a blow. Instead, they were pecked and clawed repeatedly. Rinya dashed forward, and in the blink of an eye, knocked each bandit to the ground with one kick each. The whole thing didn't even take 2 minutes. The mustached merchant and his 4 guards swallowed hard. They hadn't expected a 12-year-old ninja to have such skill, taking out 10 armed men alone. And that boy called boss hadn't even made a move yet, he must be even stronger. As for the instructor walking at the rear, well, there was no need to even mention him. They had previously dared to complain about these powerful ninjas. The fact they hadn't retaliated already was mercy enough. They'd better be more respectful from now on. Natsuki smiled. Aoba-sensei, Rinya's improving fast, huh? Aoba nodded slightly. He's been working hard. It's only natural that he's made progress. Hey, or maybe he just wants to show off in front of a certain someone. Isn't that right, Megumi? Natsuki's teasing remark made Megumi blush. She immediately realized he had seen through the situation between her and Rinya and shot him a glare. Natsuki simply shrugged. Teasing was fine, but he didn't intend to interfere. Still, he remembered Megumi used to be part of the Sasuke fan club. How did she forget about Sasuke so quickly and start liking Rinya? Maybe, their names really are fatefully linked. Soon, Rinya returned, dragging the 10 subdued bandits behind him. Grinning, he said, "Boss, all done." Then he gave Megumi a smug look, as if to say, "See how awesome I am," making her blush again and roll her eyes. Natsuki nodded and looked toward Aoba. Aoba approached the bandit leader, performed a few hand seals, and placed his hand on the man's head. After a short while, he withdrew it. They're just drifters trying to charge people for passage. Then beat them up and dump them by the roadside. Since Natsuki was primarily in charge of the mission, he had the authority to decide how to deal with them. No one objected. Rinya personally gave the 10 bandits a good thrashing before tossing them aside. All right, keep moving. Once the sun sets, we'll stop and camp by the road. Under Natsuki's orders, the group resumed their journey. But the merchant caravan moved painfully slow, and the sun soon began to set again, forcing the team to stop. If it were just the ninja, they'd have reached the fire capital before nightfall. But they were escorting this slow merchant group, who hadn't even bothered to bring horses, so naturally, things dragged out. Still, this was part of being a shinobi. More missions lay ahead, and such situations were normal. Less complaining was better. Besides, field camping was inevitable for future missions, so it was good to get used to it now rather than suffer later in worse conditions. Natsuki took out a scroll and summoned several tents, along with pots and pans. Of course, this setup was for his own team. The merchant group was responsible for their own food and shelter. After all, Team 9's mission was only to escort and protect in dangerous situations, nothing more. And considering the mustached merchant had been rude at the start, there was no need to go out of their way for them. So, while the 5 merchants gnawed on dry rations, they watched enviously as Natsuki's group cooked a hot meal. Later, while the merchants huddled by their cart for the night, Natsuki and the others slept comfortably in tents. They even arranged for night shifts. Otherwise, the merchants probably would have cried. The night passed uneventfully. The well-rested Team 9 looked at the merchants' tired faces and couldn't help but feel a bit of smug satisfaction. These guys called themselves merchants, yet they hadn't even brought tents. Either they were broke or just stingy. And they had the nerve to complain about the shinobi Konoha sent. You can't even spend 800 ryo on yourself, and you expect the Hokage to personally protect you. The rest of the journey went without incident. After all, this was the main road from Konoha to the fire capital. With Konoha shinobi escorting the group, most bandits wouldn't dare make a move, unless they were desperate or suicidal. Besides, the merchants' goods were so shabby that they weren't even worth robbing. By evening, the group finally reached the fire capital, officially completing the mission. Team 9 immediately parted ways with the merchant caravan. With night falling, they decided to stay in the city and take a stroll. Truthfully, the mission had been pretty boring. If they hadn't encountered those bandits along the way, they probably could have completed the whole thing while yawning or napping. What Natsuki looked forward to most was just enjoying the city and picking up a few gifts for his girlfriend. Everything else was secondary. Aoba found a cheap inn and kindly said, "The fire capital is quite lively at night. Go out and have fun, but make sure to come back tonight. And remember, we're Konoha shinobi. Don't cause trouble, but don't be afraid of it either. Just don't bring shame to the village." Yes, Aoba and I/Sensei. We're off to play. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 78, Chapter. Rinya and Megumi responded immediately and headed out together, clearly off on a date. Natsuki chuckled. Aoba-sensei, your cousin sure moves fast. Aoba shrugged. That Rinya kid's pretty sharp. When you meet a cute girl like Megumi, you better make a move early, otherwise, you'll have no place to cry later. Hee hee, yeah, smart move. But what about you, Aoba-sensei? Why didn't you go after Shizen-senpai back then? Don't you think she's cute? Are you crying now with nowhere to go? You little punk. How dare you tease your teacher? Get out and go walk the streets. Aoba kicked Natsuki out the door. Truthfully, he did have nowhere to cry. How was he supposed to know Tsunade-sama would take Shizen with her and disappear for years? Back in their academy class, there were only 3 really cute girls, Kurenai, Shizen, and Rin. Rin had already sacrificed herself, Kurenai had Asuma pursuing her, and Shizen was MIA. The guys in their generation were really out of luck. And now Natsuki was rubbing salt in the wound, he deserved a beating. Natsuki slipped into the streets. He had to admit, this was worthy of being the capital of the strongest nation in the ninja world. The land of fire was naturally prosperous thanks to its geography, and the capital where the daimyo resided was incredibly lively, even at night. Bright lights, laughter, joy. It was as if this ninja world wasn't chaotic at all. Maybe that's just how the ninja world works. Ninja villages can fight each other to the death, but no one touches the daimyos. That would be crossing a line. The daimyos ruled the countries, they had wealth and power. Ninja villages were just military institutions under their command, and generally followed their orders. Even the so-called Great Ninja Wars were more like strategy games the daimyos played with each other. To someone from a unified, strong country, this would be baffling. If a power-hungry nationalist showed up here, the daimyos would be overthrown in an instant. After all, aside from status and money, the daimyos had nothing, no personal strength, no elite armies. When trouble came, they had to rely on the ninja villages. How could someone like that rule a nation? Overthrow them. Overthrow them all. Unify the entire ninja world. Then, take Hinata, Ino, Kuratsuchi, Karen, Mei, all of them. Maybe even Granny Chio if you're ruthless enough. Well, those are the thoughts of ambitious lunatics. Natsuki just found it exhausting. What's the point of conquering a twisted world like this? He had no interest in living that kind of life. Natsuki strolled around the city, bought some trinkets to bring back for Tenten. As for his future father-in-law, no need. Before he left the village, when reporting to his soon-to-be father-in-law, the man said, "Natsuki, do you know how many businesses our family owns? Since you're heading to the fire capital, check out a few shops. Just take it as familiarizing yourself with the family assets." So, during his stroll, Natsuki did find the shops, an inn, a restaurant, a textile store, and more. Forget just familiarizing himself, next time he'd come with Tenten to really make it official. And since the family already had businesses in the capital, there was no need to buy a gift for the old man. Natsuki didn't have much money anyway, and cheap trinkets wouldn't impress him. But Tenten was different. Even a small gift would make her happy, and show that her boyfriend always had her in mind. With the gifts bought, Natsuki began heading back to the inn. He hadn't walked far when he saw Rinya and Megumi in the distance, walking hand in hand. Megumi was even feeding Rinya a sausage skewer. Both had sweet, innocent smiles. Yup, just as he suspected. The only problem. The two were so focused on their date that they didn't notice someone following them. Natsuki's eyes narrowed. A figure was stealthily trailing behind them, walking like a trained shinobi. He could even sense faint chakra from them. Who would dare stalk Konoha's ninja? And what was their goal? Natsuki immediately slowed his pace and began tailing the stalker. He followed the stalker all the way to the inn. Rinya and Megumi shyly let go of each other's hands and entered the building, while the stalker turned to leave. But just as the stalker turned around, they were startled to see Natsuki suddenly standing right in front of them. Without a word, Natsuki slapped them on the forehead, knocking them out cold. He quickly patted them down and found 10 forehead protectors. Ah! A music note. Otogekure. From Orochimaru. The appearance of an Otogekure ninja made Natsuki cautious. He hadn't paid much attention to Orochimaru before, thinking the Konoha crush plan was still far off. Even if Orochimaru had returned to the village, he would have just been making secret deals with Danzo and not causing trouble yet. But now, it seemed the Chunin exams were approaching, and so was the Konoha crush. So what was this Otogekure ninja's goal in following Konoha shinobi? Just recon. Kidnapping. Assassination. Natsuki couldn't be sure, so he dragged the person back to the inn and knocked on Aoba's door. He also signaled with a special code to summon Rinya and Megumi. What happened? Aoba opened the door quickly. Upon seeing the unconscious person in Natsuki's hand, his expression turned serious. Rinya and Megumi rushed in and were a bit confused, but they didn't ask questions, they followed Natsuki and Aoba into the room. Aoba used chakra to scan the surroundings and confirmed no one was eavesdropping. Then he turned back to Natsuki. Natsuki pulled out the Otogekure headband. On the way back, I saw this guy secretly following Rinya and Megumi, so I trailed him. When he tried to leave, I knocked him out and found this on him. Rinya and Megumi's expressions changed. They didn't expect to be tailed, especially by someone other than Natsuki. Having their relationship exposed was one thing, but being followed by a stranger without realizing it. That was a serious problem. Aoba glanced at his cousin but said nothing. Instead, he took the headband and looked it over. Otogekure. I heard the land of rice fields established Otogekure recently. The Hokage was curious but didn't send anyone to investigate. Now one of their shinobi is following ours, what's their aim? That's your job to find out, Aoba-sensei. You can read minds. Realizing he asked a dumb question, Aoba performed some hand seals, placed his palm on the enemy's head, and began reading their mind. A moment later, Aoba's eyes sharpened, and he blurted out. Orochimaru. He quickly shut up, realizing he nearly said too much in front of the students. But his expression had turned extremely serious, his usual relaxed demeanor completely gone. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 79, Chapter. Aniki. Rinya spoke with unease in his voice. Aoba tried to compose himself before saying, this is no small matter. You two shouldn't have known about it. I'll report this to the Hokage. This man must be brought back to the village. As he spoke, he took out a rope and securely tied up the Otogekure ninja, wrapping his mouth tightly with a cloth. The severity of the situation only made Rinya and Megumi more anxious. To shift their attention, Natsuki scolded them, you two can date, but don't get so carried away that you don't notice someone tailing you. That little relationship of yours, me and Aoba-sensei saw through it long ago. No need to keep pretending. As punishment, all the D-rank missions when we get back are yours. Got it, Aniki, the two mumbled, heads lowered in embarrassment and frustration, not daring to protest. Aoba nodded in approval at Natsuki's approach. Natsuki didn't ask too many questions, nor did he let Rinya and Megumi ask more either. After all, this wasn't something genin should be involved in. Just to be safe, the four of them decided not to separate for now. Tonight, stay in my room. First thing in the morning, we'll rush back to the village. Urgency flickered in Aoba's eyes. Aoba-sensei, my Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique, calls a mountain giant eagle that can carry up to 7 people and flies really fast. How about we ride it back to the village tomorrow? Natsuki was worried that Orochimaru might still be in the capital of the Land of Fire, so the sooner they returned to the village, the better. Although his current strength allowed him to exchange blows with Orochimaru, and teaming up with Aoba might give them a fighting chance, they were still outside the village with no reinforcements, and with Rinya and Megumi not being strong enough, facing an S-rank missing Nin was just too risky. Avoiding conflict was clearly the better choice, and it was obvious Aoba thought the same. As for the giant eagle summoning beast, Natsuki and Tenten had already signed the contract scroll long ago, after someone answered the bounty they posted through the bounty exchange. Natsuki had even communicated with the eagle a few times, but hadn't dared fly it around the village before. It turned out that contracting a giant eagle had been a forward-thinking move. Now was exactly the time to use such a convenient transportation method. As for who provided the scroll, Natsuki had good reason to suspect Kakuzu. After all, the bounty Tenten had offered was quite substantial, enough to make even someone with 5 hearts tempted. A mountain giant eagle summoning beast. That works. We'll leave it to you tomorrow, then. Aoba had no objections. He needed to return to the village as soon as possible and report what he had read from the enemy's memories. Early the next morning, the group checked out and left the city immediately. Just outside the city, Natsuki bit his thumb, quickly forming hand seals before slapping the ground. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Summoning technique. Boom. A massive eagle appeared out of nowhere. The oppressive aura made everyone hold their breath, and the dust stirred up by its wings made it hard to breathe. The Otogekure ninja had just regained consciousness, and promptly fainted again at the sight. Caw. The eagle let out a long cry in greeting to Natsuki. Despite its size, the eagle couldn't speak. Only those who had signed a contract with it could understand its intentions. Natsuki leaped onto its back. Burdra, take us back to Konoha. Burdra, the name Natsuki had given it, inspired by the mighty Digimon, Burdramon, when he saw how majestic and fire-breathing it looked. Fortunately, the eagle wasn't displeased, in fact, it seemed rather happy to have a name. Aoba and the others grabbed the unconscious Otogekure ninja and climbed aboard. It was only when they were on its back that they truly realized how enormous the eagle was. If not for weight limits, they could have brought a few more people along. Whoosh! With a beat of its wings, Burdra shot into the sky. Everyone's hair was whipped into disarray. But no one could deny the speed. Within 2 or 3 hours, Konoha's outline was already visible below. Natsuki instructed Badora to land a kilometer outside the village. The eagle was simply too big. If it landed too close, it might be attacked. Once they dismounted, Aoba finally let out a breath of relief. All right, follow me back to the village. After that, you're dismissed for a day of rest. If anything comes up, I'll notify you. Natsuki waved to Burdra. You can go back for now. Next time, Tenten will prepare some delicious beef for you. Burdra let out another cry before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Team 9 didn't linger, they picked up the pace and rushed to the village. At the gate, the 2 guards called out, Aoba, you're back already. That huge eagle just now was. I'll report to the Hokage. Natsuki, register your return. Aoba cut them off, then vanished with the Otogekure ninja. The guards looked at Natsuki and the others, but he said nothing, only gestured for them to handle the paperwork. Then Team 9 disbanded and headed home. Inside the Hokage's office, Aoba placed the Otogekure ninja on the floor, his voice urgent. After we arrived in the capital of the Land of Fire, Rinya and Megumi were followed while walking around town. Fortunately, Natsuki spotted the stalker in time and captured him. I used mind-reading technique to read his memories and confirmed that he is indeed from Otogekure, and that the village was founded by Orochimaru. Nani? Orochimaru? Hiruzen shot up in shock. No wonder Otogekure has been so mysterious. It's actually a village created by Orochimaru, the elderly 3rd Hokage muttered, suddenly looking uneasy. He couldn't quite understand Orochimaru's motive, but his instincts told him the man was up to something. Otogekure had been established in the land of rice fields, which bordered the north of the Land of Fire. Now, with one of their ninja tailing Konoha shinobi, they were clearly planning something. Aoba, why was he following our people? Hiruzen pressed. According to his memories, Orochimaru intends to launch an operation against Konoha. He ordered surveillance on our shinobi. This guy had been assigned to lie low in the capital and started tailing us after spotting me with Team 9 yesterday. He appeared to be acting alone, no sign of teammates. Aoba's face remained grim. Operation? What kind of operation? Unclear. There was no information in his memories, he genuinely didn't know. That uncertainty was exactly why Aoba had rushed back to report. Orochimaru, once one of Konoha's Sannin, knew the village inside and out. If he was truly plotting something, then Konoha was in serious danger. They had to start preparing, immediately. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 80, Chapter. Hiruzen continued questioning Aoba in detail, including Natsuki's summoning contract with the mountain giant eagle. However, he didn't dwell too long on that point. His focus remained squarely on Orochimaru. Until they figured out what Orochimaru was planning, Konoha would remain dangerously passive. Once he'd gathered enough information, Hiruzen dismissed Aoba. He then sent the ANBU to summon Hamura and Koharu for a meeting. As for Danzo, Hiruzen deliberately chose not to call him. He suspected that Danzo might still have ties to Orochimaru. Whatever Orochimaru was plotting might very well have Danzo's fingerprints on it. The Otogekure ninja was handed over to the interrogation division, in hopes they could extract more intel. Hamura and Koharu arrived quickly. But before the meeting began, the door slammed open, Danzo barged in uninvited. Hiruzen, you've already disbanded Root. Fine. But now you're holding meetings without inviting me. Do you no longer see me as a Hokage advisor? Or are you planning to abandon Konoha's shadow completely? Danzo questioned him sharply, clearly furious. Hiruzen calmly exhaled smoke, then replied, you still have secret dealings with Orochimaru, don't you? One sentence, and Danzo almost crushed his cane in anger. Hiruzen, are you accusing me? Hiruzen remained silent, simply staring at Danzo. But the look in his eyes said it all. He wasn't just suspicious, he was convinced, even without evidence, that his old comrade still had private ties to that rogue disciple. Hamura and Koharu understood. It was clear now the meeting was about Orochimaru, no wonder Danzo hadn't been summoned. Danzo gritted his teeth. It's been a long time since I last had contact with Orochimaru. That much, I can promise. And I am still a Hokage advisor. I have the right to participate in this meeting. I'm suspending your authority for now, Hiruzen declared. This concerns Orochimaru. We need to proceed with caution. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. I am the Hokage, Danzo. Bang. Danzo stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Hiruzen sat quietly for a while, puffing on his pipe. Only then did he speak, voice low and heavy, Hamura, Koharu. It looks like Orochimaru is about to make a move. Meanwhile, Natsuki had returned to the ninja tools shop, just in time to run into Tenten, who'd already completed her mission and now wore an anxious expression. Natsuki, I just heard Berdra's cry, did something happen? She looked him over, only relaxing once she confirmed he was unharmed. Natsuki pulled her inside the store. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I'll explain everything slowly. Oh right, I brought you a small gift from the capital. He took out a bunch of little trinkets, mirrors, combs, jewelry, and so on. Tenten didn't usually go out of her way to dress up, but like any girl, she still enjoyed pretty things. When she wasn't on missions, she liked to wear a few accessories here and there. I love it. Thank you, Natsuki. She smiled sweetly and gave him a quick kiss. Natsuki felt a wave of bliss, only to suddenly feel a heavy, resentful stare from his soon-to-be father-in-law. He quickly offered an explanation, ahem. Otosan, since our family has business in the capital, I figured you'd already be super familiar with everything there. You probably wouldn't be interested in the little trinkets I brought, right? Humph. Damn right. Who cares about the junk you brought back? Judging by his tone, he was clearly not happy. Did he want a gift too? Tenten leaned in and whispered with a smile, he's mad, can't you tell? Whether the gift is good or not doesn't matter, what matters is you forgot to get him one. That's the problem. It's about the gesture, not the item. Dad's just being tsundere. If the son-in-law doesn't bring him a gift, of course he's upset. Ah, that's what it was. Natsuki smacked his own forehead. He still had a lot to learn about interpersonal relationships. Thankfully, Tenten was thoughtful, she secretly took out 2 of her gifts, picked the ones suited for men, and quietly passed them to Natsuki with a wink. Natsuki instantly got the hint and walked over to the counter. Ahem. Otosan, I was just teasing you. Here's your gift, some little items you can use to decorate your room. Don't be too picky, okay? The store owner glanced at them, snorted, and took them. Your taste in gifts is trash, but I'll accept them, just this once. Next time, pick something better. This father-in-law was harder to please than the girlfriend. Natsuki looked like he was about to cry, while Tenten cheekily stuck out her tongue behind her dad's back. That night, after dinner, Tenten sneaked into Natsuki's room while her dad wasn't looking. She claimed she needed Natsuki to charge her with some electricity, but really, she just wanted to hear all about his first mission outside the village. Naturally, the mission itself was boring and done with quickly. So Natsuki focused instead on the part about Rinya and Megumi dating, and the Otogekure ninja who had followed them. Otogekure is a recently established village in the land of rice fields. We don't have any solid intel on it yet. But Aoba-sensei accidentally let it slip. He said the name Orochimaru. So I'm guessing Otogekure was founded by him. Orochimaru is one of the Sannin who defected from Konoha. He's extremely dangerous, and worse, he knows Konoha and the Land of Fire like the back of his hand. If he's really plotting against the village, it could be very bad. Tenten's brows furrowed deeply. She had always admired Tsunade and wanted to become a legendary kunoichi like her. But after learning that Jiraiya was a pervert and even Tsunade was a gambler, she'd already started feeling disillusioned. Now this, one of the 3 legendary Sannin was a traitor planning to attack Konoha. What the hell was going on? Natsuki, the village will be okay, right? She asked, genuinely worried. That's hard to say. But I'll make sure to protect you and Otosan. He held her close and added, Tenten, if you ever encounter Orochimaru, don't hesitate, use your trump card immediately. If you get the chance, summon the giant eagle and fly away. Orochimaru's no joke. You can't handle him yet. Understand? Tenten nodded with a grave expression. She didn't want Natsuki to worry. Still, Natsuki couldn't rest easy. Orochimaru was far too dangerous. Just because he knew the plot from the original story didn't mean he could be complacent, especially now that events were diverging from the original. He had to stay alert. Kabuto passed by while I was out shopping. I don't think that was a coincidence. I'm probably on his list. Maybe all of Team 10's rising stars are under observation. As this thought crossed his mind, Natsuki summoned 3 Senzu beans with a flick of his will and placed them in Tenten's hand. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 81, Chapter. Power Stone event will start on Sunday. Plus 100 PS equals plus 1 chapter. Plus 10 reviews equals plus 1 chapter. Start on Sunday reset. Natsuki, what's this? Tenten curiously looked at the bean in her hand. This is a senzu, sacred bean. Think of it as a miraculous medicine bestowed by the sages. Natsuki lowered his voice and said, 1 senzu can keep you from feeling hungry for 10 days and instantly heal your injuries. As long as your soul isn't damaged and you haven't stopped breathing, it can bring you back to life immediately. Keep it safe. Only use it when absolutely necessary. And don't tell anyone, not even your dad. Hearing how precious it was, Tenten immediately clutched it tightly. She didn't doubt Natsuki's words. Even though it sounded unbelievable, Natsuki had never lied to her. But Natsuki, this senzu is so valuable, you should keep some for yourself too. I think just 1 is enough for me. Tenten said with concern. Natsuki, however, gently pressed her hand down and smiled, don't worry, I have plenty. I value my life very much. After all, I still have to marry you one day, right? I definitely can't die. Only then did Tenten feel reassured, her face showing a hint of shyness. Although they had been together for years, talking about marriage still made her feel shy, but even more so, sweet. In the following days, Konoha village remained calm, seemingly with no special movements. Maybe Sarutobi Hiruzen was secretly sending the Umbu to investigate. Anyway, that wasn't something a mere genin like Natsuki needed to worry about. Team 9 continued taking missions as usual. As punishment for before, all the D-rank missions were handed over to Yamashiro Ron and Kato Megumi. At first, the 2 were a little downcast, but soon they were smiling again, because the 3 missions were, pulling weeds in a courtyard, milking cows, and looking after children. These originally boring tasks unexpectedly became heartwarming as the 2 kept exchanging shy glances and smiles. Just watching them, Natsuki and Aoba were overwhelmed by the sickeningly sweet atmosphere. After being exposed, these 2 weren't even hiding it anymore, openly showing their affection. But it didn't bother Natsuki. After all, he wasn't single. It was only Aoba, the eternal bachelor, who suffered heavy emotional damage. After a few more days of D-rank missions, Hiruzen finally arranged a C-rank mission outside the village for Team 9, simply exterminating bandits in a nearby village. The mission went smoothly. The bandits were just ordinary people, completely unable to resist against ninjas. The reason they were to be eliminated was because they had already committed terrible acts, robbing villagers, killing innocent people. For such scum, death was deserved. There was no need for mercy. It was the first time Natsuki, Ron, and Megumi had killed anyone. They felt a bit uncomfortable at first, but soon adapted. In this world, killing was inevitable. As long as they didn't become indiscriminate murderers, it was acceptable. Not everyone could be a saint like Naruto, who went through life without killing a single enemy, even those responsible for the deaths of his own parents, and still yelled things like, "Don't mock his dreams." But that's another story. Team 9 quickly completed the mission and returned to the village by noon the next day. To celebrate, Yamashiro Aoba treated the 3 of them to Ichiraku ramen. They had just placed their orders when they heard a commotion behind them. Natsuki. You're eating ramen too. An excited female voice called out. The next moment, Tenten pounced onto Natsuki's back. Yesterday you said you had a mission outside the village. I didn't expect you to be back already. Your team works so fast. Aoba, Rinya, and Megumi all turned to look at the twin bun-haired girl and immediately recognized her as Natsuki's girlfriend. All of them curiously studied her. It was hard not to be curious. After all, Natsuki often talked about his girlfriend, even needing her opinion on certain things. They had long wondered what kind of girl she was. Seeing her now, cute, but not particularly imposing, they realized she was quite normal. Tenten, behave yourself. Everyone's watching. Natsuki reminded gently, then introduced. The guy with sunglasses is our team leader, Yamashiro Aoba. These two are my teammates, Yamashiro Rinya and Kato Megumi. Everyone, this is my girlfriend, Tenten. And standing behind her are her teammates, Hyuga Niji and Rock Lee. Their team leader is the strongest taijutsu ninja in Konoha, Might Guy-sensei. Guy gave a thumbs up with a dazzling smile, haha. That was a fine introduction, Natsuki-kun. I am Konoha's proud blue beast, Might Guy. Rock Lee also enthusiastically said, so you're Natsuki's teammates. Please take care of us. Even Niji nodded coldly in greeting, his attitude a bit aloof. Rinya and Megumi blinked and scanned them, a big and small kappa, referring to Guy and Lee's similar bowl cuts, and a high-class, white-eyed handsome guy. Comparatively, Tenten was the most normal one among them. The two quickly greeted back, hello. Tenten-senpai. Tenten's cheeks flushed slightly. It was her first time being called a senpai like this, but she smiled graciously. Hello. Please take good care of my Natsuki. The two hurriedly waved their hands. Tenten-senpai, you're too polite. It's Natsuki-senpai who's been taking care of us. Seeing the growing number of guests, Tucci quickly asked Diam to bring more stools, and Guy's team sat down too, ordering bowls of ramen. Guy seized the opportunity to chat with Aoba. Aoba, your team looks pretty spirited. Aoba adjusted his sunglasses and said. When it comes to spirit, you're still the champion, Guy. But your students seem pretty impressive too, although, compared to our Natsuki, they're still a bit lacking. There was a slight hint of pride in his tone. Wait, so this is what Aoba-sensei is like. Unexpectedly, Guy laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I know how amazing Natsuki is. Since our teams have met, how about a little sparring match? I'd like to see how far Natsuki has taken his mastery of the Hashiman Tanku, 8 gates released formation. Aoba was a little surprised. He had only intended to show off Natsuki a bit, he hadn't expected Guy to suggest an actual match. But looking at Guy's team, all well trained, it did seem like a good opportunity. After all, the Chunin exams were approaching. This could be a good chance for Ron and Megumi to test themselves against others. He looked at his students and asked. Guy-sensei wants our teams to have a spar. What do you think? Natsuki shrugged. I'm fine either way. I know Guy's team pretty well. Rinya and Megumi exchanged a glance and firmly replied. Sensei, let's do it. We'll definitely win. Very confident. Hopefully they wouldn't suffer too big a blow later. Rock Lee was already itching for a fight. A match with Natsuki-senpai's team. I'm looking forward to it. Niji's gaze locked onto Natsuki. He had been training hard for a year, and he wanted to see just how much distance remained between them. To defeat Natsuki was his biggest goal right now. Natsuki and Tenten exchanged a glance, both feeling that this sounded pretty fun. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 82, Chapter. Power Stone event will start on Sunday. Plus 100 PS equals plus 1 chapter. Plus 10 reviews equals plus 1 chapter. Start on Sunday reset. After lunch, the two squads leisurely made their way toward a designated training field, perfect for a post-meal walk to aid digestion. By the time they arrived, digestion was mostly done, so there would be no issue sparring. Just as everyone gathered in position, Lee stepped forward and raised his bandaged hand. Then, allow me to go first. Who among you will face me? Rinya immediately stepped out, I'll take you on. Seeing this, the others backed off, giving them space. Guy assumed the role of referee and, once the two formed the seal of confrontation, shouted, begin. Lee shot forward instantly, his speed was astonishing. Konoha Senpu. Leaf Whirlwind. Swish. A spinning kick swept in, trailing the wind. Nice one. Rinya's eyes lit up with excitement. He raised his arm to block the spinning kick and immediately felt its heavy impact, his arms went slightly numb. That gave him a rough gauge of Lee's strength. When Lee came in again with another spinning kick, Rinya didn't block it this time. Instead, he stomped the ground and used Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, to flash behind Lee, aiming a punch at the back of his jaw. But Lee was incredibly sharp. He tilted his head slightly, dodging the strike, and countered with a backhand. His combo of punches and palms quickly overwhelmed Rinya, pushing him into retreat. Megumi watched anxiously. She wanted to shout encouragement but was afraid to distract him. Tenten noticed and patted her on the head with a smile. Don't worry. Lee might be reckless, but he's always measured in friendly matches. He won't hurt your boyfriend. Megumi blushed and replied stiffly, He's not my boyfriend, yet. Not yet, huh? Just missing the final push. Tenten chuckled silently. On the other side, Aoba frowned deeply. That kid Rinya's taijutsu is still far too weak. What's he been training all this time? Clearly, Aoba had high expectations for his clan's younger member. He had always been strict and had personally passed on all he knew. Seeing Rinya lose in taijutsu irritated him. Natsuki spoke up to ease the mood. Aoba-sensei, don't be upset. It's not that Rinya's taijutsu is bad, it's just that Lee's is strong. After all, Gai-sensei is Konoha's top taijutsu master. It's only natural that his student is good. Of course Aoba understood that, but his own taijutsu wasn't weak either. If his student lost this badly in a match of fists, it felt like a slap to his face. Truthfully, Aoba was expecting too much. While his own skills were excellent, Rinya had only recently begun training under him. Even geniuses needed time to grow. Lee, on the other hand, had been studying under Gai for over a year. He had been grinding hard the entire time. If Lee lost in taijutsu, that would be the real embarrassment. Back in the fight, realizing he was outmatched, Rinya decisively activated his Four Demons technique, using forearms to maneuver more effectively. Shio no Jutsu, huh? Natsuki and Tenten have used that before, I know it well. Lee wasn't fazed. He simply increased his offensive tempo, and soon shattered the two extra arms behind Rinya's back. Rinya forced himself to remain calm and unleashed Scatter of 1,000 Crows, using the flock to harass Lee while he attempted to catch him off guard with Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball technique. It actually did put Lee on the back foot for a bit. However, Lee eventually burst through the cloud of crows and brought Rinya down for good. Rock Lee wins. Gai announced the outcome, and the match was over. Rinya pulled a bitter face as he formed the seal of reconciliation. He couldn't even look at Megumi. In his mind, he had totally embarrassed himself in front of the girl he liked. Lee, however, extended his hand with a sincere smile. You're Rinya, right? You're strong. I look forward to our next match. Rinya was stunned, and his guilt only grew deeper. Lee's strength and mindset both surpassed his own. No wonder he lost. Taking a deep breath, he shook Lee's hand. You're the strong one, Lee. But I'll train harder, next time, I won't lose again. Ah. That's the spirit of youth. Gai suddenly let out a loud sob, tears streaming down his cheeks like noodles, an utterly bizarre sight. Unexpectedly, Lee began crying too. Oh. I'm so moved. Gai-sensei, this is youth. Lee. Gai-sensei. The two green jumpsuit-clad weirdos hugged dramatically. Behind them, waves crashed against the shore in a stunning freeze-frame image, an epic backdrop that left the others cringing with second-hand embarrassment. Tenten's mouth twitched. She forced a smile. Ah, don't mind them. You'll get used to it. Rinya and Megumi immediately gave her a look of sympathy. Poor Tenten had it rough indeed. At that moment, Rinya walked over to Megumi and hung his head. Megumi, sorry, I lost. Megumi replied gently, yeah, I saw. But it's okay. You'll win next time. Let me see if you're hurt, I'll heal you. Rinya scratched his head sheepishly with a goofy grin. The two of them began flirting right in front of everyone. Seeing this, Aoba decided not to scold his cousin right now. He also recognized that the boy hadn't trained for long, he'd just need to double down on his efforts going forward. Soon, the second match began, Megumi versus Tenten. And the outcome? Unsurprising. Megumi lost quickly and decisively. That said, Megumi's strength among genin was respectable, especially now that she was beginning to learn medical ninjutsu. Calling her an excellent genin wouldn't be an overstatement. Unfortunately, her opponent was Tenten. Tenten's strength was enough to spar evenly with Niji without using her trump cards. Megumi Suetun, water release, ninjutsu, taught to her by Natsuki, was completely familiar to Tenten. It was only natural that she lost. Still, Megumi didn't take it too hard. At that moment, Niji stepped forward. Natsuki, it's been almost a year. I'm glad we can fight again. Natsuki also stepped up. Looks like you've been training hard, Niji. But I haven't been standing still either. I won't be holding back this time. Then let's go all out. I want to see how far I can go against you. Niji activated his Byakugan as Guy shouted begin. And he surprisingly made the first move. Natsuki didn't hold back either. He quickly formed hand seals and pressed his palm to the ground. Doton, Dorihiki. Earth release, earth-style wall. Niji skidded to a halt just in time. A wall of earth rose sharply in front of him. Had he not stopped, he would have been launched into the air, completely exposed and defenseless like a sitting duck. Clearly, Niji had great control of timing. But dodging the front wall wasn't the end of it. Walls also rose to his left, right, and even above, trapping him in an earth cube, like a tiny matchbox made of stone. He was completely sealed inside. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 83, Chapter. Power Stone event started. Plus 100 PS equals plus 1 chapter. Plus 10 reviews equals plus 1 chapter. Natsuki wasn't idle either. His hands flew into seals, creating 2 shadow clones, one leapt into the sky using Jeppo, Moon Step, while the other burrowed underground with Doton, Earth Release. Meanwhile, his original body rushed straight toward the matchbox-sized arena. Everyone watching was dazzled. Natsuki's movements were just too fast. From using Doton to trap Niji, to releasing 2 shadow clones, it all flowed like a carefully rehearsed performance, not a single moment wasted. However, while this tactic might work against others, it wasn't likely to be effective against Niji, who possessed the Byakugan, an all-seeing eye with no blind spots. He must have seen everything from inside the matchbox arena. This wasn't going to be a sneak attack at all. Hakusho. 8 trigrams palm. With a bang, the earthen arena exploded. Niji stood firmly, setting his stance, ready for Natsuki's approach. But before Natsuki could get there, the shadow clone above launched several Rankyaku, Tempest Kick, slashes toward Niji, forcing him to dodge. Then, just as he evaded the air attack, the underground clone reached up to grab his ankle, prompting Niji to leap back in a hurry. But Natsuki's original body wasn't going to just stand there and watch. He had already dashed in, launching a rapid attack with Tekai Kenpo, Iron Body Fist. Niji had no choice but to defend himself. He had originally set up his hack Rokujin Show, 8 trigrams 64 palms, but Natsuki's coordinated surprise attacks from above and below completely disrupted his rhythm. Now, all he could do was deal with the fast-paced assaults, unable to execute his original plan. As expected of Natsuki, his speed is unreal. I've already fallen into his rhythm. Niji thought grimly, as his hands frantically blocked Natsuki's iron fists. The repeated impacts left his hands numb, those fists really were like iron. Then, Natsuki suddenly shifted styles. His Tekai Kenpo transformed into a swift barrage of Shurgan, finger gun, attacks. With his fingers hardened and sharpened, a single strike could easily pierce through flesh. Niji's defense became even more difficult. Even with chakra covering his palms, he didn't dare block directly. He had to keep retreating while also watching for attacks from the air and underground. This was why Natsuki sent clones to the sky and the ground, it severely restricted Niji's options. The crowd was stunned. Natsuki's tactic was masterful. His main body's relentless strikes were already overwhelming, and with unpredictable sneak attacks from above and below, even a Chunin would have a hard time keeping up. The fact that Niji had held out for this long was impressive. Indeed, using Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone technique, wisely could be game-changing. Unlike Naruto, who simply threw clones into the fray to get beaten up, plus his terrible taijutsu, it was no wonder he struggled so often. At this point, Niji was starting to panic. Natsuki's pressure was only increasing. At this rate, defeat was inevitable, a result he could not accept. He hadn't even forced out Natsuki's true strength yet. Grinding his teeth, Niji began to spin, and a hemispherical chakra shield formed around him. Hakusho Kaiten. 8 trigrams palm, rotation. Natsuki immediately ceased his assault. Even the clone in the air paused. After all, Kaiten was nearly invincible defensively, breaking through it was no simple task. But there was one flaw, the area beneath Niji's feet wasn't protected. Natsuki had discovered this during their last battle, and there was still a clone underground. The next moment, a wall of earth suddenly shot up from the ground beneath Niji's feet. Niji was launched into the air by the Doton, Dorihiki, Earth Release, Earth-style wall, interrupting his spin. With Kaiten forcibly broken, he was now completely exposed. The airborne clone immediately unleashed a barrage of Rankyaku, surrounding Niji in slicing winds. Niji twisted his body midair, trying his best to dodge while striking the incoming slashes with chakra-laced palms. However, Hak no Kusho, 8 trigrams empty palm, required firm footing and waist movement to maximize its power. In midair, its strength was greatly reduced. Before long, Niji hit the ground, bloodied. Before he could react, Natsuki's original body appeared behind him, pressing a kunai to his throat. Niji, I'll take this match. With those words, Natsuki retracted the kunai and dispelled his two clones. Niji clenched his jaw in frustration, but finally took a deep breath and admitted, I lost. He had no choice but to concede. While he had initiated the first attack, Natsuki had seized the tempo from the start. Niji hadn't even managed to use his hack Rokujuin show. In the end, even his supposedly impenetrable Kaiten was disrupted by a sneak attack from underground. Once lifted off the ground, Kaiten couldn't function at all. So it was true, Kaiten did have a weakness. While it could defend against attacks from all sides, including above, it left the underside completely vulnerable. A simple earth-style jutsu could break it. He had known this from their previous match, but he still placed his trust in Kaiten, and now he paid the price. If even Kaiten could be broken, how could he not lose? What frustrates me most is, I still couldn't force you to go all out. Niji muttered. No worries. I'll be waiting, you can challenge me anytime, Natsuki replied with a small smile. He could see that Niji had changed a lot since their last fight. He no longer believed the Byakugan and Juken were invincible. He no longer thought Kaiten was impenetrable. That was good progress. To be honest, the Hyuga clan was trapped in old traditions. For 1,000 years, they had clung to their ancestors' glory and failed to evolve, blind to the changing times. If they didn't adapt, they'd be left behind. Look at history, through all the shinobi wars, which prominent figures emerged from the Hyuga. White Fang, the legendary Sannin, the Yellow Flash, Shursui the Teleporter. Did the Hyuga produce any of them? A decaying clan, stuck in the past. If Niji, a member of the branch family, could wake up and seek change, maybe he really could lead the Hyuga to a revival. Unfortunately, the clan's archaic main branch division only served to suppress talents like him. The Hyuga were dragging themselves into the abyss. But that wasn't Natsuki's concern. He was just reflecting, nothing more. The match was over, but it wasn't. Natsuki turned to Guy and raised a hand, smiling. Guy-sensei, how about sparring with me? Let me show you my 8 gates progress. You want to fight me? YOSH. Bring it on. Guy cracked his knuckles and entered a defensive stance, not underestimating Natsuki one bit. Natsuki took a deep breath. The next second, a surge of chakra erupted around him like a storm. Hashiman Tanko, Simon, Kai. 8 gates released formation, 3rd gate, gate of life, open. Boom. The shockwave from the chakra burst kicked up sand and rocks, sending a powerful windstorm outward. Everyone except Yamashiro Aoba and Tenten was shocked. Niji quickly activated his Byakugan, his face tense. So this is the 8 gates. I've never seen it before. Unlocking internal limiters and forcibly releasing chakra, what terrifying power. I believe Tenten now, if just the 3rd gate can cause this kind of reaction, then if Guy-sensei really opens the death gate, he might actually kick the Rikudo Sennin, 6 Paths Sage, into oblivion. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 84, chapter. Plus 100 power stone bonus chapter. At that moment, Lee was trembling all over, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. He hadn't expected Natsuki to already open the 3rd gate, and judging from how relaxed Natsuki looked, he could probably open even more gates. As expected, Guy-sensei's Hashiman Tanko, 8 gates released formation, was the strongest. Lee was more convinced than ever that even if he couldn't use ninjutsu, he could still become a mighty ninja through sheer taijutsu. Ha ha ha. This is youth. In that case, I'll join you, Hashiman Tanko, Simon, Kai. 8 gates released formation, gate of life, open. Buzz. A torrent of chakra erupted around Guy too, and with a swoosh, he vanished from view. Natsuki followed, disappearing as well. All that could be seen were 2 afterimages flashing across the field at extreme speed, each collision booming like muffled thunder, the resulting shockwaves nearly uprooting the trees around them. Of course, it was still just sparring, neither of them used their more destructive techniques. Even Omote Renge, Front Lotus, wasn't unleashed. Guy simply used the speed and strength granted by the 3rd gate to exchange blows with Natsuki, but even that alone left the spectators deeply shaken. Half an hour later, both of them finally stopped, panting heavily. Guy wiped his sweat with satisfaction, flashing his dazzlingly white teeth. That was truly a youthful battle. Natsuki, you've already mastered the application of the 8 gates wonderfully. Your talent is impressive. Natsuki, meanwhile, let Tenten help him wipe his sweat as he replied humbly. I'm still a long way from defeating you, Guy-sensei. I have to keep working hard. Haha. To defeat Konoha's blue beast, you've still got a long way to go. No, I feel like I'm getting close. Yash. It's good for a young man to have ambition, but don't talk big. Tell you what, the day you beat me, I'll give you my treasured green jumpsuit as a gift. Absolutely not. Tenten couldn't help but cut in. Guy-sensei, please. Natsuki absolutely cannot wear a tight green jumpsuit. My boyfriend can't turn into a kappa. Lee immediately protested. What are you talking about, Tenten? This is the symbol of youth. It's not a kappa. How can you be Guy-sensei's student and say such things? I don't care. I won't let Natsuki be assimilated by you guys. The only way to become truly strong is to be like Guy-sensei. He's the strongest. We have to follow his path. Arg. No way. Their bickering made everyone around burst into laughter. With the sparring over, of course they had to celebrate properly. Tenten, the little rich girl, generously treated everyone to a feast at Barbecue Q. Everyone was overjoyed. During the meal, however, Lee accidentally drank a cup of alcohol, sending Natsuki into a panic as he hurriedly threw him out into the street. As everyone watched in confusion, they saw Lee start drunkenly fighting, using Suiken, drunken fist. And surprisingly, he was quite good at it. Thankfully, Natsuki had tossed him out before the chaos escalated, otherwise, a few drunken moves could have flattened the whole restaurant. Even if Tenten's family was rich, wasting money like that wasn't acceptable. Lee's drunken fist isn't bad. It's good enough to beat most Chunin, Niji commented. Yeah, but his alcohol tolerance is terrible. He's wasted after one cup. Training him in drunken fist would be a nightmare. Better not even think about it, he'd end up tearing Konoha apart. Guy quickly abandoned the idea. After all, being good at drunken fist was meaningless if the user passed out after one drink. After that hilarious mess, Guy took Lee home, and the rest of the group went their separate ways. Natsuki and Tenten, however, didn't rush home. Hand in hand, they strolled leisurely through the streets. Since they both had no missions for once, they decided to treat it like a casual date and properly relax. Unexpectedly, as they wandered, they bumped into Team 7, who were playing cards out of sheer boredom. Naruto's card addiction was still strong. He had roped Sasuke and Sakura into playing with him. They had reluctantly agreed, and actually found it rather fun, except that Naruto's terrible card skills kept making them furious. Yo. Looks like you three are pretty free, huh? Natsuki greeted them. Huh? Oh, Natsuki, Tenten, you guys are, oh, a date, right? Sakura's eyes sparkled with envy when she saw them holding hands. How she wished she could go on a hand-holding date with Sasuke. But Sasuke clearly had no interest in romance at all, much to her frustration. What she never realized was, how could someone burdened with blood-deep hatred possibly have the heart for dating? She completely failed to understand Sasuke's mindset. There was no way Sasuke would fall for her. Hey, Natsuki, Tenten. Wanna join our card game? Naruto called out cheerfully. I'll pass, Natsuki refused immediately. But what about you guys? No missions lately. Where's Kakashi-senpai? Hearing that, Naruto puffed up proudly. Hee, Natsuki, you probably don't know yet, we just got back from a mission outside the village. And it was a B-rank mission too. B-rank? No way. The Hokage wouldn't assign such a high-level mission to fresh genin. Tenten was the first to express disbelief. It's true. I swear. We went to the Land of Waves this time. Ah, here it was, the Land of Waves mission. After listening to Naruto's chaotic storytelling, Natsuki roughly pieced things together. It was more or less the same as in the original story. Even though Team 7 had all mastered tree climbing and water walking early on, their overall strength hadn't improved much. When they encountered Zabuza and Haku, the situation still unfolded nearly identically. In the end, both Zabuza and Haku died together. Such a pity. After all, many people had fallen in love with Naruto because of the emotional story between those two. Naruto's famed talk no jutsu hadn't worked. Haku had lived for Zabuza, and died for him. When Haku died, Zabuza realized he could no longer live without him. Tenten listened, visibly moved, unsure what to say. Natsuki sighed. A truly beautiful and tragic love story. It's such a shame. Huh? Love? Lovers. Team 7 froze, looking confused. Sakura hesitantly raised her hand and corrected him. And Natsuki, that Haku kid, even though he was super cute, he was still a boy. He and Zabuza weren't lovers. Naruto and Sasuke both nodded vigorously, backing her up. But Natsuki had a perfectly serious expression. You guys really don't get it. Haku may have been male, but whoever said Zabuza wasn't female? Huh? Was that even possible? Wait, so Zabuza was a woman? And besides, Natsuki continued smoothly, who says two guys can't be in love? Just like Naruto and Sasuke, you two already had your first kiss with each other, right? Shut up, Natsuki. Don't bring that up. Naruto and Sasuke exploded, lunging toward Natsuki, desperate to silence him. Meanwhile, Sakura stood there stunned, her mind spiraling into chaos. Sakura. So, Naruto and Sasuke are actually in love with each other. Does that make me the third wheel? End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 85, Chapter. Power Stone event started. Plus 100 PS equals plus 1 chapter. Plus 10 reviews equals plus 1 chapter. Tenten looked utterly stunned. No way. You two are really, no offense. I totally respect your choice. It's not like that. Tenten, don't believe Natsuki's nonsense. Naruto and Sasuke were about to explode. They never thought Tenten would actually believe Natsuki's ridiculous claims. Sure, they had kissed, but that was purely accidental. There was no love involved. Hadn't she ever heard the phrase, don't spread rumors? But at that moment, a voice even more terrifying than Natsuki's rang out. Oh my, I just arrived and already overheard such juicy news. Looks like as your teacher, I didn't truly understand you two after all. Naruto, Sasuke, I never expected this kind of relationship from you. I always thought you didn't get along, but clearly, I was wrong. Kakashi appeared on a nearby rooftop, casually delivering a bombshell that nearly made Naruto and Sasuke die on the spot. Naruto jumped up, shouting. Kakashi-sensei. Don't believe Natsuki's nonsense. It was an accident. It was just an accident, Databeo. Sasuke's face darkened. Idiot Naruto. Stop talking. This idiot was only making it worse. Now the entire world would know about their accidental kiss. Sure enough, Kakashi's eye widened in amusement. So you're admitting you really kissed? It wasn't just Natsuki making it up. Wow, the world truly is full of surprises. But don't worry, I won't discriminate against you too. It's not like that. Kakashi-sensei, please stop. Naruto and Sasuke were truly at their breaking point. Meanwhile, Sakura was still frozen in shock. At that moment, Natsuki added fuel to the fire. He pulled out a photo and first showed it to Tenten. Tenten gasped, clapping her hands over her mouth in disbelief. Then Natsuki casually handed the photo to Kakashi. Kakashi, confused, took it, and upon seeing it, his jaw dropped even further. The picture clearly captured Naruto and Sasuke's accidental kiss, perfectly timed and framed. In the background, Sakura's stunned expression was also immortalized. Natsuki grinned. This masterpiece was taken by yours truly, the ultimate photographer. The theme. Naruto and Sasuke's love story, or perhaps the beautiful moment of Team 7. Kakashi-senpai, look closely, Sakura's shocked face is also framed beautifully. Kakashi scrutinized the picture and clicked his tongue in amazement. You really caught the perfect moment. All of Team 7, frozen in time. This photo is priceless. Haha, right. I'm giving it to you, Kakashi-senpai. Consider it a treasure of Team 7. A treasure of Team 7. Excellent. I'll keep it. If any of you ever misbehave, I'll print out a giant poster and stick it all over the village for everyone to admire your youthful love. Please don't, Kakashi-sensei. X2-inch. And so, the chaos ended with Natsuki treating everyone to Ichiraku ramen as an apology. As for the photo, of course, it would never be destroyed, such a precious memory of youth had to be preserved forever. At Ichiraku ramen, Team 7 devoured their bowls with gusto. Natsuki and Tenten, still full from barbecue, just sipped on drinks. Between bites, Naruto glanced up and asked. Natsuki, how do you know Kakashi-sensei, Databeo? Natsuki didn't hide it. He pointed at Tenten. Tenten's team leader, Might Guy, is friends with Kakashi-senpai. I wanted to learn from Kakashi-senpai, so I asked Guy-sensei to introduce us. Oh, I see. Naruto nodded, but then frowned suspiciously. But that's not all, right? I heard Kakashi-sensei speaks very highly of you, Databeo. There's gotta be more to it. Natsuki rolled his eyes. Mind your own business, Naruto. You should worry about yourself first. Honestly, after hearing you brag about your mission earlier, I almost lost it. Ah. The rest of Team 7 immediately looked over. Even Kakashi was intrigued. Sasuke scowled. Natsuki, are you saying we did poorly on the mission? Natsuki turned to Kakashi instead. Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi put down his empty bowl and smiled under his mask. Actually, I'd like to hear it too. Go ahead, Natsuki. Speak freely. But Naruto had already leapt to his feet. Natsuki, you're just jealous that we completed a B-rank mission, Databeo. We did great. Even the Hokage praised us and upgraded the mission from C rank to B rank. How could you say we did badly? Natsuki gave him a side glance. See, I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already getting defensive. With a temper like that, you think you're suited for missions. Naruto froze, unable to respond. Even Sasuke and Sakura had to nod reluctantly. In truth, Naruto's impulsive nature had caused quite a few problems during the mission. Natsuki organized his thoughts, then said. First of all, when you discovered that Tazuna was hiding the truth, that there would be enemy shinobi, you should have reconsidered. You had no intelligence on the enemy, you didn't even know what you were walking into, and yet you chose to proceed blindly. That was reckless. But you want us to just abandon Tazuna and the Land of Waves? Naruto protested, getting worked up again. Did I say anything about abandoning them? Natsuki's tone sharpened. I said you were reckless. Now shut up and listen. He continued sternly. Leaving aside Tazuna's lies, you had a duty to prioritize your comrade's safety. You should have paused the mission, returned to the Hokage, reported everything, and asked for reinforcements or a revised plan. Instead, you gambled with your lives based on sympathy. If things had gone badly, it wouldn't have been just your deaths, the whole situation could have turned into a diplomatic nightmare for Konoha. Naruto opened his mouth to argue, but no words came out. In truth, after experiencing the mission firsthand, he realized just how dangerous it had been. If another team had taken it, they might not have been so lucky. Deaths would have been inevitable. Summing it up. They were lucky to have survived. Wanting to help people was noble, but charging in blindly wasn't heroism. It was stupidity. Sakura timidly raised her hand. But, the Land of Waves is really poor. Tazuna-san didn't have the money to request a higher-ranked mission. Natsuki chuckled coldly. And that justifies lying. He could have arranged a payment plan, pay later after the bridge was built and profits rolled in. You think the Hokage is some cold-hearted tyrant who would turn him away? If Tazuna had been honest, Hiruzen-sama would have absolutely sent support. Instead, Tazuna chose deception, gambling with your lives. And did you even once trust your Hokage's judgment over some random drunk builder? Sakura opened her mouth, but couldn't argue. Kakashi scratched the back of his head, embarrassed. Well, to be fair, I bear responsibility too. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 86, chapter. Plus 200 PS reached. Kakashi indeed bore responsibility. He thought it was just a small matter and that with his presence, he could solve everything. Thus, recklessly continuing the mission was a dereliction of duty as a squad leader. If he had been a bit more cautious and chosen to return to the village to have the Hokage reassign the mission, perhaps the danger could have been avoided. Of course, if you look at it through the lens of conspiracy theories, there might have been schemes from Sarutobi to take action against Gato, or ulterior motives regarding the Land of Waves. But for now, Natsuki decided not to dwell on that. However, Naruto, refusing to learn his lesson, was still unconvinced. But we completed the mission, and nothing happened. Naruto said. Nothing happened. Naruto, do you even hear yourself? Natsuki narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on Naruto. In reality, Sasuke actually died once, didn't he? Were you not filled with despair at that moment? Wasn't Sakura crying in agony? Didn't you taste the pain of losing a comrade? Naruto and Sakura's pupils contracted. That's right. At that time, Sasuke had indeed died, his breathing had completely stopped. Naruto had been utterly helpless and desperate then, even releasing the Kyuubi's chakra, and Sakura had cried her heart out. How could they have forgotten? How could they still proudly say they completed the mission excellently? Sasuke, however, stubbornly said. But I didn't die, did I? Natsuki let out a laugh, almost amused by his stubbornness. You call that not dying? That was because that boy named Haku had a kind heart and chose not to kill you. So you're telling me that your success was due to the mercy and compassion of your enemy? That's what you call completing the mission excellently. This time, the entire 7th squad fell into complete silence. Kakashi looked at his 3 wilted students and shook his head helplessly. Frankly speaking, Natsuki's point was correct. The mission at the Land of Waves was not something to be proud of, instead, it deserved deep reflection. If that boy named Haku hadn't shown mercy, what they would have brought back would have been Sasuke's corpse. Would they still be able to laugh then? Natsuki concluded. Naruto, you're reckless and impulsive. Your strength is insufficient, yet you still lack calmness. Sasuke, you easily become arrogant, thinking you're invincible after a little progress. Sakura, what exactly did you do during the mission? What role did you play? Thus, if I were to rate your performance during the Land of Waves mission, it would be unqualified. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all lowered their heads without refuting. Even the foolhardy Naruto understood now. And precisely because they understood, they felt even more dejected, ashamed of their previous arrogance. What outstanding accomplishment of a B-rank mission! It was simply a disgrace. Seeing this, Natsuki turned and apologized to Kakashi. Sorry, Kakashi-senpai, did I speak too harshly? Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. No, it's fine. What you said made a lot of sense. These little guys really were getting a bit too full of themselves, your words came at the right time to make them reflect. Hearing this, Natsuki said no more. He simply couldn't stand seeing Naruto acting so smug, and he had to knock him down a notch. Honestly, in the early stages of the original story, Naruto was truly useless, boasting big, being unreliable, impulsive enough to ruin things. Only his talk no jutsu was effective, everything else was frankly unbearable to watch. If you didn't discipline him a little, he would think he was truly exceptional, oblivious to the importance of learning from failures. Thus, after venting his frustration, Natsuki felt greatly relieved. At that moment, Naruto's voice, full of grievance, broke the silence. Kakashi-sensei, did we really perform that badly? Sasuke and Sakura also looked at Kakashi, longing to hear their teacher's evaluation. Even though they understood Natsuki's words were correct, they still wished for Kakashi's confirmation. Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly. Well, you still have a lot of room for improvement. In other words, their teacher also acknowledged Natsuki's opinion. For a moment, the atmosphere of the 7th squad became even gloomier. However, Sasuke suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Natsuki, fight me. Eh? You want to fight me? Natsuki was surprised. He had thought Sasuke might say something else, but challenging him was unexpected. Upon thinking about it, though, it made sense. Sasuke wasn't like Naruto, who liked to talk big, he preferred to prove things through combat. Thus, Naruto had never been able to convince Sasuke, because he simply couldn't beat him. Sasuke stared directly at Natsuki and said, You might be right with your words, but talking alone doesn't prove anything. I lost to you in our final battle before graduation, and now I'll win it back. I'll prove that I'm stronger than you, and that your words don't apply to me. Good, this was very much like Sasuke. Even if logic didn't win, as long as he was stronger, he was the logic. As long as he was strong enough, whether the Land of Waves mission was right or wrong would be for him to decide, not for others to judge. Natsuki understood Sasuke's thoughts and agreed with a smile. Alright, let's have a match. Just in time, I also have something I want to ask Kakashi-senpai about. Let's do it together. Kakashi blinked, guessing that Natsuki wanted to consult about the Hataki Ryuken Jutsu, Hataki sword style, and didn't refuse. Fine, I'll act as the referee. Let's head to the training grounds. Soon, the group arrived at the training ground. Sasuke and Natsuki faced each other and made the seal of confrontation, waiting for Kakashi's command. Begin. Sasuke immediately acted, throwing several kunai at Natsuki. Natsuki sidestepped casually, easily dodging them. But Sasuke then threw shuriken, making them collide with the kunai midair and changing their trajectory to arc toward Natsuki. Nice. Sasuke-kun, you're amazing. Sakura couldn't help but cheer. Tenten didn't think it was anything amazing, it was just basic ninja tool throwing. Natsuki didn't even move from his spot. In a flash, his hands shot out, effortlessly catching all the incoming kunai and shuriken, and casually tucked them into his ninja tool pouch. Since he had accepted the challenge, collecting some interest was fair, right? However, he still commented. Sasuke, I know the Uchiha's throwing techniques are impressive, but this level won't do. Bring out your real skills, like opening your Sharingan. Sasuke took a deep breath, and red light flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, he activated his Sharingan, 1 tomo in one eye, 2 tomo in the other, asymmetrically. Still, Sasuke's aura changed dramatically. Then let me show you the true power of the Sharingan. Sasuke dashed forward, aiming a punch at Natsuki's head. But Natsuki's figure suddenly blurred, he disappeared in an instant. In the next second, he reappeared below Sasuke, delivering a fierce upward kick to Sasuke's chin, launching him into the air. Sasuke was shocked. Why? I clearly saw your movements. Natsuki kindly explained. The Sharingan is amazing, it can see my moves clearly. But your body can't keep up. You're too slow. As he spoke, he delivered 2 more kicks in midair, sending Sasuke flying, just like he had done back at the academy. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 87, Chapter. Seeing Natsuki so effortlessly knock Sasuke flying, both Naruto and Sakura were utterly shocked. Although Natsuki had beaten Sasuke once before graduation, back then Natsuki had used quite a few tricks, including single-handed seals and sway-ton, water release, techniques, to catch Sasuke off guard. But now, Sasuke had also grown significantly. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been defeated so easily. Had Natsuki become way too strong? You guys don't really know the real Natsuki, Kakashi said rare words. Back at the academy, he deliberately hid his true strength. Even when he beat Sasuke, he wasn't using his full power. He didn't enjoy playing house at school, instead, he was already fighting real battles outside with real shinobi. While you were still playing around at the academy, he had already defeated a genius from the Hyuga clan and was shamelessly seeking guidance from jonin like us. So, you're saying Natsuki knew Kakashi-sensei before, and that's why he's so strong. Naruto and Sakura thought they understood, but in reality, they still didn't. Kakashi nodded, then shook his head. It was true Natsuki had sought advice from him and Guy, but most of the time, he relied on self-study. More importantly, he had a burning desire to become stronger, relentlessly training without slacking off. That was the true reason behind Natsuki's strength. Sasuke simply wasn't a match for him right now. Tenten looked at the innocent Naruto and Sakura with some pity. The three of them from Team 7 had no idea how hard Natsuki had worked to become strong. He was someone who, just to learn the Hashimoto Tanko, 8 Gates technique, had trained himself to the point of fainting from pain in an extremely harsh environment. He was someone who, without any inheritance of jutsus, tirelessly invented and studied new ninjutsu and techniques day and night. He was someone who shamelessly sought out powerful people everywhere to learn from. How could someone like that possibly be weak? Even Tenten, his girlfriend, was inspired and guided by him, and had also become stronger herself. If she hadn't met Natsuki, she might have still been just as naive and adorable as the Team 7 kids now. Ahem, the gap is quite large. Sasuke climbed back to his feet. Looks like I underestimated you. You really are strong, and you do have the right to evaluate me. But I won't give up that easily. As he spoke, he quickly formed hand seals and prepared to unleash his Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. However, before he could, Natsuki suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Sasuke felt a tight grip on the back of his neck. Natsuki had grabbed him firmly. You've lost, Natsuki said bluntly. I lost. Sasuke forced the words out. Even with his Sharingan activated, he hadn't seen Natsuki's movement. He didn't even know when Natsuki had appeared behind him. The gap was just too large. There was no comparison. Continuing to fight would only bring humiliation. Natsuki released him and silently formed the seal of reconciliation, leaving Sasuke standing there in a daze. Naruto and Sakura hadn't even fully processed what happened. It was already over. They couldn't accept this result. In their eyes, Sasuke was so strong, how could he lose so easily? But reality was harsh. At this point, Team 7 simply couldn't tell the difference between strength and weakness. Naruto especially was completely naive. Just like during the Chunin exams, when Team 7 encountered Orochimaru, Sasuke realized the difference in power and tried to retreat. But Naruto questioned him, why retreat? Wasn't Sasuke strong enough? Why not bravely fight? He had no idea that just one glance from Orochimaru had terrified Sasuke. If they didn't run, it would have been suicide. Sasuke might not fear death, but he wouldn't just watch Naruto and Sakura die. Thus, he chose to retreat. Naruto, who understood nothing, foolishly urged Sasuke to fight, resulting in Sasuke getting bitten by the snake. Although Orochimaru would probably have bitten Sasuke anyway later, the circumstances would have been different. At least it wouldn't have been blind ignorance leading to disaster. But back to the present. Seeing his student so devastated, Kakashi had a headache. Natsuki, you hit them a bit too hard, Kakashi said. Natsuki scratched his head and defended himself. Kakashi-senpai, don't worry. Sasuke has a strong heart. Only by taking a heavy blow can his ambition to become stronger be ignited. I'm doing this for his own good. Kakashi was speechless. This guy was blatantly lying with a straight face. Still, even though that reasoning sounded forced, it wasn't entirely wrong. Sasuke often became stronger after setbacks. Maybe this was a good thing too. Kakashi decided not to pursue the matter and asked instead. So, what did you want to ask me? Something about Kenjutsu. Natsuki pulled out 2 short swords from his scroll, tossing one to Kakashi. Yes, it's about Kenjutsu. I'm having trouble with Raiton, Shunshin, lightning release, body flicker technique. I can't integrate it smoothly into my swordplay. I can only forcefully speed up using Hashimoto Tanko, but that's not ideal. Please teach me how to master Raiton, Shunshin, Kakashi-senpai. Raiton, Shunshin, huh? You really know how to give me a hard problem. Kakashi sighed but agreed anyway. In truth, he had some experience with it too. After all, his Chidori relied on extremely fast movement combined with Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hit anyone. Since he had promised before to answer Natsuki's questions, he couldn't back out now. Alright, come at me. Thank you, Kakashi-senpai. Natsuki didn't hold back. Lightning crackled around his short blade as he rushed forward. In an instant, sword lights and sparks of lightning clashed violently. Both moved so fast they became invisible, only flashes of electricity could be seen, crackling through the training ground. Sasuke, who had been feeling dejected, was now stunned. Even with his Sharingan at full power, he could only see afterimages. At this level of battle, he couldn't even follow with his eyes. Naruto and Sakura were even more dumbfounded. Natsuki's already strong enough to fight Kakashi-sensei. They knew very well how strong Kakashi was. Not to mention the whole bell test, just during the Land of Waves mission, Kakashi had soloed Momochi Zabuza, which already felt ridiculously powerful to them. Yet now, they saw Kakashi using incredible kenjutsu, moving so fast he became invisible, and Natsuki, a peer, was able to fight back evenly. The blow to their pride was even harsher than before. Sasuke's whole body trembled. So, when he fought me earlier, he was just playing. No way. The gap can't be this huge. At that moment, they also noticed something about Tenten standing nearby. Her eyes were darting quickly, focused and anxious, but not confused. She seemed to actually see the battle. Sakura couldn't help but ask. Tenten, you can see them. Tenten blinked, then nodded. Yeah, I can see them clearly. The three were stunned. Eh? How? Tenten shrugged. Probably because I'm used to it. Natsuki's speed is always this fast. When I sparred with him, I had no choice but to adapt. Once you get used to it, it's not that hard. And if you become strong enough, it's not difficult to see their movements. Strong enough? Meaning, they were just too weak right now, even unable to see the shadows of the real fight. Sasuke pressed. Why is Natsuki asking Kakashi-sensei for kenjutsu guidance? Tenten answered straightforwardly. Because Natsuki practices the Hataki-ryu kenjutsu, the sword style of the Hataki clan. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 88, chapter. Plus 300 power stone bonus chapter. After an exhilarating battle, Natsuki faintly felt like he had grasped something. Whether in speed or kenjutsu, Kakashi was still superior to Natsuki. Especially in terms of speed, it felt just like Raitun Shunshin, lightning instantaneous body technique. It seemed he needed to properly reflect on it after returning home. After expressing his gratitude, Natsuki left with Tenten. Team 7 remained silent for a long time until Kakashi took out his Ika Ika Paradise novel to read. Only then did Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura snap out of it. Naruto was the first to ask, Kakashi-sensei, you actually taught your family's kenjutsu to Natsuki? Kakashi blinked innocently. Is there a problem? Thinking about it, there didn't seem to be. The kenjutsu belonged to Kakashi, it was his to teach to whomever he wanted, nobody else could complain. Sakura, however, asked another question, Kakashi-sensei, Natsuki's girlfriend Tenten, is she strong too? Kakashi answered as if it were obvious, of course. Tenten is very strong. And her fighting style is quite unique. She even has hidden trump cards that not even I know about. In any case, she's very impressive. Right now, none of you three are her match. Sasuke's pupils shrank. So not only could he not defeat Natsuki, he couldn't even defeat Natsuki's girlfriend. How could it be like this? After a long silence, Sasuke suddenly said, Kakashi, teach me your ultimate technique. Kakashi looked up from his book. My ultimate technique? Sasuke nodded seriously. The kenjutsu you taught Natsuki. If he also learned that amazing kenjutsu, maybe he could become as strong as Natsuki. Maybe he could even defeat Itachi. But Kakashi shook his head. That's not my ultimate technique, that's my father's kenjutsu. Besides, I didn't really teach Natsuki, he learned it himself from a scroll. I don't care. I want to learn the kenjutsu, and your ultimate technique too. You're pretty greedy, huh? Kakashi chuckled rather than being annoyed. Learning my ultimate technique is no easy task. And my father's kenjutsu? Natsuki spent a year training just to reach his current level. Are you sure you have the determination and perseverance for it? Sasuke said with certainty, bring it on. I'm not afraid. There's nothing I can't learn. Naruto quickly chimed in, Kakashi-sensei. Teach me something too. I want to get stronger. Sakura timidly raised her hand, then silently lowered it again. She decided she would talk to Kakashi privately later. She clearly understood her own weakness. After being scolded fiercely by Natsuki before, she was still feeling miserable. She really wanted to become stronger too. Very well. Kakashi smiled happily, like he was starting to enjoy teaching students. If you're all prepared, then I won't go easy on you. Meanwhile, after dropping Tenten off at her ninja tool shop, Natsuki returned home by himself. Tenten didn't insist on staying with him. She understood that Natsuki had gained some insights and urgently needed to focus on them. Originally, she hadn't even wanted him to walk her home, but since Natsuki insisted, she accepted. She hoped her boyfriend would become stronger and stronger, so she could rest easy. Back at home, Natsuki immediately entered the gravity training room. He was gradually adapting to the tenfold gravity. However, his physical strength wasn't increasing quickly, not because he lacked talent, but because of the nature of this world itself. It wasn't like in Dragon Ball, where training under high gravity for a certain amount of time would make you exponentially stronger. Nor was it like in the One Piece world, where working 200 times harder than others could turn you into an admiral in 2 years. Not at all. This was a world focused on ninjutsu. If you had high comprehension, you could develop powerful techniques within a month. But if you focused purely on taijutsu, even after 10 or 20 years of brutal training, you might still see no significant results. The most typical example was Might Guy. Even after honing his body for many years, opening all 8 gates only allowed him to cripple Madara. If it had been One Piece, he would have been a Yonko by now. TCH. Fortunately, Natsuki wasn't anxious. There were still many years left until the ultimate battles. He still had plenty of time to grow stronger. Right now, he needed to focus on mastering the Hataki-style Kenjutsu. He recalled the previous battle with Kakashi, replaying Kakashi's movements in his mind. It felt like the lightning wasn't just surging on the surface, it was alive, propelling the body at insane speeds. He tried to imitate it, and he actually found a faint sense of it. Encouraged, he threw himself even more seriously into the practice. If once wasn't enough, he'd do it twice. If twice wasn't enough, he'd try 10 or 100 times. No way he couldn't master it. Fortunately, Natsuki truly had outstanding talent. He had simply never thought of this path before. But after Kakashi's guidance, he very quickly mastered Raitun Shunshin, lightning instantaneous body technique. Inside the gravity training room, he was now like a bolt of lightning flashing madly around. And that was under tenfold gravity. If gravity returned to normal, he would be even faster. Raitun Shunshin is finally fully mastered. Next step, combining it with Kenjutsu, I must reach the speed of the White Fang, or even surpass it. At that point, even Kage-level powerhouses will be no threat. Unknowingly, a month passed. Natsuki's training progressed smoothly, putting him in a good mood. Recently, Team 9 hadn't taken on any missions, they were focused on training. Rinya was being subjected to extra training from his cousin, Aoba. Megumi went to the hospital to help out. As for Natsuki, he trained alone most of the time, and occasionally sparred with Guy's team. Guy's team welcomed him warmly, not just because he was Tenten's boyfriend, but also because they were friends. Moreover, Niji, perhaps influenced by Lee, challenged Natsuki every time they met, and even after losing repeatedly, he never got discouraged. As for Lee, he was even crazier. After challenging Natsuki, he'd immediately turn around and challenge Niji, then Tenten, though he was constantly being defeated miserably. Yet Lee remained relentlessly positive. Even Niji had to admit a certain admiration, and he learned a thing or two from Lee's attitude. Because of this, the atmosphere within Guy's team became extremely positive. One day, while buying groceries, Natsuki noticed an influx of foreign shinobi in the village. He even spotted the sound trio, Sakan, Tayuya, and Kadamaru. It seemed the Chunin exams were just around the corner. That said, even though Hiruzen already knew that Odogekure and Orochimaru were connected, he still allowed the sound ninja to participate. Wasn't that way too reckless? Well, it wasn't Natsuki's concern anyway. Hiruzen had his own considerations. Besides, he would eventually die, paving the way for Tsunade to take over. That would actually be better for Natsuki. Under Tsunade's leadership, he could openly unleash his real strength. And he could finally request more secret techniques, things like Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and Kuchiyos, Kakazaki Fuda, mutually multiplying explosive tags. Things he wouldn't dare ask for under Hiruzen, he could definitely ask Tsunade for. Funny how fate worked, wasn't it? Natsuki didn't trust that old man Hiruzen at all. All he could do was wait for the old fogey to die and Tsunade to ascend. Sure enough, the very next day, Aoba handed out the Chunin exam application forms. Aoba said, "With your strength, you're more than capable of handling this exam. Give it your all, don't waste your efforts." The three of them exchanged looks, then simultaneously put on green sunglasses and shouted. "We're Team Aoba. The Chunin exams are no problem for us." End of chapter. +500 power stones equals +1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 89, Chapter. Plus 400 Power Stone Bonus Chapter. This was Natsuki's suggestion. The reason he gave was that since Team 9 was Aoba's team, they needed a characteristic unique to them, so wearing green sunglasses would do. Anyway, wearing sunglasses looked pretty cool, much better than wearing a green tight suit and turning into a kappa. But the real reason was to be able to unleash Teoken, Solar Flare, at any time. Starting from the Chunin exams, they would gradually encounter stronger opponents, and even Natsuki wasn't confident he could win every battle. That's where Teoken, Solar Flare, would come into play. With everyone wearing sunglasses, when facing a tough opponent, they could use a single Teoken to blind them temporarily, buying enough time to counterattack or flee. It was a very good strategy. Teoken was an excellent technique for pulling dirty tricks. Just think of Dragon Ball. Cell used Teoken multiple times to escape pursuit, eventually evolving into his perfect form and thrashing the protagonist group. Teoken, truly the ultimate escape move. Thus, wearing sunglasses wasn't just about looking cool, it could be a lifesaver when it mattered. Aoba was stunned when he saw them but quickly forced a smile and said, "You guys are really something. But wearing sunglasses does have some advantages. At the very least, it hides where your eyes are looking and can even conceal killing intent. If you like them, go ahead and wear them." As he spoke, he even adjusted his own sunglasses. Natsuki and the others understood immediately, their teacher was actually quite pleased. Rinya immediately said, "Don't worry, Aoba and I. From now on, this will be the symbol of Team Aoba, stylish, cool, and awesome. Who wouldn't give us a thumbs up? Alright, I get it. After you finish filling out your registration forms, just submit them at the registration office on exam day. I have things to do, so I'm heading off." Just as Aoba finished speaking, someone called out to him, and he hurried over. Natsuki glanced at the person and saw a brown-haired man with a scar on his left cheek. He looked vaguely familiar. And soon enough, Natsuki remembered. Isn't that Rado? I think Aoba, Rado, and Genma used to be a team. They're the ones who can perform the Hiraishin no Jin, Flying Thunder Formation, technique, teleporting people from one place to another. I wonder. Could they possibly have access to the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, scroll or something similar? Natsuki quickly started plotting. Thick-skinned as he was, he firmly believed that relationships must be utilized whenever possible. Since Rado and Genma were Aoba's old teammates, there was a chance he could ask, and maybe, just maybe, he could get a shot at learning Hiraishin no Jutsu. Rado and Genma had once served as the 4th Hokage's bodyguards. They had definitely studied Hiraishin no Jutsu, though perhaps their talents weren't enough to fully master it, which was why they needed 3 people to pull off the Hiraishin no Jin, Flying Thunder Formation. It might seem a bit lackluster compared to the original, but it was still useful. Since they lacked the talent to fully master it, shouldn't they share it with someone who might? Natsuki wasn't sure if he could learn Hiraishin no Jutsu himself, but he was determined to at least get his hands on it first. Besides, Tenten also had a natural affinity for space-time ninjutsu. If she learned it, it would be even better. In short, there was no way he would let such a treasure slip through his fingers. Soon, the 3 of them finished filling out their registration forms. Natsuki gathered them all, planning to submit them together on the day of the exam. That night, Natsuki couldn't sleep. Hiraishin no Jutsu was all he could think about. Hearing snoring coming from the master bedroom, he quietly got up and snuck into Tenten's room. "Natsuki." Tenten whispered happily. "It's me," Natsuki replied softly, quickly closing the door behind him. Unexpectedly, Tenten turned on a small flashlight, lifted the covers, and beckoned to him. Natsuki didn't hesitate. He dove into the warm bed, immediately enveloped in a sweet fragrance that made his mind wander uncontrollably. Especially when Tenten snuggled into his chest, it was dangerously tempting. Ahem. Tenten, this feels like we're having a secret affair, Natsuki said helplessly, forcing a wry smile. What can we do? Dad's still home. Otherwise, we could just move to your place. Let Dad stay here alone, Tenten grumbled. If we do that, wouldn't your dad cry himself to sleep? He'd feel like his precious daughter abandoned him. Not really. We'd still come here for meals, just sleep over at your place. Besides, we can't even talk freely now, we have to whisper like this just to avoid waking him. It's really inconvenient. It was inconvenient. But Natsuki thought privately that her dad would probably prefer noisy arguments over letting his daughter move into a wolf's den. Natsuki didn't answer. Instead, he simply hugged Tenten closer, breathing in her scent. Immediately, his heart felt calm, all his anxieties melting away, though his hands started getting a bit mischievous. Tenten pressed down on his wandering hand. Natsuki, you're thinking about something, aren't you? Natsuki didn't hide it. I just can't sleep. Guess who I saw today? Tenten was curious. Who? Don't tell me, a girl prettier than me. What nonsense. There's no girl prettier than you. Natsuki whispered sweet words as he kissed her lightly before continuing. I saw Aoba-sensei's teammate, Rado. You probably don't know him, but he's not just anyone. Tenten perked up immediately. She didn't know much about the ninjas of Konoha, most of her information came from Natsuki. If he was so excited that he couldn't sleep, it must be something incredible. Aoba-sensei's teammates, Rado and Genma, once served as bodyguards for the 4th Hokage. Do you know what the 4th was famous for? Hiraishin no Jutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. It's a space-time ninjutsu. If you leave a chakra mark somewhere, you can instantly teleport there at any time. It's insanely powerful, or rather, insanely fast. Back during the Third Shinobi World War, even before he became Hokage, the 4th used Hiraishin no Jutsu to wreak havoc across the battlefield. One moment he'd be at home eating dinner, the next moment he'd be deep in enemy territory. He terrified the enemy so much that the villages had a standing order. If you encountered the yellow flash, you were permitted to abandon the mission, without punishment. Thanks to such overwhelming fame and military success, he eventually ascended to the Hokage's seat. Tenten sat up immediately, even in the darkness her excitement was palpable. Thankfully, she remembered to keep her voice low. She lay back down and pressed close to Natsuki, whispering into his ear. This Hiraishin no Jutsu, it's really a space-time ninjutsu. She couldn't help but be thrilled. Her natural talent lay in space-time ninjutsu. If she could master something like this, she could truly become strong, it was her destined path. If the 4th could become a legend through it, why couldn't she become a legendary kunoichi? Yes, Natsuki confirmed without hesitation. He pinched her little nose gently. Don't get too excited yet. Let me finish explaining. Tenten nodded eagerly, pressing even closer to him. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 90, chapter. Natsuki's eyes darkened slightly, feeling a little uneasy, and struggling to keep his hands under control. He quickly continued the topic to divert his attention. I only remembered after seeing Rado today. He and Genma used to serve as bodyguards for the 4th Hokage. They also trained in Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. However, perhaps because of insufficient talent, they didn't master it fully and instead formed a 3-man team with Iwashi, developing the Hiraishin no Jin, Flying Thunder formation, a method to teleport people or objects. Tenten immediately frowned. Such a powerful space-time ninjutsu, how did they end up like that? Isn't that kind of useless? It is a bit disappointing, Natsuki chuckled, but no problem. We can still try asking them to teach us. Since they're Aoba-sensei's partners, I have to leverage that connection. Call me thick-skinned if you want, I'm getting my hands on the Hiraishin no Jutsu training scroll no matter what. Tenten kissed Natsuki on the cheek and seriously nodded. My boyfriend is super thick-skinned, but I love it. Now Tenten understood why Natsuki couldn't sleep. It was because he stumbled upon such a huge opportunity, of course he was too excited to rest. Actually, now she was equally excited herself. Tomorrow they'd probably leave the house with dark circles under their eyes. The only uncertainty was, when would they actually get their hands on the Hiraishin no Jutsu scroll? The two of them fell silent, breathing in each other's presence, feeling each other's heartbeats. Their faces drew closer and closer. Amen. Mint toothpaste flavor, not bad at all. Fortunately, the two of them were already trained ninja with decent self-control. Otherwise, it could have gotten dangerous, they were still too young after all. So, they changed the topic to something else. Today, Aoba-sensei gave us the registration forms for the Chunin exams, Natsuki mentioned. Your team guy is signing up too, right? Tenten nodded confidently. Last year, Guy-sensei thought Lee's strength wasn't enough, so we didn't apply. But this year, we're definitely participating. With my current strength, becoming a Chunin shouldn't be a problem, right? She was full of confidence. After all, without even using her trump cards, she could now fight Niji to a standstill for a short time. If that wasn't enough to pass the Chunin exams, then 99% of the candidates might as well give up. In Tenten's opinion, Natsuki, Niji, Shino, and herself were absolutely among the top candidates this year. So, there was nothing to worry about. Natsuki wasn't particularly worried about the exams either. He was mainly worried about Orochimaru's antics. As long as Orochimaru didn't harm his family and friends, Natsuki didn't care if he killed Hiruzen Sarutobi. But if he endangered Tenten or any of his friends, Natsuki would show no mercy. His mastery over Hataki-style Kenjutsu was no joke now, teaming up with others to deal with Orochimaru wasn't impossible. Still, just in case, Natsuki decided to warn Tenten seriously. Tenten, don't let your guard down during the exam. Remember I told you about Otogekure? This time, there are shinobi from Otogekure participating, you have to be extra careful. Tenten listened seriously, casually tucking the flashlight away. But she somehow felt like there was still another thing as big as a flashlight in the blanket. 2 days later, Natsuki and Tenten headed to the registration office. Rinya, Megumi, Niji, and Lee were already waiting downstairs, so the 6 of them went together into the building. As soon as they reached the second floor, they saw a commotion in front of a large classroom. It seemed some candidates were trying to enter the room, but Konoha's 2 gatekeepers were blocking the entrance with aggressive attitudes. Looking up at the door frame above the classroom, the sign clearly said, 3rd floor. A simple Genjutsu test. If you couldn't even see through this, you really didn't deserve to take the exam, better to go home and sleep. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind. Hey! Natsuki, Tenten, you guys are signing up too. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura walked over, looking quite spirited. Before Natsuki or Tenten could reply, Lee suddenly dashed forward, blocking Team 7. Then, everyone watched as Lee performed a deep bow towards Sakura and said loudly. You must be Haruno Sakura-san. I'm Rock Lee. I like you, please go out with me. I will protect you with my life. Natsuki face-bombed. Oh right. This part of the story. According to the anime, Sakura was considered very pretty, hence Naruto liked her, and Lee fell for her at first sight. What made it worse was that Lee's love wasn't just a joke, later on, he truly did protect her with his life. Poor Lee, how did he fall for her of all people? Sakura instantly froze, then quickly refused. Sorry. Your eyebrows are too thick. And you're not my type. After that, she immediately hid behind Sasuke. Naruto exploded instantly, shouting in chaos. Natsuki's face twitched at the ridiculous scene. He quickly grabbed Tenten, who was struggling not to blurt out sarcastic remarks, and dragged her toward the real 3rd floor. Rinya and Megumi hurried after them. Niji called out to Lee once before following too. There was nothing worth watching in this circus, better not waste time getting into the exam room. They soon entered the 3rd floor examination hall. The moment they stepped inside, a sea of hostile stares greeted them. Everyone looked fierce and murderous, anyone less than iron-willed would feel crushed by the pressure. But Natsuki's group obviously wasn't ordinary. Calmly scanning the room, they locked onto their friend's position and headed straight over. Shino, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Kiba, Hinata, looks like you guys from Team 8 and Team 10 signed up too. Long time no see. How's everyone doing? Natsuki said this as he bumped fists with Shino. They had been deskmates and close friends for years, their bond was naturally stronger. Tenten also greeted them with a bright smile, but her smile for Shino was special. Not just because he was a friend, but because he had played matchmaker for her and Natsuki. Their relationship with Shino was something unique. Natsuki, Tenten, long time no see. Shino said with rare emotion. He was genuinely happy, not just because he saw old friends, but because Natsuki and Tenten always noticed him immediately. After all, his sense of presence was very low. Even Kiba and Hinata, both skilled scouts, often forgot about him. Only Natsuki and Tenten consistently noticed him right away. Naturally, that made him very happy. I knew you 2 lovebirds would show up, Ino teased with a wave. But hey, why is everyone in Team 9 wearing sunglasses? Sheesh, such a troublesome exam. Shikamaru said lazily, just like always. Hey Natsuki, after the exam, let's go to your house for a feast. I've been craving your cooking for ages. Choji chimed in, and everyone immediately agreed. Wasn't that the truth? Natsuki's cooking was amazing, ever since they graduated, they hadn't tasted it again. Kiba and Akamaru barked excitedly in agreement. Hinata, however, stayed silent, timid as always. Especially after seeing Niji was here too. She became even more nervous. Fortunately, Niji didn't make things difficult for her this time, allowing Hinata to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 91, chapter. Plus 500 power stone bonus chapter. It was truly comforting to know that all their friends were safe and sound, nothing brought more joy than that. Natsuki and Tenten chatted casually with the others. As for the ninjas from other villages, there was no need to pay them much mind. Oh, right. There was that Sunanin with the red love character on his forehead. That guy needed attention, mentally unstable. It'd be a real headache if he got fixated on someone. Not like they could just kill him on the spot, right? Just then, Lee returned, thankfully not too late. According to him, he had gotten into a fight with Sasuke, but it hadn't gone well for him. Seemed Sasuke had gotten stronger. Natsuki gave Lee a glance. It looked like Sasuke had been spurred on by their previous encounter and probably sought extra training from Kakashi. Otherwise, he couldn't have surpassed Lee at this point. Still, that was fine. It had helped Sasuke hold his own when Orochimaru showed up in the Forest of Death, giving him a fighting chance rather than being outright crushed. Not long after, Team 7 pushed open the door and entered, drawing everyone's attention again. The intense gazes of the crowd made all three of them feel uneasy. Even the usually brash Naruto found himself uncomfortable under so many eyes. As expected, the plot unfolded just like before. The white-haired, bespectacled Yakushi Kabuto stepped forward, pretending to be helpful as he introduced some intel on the examinees. He even went so far as to expose the fact that he'd taken the Chunin exams multiple times without success. Then he stirred up some fake conflict with the Sound Ninja trio, trying to make himself look weak. You had to admit, he could act. What none of them knew was that everything happening in this room was being watched. Back in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared silently at his crystal ball, a pipe between his lips. Beside him, Mitokado Hamura couldn't help but voice his concern. Hiruzen, isn't this a little too risky? You know that Otogekure is linked to Orochimaru, and yet you still allowed their ninja to participate in the Chunin exams. Aren't you worried they're up to something? Koharu also added, Orochimaru knows Konoha and the Land of Fire like the back of his hand, and he's incredibly powerful. If he really makes a move, we'll have a hard time stopping him. I know everything you just said. Hiruzen calmly puffed on his pipe. They say you can't guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Right now, Orochimaru is in the shadows. We have no way of preventing his actions when we don't even know what he plans to do. Since those Otogekure ninja are his people, let's allow them in. Keep them under surveillance. Maybe we can follow the trail and find Orochimaru. Hamura and Koharu understood. It had already been discussed during the council meetings. Even so, they still felt they needed to be more cautious when it came to Orochimaru. A single misstep could lead to disaster. After thinking for a moment, Hiruzen made a decision. We can inform Jiraiya. If Orochimaru does appear, at least we won't be lacking in strength. Only then did Hamura and Koharu finally breathe a little easier. If Jiraiya came back, there'd still be someone capable of restraining Orochimaru. The village would be safe. As for the so-called strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, whether he was still as strong as his reputation suggested was up for debate, but he was certainly old now. Against Orochimaru, things could become truly dangerous. If anything happened to Hiruzen, Konoha would lose its cornerstone. The balance of power within the council would need to be reshuffled, and the Land of Fire could end up at war. Truly, these were troubled times. Back at the exam hall, Marino Ibiki arrived with a group of Chunin and swiftly put an end to the farce. Then he collected all the registration forms and had the examinees take their assigned seats. Finally, he announced the content of the first test, a written exam. Most people weren't surprised. After all, information gathering was a fundamental ninja skill. And Konoha had hosted the Chunin exams many times before, everyone knew the routine by now. The only ones reacting like it was unexpected were Team 7. What else could you say? Team 7's basic skills were clearly lacking. They barely did any intel gathering. Their sensory abilities were weak. They often only realized an enemy was there when they were already face to face. Their various questionable actions made one's eye twitch just watching them. Natsuki didn't bother with the others. He split off 2 threads of chakra from his forehead and connected them to Rinya and Megumi's foreheads. Then, he began sending Morse code via electrical pulses. This test should be about intel gathering. The proctor's strict. Don't act on your own if you're not confident, I've got it covered. The 2 of them immediately tapped back using their chakra threads, also in Morse code. Understood. The exam papers were quickly distributed. With a glance, Natsuki could tell the questions were extremely difficult. Few people could complete them independently. Only Sakura and Hinata stood a chance of answering on their own. Natsuki didn't even bother trying to solve the questions. He formed a single-hand seal and created a small, almost invisible lens in the air, which connected to another lens beneath his sunglasses. He then locked onto a Konoha candidate who had clearly been planted to be copied from. That guy was already scribbling away, the difficult questions didn't even seem to faze him. Clearly, he was placed there for the others to cheat off of. As Natsuki copied the answers, he also transmitted them to his 2 teammates via chakra thread Morse code. As for Tenten, she had her own way of handling things. Natsuki didn't have to worry about her at all. Soon, the planted candidate finished his paper, and the 3 of them did the same, setting down their pens confidently as if simply waiting for the test to end. Naturally, the proctors noticed. Several of them couldn't help but nod. The ability to gather intel this efficiently was undeniably impressive. Don't assume that handing in a blank test would be fine just because passing wasn't solely based on scores. Sure, you could still pass, but the proctor's evaluations also mattered greatly when determining whether someone could become a Chunin. Why was Shikamaru the only one who became a Chunin in the original story? It wasn't just because of his performance in the final battles. His behavior during the written exam also played a role. Natsuki didn't intend to remain a genin forever. Ideally, he wanted to be promoted to jonin as soon as Tsunade became Hokage. That would make a lot of problems disappear. For example, he could then ask Tsunade for advanced knowledge in ninjutsu, summoning techniques, and sealing arts. This was crucial. If Natsuki wanted to make the most out of his special lab, he needed as much advanced knowledge as possible. Otherwise, many of his experiments would be impossible. Take for instance the fusion of water and lightning chakra to create Ranton, storm release. It wasn't that Natsuki didn't want to try, it was that he didn't have the slightest clue how to start. Not a shred of knowledge in his head. If success came simply by thinking hard enough, he'd already be invincible. So yes, status mattered. With higher status came greater influence, and better bargaining chips to get the knowledge he needed. That's why he had to perform exceptionally well in this Chunin exam, to accelerate his promotion. Natsuki glanced at Tenten and saw her using small mirrors to gather answers, even passing them along to Lee. Everything was going smoothly. The others also showed off their own clever methods. Niji used Byakugan to copy answers. Sasuke activated his Sharingan to mimic movements. Kiba relied on his dog. Shino used insects. Ino employed Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind transfer technique. Gaara used his Suna no Mi, Sandai. It was a dazzling variety of techniques. Only Naruto was still scratching his head, completely clueless about the true purpose of the exam. And even if he did figure it out, he had no way of cheating. If Marino Ibiki hadn't pulled the trick with the final question, Team 7 would have been eliminated right then and there. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 92, chapter. Plus 600 power stone bonus chapter. As expected, right near the end of the test, Ibiki's twisted sense of humor kicked in. He made the examinees choose whether or not to answer the 10th question. If they chose not to, they could leave the exam immediately. But if they chose to answer, and failed, they would be genin for life. Who did he think he was scaring? You think you're the Hokage or something. You don't have the authority to decide someone's promotion. Besides, some examinees were from other villages. Their promotions were decided by their own leaders. And even if they didn't pass here, what's stopping them from trying again at Kimogakuru's Chunin exams next time? What could Ibiki do about it? Only those with poor mental resilience got spooked. Sakura nearly raised her hand, until Naruto launched his signature Talk no Jutsu and started yelling how even if he stayed a genin forever, he'd still become Hokage. Blowing hot air without a script. The craziest part? Ibiki actually admired that. A genin becoming Hokage. What a joke. Oh wait, he actually does later. Right, plot armor. Never mind. The whole thing felt like a farce. Natsuki even had to stifle a yawn. Next came Madarashi Anko, oh no, Madarashi Red Bean, crashing dramatically through the window, clearly thinking she was making an epic entrance. Spoiler, it was mostly awkward. After announcing the time and location for the second stage of the exam, everyone was dismissed. As they walked out of the testing hall, Naruto loudly proclaimed, "What was that? I thought this exam was supposed to be hard. That was a piece of cake." Natsuki couldn't hold back and quipped, "Naruto, you handed in a blank sheet." Gak. Naruto froze on the spot. Everyone turned to look at him. Their eyes were full of suspicion. This guy just said it was easy, but he didn't answer a single question. Sasuke and Sakura didn't look too pleased either. "Naruto, you idiot." They both muttered with cold faces. Naruto hurried to defend himself. "Hey, I had no choice. I didn't know any of the answers, and I couldn't even cheat. If I'd been caught cheating, I'd be kicked out on the spot. I had it rough, okay." But excuses didn't matter. Sasuke and Sakura turned their faces away coldly. If not for that final question gimmick from Ibiki, Naruto's blank sheet would have meant Team 7's immediate failure. His teammates would have been dragged down with him. And yet he had the gall to call it easy. Where's your shame? Feeling wronged, Naruto turned to Natsuki. "Why'd you have to expose me like that, Natsuki?" Natsuki rolled his eyes in pure Hyuga fashion. "You dared to act like it was easy, so why shouldn't I call you out?" "Naruto, there's nothing shameful about admitting you don't know something. Everyone knows you're bad at tests. What's the point in lying about it? That smug attitude of yours just rubs people the wrong way." The others nodded. No one liked a braggart. Well, except a certain white-eyed lowly. Naruto couldn't argue anymore. The stares from the other examinees were getting to him. In the end, Sakura had to drag him away to save him from further embarrassment. Tenten sighed. Naruto just never grows up, does he? Exactly, Natsuki replied. He's already a full-fledged ninja and still acts like a clueless kid. Does he think bluffing is going to earn him respect? If he just admitted he got lucky, we might have even praised him a little. But instead, he had to go and brag. That kind of behavior really turns people off. Don't be so harsh, Natsuki. Naruto's just scared, Shino said kindly in his usual calm tone. He's always afraid of being looked down on, of not being acknowledged. So when he messes up, he tries to convince himself otherwise. He's not trying to deceive everyone else, just himself. Natsuki nodded. I get that, Shino. But not everyone else will understand. That's why I spoke up, to show him that what he's doing isn't okay. If he doesn't learn and grow, he'll just keep losing friends. And honestly, I don't want to wake up one day and realize I can't stand him anymore. Shino fell silent. He understood where Natsuki was coming from. It was fine to be immature in school, but once you became a ninja, you had to face reality. You couldn't afford to stay naive forever. Naruto did need to grow. People were willing to be patient with him, but patience had its limits. Eventually, if he didn't mature, he'd find himself truly alone. Let's drop the subject. It's rare for all of us to be together like this. Want to come hang out at my place? Natsuki offered. I'd love to, but not today, Shino declined with a polite shake of his head. It's already getting late, and we've got another exam tomorrow. I'd rather rest and recharge. Besides, coming over now would just mean extra work for you. I'll visit after the exam's over, with some fresh veggies in hand. Natsuki and Tenten didn't push. Shino was thoughtful like that. He didn't want to trouble his friends after a tiring test. Truly, Shino was a great friend. After everyone went their separate ways, Natsuki and Tenten returned to the ninja tools shop. The shopkeeper had already prepared dinner for them, high-end takeout from a top restaurant, no less. A reward for the hard-working students. The two of them ate heartily while chatting about the exam, which the shopkeeper listened to with great interest. Tenten now realized her dad just liked hearing her talk about these things, maybe it helped put him at ease. So she made a habit of bringing it up during meals, even getting Natsuki to chime in. Of course, she always shared the good stuff and avoided anything too dangerous, no need to worry the old man. After the meal, they each went to bathe, separately, of course. Then they obediently went to bed. Though they didn't dare sleep in the same futon tonight, just in case it kept them up and messed with their performance tomorrow. The next morning, all the examinees gathered at the entrance to the Forest of Death. Proctor Madarashi Anko stood at the front and began explaining the rules of the second stage of the exam. Each team would receive one scroll, either a heaven scroll or an earth scroll. After entering the Forest of Death, teams would battle for the other scroll. To pass the test, a team needed to possess both a heaven and earth scroll and reach the central tower within 5 days. This format guaranteed that at least half the participants would be eliminated. Brutally simple. If you were unlucky or weak, you weren't making it out. But at that moment, Natsuki was silently observing the team from Kusagakure. One of them, a person in a conical hat, kept glancing at him with a strange, unreadable look. It made Natsuki feel like prey being watched by a venomous snake. He recalled the original storyline and figured Orochimaru had likely already disguised himself as a Kusagakure genin. His goal? To inspect and select his future vessel. Although Natsuki's presence had altered the story a little, things hadn't completely fallen off the rails. So Orochimaru's infiltration probably still stood. Still, to be safe, Natsuki kept a close eye on them. That ugly female ninja from Kusagakure, her gaze was absolutely wrong. Cold and slithering like a snake. If that wasn't Orochimaru in disguise, then nobody would believe it. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 93, Chapter. Although the female Kusagakure ninja kept her eyes hidden beneath her hat, Natsuki's sharp instincts and strength allowed him to easily sense something was off. From his careful observation, Natsuki could tell that this kunoichi's main target was clearly Sasuke. It seemed she still hadn't let go of the trauma from being defeated by him in the past, she was still fixated on the Sharingan. However, her gaze wasn't only locked on Sasuke. When her eyes passed over Natsuki, there was a flicker of greed. Don't tell him, she was considering him as a backup vessel. Natsuki silently analyzed the situation while subtly shifting his gaze toward Kabuto. It had to be him. Kabuto must have leaked the intel on Konoha's rising talents to Orochimaru, and that included Natsuki's personal information. Orochimaru was out hunting for a future vessel. Sasuke was the top candidate, but if he failed the Curse Seal test, Orochimaru needed other options. Natsuki, whose talents had been growing more and more obvious in recent years, was naturally on that list. And probably not just Natsuki, Orochimaru likely had his eyes on several promising individuals. He wasn't invading Konoha just to kill his former teacher. He also intended to take some specimens back for experimentation. After all, Konoha was overflowing with talent, and Orochimaru needed those talents for his forbidden experiments. The more he thought about it, the worse Natsuki felt. He was very aware of how dangerous Orochimaru was. Being targeted by this kind of venomous snake was never a good thing. Even if Orochimaru didn't come for him directly, going after Sasuke was risky enough. Rock Lee would absolutely try to save Sakura, which would likely drag Tenten into the mess. Other friends might get caught in the crossfire too. Don't assume everything will go smoothly just because things worked out in the original story. That kind of naive optimism had no place here. If his girlfriend and friends really got swept into a fight with Orochimaru, the danger would be real, and possibly fatal. So, what he had to do now was eliminate the threat. There would be no following the original plot this time. At that moment, Enko had just finished explaining the exam rules when Naruto, being his usual self, mimicked her speech like a fool, annoying her instantly. Enko, once Orochimaru's student herself and someone who feared nothing and no one, was not the type to take that lying down. Even if Naruto was a Jinchuriki, she didn't care. Without hesitation, she hurled a kunai that grazed Naruto's cheek. Then, in a flash, she appeared behind him and even licked the wound with her tongue, sending shivers down Naruto's spine. Suddenly, Enko stiffened. Her hand instinctively reached for another kunai, because somehow, a female Kusagakure ninja wearing a conical hat had silently appeared right behind her and extended a long, snake-like tongue to return the kunai. "Your kunai," she hissed. Her voice was raspy and bone-chilling. "Don't sneak up behind me like that. Do you have a death wish?" Enko snapped, a chill running down her spine. This person felt extremely dangerous. "You damaged my hair with it." The Kusagakure kunoichi handed the kunai back to Enko. Her gaze was meaningful and unsettling. Just as she was about to retreat, a sudden flash of lightning-infused steel shot toward her. She tilted her head just in time to dodge, but the blade still grazed her cheek, blood dripped from the fresh cut. Leaping back, she covered her face and stared in surprise at her attacker. The surrounding examinees all turned their heads in shock at the commotion. Because a Konoha examinee had just attacked someone from another village. What's going on? Why did a Konoha ninja suddenly strike a candidate from another village? "That's not part of the exam rules, is it?" the female Kusagakure ninja's two teammates shouted. The rest of the non-Konoha ninjas looked over, some of them frowning in disapproval. Even Tenten and the others were surprised when they realized the attacker was Natsuki. Still, Tenten and Shino, who trusted Natsuki the most, didn't hesitate. Even without knowing the reason, they stepped beside him and guardedly faced the Kusagakure candidates. Enko quickly turned serious and barked, "What do you think you're doing? Attacking another candidate? Are you not afraid of being disqualified?" Natsuki didn't even look at her. His short blade pointed directly at the female Kusagakure ninja. Impressive dodge. Orochimaru. What? Oh, Orochimaru. She was Orochimaru. Everyone who knew the name staggered back in shock. Even the other proctors quickly surrounded the kunoichi, their expressions tense and wary. Enko's pupils shrank, and her hand instinctively clutched her shoulder. Though the cursed mark wasn't acting up at the moment, the mention of Orochimaru's name made it ache deep into her bones. Could it really be him? He was standing that close earlier. But why hadn't the cursed mark reacted? Or, had Natsuki simply made a mistake? The female Kusagakure ninja's twisted smile appeared. Her hoarse voice denied it. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Natsuki ignored her lies and stepped forward. "Your face is fake, isn't it? Why don't we pull it off and take a look? You killed the real Kusagakure ninja and took her face as a disguise. But your scent, reeking of snakes, gives you away. You can't fool me." This was Natsuki's move. For the safety of his girlfriend and his friends, he couldn't allow Orochimaru to participate in the exam. So he would expose him, right now, while they were still in Konoha's territory, surrounded by Konoha ninjas. Even if they couldn't kill Orochimaru, they could force him to retreat. That way, the second round of the exam wouldn't become a nightmare. He immediately called out, "Tenten, Shino, this guy's an S-rank missing nin. Incredibly dangerous. Be careful. Rinya, Megumi, fall back." As he spoke, he advanced another step. The disguised ninja's eyes twitched. She realized this round was blown. But instead of panicking, she chuckled. She reached up and wiped her face. The disguise melted away, revealing pale, bloodless skin and a pair of cold, reptilian slit pupils. He. I didn't expect to be exposed so soon. Konoha really is full of surprises. Orochimaru. It really is you. Enko gasped. Then she suddenly clutched her shoulder in pain and dropped to one knee. The cursed mark had begun to flare. Rinya and Megumi instinctively rushed over to support her. Megumi quickly checked her condition but was confused, she couldn't locate the cause of the pain. Naruto was still clueless. What the heck is going on? All he did was make fun of the proctor. How did things spiral into this? Sasuke immediately pulled out a kunai and snapped, "Idiot. That Kusagakure ninja is the enemy." By now, several Konoha proctors had surrounded Orochimaru, while others ran off to report the situation. But Orochimaru didn't look worried at all. Instead, he calmly stared at Natsuki and even licked the side of his face with his grotesquely long tongue, sending chills through everyone watching. "So your name is Natsuki, huh? That sword technique of yours looks familiar. White Fang's blade style, isn't it? How nostalgic." End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 94, chapter. Plus 700 power stone bonus chapter. Even now, people still remembered the name White Fang of Konoha. Especially among the current exam proctors. Back when they were academy students, the White Fang's reputation had shaken the ninja world. There was no way they hadn't heard of him. What they didn't expect was that Natsuki had actually inherited White Fang's kenjutsu. For a moment, all the proctors looked at him in surprise, and even more so, with hope. After all, White Fang once outshone even the Sannin. If Natsuki truly had the strength to suppress Orochimaru, then maybe he could buy them enough time for the Hokage to arrive. But once they recalled Natsuki's age, their hopes dimmed. He was just too young. Natsuki didn't bother responding to Orochimaru's mocking words. Lightning flickered along his body and blade. The next second, ZZZT, he vanished like a bolt of lightning and shot straight toward Orochimaru, blade thrusting forward. Orochimaru swiftly pulled out a kunai to block, but with a sharp metallic clang, his kunai was sliced clean in two, the cut impossibly smooth. And then, a red line bloomed on his neck. His head nearly flew off. That was it. The legendary Sannin was, this weak. Or was Natsuki just too strong? But Natsuki didn't lower his guard for even a second. He kept his eyes locked on the fallen body. Sure enough, the corpse's mouth suddenly split open from the inside. A pair of hands tore it apart, and a soaked Orochimaru emerged from within, completely unharmed. Hisses. Still alive. Everyone gasped in horror. Some of the female examinees couldn't take it and vomited on the spot. The sheer visual impact of that scene was too much for ordinary people to handle. He, looks like I underestimated you. You've mastered the White Fang's kenjutsu to this level. Then I suppose I'll need to take you seriously, Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. He opened his mouth wide, and in front of everyone, performed his signature, men vomit snake, snake vomit sword. The Kusanagi no Tsurugi, Kusanagi sword, landed in his hand, and he settled into a ready stance, awaiting Natsuki's next attack. Natsuki didn't hesitate. Right-tun, Shunshin. Lightning style, instant step. He flashed forward again, his short blade enveloped in lightning. His strikes were blindingly fast, almost impossible to track. Yet Orochimaru handled it with ease. The air was filled with nothing but the sound of clashing steel and crackling thunder. The ground around them cracked and buckled, air distorted wildly, and their movements were so fast that most couldn't even catch a glimpse. Too fast. Only those with strong eyes or sensory skills could even follow their figures. Sasuke clenched his kunai tightly, his eyes filled with frustration. He had trained hard for a month under Kakashi, his kenjutsu and chidori had improved immensely. He thought he'd closed the gap between himself and Natsuki. But now he realized how naive he'd been. Natsuki hadn't stood still. He'd grown stronger too, and maybe at an even faster rate. Now, Natsuki could duel one of the Sannin in close combat. Meanwhile, Sasuke couldn't even follow their movements. The difference was staggering. D-damn, he's amazing, one of the other examinees swallowed hard, chills running down their spine. They never imagined such a powerful monster was hiding among the participants. Just thinking about running into someone like him in the forest of death made their scalps tingle. Orochimaru being strong made sense, he was a Sannin, after all. But this kid Natsuki. He was just a genin. And yet he was fighting evenly against Orochimaru. Rumors said he'd learned the White Fang's blade techniques, now everyone saw it with their own eyes. Was this really what Konoha's genin were like? Suddenly, clang. Natsuki's short sword was snapped in half by the Kusanagi sword. Clearly, Orochimaru's strength was still superior. That sword also gave him an edge. Natsuki immediately retreated. But Orochimaru wasn't letting him go. He lunged after him, clearly intent on taking him down. However, before he got far, he leaped back in surprise. Shoo! 3 serpent-like blades stabbed into the ground where he'd just been, boring deep holes into the earth. If he hadn't dodged, those holes would have been in his body. Orochimaru traced the trajectory back and saw 10 girls with twin buns holding strange, scale-patterned swords. The blades were clearly made of overlapping scales and had 3 edges. They could extend, twist, and retract at will, comparable to the Kusanagi sword in lethality. Thanks to their intervention, Natsuki managed to safely retreat. "Natsuki, are you okay?" Tenten called out anxiously. She stood in front of him, gripping one of the 4 legendary tools of the Artificer's Village, Ryugen Stretching Sword. It could extend, retract, and split into 3 dragon heads. It consumed little chakra and was a superb offensive ninja tool. Before Tenten graduated, she'd secretly put up a high-priced bounty to acquire the 4 legendary tools. It was suspected that Kakuzu had delivered them because the bounty was that high. This was one of Tenten's trump cards. She wouldn't normally use it, but in critical moments like this, she could unleash strength on par with a jonin. At the very least, she could stall someone like Orochimaru. Relieved that Natsuki was unharmed, she quickly sheathed the Ryugen sword on her back and summoned the rest of the 4 tools. On her body was armor capable of absorbing chakra. In her hands, 2 more weapons, the peacock sword, which controlled wind, and the light blade, which emitted flames. Fully equipped, she looked formidable. Tenten activated both swords. Whoosh! Wind and flame surged out at once, creating a blazing firestorm that exploded toward Orochimaru, forcing him to leap back. Everyone watching was stunned. No one expected this twin-bun girl from Konoha to be so powerful. She just pushed back Orochimaru. Team 7 was the most surprised of all. So this is what Kakashi-sensei meant when he said Tenten's fighting style was special. That was her trump card, huh? She's incredible. Even Orochimaru was intrigued. He chuckled with interest and gave rare praise. "You must be Natsuki's girlfriend, Tenten, was it? Impressive talent for ninja tool control." Coming from one of the Sannin, that was no small compliment. Natsuki returned to Tenten's side and pulled out another short sword, but as he looked at the Kusanagi sword in Orochimaru's hand, he frowned. Another short blade wouldn't gain him anything. Maybe it was time to use that sword. Shino stepped forward and released a swarm of bugs to form a shield in front of Natsuki, guarding against a surprise attack. But Orochimaru didn't move. He clearly wasn't worried, at least not until the Hokage arrived. The surrounding proctors were all on edge, but none dared to act recklessly. They knew very well they weren't a match for Orochimaru. Charging in now would just be suicide. Better to form a perimeter and buy time. The Hokage would arrive soon. But then, Orochimaru swept his eyes over the crowd. Boom. An explosion of murderous intent surged from his gaze, sweeping over the examinees and proctors like a tsunami. Everyone froze. Those with weaker mental strength either collapsed on the spot or vomited uncontrollably. Orochimaru's bloodlust was overwhelming. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 95, chapter. Plus 800 power stone bonus chapter. What is this guy, so terrifying? Naruto was trembling all over, completely frozen under the crushing weight of Orochimaru's killing intent. His pupils dilated in fear. Sakura had already rolled her eyes back, on the verge of fainting. Even Sasuke had fallen to one knee, body shaking. For the first time, he truly felt terror, and finally understood just how terrifying the opponent Natsuki had faced was. Natsuki, in contrast, only had a layer of goosebumps. He was still standing firm. Tenten and Shino flinched too, but even then, they held their ground beside Natsuki, clenching their teeth to resist Orochimaru's aura. "I'm actually weaker than Tenten. Even weaker than Shino. How can I accept that?" Sasuke gritted his teeth and stabbed his thigh with a kunai, using the pain to jolt himself back to clarity. Finally, he regained control of his body and pulled out a short blade for defense. He hadn't finished learning Chidori yet, and the sword style was all he had. Damn it. What do I have to do to get stronger? Orochimaru gave Sasuke a curious look, clearly pleased. At the very least, this Uchiha brat had guts. According to Kabuto's intel, he was learning Hatake Ryuken Jutsu, and his talent wasn't bad. A decent vessel indeed. Still, he'd have to test him with a cursed seal. Not just anyone could be a vessel. While Sasuke burned with frustration, Natsuki, Tenten, and Shino were all feeling the oppressive weight of Orochimaru's killing intent for the first time. It was truly overwhelming. Thankfully, Tenten and Shino were both skilled enough to withstand it. Among the other examinees, only a handful, like Niji and Gaara, were still conscious. The division in ability was stark. As for Kabuto, no one knew where he'd gone. The sound trio were trembling, but their gazes toward Orochimaru held awe and reverence, clearly ready to assist at any moment. TCH. So annoying. Where is the Hokage already? Shino whispered, Natsuki, he's strong. Don't underestimate him. Tenten agreed. Maybe the three of us should focus on stalling him. Once the Hokage arrives, we'll be okay. Orochimaru is just too dangerous. We can't beat him. I know. I don't think we can win either, Natsuki said. Unless I use my trump card, or open the sixth gate of Hashimoto Tanko. But he had no intention of doing that, not yet. His goal wasn't to win, it was to drive Orochimaru away. So long as he kept Tenten and the others safe, that was enough. And his performance so far might have already drawn enough attention. As long as Hiruzen was still alive, it was better not to reveal too much. Suddenly. Don't interfere. Let me handle this. The voice came from behind. Everyone turned in surprise. Anko, who had been suffering moments ago, had suddenly stood up and stepped forward, placing herself in front of Natsuki and the others. Tenten quickly protested, Anko-sensei, it's too dangerous. We should work together and hold him off. Just wait until the Hokage gets here. Shino nodded. Anko-sensei, don't act recklessly. But Anko shook her head. You don't understand. The grudge between me and him, it's something you can't imagine. Orochimaru, why did you come back? What's your goal? And why? Why did you abandon me back then? Everyone who didn't know the story stared, sensing something deeper. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Hee hee. Anko, my dear student. It's been a long time. Seems you've been doing well in Konoha. But now, are you trying to kill me? That's right. I'm going to kill you. Before anyone could react, Anko rushed forward. With a sudden motion, her arm turned into a snake that lunged to bite, Senii Jashu, hidden shadow snake hands. But Orochimaru evaded easily, stretching his tongue out to snare her and yanking her in. Anko used the momentum to tackle him, pinning him to the ground. Her left hand grabbed his right wrist, and with a kunai, she pinned both their hands into the dirt. Heh, got you. Orochimaru, let's die together. Eyes crazed, Anko prepared to use her forbidden jutsu for mutual destruction. Ninpo, Sojusosai, ninja art, twin snakes mutual death. But the Orochimaru beneath her dissolved into mud. A clone. The real Orochimaru was behind her. TSK. A special jonin from Konoha, and you still use the same forbidden technique I taught you. Anko, my dear student, you really are unworthy. That's why I abandoned you. His words hit her like a knife to the heart. Then, Orochimaru activated the cursed seal, causing Anko to collapse in agony, completely unable to resist. He was just about to continue. Crackle. Suddenly, the sound of electricity echoed behind him. Natsuki reappeared, swinging a cracked long sword. Orochimaru instinctively blocked with the Kusanagi sword. But the damaged blade intentionally broke apart mid-swing, slipping around the block, and its fragments, linked by chakra, lashed toward Orochimaru's head. A feint, then a slicing strike. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed in surprise. He dodged just in time by tilting his head, but the blade extended again, the fragments realigning and striking once more. This was Natsuki's custom-forged ninja blade, Kireha, blade shard, finally unveiled. While Orochimaru was occupied, Tenten used her Ryugen stretching sword to transform it into 3 dragon heads and retrieve Anko from his grasp. Orochimaru's voice rang out from his severed head. He, fascinating. Konoha's new generation is so delightful. I'm really tempted to take all of you back for my experiments. The severed head began to open its mouth. Orochimaru emerged again, crawling out unscathed. Damn that Tajiria Kawarimi no Jutsu, great serpent substitute technique. It really makes him seem immortal. Too bad Natsuki wasn't skilled in genjutsu. If he could trap Orochimaru's incomplete soul in a powerful illusion, that would have been ideal. Unfortunately, time's up. The third Hokage is almost here. Well then, everyone, goodbye. Poof. Orochimaru vanished in a puff of smoke. Natsuki didn't relax. Niji. Shino. Is he really gone? Niji had already activated his Byakugan and scanned the area. After exchanging a look with Shino, both shook their heads. He's really gone, Shino confirmed. I secretly planted a female insect on him, but I've lost the signal. Kiba spoke up weakly, Akamaru can't pick up his scent either. It's like he just vanished. This guy's terrifying. His body was still trembling from earlier. The sheer killing intent had nearly knocked him out. Hinata had fainted. There was nothing anyone could do about that. Still, everyone breathed a deep sigh of relief. Orochimaru was gone. If he'd stayed any longer, things might have turned tragic. Someone could have died, like Anko, who had been ready to sacrifice herself. Natsuki and Tenten exchanged a glance and silently began putting away their ninja tools. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 96, Chapter. At that moment, the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen, hurried over with several jonin in tow. Is everyone alright? Where is Orochimaru? His face was grave as he scanned the scene, but Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen. Several examinees lay on the ground, and many others looked like they had experienced severe shock. The worst off appeared to be Anko. Kakashi, Kurenai, Aoba, Asuma, and Guy had also arrived, rushing to the front. Once they confirmed that their students were safe, they breathed a sigh of relief and went to check on Anko. Thankfully, it was just her curse mark acting up. The wound on her hand was minor in comparison. What exactly happened here? Hiruzen immediately questioned the proctors present. In response, they quickly explained everything. That included how Natsuki had discovered Orochimaru, engaged in an intense fight with him, with support from Tenten and Shino. Anko had even attempted to fight to the death against him. As for the rest of the examinees, they were mostly overwhelmed by Orochimaru's killing intent. While it wasn't a physical injury, some of them might carry psychological scars. Regardless, today's exam couldn't continue. Once Hiruzen confirmed that there were no casualties, he finally relaxed and immediately arranged for medical need to treat the unconscious or frightened examinees. Anko was also slowly recovering, though she still appeared dazed. Hiruzen didn't press her for answers, simply telling her to rest. Then Hiruzen looked at Natsuki with a smile of satisfaction. Natsuki, I didn't expect you to have grown this much already. I remember when you first came to me with those ninja card designs, I could already tell your future wouldn't be ordinary. Who would have thought, at just 12 years old, you'd already shine so brightly? Yeah, right. You old schemer, quit the act. Back then, I only went to see you to confirm some details about the cards. If those cards hadn't been ninja-related, do you really think I would have bothered to come to you? I was hiding my strength so well at the time, how could you possibly tell I was special? If I hadn't started revealing parts of my power, you probably wouldn't have paid me any mind. Natsuki silently ranted, but on the surface, he looked bashful. Thank you for the compliment, Hokage-sama. It was mostly luck. Haha, no, this isn't luck. It's real strength. Hiruzen clearly acknowledged Natsuki's power. To be able to hold his own against Orochimaru was not something luck alone could achieve. Without solid skills, he wouldn't have lasted more than a few exchanges. Just look at the other proctors, or even Anko, a Tokubetsu Jonin. Against Orochimaru, they didn't stand a chance at all, not even enough to hold him back. But Natsuki did it. If that doesn't count as strength, what does? By the way, how did you recognize Orochimaru? Hiruzen asked curiously. Oh, just instinct, Natsuki replied seriously. Back when I was making the cards, I studied a lot of historic figures and learned quite a bit about Orochimaru, including his connection to Anko-sensei. Just now, when the female grass nin disguised as him teased Anko-sensei, something felt off in his eyes. Instinctively, the name Orochimaru popped into my head, and I acted without thinking. I see. Very perceptive, that's an essential trait for an excellent ninja. Hiruzen gave him a nod of approval. Even though Natsuki's explanation had some holes, the grass nin in question was definitely Orochimaru. Maybe Natsuki's instincts really were just that sharp. Most importantly, Natsuki had backed it up with strength. At the very least, he had Tokubetsu Jonin level ability. Possibly even stronger than Anko. Not to mention, he'd learned Kakashi's Kenjutsu and Guy's Hashimen Tanko, 8 Gates technique. That demanded attention. Strength earns respect. And in Hiruzen's eyes, Natsuki, still a youth of Konoha, represented the village's future. As long as he remained loyal, nothing else mattered. Also, Tenten, his little girlfriend, was quite skilled herself. Her talent in handling ninja tools was impressive, and with special tools, she could unleash remarkable combat potential. She'd even helped delay Orochimaru a bit. Compared to the other examinees, her performance was outstanding. Shino from the Aburame clan and the Uchiha orphan also did well. Konoha's new generation was showing great promise. It was a huge blessing for the village. Thinking this, Hiruzen's originally tense mood lightened significantly. He may have once been a shady politician, but in these later years of his life, all he wanted was for Konoha to have more strong seedlings, and to reach the peak of the ninja world again. Ahem. Alright, you've all been through a lot today. You must be exhausted. Go home and rest. As for the exam, we'll notify you later. With that, Hiruzen dismissed everyone. However, the 15 young genin were pulled aside by a few teachers for some final instructions. Guy beamed as he ruffled Natsuki and Tenten's hair. You two little rascals, you did amazingly. I'm proud of you. Kurenai added, Shino did great too. Kakashi shrugged. Well, anyone who didn't pass out from the killing intent is already doing pretty well. Sasuke could still move, pretty impressive. But Natsuki, you're a bit beyond expectations. You've already mastered Kenjutsu to that level, you're Jonin material. Aoba's lucky to have such a student. Yamashiro Aoba couldn't hide his grin but still tried to act humble. I didn't really teach him much. It's mainly you two, Kakashi and Guy, who brought him up. Yeah, you two might have trained him. But he's still my student. And I'm proud. The teachers continued to compete over whose student was better. Only Asuma stayed quiet. What could he say? His 3 students didn't faint, sure, but they were also the first to run away. When they saw Natsuki fighting Orochimaru, they didn't even consider helping, they just hid and peeked out from behind cover. What could Asuma say? Natsuki and the others just stood there, listening to the teachers bicker. It was kind of exhausting. Luckily, the teachers had more pressing matters to attend to. Orochimaru's invasion was a serious issue, they needed to investigate it immediately. Without that, the exams couldn't continue. We should get going too. Everyone head home and get some rest, Natsuki said, reminding his friends to stay alert. Then he took Tenten's hand, and the two of them left together. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him. He turned around, and sure enough, it was Gaara. Those panda eyes of his were practically glowing with bloodlust and anticipation. Natsuki didn't think much of it. Gaara wasn't mentally stable these days. He was obsessed with killing people, especially the strong ones. Clearly, Natsuki's performance had caught his eye. Gaara's hands were already itching to kill. End of chapter. +500 power stones equals +1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support.